The villagers hated human traffickers very much, and all the pressure fell on Kogongda. Seeing the Du family become the target of everyone's blame, Du Yongtai felt helpless. Even if he used his connections to get them out, the Du family would never have a good life in Xiangyang village. They would always be labeled as human traffickers wherever they went. They underestimated Gu Wuan. Despite being young, she dared to make Gao Zhengcheng and his wife eat peanuts. It seemed the power in Fushi had collapsed. Li Wuda knew very well that this trip had failed. They couldn't recover the people, couldn't catch Zhao Guoming, couldn't teach Gu Wuan a lesson, and had brought trouble to Qingshan village. Captain Ko, please handle this fairly. Our Qingshan village will cooperate fully. This implied they were giving up on Li Pozi's family. Li Pozi trembled all over, overwhelmed by fear. Captain, you can't just ignore us. Every family in the village has adopted sons when they have no children. I was tricked by Gao Lifeng and that wicked girl, Li Qiangjio. If Captain Ku wants to arrest someone, arrest her. Our Li family has completely cut ties with Li Qiangjio. Li Qiangjio felt like the sky was falling and stammered, "Mother, you can't blame me. You saw how well I looked after Jinan and wanted to adopt him. I didn't know he was from a noble family. But you're right, it's all the fault of the mother-in-law for bringing the twins to Xiangyang village, pretending to be a distant relative aunt, stealing Gu Wanwan's luggage, and forcing her into marriage. It was the decision of the in-laws, not me or the Li family. They are the ones who caused the trouble." To avoid being caught, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Du family also fought hard. Du Yongtai and Gao Lifeng had planned everything carefully, but didn't expect to be betrayed by their own daughter-in-law. Gao Lifeng couldn't bear it anymore and slapped her several times, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense and damaging the Du family's reputation." Li Qiangjio didn't stand there foolishly being hit. She immediately argued with Gao Lifeng. Though it was somewhat rebellious, people are selfish. "Mother, for the sake of Nyodan's future, you and the father-in-law should go inside. That way, we can calm down the anger of Sister Gu Wanwan and her brother. We're still young, and the road ahead is long. You and the father-in-law are already halfway to the grave. Don't drag the younger generation down anymore." Du Ergu came to his senses and weakly suggested, "Father, Mother, why don't you cut ties with us? Report it officially, so it won't affect my future." His words cut deep into Gao Lifeng's heart like a knife. "Who said I will be in trouble? I am innocent. Captain Ku will investigate thoroughly and release me. When I come back, I will deal with you. Just wait for me, Mother." If she confirmed that Gu Wanwan really caused her brother-in-law's death, she would definitely seek revenge for her brother. Grandmother Li, no longer as arrogant as before, instead showed weakness toward Gu Wanwan, trying to gain her forgiveness. "Gu Jiqing, you're right to arrest the Du family. I can testify for you. Moreover, you and your brother are reunited now. As long as you don't pursue the Li family, I am willing to tell you where my sister is. You take my brother to Qingshan village, and you are doomed to face the law. As for my sister, I don't believe in human traffickers. I will find her myself." After saying this, Gu Wanwan calmly walked up to Gao Lifeng, leaned in close and whispered, "The reason I tolerate forced marriage and rumors is for this moment." Gao Lifeng gritted her teeth, realizing she had been tricked. "I haven't done anything to you. I have powerful backing, and they will come out soon. Don't get too cocky." Gu Wanwan smiled calmly. "I know. It's just the fifth-generation family, but so what? Everyone in Xiangyang village knows you're a human trafficker. You should go to jail. I guess your brother's illegitimate child is on his way to rely on you and the Du family, planning to cling to you." Du Yongtai had to admit that he underestimated Gu Wuan's cleverness. The reckless girl had even outsmarted Gao Kulian and deliberately used a troublemaker to discuss them. Gu Wuan turned to Ko Gongda and said, "Captain Ko, don't let the hero's spirits be broken." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kogongda could only follow protocol and said, "Take her away." Yu Tsuehua panicked immediately. If she was really caught, what would become of the Ding family's reputation? How would the villagers see her? Would it affect her husband's position in the future? "Gu Jiqing, I was tricked by Gao Lifeng. The marriage didn't happen. How about this? I'll pay you 100 yuan, and we'll forget about it. Ding Yanli suddenly thought of Fu Jingchen, and her confidence soared. Gu Jiqing, people should leave some room for mercy. My family isn't like Gao Lifeng, who is a human trafficker. We just made a small mistake. If my mother goes to jail, I have ways to get her out. Don't forget, my fiancé Jingchen is a regiment leader with many connections. All right, then 200 yuan, Gu Wuan surprisingly agreed. She decided to let Fu Jingchen handle Ding Yanli's family. Just a second ago, Ding Yanli was proud, thinking Gu Wuan was afraid. But unexpectedly, Gu Wuan suddenly increased the price, which made her very unhappy. You're getting too greedy. Ding Shuzhu quickly stopped his daughter from causing trouble. All right, 200 is enough. In the end, there was no surprise. Du Yongtai's family and Granny Li's family were all taken away. Gan Qi stared at Gu Wuan, who was unharmed, gritting her teeth and reminding her, Gu Jiqing, you injured the 3 sons of Qingshan Brigade. They didn't pursue you. Shouldn't you just settle this quietly? Her intention was simply to have Li Wuda hold Gu Wuan accountable. Liang Xian followed her best friend's words and said righteously, Uncle Ko, what should be done about Gu Wuan hitting people? I heard she broke the victim's hand. You must seek justice for the injured. Li Wuda's sharp gaze fell on Gan Qi and Liang Xian, radiating a terrifying aura. Gan Qi was frightened by his warning look and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. She was helping Qingshan village eliminate troublemakers. Why was Li Wuda ungrateful? Gu Wuan looked indifferent. It was self-defense. I have a reason wherever I go. I heard Qingshan village really wants me to go to Qingshan Brigade as a youth. I am very willing. Li Wuda's expression suddenly changed. Gu Wanwan felt like a ticking time bomb. If she fell into Qingshan village, she could explode at any moment. Wouldn't all their years of hard work be ruined? Captain Ko, take Gan Qi and Liang Xian back for some education. They ran to our Qingshan village to stir up trouble between Xiangyang village and Qingshan village out of personal revenge. Gan Qi's face instantly turned pale. She believed she was on the same side as Li Wuda and didn't want him to betray her. I didn't do anything. Captain Qingshan accused me falsely. Uncle Ko, please believe me. I am innocent. Liang Xian was completely caught in the crossfire. She had barely escaped Qingshan village and hadn't gone there to report any secrets. The female veteran elders led by Yao Ruihui looked at her with disdain. It turns out Gan Qi and Liang Xian are the real traitors of Xiangyang village. Meanwhile, Zheng Shirtsan's parents were on their way to Hongqi commune. The villagers of Xiangyang village, upon learning who is truly responsible, spat accusations at the 2 women. People can look innocent, but be treacherous. We almost suffered greatly because of these 2 new recruits. Gan Qi and Liang Xian often send us gifts, but secretly criticized Gu Jiqing behind our backs. We were kind to them, thinking they were good people, but it turns out they're so untrustworthy. They knew Qingshan village was bad and still went to leak information, causing us to be betrayed. They deliberately tarnished Gu Jiqing's reputation and opposed her. Isn't it just jealousy and envy? Everyone stay away from them so we don't get hurt. Kogongda's brows furrowed with displeasure. Liang Xian really knew how to cause trouble. If it weren't for his good friend's request, he would ignore her altogether. He couldn't openly protect her, so he only took her aside for a few words of warning, saying, take Liang Xian and Gan Qi away. Liang Xian felt more wronged than Do-yi for the first time in her life. She could only seethe with helpless anger. As she passed by, Gu Wanwan casually said, staring at me won't change the fact that Gan Qi's actions have dragged you down. If she hadn't gone to Qingshan village, you wouldn't have been caught. You have Uncle Ko, but that can't restore your reputation. Knowing Qingshan village stole your luggage, she still wanted to take advantage of the situation. I really don't understand why Gan Qi had to drag you into it. Aren't you good friends? Or is she using your name to do bad things? If something goes wrong, you'll be the one blamed, but at least you have Uncle Ko to protect you. Liang Xian suddenly seemed enlightened, her accusatory gaze falling on Gan Qi. The crazy woman's words were harsh, but she was partly right. Ganqi shouldn't have run off to Qingshan village behind her back. Had Ganqi forgotten that their current plight was all thanks to Qingshan village? Ganqi prided herself on her clever plans, once making Zeng shirk and suffer many losses in her hands. But she never expected these schemes to be useless against Wanwan. She thought that by provoking Qingshan village, she could use them to get rid of Wanwan. Instead, even Li Wuda couldn't control the crazy woman. To save herself, she ended up betraying her, biting her lip and lowering her voice. Liang Exine, she's trying to stir trouble between us. It's just some words of warning. There's plenty of time ahead. I won't let you get away easily. Having already lost Zeng Shirkan, her main source of money, she couldn't afford to lose Liang Exine too. Otherwise, her future days in the countryside would be even harder. Wanwan snorted, "You'd better worry about yourself. You caused Qingshan village to suffer losses. Li Wuda exposed you, but that's just the beginning. Do you really think he'll let you go because of this? Just wait and see Qingshan village's anger. One day, if they want to punish you, do you think the team leader will protect you as an insider? If you lose your innocence one day, it will be your own fault. Every educated youth who's close to you won't escape Qingshan village's revenge." Ganqi looked calm, but her pale face betrayed her panic and fear. A deep chill ran from her head to her feet. "Li Wuda won't let you go either." Wanwan replied nonchalantly, "I'm not afraid. I have more tricks up my sleeve. I actually want him to come after me. That way, I can wipe out Qingshan village entirely. Look at the villagers. None of them can compare to me. I'm not like you and Liang Exine, who are weak and only good at talking big." When Liang Exine heard that her reputation might be ruined, she immediately lost her composure. Her resentment towards Ganqi grew instantly, and she decided to stay away from this troublemaker. These two fake friends were slowly heading toward ruin. In the end, Kagonda took a group of people away. The four-wheeled cart was too small, so Zhao Guoming arranged for a bullock cart to send them to the commune. Wanwan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Captain Ko, I hope we'll meet again next time." That smile made Kagonda feel a shiver down his spine. He exchanged a subtle glance with Li Wuda and then drove away. Meanwhile, Li Wuda led the villagers back to the village. "Gu Jiqing, you're very good." Wanwan loudly called out to his back. "Of course. Captain Li, I often visit Qingshan village. Don't miss me too much. Of course, you're welcome to bring your wolves to Yangyang village anytime. My little white is looking for a playmate. But I must warn the villagers of Qingshan village. The more you walk at night, the more likely you are to encounter ghosts. Yama wants you to die at 3 in the morning. You can't escape until 5. As soon as these words were spoken, images of red and white fierce ghosts appeared again in the villagers' minds, making them more suspicious and paranoid, almost on the verge of mental breakdown. The villagers of Qingshan village ignored Li Wutua and ran away in fear, while the mixed-blood wolf abandoned its owner and disappeared without a trace. Wanwan looked innocent and speechless, saying, "I didn't do anything. Why did they all run away? They're so cowardly." Li Xiaohong shouted sternly, "You're spreading superstitions." Wanwan smiled instead of getting angry. "Isn't Qingshan village also inviting a fortune-teller to dance a big dance? We're all the same." Li Wutua had suspected Wanwan before. Perhaps she deliberately caused the ghost events in Qingshan village, since she was the most likely suspect in terms of motive. But upon careful thought, it seemed absurd. Qingshan village and Xiangyang village were quite far apart, making the effort to do such things impossible for an ordinary person. According to Yan Diwang's report, Wanwan sleeps under a tree every day, and everyone in Xiangyang village can testify to that. Furthermore, Xiangyang village had undercover ninja spies. Wanwan was doing things right under his nose, leaving no place to hide. Even the floating white-clad female ghost was a mystery. Even skilled ninjas couldn't achieve flight unless they were divine beings from myth, flying through the sky and traveling through the earth. Yan Duang was extremely frustrated. His proud Qingshan uncle couldn't handle the crazy woman, and even 3 brave cousins had fallen to her. Wanwan was simply unstoppable. No one could control her. Xiong Ziyuan exchanged a subtle glance with Li Wutua and shook his head discreetly. The arrogant and domineering Qingshan village had been driven away in disgrace. Zhao Guoming was overjoyed. We, Xiangyang village, have won for the first time. Thanks to our hero, Gu Jiqing. Besides Li Xiuhong's niece and the Qingshan wife, other villagers cheered. Gu Jiqing is amazing. She can tame even tigers. From now on, we don't have to fear Qingshan village. Let's see if Qingshan village dares to steal Zijing's luggage again. Today, we in Xiangyang village achieved a great victory, even taking away the Du family's kidnapper. We should celebrate. Aunt Lu wiped her tears. Over the years, Xiangyang village has been very hard. Sister Wan, now that you have the status of a devoted family member, no one will try to bother you anymore. Gu Wanwan disagreed. Being a devoted family member is both a protection and an honor. Those who want to pursue her will still try, but they won't do it openly or force her into marriage. The educated youths had mixed feelings. Zeng Jiliang looked sad and said, Gu Zhigang, Zheng Shirkan, how could you let Gan Qi into the police station? Do you know that doing this could ruin her reputation and her whole life? Zheng Shirkan looked at him with disdain. She reported to Qingshan village. Isn't she innocent? Your luggage was also stolen by Qingshan village. Don't you hate them for making you poor and helpless? Zeng Jiliang felt uncomfortable but thought about his beloved Qing Mei being bullied in the station. He was anxious like ants on a hot pan. She was the one he cared for deeply, and he couldn't bear for her to be hurt or suffer any injustice. Chi-Chi was so delicate. How could she withstand harsh treatment? What if Kagongda liked Chi-Chi's beauty and tried to bully her? As a man, he understood men's thoughts. When he first saw Kagongda, he noticed something strange in his eyes when he looked at Gan Qi. Chi-Chi just made a small mistake. Gu Zhigang and his sister are fine. We're all educated youths. Can't we be broad-minded and settle things peacefully? Chi-Chi's intentions were good. She wanted to use Li Wutai to suppress Gu Wanwan, even if he knew he would agree. But she didn't expect Li Wutai to be so cunning and treacherous, making Chi-Chi the scapegoat. Hu Jiming sneered and said, watch your attitude. Sister Wan is a devoted family member. Gan Qi targeted her and her brother, so she deserves it. I suspect you are involved too. Zheng Shirkan finally saw the true nature of the scoundrel. You don't care about Liang Xian's life or death. She's truly innocent. Zeng Jiliang was only focused on Gan Qi. He didn't care about Liang Xian. Liang Xian is tough and can handle herself. She has Uncle Ke protecting her, so there's nothing to worry about. Poor Chi-Chi has no power or influence. Zheng Shirkan, if you remember our friendship, you should persuade Gu Zhigang to let Gan Qi go. As long as you agree, I will promise to keep my distance from Chi-Chi and reunite with you, becoming the fiancé you want. Before Zheng Shirkan could reply, Hu Jiming interrupted. Stop dreaming.
Cannon is already mine.
You have no chance. Zeng Jiliang was stunned when he heard this, as if struck by lightning. What are you talking about? Don't joke around. You know how much Zheng Shirkan likes me. The broken engagement was just a verbal agreement. I am still the good son-in-law in the Zheng family's eyes. If you want to deceive me, at least have some proof. Unless Zheng's parents tell me directly that the marriage is off, Zheng Shirkan is still my fiancé. As long as I am the main husband, you will always be just a low-ranked concubine. Gu Wanwan chuckled. Are you still living in the old days? Thinking that exchanging tokens or having traditional wedding ceremonies makes a marriage official. Do you even have a formal marriage document? With each of her words, Zeng Jiliang's face grew uglier. What's the point of making things so complicated in this day and age? Gu Wanwan rolled her eyes. You know this isn't ancient times, so why are you still insisting on having a main wife and a concubine? Zheng Shirkan, annoyed with him, spoke openly. The Zeng family didn't give anything. They just want to take advantage of my family. My parents didn't agree with this marriage from the start. I was the one who foolishly agreed verbally. Out of respect for me, my parents met with the Zeng family for tea, but they didn't even give a dowry. Instead, we helped the Zeng family find jobs and settle in the city, or they'd still be working in the fields. I wonder if my parents managed to quickly deal with Zeng's ambitious and ungrateful father? Gu Wanwan didn't bother to step in. Because of Zeng Jiliang's current status, the Qin family and He Yanwei were willing to accept being subordinate to Zeng's younger brother. Once the Zeng family fell apart, Zeng Jiliang would undoubtedly be abandoned by everyone. The villagers listening nearby to the gossip looked at Zeng Jiliang with disdain. Outwardly, he pretended to be respectable, but inside, he was just a man who relied on his fiancée to get by. He had a fiancée, but was secretly flirting with a childhood friend from next door. Zheng Jiqing was truly pitiful, caught with such a fickle and unfaithful man. Zheng Jiqing, if she doesn't want you, then stop bothering her. Can't you just part ways peacefully? Why make such a scene?
Exactly.
No bride is given away without a dowry. Zheng Jiqing isn't stupid. She wouldn't jump into a fire. She has a new partner now. Hu Jiqing is much more generous and wealthier than you. Zeng Jiliang was so angry he nearly lost his mind. To him, Zheng Shirkan dating Hu Jiming was just a way to provoke him into changing his mind. Do you all understand? Hu Jiming won't be arrogant for long. Last time I talked to my mom, she told me that Hu Jiming's family relies solely on his dad's income. His mom even ran back to her parents' house after arguing about divorce. It's because she can't keep her husband, allowing other women to take advantage and get close to him. How could Zheng Shirtsan's parents agree to them dating? Hu Jiming's family situation is even worse than mine. His dad spends all his money on his mistress and children outside. The mistress controls Hu family's finances and refuses to send money to Hu Jiming. How can he be extravagant then? I'm different. My parents both have jobs, one at the community center, the other at the street office. They are proper jobs. With my good conditions, where can I find someone else? The villagers are stunned. City people really know how to play. Having a mistress isn't about breaking up, is it? Why hasn't anyone taken him to get a haircut? Hu Jiqing is truly more pitiful than Zheng Jiqing. Villagers who hoped to find a wealthy son-in-law keep giving up one after another. Zhao Sime feels very disappointed. What's the use of Hu Jiming being good-looking but broke? The Zheng family cares about character, not wealth. They don't care about vanity, like the Zeng family. They say Hu's father is blind and doesn't cherish his wife and children, so he will end up with nothing. Wanwan looks at Hu Jiming with a hint. She says he was born into wealth, like a character from a noble story. Hu Jiming's mother comes from a powerful family, and they are old friends of the Guo family. I never rely on a bad father, Hu Jiming says calmly. Wanwan understands him well. Since childhood, he never asked his father for money. His family expenses are paid by his mother. His irresponsible father never paid wages, leaving everything to his mistress and children outside. The mistress thinks that by taking her husband's wages, she can control Hu Jiming and his mother. But she's wrong. His mother once gave him 2,000 yuan, and every month she sends him money, letters, and packages. He never worries about money. As Wanwan says, he's a true rich and handsome guy. His irresponsible father and the mistress still think his mother is just a country girl, not knowing her true identity. The next morning, Zeng Jiliang, Qin Jili, and He Yanwei ask for leave from Zhao Guoming to go to the commune and find Ganqi. On the way, they meet Zheng Shirtsan's parents and quickly go to greet them. With Zheng's parents supporting them, Zheng Shirtsan's good days are about to end. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you finally came. This loud call from the father-in-law and mother-in-law sounded like a clear declaration of her rightful status as the main wife. As long as Zheng's parents acknowledged him, Hu Jiming, the third party, could never replace him. Qin Jili and He Yanwei warmly greeted the couple. Uncle Zheng, Aunt Zheng, hello. The couple only nodded politely, saying little. First, they were not familiar, and second, these two were just followers of Zeng Jiliang. At this moment, Zeng Jiliang took the opportunity to flatter them. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, if you don't come soon, Shirkan will be led astray. She abandoned her fiancé for that crazy woman. Hu Jiming is not a good person either. He deliberately interfered in my relationship with Shirkan and tried to steal her away. Zheng's parents disliked Zeng Jiliang very much. They didn't even look at him and treated him as if he wasn't there. Zeng Jiliang felt very embarrassed. He knew Zheng's parents looked down on Zeng's family, but so what? Now Zheng's family ignored Zeng's family, and in the future, Zeng's family wouldn't be able to climb up to Zheng's. Zheng's parents were tricked into coming to Yangyang village, falling into Zeng's trap, giving Zeng time to manipulate and frame them. His father's side was probably already successful, and he planned to let Zheng's parents be arrogant for a while longer. His current goal was to drain the last value from Zheng's family. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I came to the commune to pick someone up. You know, Shirtsan's classmate Gan Chi and Liang Xian. Oh, I just called home, but no one answered. Do you know what's going on? Although he said this, he was probably thinking that his parents were busy destroying Zheng's family, so they didn't have time to care for him. They even forgot to send living expenses. Since they didn't send money, it didn't matter. As long as Zheng's parents were around, he could ask them later. After all, he was the son-in-law, and he could demand it in Zheng Shirtsan's name. Zheng's parents wouldn't refuse. He was daydreaming happily, almost unable to hide his expression. Zheng's parents looked very uncomfortable. It was obvious they saw through Zeng Jiliang's greedy ambitions. This fool didn't even know that Zeng's family had fallen. Zeng's father had been dismissed and investigated, and Zeng's mother had been expelled from the street office. All the forces collaborating with Zeng's family had been dismantled. The once glorious Zeng family had been reduced to its original state. Zheng's mother kept a stern face, wanting to correct the other's way of addressing her, but Zheng's father shook his head, letting Zeng Jiliang pretend for a while longer. After they saw their daughter and Wanwan in the village, they would make Zeng Jiliang pay the price. Zeng Jiliang exchanged a few perfunctory words with the couple, then focused on going to the station to pick up his beloved childhood sweetheart. Father-in-law, wait for me. I need to go pick up Chi-Chi first. Originally, the two were supposed to stay for 3 days to receive ideological education, but Liang Xian used her connections to leave early. During this time, Gan Chi said something to her and secretly brought out Gan Chi. Meanwhile, the Du and Li families are still detained inside, with no news coming out. Brother Ji Liang, I'm so scared. Gan Chi tearfully clung to Zeng Ji Liang, feeling wronged. Liang Xian and Gan Chi, once close friends, haven't fallen out yet, but Gu Wanfan's words still sting like a thorn in Liang Xian's heart, constantly reminding her that she was betrayed by Gan Chi. This makes her feel more distant and uneasy with Gan Chi. Zeng Ji Liang hugged Gan Chi back, and they acted affectionately, without caring about the others. Chun Jili and He Yanwei couldn't stand watching anymore. Brother Zeng, be careful, uncle and auntie are here. Gan Chi looked up from Zeng Ji Liang's embrace and accidentally met the mocking gazes of Zheng's parents. She quickly pushed Zeng Ji Liang away. Hello, uncle and auntie. Sorry for making you laugh. Actually, I have nothing to do with Brother Ji Liang. Her words seemed to try to cover something up, but Gan Chi was not afraid. In the past, Zheng's parents caught her a few times, but nothing ever happened because her parents were foolish. Moreover, Zheng's parents successfully deceived their way to Xiangyang village, showing that Zeng's plan had succeeded. Soon, Zeng's father would replace Zheng's father as the head of the Pigeon Tail Society. Her secret relationship with Zeng Ji Liang was gradually becoming public. Her future life as a wife of an official was secure. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, Chi-Chi's parents asked me to take care of her. I am very loyal and cannot ignore Chi-Chi. Actually, it was Sher Kan and the crazy woman who caused Chi-Chi to end up in the detention center. That crazy woman, Gu Wanfan, is wicked and always incites Sher Kan to hit me. She hates and envies Chi-Chi. When you see her later, please take good care of Sher Kan and help me, your son-in-law, get justice. Gan Chi looked tearful, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Brother Ji Liang and I are just childhood neighbors. I don't know what I did to offend Sher Kan and Gu Jiqing. Why do they want to ruin me? It's my fault. I couldn't persuade Sher Kan, and I couldn't stop her from making bad friends. That Gu Ziqing is strong-willed and often brainwashes Sher Kan with bad ideas, making her misunderstand Brother Ji Liang. Liang Xian used to be friendly with Gan Qi, perhaps not noticing much, but now, hearing Gan Qi twist the facts, she only saw Gan Qi as a hypocrite, pretending to be a poor victim. Still, she didn't say anything because they shared a common enemy, Gu Wanfan. Zeng Jiliang saw Zheng's parents with blank expressions and continued to strike the iron while it was hot. Gu Wanwan brought along her 3 younger siblings. The 2 older siblings always eat and drink for free at Shirkan's expense. Shirkan spends money extravagantly on toys and clothes for those kids. As her fiancé, I don't get this treatment. It's really unfair. Shirkan isn't their parent, so why should she take advantage? Now, all the siblings are relying on Shirkan to enjoy good food and drinks. Zheng's mother snorted coldly. I'm the godmother of Wanwan and her siblings. If my daughter isn't taking care of them, why would I bother with you, a useless fiancé? Zheng's parents were on their way to Xiangyang village by car, bringing along the unworthy couple and some gift packages. They also took Liang Xian, Yanwei, and Chen Jili along. Why are they being so kind? Of course, they want to see Zeng Jiliang betrayed by everyone. But Zeng Jiliang was too naive to realize this. He thought Zheng's parents arranged this to show off their son-in-law. He had planned well. Upon entering Xiangyang village, he introduced himself as Wuyan's father-in-law to everyone he met. Village women gossiping under a tree saw 2 cars entering the village and gathered around to watch. Gan Qi Liang Xian, those 2 troublemakers are out so soon? Will they run to Qingshan village to report good news about Xiangyang village? So annoying. 2 cars. Zeng Zixing's in-laws are really rich. I heard they are from Shanghai.
No, wait.
Didn't Zeng Zixing break off the engagement with Zeng Zixing? Zeng Zixing still calls him father-in-law and sits in the same car as the Yu family. Do Zheng's parents not know they broke up? What's going on with Hu Zixing? Zheng Shirkan had just finished feeding the pigs and saw his parents' figures. His eyes filled with tears. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Hu Zhiming was stunned. He didn't miss Zeng Jiliang's smug face, as if saying, I'm the son-in-law recognized by the Zheng family. The other woman, step aside. What's wrong with him? Can't the useless man see how much Zheng's parents dislike him? Zeng Jiliang felt the envy from others around him, boosting his vanity. Gan Qi Liang Xian got out of the car and looked at Gu Wanwan across from them, secretly thinking that the crazy siblings were doomed. Zheng's parents weren't simple-minded fools like Zheng Shirkan. They wouldn't be easily deceived by Gu Wanwan. The crazy woman's tricks had failed. Gan Qi concealed her scheming and didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Uncles and aunts. The woman across with the child is Gu Zixing's sister. The 2 children beside her are troublemakers from Xiangyang village. They're related to Gu Zixing as cousins. Zeng Jiliang gained strong support from Zheng's parents and felt very confident. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, you should quickly educate Shirkan and scold the crazy woman, so they apologized to Chi-Chi. Gu Wanwan, for her own selfish reasons, tricked the money from Shirkan. Shirkan would rather give her money to outsiders than let me, her fiancé, hold it. Does she still care about me? And Hu Zhiming, with his bad behavior, he's not worthy of Shirkan with his poor background. Shirkan, to provoke me, believed Gu Wanwan's words and deliberately dated Hu Zhiming, just to spite me. I tried to advise her, but she wouldn't listen. Gu Wanwan chuckled upon hearing this. These bad men and women were rushing headlong toward disaster. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. When the Zheng family arrived loudly at the village, Aunt Lu quickly received the news and rushed to the scene. She explained roughly, You are Zheng Jiqing's parents, right? Actually, things are not as you imagine. Jiqing always relied on her fiancé's status to try to take Zheng Jiqing's belongings. Qian Mei nodded and added supportively, Sister-in-law, Jiqing is acting out. She was seen flirting with Gan Qi in front of Zheng Jiqing. People might think they are dating. Jiqing often bullied Gu Jiqing and Zheng Jiqing to get money from her fiancé to support Gan Qi. He's clearly untrustworthy. Among the Jiqing, Liang Xian and Gan Qi are the most unkind. They were caught because they reported to Qingshan village, stirring trouble against Gu Jiqing. When their schemes were exposed, they ended up getting caught themselves. Hu Pandadai mistakenly thought Zheng's parents were supporting Zeng Jiliang and added fuel to the fire, saying, "Uncles and aunts, hello. I'm Hu Pandadai. I believe marriage is serious." Shirkan wouldn't just back out because she said so. If Gu Jiqing hadn't interfered, Shirkan wouldn't have broken up with Jiqing. As her good friend, I've been trying to persuade her, but she just won't listen. In an instant, she regretted not building a better relationship with Zheng Shirkan, letting Gu Wanwan take advantage. But it was okay. Winning over Zheng's parents was just as good. She didn't expect to become as successful as Zeng Jiliang's family, only hoping Zheng's parents could help her arrange a decent job for her family. She decided that while Zheng's parents were in the village, she would kick out Gu Wanwan and try to get some benefits for herself. Liang Xian only watched the drama unfold, choosing not to get involved this time, having learned her lesson. Just when everyone thought Zheng's parents might lose their temper, Zheng's mother suddenly ran over in high heels like a gust of wind. "Mom." Zheng Shirkan opened her arms and ran toward her mother, ready for a warm hug. Unexpectedly, her mother missed her and headed straight for Gu Wuan, hugging the sister and brother. Wuan, you and your brother have suffered. Your godmother is late." Zheng Shirkan turned around in frustration, still holding her arms open, her delicate face showing signs of weariness. "Isn't she the one I came to see? Is this really my mother? Does she not want her lively, beautiful daughter anymore?" Zheng's father didn't want to tease his daughter. In just a month, she had become humorous and playful, all thanks to Wanwan. Hu Jiming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zheng Shirkan glared at him, pretending to stay calm and retract her hands. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, others would be the ones feeling awkward. Zeng Jiliang, Gan Qi, and others looked confused, all unsure of what was happening. The scene before them was strange. Whose mother was this? Are Zheng Shirtsan's real parents really here? Zeng Jiliang thought he was losing his mind. Why does my mother-in-law seem to know Gu Wanwan? Chun Jili and He Yanwei frowned in confusion. Absolutely no doubt about it. Not just acquaintances, but very close. Hu Jiming isn't surprised at all. He must know something. Gan Qi also couldn't figure it out. She was sure Gu Wanwan hadn't met Zheng's parents before, so was it something Zheng Shirkan mentioned on the phone? Zheng's parents were usually cautious and concerned about Zheng Shirtsan's friends. They wouldn't just trust Gu Wanwan based on a phone call. It was Liang Xian who noticed the key point. Zheng Shirtsan's mother calls her godmother. So, it turned out that Zeng Jiliang and Gan Qi had schemed in front of Zheng's parents, turning everything into a joke. Gu Wanwan raised her eyebrows helplessly, such deep and warm maternal love. In her arms, and Bao called softly, "Godmother?" Zheng's mother was melted by Bao's adorable voice. She immediately released Gu Wanwan and hugged in Bao. "My little darling, you and your brother look just like your mother. Poor little one, that wicked kidnapper made you so thin, almost skin and bones." Tears fell like pearls, especially when she saw the brother and sister's faces, which resembled Sister Xin Yunshu. Her tears couldn't be stopped, and Bao wiped her own mother's tears with small hands, saying, "Don't cry, Bao is fine." Zheng's mother's heart softened completely. She hugged her child and kissed him happily. This scene of motherly love and filial piety was very touching, making Zheng Shirkan feel even more weary. She hugged Gu Wanwan, seeking comfort. "Is he my cousin's godmother?" Shun Ninyu and Shin Jitian looked at each other, confused. "Then what should we call her?" Mother Zheng just noticed the twin children beside her. At first, she didn't look, but when she did, she was shocked. She said, "Wanwan, why do these two kids look so much like Shindazhong?" She didn't finish her sentence, but was interrupted by her own hand. Gu Wanwan understood her suspicion and nodded. Yes, their sister is Shin Jitian, and their brother is Shun Ninyu. Mother Zheng reached out and gently touched their heads, full of love in her eyes. "I am your aunt, and he is your uncle." "Auntie, uncle," the children responded happily. "That's good. They now have relatives." Father Zheng spoke kindly, softening his voice when he saw the adorable children. "Be good." Zeng Jiliang was stunned by this news, like a bolt from the blue. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, what is your relationship with Gu Wanwan? I've never seen such relatives in our family. Are you mistaken? Unaware, the words that Zheng's parents would say next would drop him and Gan Qi from cloud 9 too. Mother Zheng played with Anbao in her arms and said loudly, because Gu Wanwan's mother and I are sworn sisters. You and Gan Qi have been bad-mouthing my daughter all along. Why should we help you or target my adopted daughter? It's ridiculous. Calling us father-in-law and mother-in-law makes me want to. Can handed over the family assets to Wanwan. So, what if she's naive and innocent? If she didn't, she'd be tricked into poverty by you and Gan Qi sooner or later. I didn't agree to your marriage with Shirkan before, not because of family background, but because of your poor character. You played both sides, used Shirkan to gain benefits for your family, and we knew all this. Yet, you secretly dated Gan Qi behind Shirtsan's back. If you want to be together, just do it. Why do you have to challenge us openly? Do you really think we'll compromise for Shirkan? If Shirkan had better judgment, he wouldn't have fallen for someone like you, a hypocrite. Kan-san immediately admitted her mistake. Mom, I was blinded by my eyes before. I couldn't see that Zeng Jiliang was just a frog. Wanwan was right. Zeng Jiliang doesn't look as good as Jimingji, and he's not as gentle and caring. He even pretended to be my savior. Luckily, I opened my eyes and broke up with him. During the public confrontation with Zheng family parents, Zeng Jiliang felt his face was completely lost. All the eye drops he had used seemed like a joke in the eyes of Zheng parents. I am your fiancé, and we are engaged. Gan Qi's face flickered with anger, shame, and frustration. Her hand beside her clenched into a fist. She didn't expect Zheng parents to be so disrespectful to Zeng Jiliang, exposing their private affair publicly. Uncle and auntie, you've misunderstood me and brother Jiliang. Shirkan and Jiliang are just having a small disagreement. They're not really breaking off the engagement. Please don't let petty people stir trouble and ruin the relationship between our families. Uncle Zeng and Uncle Zheng are still good colleagues, right? Hearing this, Zeng Jiliang immediately mentioned his parents. If Zheng family doesn't appreciate us, don't blame me for losing face. Anyway, my family is now capable of standing up to Zheng family. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, my parents and I haven't agreed to break the engagement. Shirkan and I are still engaged. As the saying goes, argue at the head of the bed, make peace at the foot. Gu Wanwan snorted. You and Shirkan aren't married. You're just being a pervert. Zeng Jiliang argued irrationally, walking back to try to hold Zheng Shirtsan's hand.
I'm not.
I will marry Zheng Shirkan in the future. Hu Ziming pushed him away, defending his relationship as her partner.
Impossible.
Kan-san is my partner. She won't marry you. Zeng Jiliang was so angry his head hurt. He snapped back furiously. Despicable person. Everyone can see how much Shirkan loves me. She's just pretending to be with you, to make me jealous.
And it worked.
You're just my substitute. When we get back together, she'll kick you away. My father-in-law and mother-in-law won't agree to you being together. What kind of are you? Your father is just a small factory worker, and your mother is a rural woman with no background. What do you have to be proud of?
You.
Gu Wanwan sarcastically interrupted him. I only see that Shirkan hates and despises you. You have no money, no looks, no figure. What does Shirkan see in you? Is it your narcissism and selfishness? Or your cheating? Or your ugliness and foul mouth? What's worth liking about you? Zheng Shirkan gave her sister a thumbs up and took the words back. I've said this dozens of times. I don't like him and have no interest in him. He never listens and thinks I love him desperately. He's the only one for me. I've had enough. He's broke and shameless, and he doesn't even shower or wash his feet regularly. He smells terrible and is so disgusting. Gan Qi can tolerate it because they're a perfect match. Can't I just let it go? Can you stop coming over to make me sick? Gu Wanwan flicked her finger, and a foul-smelling seed hit Zeng Jiliang. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds filled the room. Genki, who was closest to him, almost collapsed from the stench. Onlookers all pinched their noses and quickly moved away from the king. Zeng Jiliang's face turned red with embarrassment and anger, as if he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Not me, I didn't. He stammered. Father Zeng cleared his throat and loudly announced, Zeng Jiliang, the Zeng family is engaged to the Zheng family, but no bride price or gifts were given. Your marriage to Can was just a verbal agreement. Today, I officially announce the cancellation of the engagement. Let me tell you, before you look for Can, we went to your Zeng family to break off the engagement. From now on, Zeng Jiliang and Can are no longer engaged. Stop using the title of fiancé to pressure Can, and stop trying to break up Can and Jiming. Mind your words. We are not your parents-in-law, so don't try to control us. You can't. Zeng Jiliang really couldn't understand why his parents agreed so easily. Weren't the Zheng family still not defeated? Why not? Your Zeng family is so ambitious. Do you really think we, as a couple, don't know? Zheng's mother still felt uneasy when she thought about this. If Wanwan hadn't reminded them on the phone last time, the Zheng family might have already fallen. Your father wanted to replace our Zheng family head with himself, to frame us and demote us. Unfortunately, your parents failed. Zheng Shirtsan's face lit up with joy, showing no sign of sadness or pain. Mom and Dad, is it true what Sister Wanwan guessed, that Zeng's father was dismissed and investigated, and Zeng's mother lost her job at the street office? Has the Zeng family returned to its old ways? You silly girl. Zheng's mother didn't know how to respond to her daughter. Her straightforward words only brought trouble to Wanwan. It's not Wanwan. Genki felt like the sky was falling. Her perfect plan had been completely exposed by Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan, did you do this? Do you and Brother Jiliang have some deep grudge? Gu Wanwan didn't hide it. She smiled and admitted, yes, I did it. You keep opposing me every few days, but you allow yourselves to pass information to Qingshan village, use Qingshan village to teach me a lesson, and refuse to let me save my godparents, destroying the Zeng family? You and Zeng Jiliang are in cahoots, trying to drain the Zheng family's assets, persecute my godparents, and even want to send them to Yangyang village to separate them from their children, making them unable to recognize each other. Are you right about everything? How do you know? Zeng Jiliang realized he had spoken wrongly and quickly changed the subject. You're the one who caused my parents to lose their jobs, you crazy woman. Gu Wanwan, determined not to let scoundrels and mean women get the better of her, aimed to hurt them deeply. The Zeng family just went back to the village to farm. You are originally from the countryside. Do you really think it's necessary to look down on rural people? The poorer, the more honorable, understand? Even if you have no money or power and no parents to support you, you still have your beloved Ganqi. She cares for you deeply and would never abandon you just because your family is struggling. She definitely won't leave you, especially since you even look down on Shirken for Ganqi's sake. Ganqi's face darkened, her expression as if she had lost her parents. Things were getting out of her control. Now she realized that Zheng Shirken had truly let go of Zeng Jiliang and no longer liked him. So, Zheng's parents came to Yangyang village, not because they fell for the Zeng family's tricks, but because they first dealt with the Zeng family. Then they came to find Gu Wanwan and Zheng Shirken and announced their broken engagement, exposing scandals to shame her and Zeng Jiliang publicly. What scared her most was that Gu Wanwan's influence was so strong she managed to bring down the Zeng family from afar in Hushir City, crushing her dream of becoming a government official's wife. The Zeng family was pushed back into, and she felt like she had fallen from the clouds into an abyss. Zeng Jiliang, who had no power, no influence, and no money, was as useless as trash and had no attraction for her. The only wealthy person left around her was Liang Xian. It seemed she had to find a new target. She couldn't keep relying on Zeng Jiliang, nor could she let him drag her down. When she learned that the Zeng family had fallen apart, Chen Jili and He Yanwei's attitudes changed. Not only did their fake sisterhood collapse, but their fake brotherhood did too. Without the status of the pigeon-tail officer's son, Zeng Jiliang was just a humble rural man in their eyes, unworthy of their favor or loyalty. And it didn't stop there. Gu Wanwan calmly added, Zeng Jiqing's family is in trouble too. They probably don't have time to support him. So, how will Zeng Jiqing repay the 1,000 yuan owed to the brigade? Liang Jiqing, without Zeng Jiliang, Ganqi is no longer her big catch. From now on, you will be her money bag. Liang Xian felt sick and secretly vowed to guard her money tightly, so Ganqi wouldn't take advantage of her for free. Zeng Jiliang's mind went blank, feeling defeated and empty. It's over, it's really over. How could this happen? The parents' scheme failed, and the Zeng family fell apart. He couldn't accept the fact that the Zeng family was now struggling. Without the Zheng family's support, the Zeng family had no place in the city. Now, even the engagement between the couple was broken, and Zheng Shirkan had a new partner. How could he intervene to win Zheng Shirtsan's heart again? Uncle and Auntie, Canon, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I swear I won't make Canon sad again. You can scold or hit me, just give me another chance. I have a bond with Canon. To save the Zeng family, he was willing to kneel, even if it meant begging. Zheng Shirkan was amused and angry. Zeng, do you have the nerve to ask for forgiveness? We are enemies, sworn to never get along. Why should I forgive you? Your Zeng family is full of treacherous people and traitors. I won't fall for your tricks again. You look down on common folks, but look at yourself, you're just one of them. You mock Jiming for coming from a humble background, but he's much better than your Zeng family. No matter how stubborn Zeng Jiliang was, Zheng Shirkan and Zheng's parents ignored him. Instead, Zheng's mother said, Jiming has been raised by me. I know his character best. If it weren't for your scheming, I would have already arranged his marriage. Jiming is the ideal son-in-law for our Zheng family. What she didn't say was that Jiming didn't need to climb up. In fact, it was their Zheng family trying to climb higher. Jiming's mother came from a prestigious family in Beijing. Sadly, Zheng's father was blind to this, abandoning his wife and child for a mistress. When Jiming's biological mother returned to her family, she entered the household and became very arrogant. Once her identity was revealed, Zheng's father would regret it. Ziqing from the Hu family is the real wife, the Zheng parents declared. Zeng Ziqing is shameless. His family was also from the countryside. If it weren't for Ziqing, how could his family have risen so high? Being in the city has made them arrogant and ungrateful. They secretly undermine the Yu family to take their place. I used to think highly of him and even wanted to marry my daughter to him. Now, forget it. I'm worried he might betray the Yu family. He and Gan Ziqing are a perfect match, both dishonest and low. They cheat and should be reported and humiliated publicly. In desperation, Zeng Jiliang quickly tried to defend himself. We're just dating, not cheating. Gan Qi's eyes turned red with anger. She wanted to tear Zeng Jiliang apart and deny they were dating, but the situation didn't allow her to clear her name. She was speechless, effectively agreeing, and her silence sealed her fate in this relationship. Gu Wanwan shot a meaningful look at Gan Qi, then led Zheng's parents to the new house. Genki's beautiful face was filled with a fierce expression, her eyes full of hatred like a knife. She angrily stared in the direction where Gu Wanwan was leaving. Liang Xian had never seen Genki like this before and was so scared that she quickly kept her distance. Zeng Jiliang clenched his fists. He hadn't lost. The Zeng family could still rise again. Even without his parents' support, he still had Chen Jili and He Yanwei to help him with money. Jili Yanwei, I need your help. Chen Jili looked disdainful. Come on, Zeng Jiliang. Your dad is gone. I don't have time to deal with you, a nobody. You better know your place. We let you take our clothes and supplies before, so we won't complain. Consider it as if a dog had bitten us. He Yanwei nodded. It's frustrating to be your little brother. Before, you were the son of a boss, and we were happy to support you.
Now you're nothing.
Don't think you can take advantage of us. We have some money, but I'm not stupid. Helping you would offend the Zheng family parents. From now on, we're just ordinary young people, no longer brothers. Don't cling to us. Betrayed and abandoned, the world is cold and harsh, just like that. You guys are just the children of capitalists. Be careful, I might report you. Zeng Jiliang was so angry that his liver hurt. Overwhelmed by sadness, anger, and despair, he wondered where he was headed. His brothers had abandoned him. What about his beloved Qiqi? Qiqi wasn't as heartless as them. She would stay by his side. The house was already built, with a bed and stove set up and dried. Under Gu Wanwan and Fu Zai's efforts, the smell of the new house was removed in advance. Now, only half of the courtyard was surrounded, and the construction was mostly finished. There's a fresh scent in this house. It smells so good. Mother Zeng held on Bao, inspecting the new house. Her daughter and Jiming each had their own room, but the courtyard was shared. It looked like two families, but in fact it was one. Next to her daughter's house was Wanwan's. Wanwan's family had 3 rooms, enclosed in a large courtyard. There was a small gate between the 2 courtyards, allowing free movement. This location is good. It's convenient to go to the cattle shed. Tonight, take me to see Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu. I want to ask if they have any news about Fu Jia Qingning. Before we came, we quietly visited the Pei family and met Qingning's daughter, Fu Wanning. She really looks like Qingning. As for Qingning's son, I don't know why he took the Pei family surname. His name is Pei Guangzhong? From afar, I couldn't see clearly, but I always felt he didn't look like Qingning. Zheng's father was focused intently on the faces of Gu Wanwan and her brother and sister, the same look on all of them. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his mind. Oh no, something big has happened. Wife, do you remember that train incident? Zheng's mother drifted into her thoughts, her mind recalling a soft, cute little face. It was a girl they met on the train. Her face gradually overlapped with Gu Wanwan and her siblings. Wanwan, I think we might have met Yu on the train. She was sitting right across from us. Why was she so focused on her? First, because the girl's appearance felt very familiar. Second, because her words and actions caught her attention. The couple with her was very patient and seemed to love her very much. They tried to teach her to call them mom and dad, but she stubbornly refused, yet they didn't get angry. Instead, they comforted her and encouraged her gently. Third, when the girl saw her, she acted friendly and called out, "Auntie, I've seen you before." Her bright, lively eyes made her feel very fond of her. At that time, they were about to transfer trains. The girl left the couple and was about to get off with them, saying she wanted to find her older brother and sister. She didn't think much at the time, so the girl was carried away by the couple. Gu Wanwan remembered a previous fortune-telling that suggested the other side might be a couple without children. Only after her mother snapped back to reality did she realize what she had missed. They really didn't have children, so they chose to adopt. Seeing your faces, I now realize that girl was Yu. I was too slow to react. I only thought she looked like Yunshu. How could I not have guessed she was Yu? Oh my, I was negligent. I could have reunited you siblings. She told me she was looking for her older brother and sister. Gu Wanwan shook her head, not blaming her at all. Godmother, it's not your fault. Yu was destined to face this challenge. She's safe for now. When she recognized you, it was probably because she saw a photo of her mother with you. Of course, there was another possibility, perhaps like in Bao. Zheng's father patted Zheng's mother on the shoulder, understanding her guilt very well. Despite being so close, they had missed her. We do have some clues. That couple loved Yu very much, so they wouldn't mistreat her. I talked to a man before. They're surnamed Liao, living in Hangzhou, working as teachers at a school, and their family is quite well off. If we follow this lead, we will definitely find Yu. Mother Zheng was not as optimistic as Father Zheng. She knew how much the Liao couple valued their precious Yo-Yo. The couple is lucky to have found such a beautiful daughter. I worry about what will happen if they refuse to let Yo-Yo go back to us. What if Yo-Yo accepts them and forgets her family?
She said.
I've seen many cases where children prefer their foster parents over their biological parents. Yo-Yo is less than 3 years old, at an age where children need love from their parents and are easily fooled. If she stays with her foster family, she might forget her real family altogether. Zheng Shirkan was a doer. He said, "Let's go ask old Xiao for leave now and go to Hang City to find Yo-Yo. If the Liao couple refuses, we might have to take her by force." Father Zheng gently tapped his daughter's forehead. "You're brave. If only we could have taken her earlier." Gu Wanwan touched her chin thoughtfully. "Finding her is necessary. I need to meet Fu Jingchen first. He's almost here. In the afternoon, Zheng's parents saw how capable Gu Wanwan was at building a house. In less than 2 hours, they had surrounded the yard with a wooden fence about the height of an adult and planned to grow climbing plants behind it for a nice smell and good looks. Since they would only live there for a couple of years, there was no need to make it too fancy. They left a small door in the fence so they could go directly to the cattle shed without passing through the youth station. It would make it easier to deliver things to the grandparents, who could also come to the new house for baths and meals. Next to the 2 houses, she built a sturdy wooden shed for firewood. Later, they could dig a cellar to store food. A separate toilet was necessary, even though she and Anbao could use the space to handle their needs. Mother Zheng kept praising. No wonder you're such a talented girl from the Gu family. Your hands are amazing. Anyone would be proud. Gu Wanwan looked at her watch. Godmother, you can stay in Shirtsan's new house tonight, so you don't have to go back and forth. Later, Shirkan will bring you some blankets. Just stay there for now. Tomorrow, I'll bring furniture. That's great. I brought some money for you. Use it freely, Mother Zheng said, observing the room. Besides a large bed, they hadn't bought much else. During this visit, she and old Zheng decided to experience rural life. Later, Gu Wanwan left briefly and brought back 2 large pots, placing them on the stove. Once she lit the fire, they could start cooking. When the Zheng couple first saw the white tiger, they were a little scared. But once the tiger started acting cute and playful, they quickly got used to it. They were very friendly and enthusiastic toward the tiger. It was still early, so Gu Wanwan took them into the mountains to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. She left the new house in the care of the little white tiger. In Zheng Shirtsan's eyes, Sister Wan is an all-powerful figure. Animals below tigers are not enough for her to see. Wanwan were used to catching wild chickens and rabbits every day. How about we try some other wild game? Father Zheng twitched his mouth, thinking his daughter was really daring. The mountains are rich in resources, but full of dangers. No one knows when wolves or tigers might appear. Do they really think they can just catch meat whenever they want? Life in the countryside is so good, so why do so many people dislike moving there? Just as he was about to teach his daughter a few words of advice, 2 stones suddenly flew past and hit 2 wild chickens. Zheng Shirkan happily ran over, quickly grabbing the chickens and putting them into her basket. Wanwan, should I send one to the captain's family? No need. I'm in a bad mood, Gu Wanwan said casually. I'll teach you something. Giving is a sign of friendship, but it's not a duty. Today, there's no need to exchange favors. Zheng Shirkan nodded, understanding.
Great.
I didn't want Zhao Sime to eat it anyway. Big sister, there's a fish. And Bao's voice came from the bushes. Gu Wanwan used her spiritual sense to check inside. She saw a pond filled with many fat freshwater fish. Since no one was fishing there, besides the king of freshwater fish, there were some rare species. She wrapped her spiritual sense around the fish and sent some into her space, planning to raise them in Fu Jingchen's space. And Bao's eyes lit up. Following her sister's previous instructions, she reached into the water with her small hands, touched the fish, and sent them into her space. Gu Wanwan immediately learned what her little ones were hoarding in their space. Her children were stockpiling again. Then she used her spiritual sense to control a few fish to splash onto the shore. When Zheng's parents parted the grass, they saw Bao holding fish. They couldn't help but hug her tightly, showering her with kisses. Good baby, you're amazing. You caught so many big fish. And Bao was praised and beamed with pride. Sister, I'm so fat. Everyone burst into laughter at her words. The little one was just too adorable. Gu Wanwan led them along a small path down the mountain. Suddenly, she sensed some movement in the bushes. Ugh, I don't want to. Gu Wanwan made a shushing gesture and used her spiritual sense to check inside. The scene was quite shocking. There was a small cave hidden in the bushes, with a man and a woman inside. The man was around middle age, and the woman still had her charm. They didn't seem to know what the outside world was. They were sweating profusely. Zheng Shirtsan's curiosity immediately ignited. She tiptoed to the edge of the bushes and was so shocked she almost shouted out loud. Hu Jiming quickly covered her mouth. What sound is that? Gu Wanwan calmly threw 2 illusion seeds and covered Anbao's eyes with her hand. This is our secret base.
No one knows about it.
It's almost evening, and villagers are busy cooking dinner. Who would have time to come up the mountain? Let's finish quickly. My son is waiting for me to make dinner. He's very hungry. Are you responsible? And what about the piece of meat in my stomach? When will you give me a proper status? Of course, I am responsible. I'm in a promotion period and can't afford any scandal. Once I become a leader at the commune, I will kick out my wife, Yutsuehua. If her family weren't from Qingshan village and helped me a bit, I would have divorced her long ago. Old Ding, that Gu Jiqing, do you give her a hard time? She caused my sister to get caught. Our family is furious. My sister even found a wealthy city girl for my brother, Zheng Shirkan. Do you want to help match them? No. Gu Jiqing is a fiery person. She's quite crazy. I advise you not to provoke her. As for Zheng Shirkan, I heard her father is the director of the Pigeon Tail Society. Don't have any ideas about her, or you'll get caught. Also, Zheng Shirkan has been influenced by Gu Wanwan. She's become wild, aggressive, and quick to fight. Just drug her. Once she's pregnant, Zheng's parents won't object. Don't lie to me. Yutsuehua and your eldest son won't let go of Gu Wanwan, this golden hen. The 2 of them conspired without realizing that Gu Wanwan and her group overheard everything. Gu Wanwan pressed a switch and stored the recording pen into her space. Zheng Shirkan, with her quick temper, picked up a branch to attack them, but Hu Jiming pulled her back. Don't act rashly. I'm going to call someone to break her shoes. Zheng Shirkan gritted her teeth. Even Hu Jiming, wanting to kill Secretary Ding, could only suppress his fierce anger. As long as he was there, he would never let Ma Widow take advantage. They're already dressed. This place is so far from the foot of the mountain. It would take just a short trip for those 2 to leave. The villagers are bored. We need the right moment, strike once and hit hard. Zheng's parents were both angry and shocked. They had seen the village's sneaky tactics. But what made them feel better was that their daughter had been well taught by Wanwan. She was stubborn and wouldn't suffer losses easily. Besides, Wanwan was here. Let's go, Gu Wanwan said with a cold smile, pulling Anbao away. Before leaving, she secretly activated vines to trip the 2 people. They fell suddenly, rolling down with screams of men and women. Dinner was cooked by Gu Wanwan, who made a large pot of chicken with potatoes and a pot of braised fish. Tomato scrambled eggs and greens were cooked by Hu Jiming. A separate plate was prepared for the 4 elders in the cattle shed. Zheng's parents were amazed at the hearty portions of meat and vegetables, almost speechless. They believed their daughter wasn't just here to farm but to enjoy life, and Zheng's mother even started to consider moving to the countryside because the food was more delicious and plentiful than in the city. It's hard to imagine that every day their daughter eats big fish and meat and can just pick whatever she wants from the mountains. If only she has Wanwan's skills and luck. Anbao ate a big chicken like her sister handed her, eyes squinting happily. Delicious. Auntie, eat more, enough for everyone. Zheng's mother took a bite and was quickly convinced by the taste. So good. Better than what I cook. Even Jiming is so talented. Sansong will have good fortune in the future. Teach me how to cook these days, and I'll make it for my old Zheng when I go back. Zheng's father shrank back nervously, looking as if he hadn't eaten enough in his life, and eagerly dug into his food. His wife was gentle and kind, but her cooking skills were terrible, almost like pig feed. After dinner, Gu Wanwan carried the leftovers and took Zheng's parents to see the cattle shed. Shun Qing saw the visitors clearly and exclaimed happily, Tinghua, why are you here? How have you been these years? Gu auntie, I'm sorry you've had a hard time, Zheng's mother, whose real name was Xia Tinghua, said, pointing to her husband. This is my husband, Zheng Ziqian. Do you remember him? Shin Qing was excited and took Xia Tinghua's hand. Of course I remember. Hello, Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu, Zheng Ziqian greeted them. His eyes fell on the Pei couple and he paused. Wife, aren't those Uncle Pei and Auntie Pei? Why are you sent away from the Pei family? Yi Sijuan was stunned and finally recognized Xia Tingyue. She shook her head and sighed. It's a long story. We were reported by the Pei family. By the way, you're my sister-in-law's good sister. Do you know where she is? Do you know where my son is? Gu Chongqing thought for a moment and said, Good sister? Besides Yin Shu, it's Fu Qingning. Isn't Fu Qingning from the Fu family? I haven't heard from her in a long time. Last time, old Fu mentioned she had been unconscious for many years. Her son-in-law has been taking care of her. What was his name again? I forgot. Shun Qing pondered for a long time but couldn't remember. That name sounds familiar. I only remember he has the same surname as old Fu. He's rarely seen. I've forgotten his name too. Summer Tingyue frowned tightly, her eyes full of helplessness. Life was so unfair. Qingning had stayed away from the wolf's den of the Pei family, but ended up in a coma. We need to notify the Fu family to bring Qingning's 2 children home. After Pei Zixing couldn't find Qingning, he immediately married a widow with a child. Qingning's children will definitely be mistreated by their stepmother. Yi Sijuan was suddenly filled with anger. The Pei family is full of bad people. Qingning originally cared deeply for my son, but Pei Zixing forced himself into their relationship. I don't know what he said to Qingning, but she agreed to marry him. The Pei family knows we treat Qingning like a daughter, so they deliberately used the 2 children to force us to compromise. Over the years, they've taken a lot of money from us. That stepmother isn't a good person. Before we were sent away, she even wanted to interfere with the job I found for Qingning's daughter. The Pei family thinks that by framing us and sending us away, they can take over our family estate. They are dreaming. Now, I am most worried about the children's situation. Summer Tingyue shared everything she had learned. Their son was renamed Pei Guangzong. The Pei grandmother loves him very much. But I am most concerned about their daughter, Fu Wanning. I always feel there's more to it than just valuing boys over girls.
What?
Renamed? Didn't they agree that she would keep her mother's surname? Before we were sent away, they still had the surname Fu. What's really going on? Meanwhile, Fu Jingchen and Sheng Qing arrived safely at Hongqi Commune. Sheng Qing teased him with a smile. Boss, why are you so anxious? Sister-in-law is in Xiangyang village. She won't run away. Fu Jingchen shot him a sidelong glance. I'm a single guy. I can't understand the feelings of a married man. Sheng Qing had never seen this side of the boss. In his impression, Fu Jingchen was cold and distant toward women, like a noble flower on a high mountain. But after meeting Gu Wanwan, his cold and proud attitude instantly melted away. Just like Gu Peichuan mentioned, love-struck? Boss, you still have a tough battle ahead in Xiangyang village. You have parents and siblings. Where does sister-in-law rank in your heart? Fu Jingchen's eyes suddenly softened, and he spoke with certainty. She is my whole world. Sheng Qing was speechless. Wow, the mighty soldier king is really love-struck. Confirmed. Over at the pigsty, Summer Tingyue told the Gu family grandparents about Yuyu's whereabouts. When they learned that the teacher couple who found Yuyu was kind, they finally relaxed a little. As long as Yuyu wasn't in the hands of human traffickers, it was a small blessing in misfortune. The 2 elders of the Pei family still couldn't understand what was happening. They just listened as Yi Sijuan angrily said, How could Pei Tai Zhao Baiping go back on his word? Usually, he always opposes us, loves to mock our family, and thinks my old Pei is an outsider. He also cares about the money I hold. It's really outrageous. Pei Zixing also repeatedly promised to take care of Qingning and her children, but then he allows others to bully his stepdaughter. Qingning just left, not divorced. How dare he remarry? Isn't that bigamy? Zhao Baiping? I think she's probably from a distant branch of the Zhao family. Gu Wanwan stroked her chin thoughtfully. Grandma Pei, is it possible that Aunt Qingning and Pei Zixing never officially registered their marriage? Xia Tingyue gave Gu Wanwan a thumbs up. As expected of her goddaughter, more clever and insightful than a real daughter. She quickly got to the point. Old Zeng and I secretly checked. They really didn't register. Using bigamy to ruin Pei Zixing won't work, but I never thought Pei Zixing would be so fickle. He used to be deeply in love with Qingning. I don't understand why Qingning would give up Pei Ai's son and remarry Pei Zixing. I suspect there's something fishy in the Pei family. Zhao Baiping liking Pei Guangzong is one thing, but Pei Zixing's new wife, Cui Hailu, also cares a lot for Pei Guangzong. Is that normal for a malicious stepmother? And it's not just praise. She treats him like her own son. Now Pei Guangzong has been spoiled and corrupted. He's helping his stepmother force his sister, Fu Wanning, to give up her job, hoping she'll replace the stepdaughter and go to the countryside. They were helpless as outsiders and couldn't interfere in the Pei family's affairs. They could only wait for the Fu family to bring the children back, so Qingning and her children could escape the danger. On the day the windows were fitted with glass, Gu Wanwan moved in with her brother. Zheng Shirken didn't understand much, but had heard about it. Wanwan, do we need to pick an auspicious day for moving? Do we need to host a small feast? Oh, we haven't even invited anyone to the housewarming. Gu Wanwan calculated her days. Better to do it spontaneously. Every house we handle is lucky. Once the furniture arrives tomorrow, we'll set up a small celebration. Invite old Zhao, Lu Meizi, and a few familiar people. No need to invite all the young people. Hu Jiming understood this well. Canon, we're lucky to have Wanwan's help. Usually new houses stay empty for a few days. Smell our place, it's fresh and calming. The bed is even dried. I plan to move in tonight. Zheng Shirken agreed. It's better to move in early. That way, we avoid conflicts with the young people and don't have to worry about theft of our belongings. They decided quickly. Gu Wanwan led a group back to the youth camp, dragging her suitcase out of the girls' dormitory. Niu Kai Rue asked curiously, Gu Ziking, Zheng Ziking, what are you doing? Gu Wanwan gave her a penny. We are moving into the new house, so you won't need to trouble yourselves with our luggage anymore. Fewer people means you can sleep more comfortably without squeezing together. Yao Ruehue stared in disbelief. Really? The house is finished? Yesterday, the walls and roof were still being built. How could it be done so quickly? Won't it need a few days to dry? It's understandable that the educated youths didn't know. Behind the new house, there's a tiger standing there. Who would dare to get close? Originally, tonight, the educated youths planned a small meeting related to Zheng Shirtsan's parents. Considering that Zheng's parents might stay at the youth station, everyone voted on whether to agree or not. Yao Ruehue and Zeng Jiliang wanted to use this to control and deliberately make things difficult. But then they heard that Zheng's family had no intention of staying. Instead, they went straight into the new house and even moved their luggage away. The older educated youths had to admire Gu Wanwan's quick building skills. The house changed completely each day, like playing. It turns out that they hadn't built the house earlier because they were holding back their strength. Zeng Jiliang was struck dumb. Zheng Shirken no longer stayed at the youth station, so he couldn't freely enter her house anymore, let alone think about asking for money. Why didn't you discuss this with me? What am I supposed to do now? This time, Zheng Shirken didn't need to argue. Chen Jili and He Yanwei personally stepped in. Zeng Jiliang, who do you think you are? Are you Zheng's youth or her fiancé? Do you think you're fit for a country bumpkin? Trying to control Zheng Shirken. It's hilarious. Uncle Zheng and Aunt Zheng have broken off the engagement. You still want to cling on? Her real fiancé is Hu Jiming. Anyone with eyes can see Zheng Shirken really dislikes you. Zeng Jiliang was scolded red in the face. The dogs that once flattered him had now betrayed him to Hu Jiming. It was both infuriating and embarrassing. I am her lifesaver. He Yanwei sneered coldly. That's the only lame excuse you have left. Are you claiming credit for saving her? It's hard to tell. They had considered pursuing Zheng Shirken to benefit themselves, but Zheng's parents supported Hu Jiming, so they knew they had no chance. Gu Wanwan looked meaningfully at Yan Duong and Xiong Ziyuan. Don't say I didn't warn you. I was actually missing sleeping under the tree. Yan Jiqing's hope of seeing me soaked by rain was dashed.
Sorry about that.
I advise Yan Jiqing not to wander around the back anymore. My little bai is not to be messed with. Yan Duong was furious. The crazy woman sleeping under the tree was under constant surveillance. He dared not cause trouble at the cattle shed. Now that she was no longer sleeping under the tree, he dared not go near the cattle shed at all. Xiong Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. hiding a flash of fierce intent. The Ding family Yutsuehua, after losing 200 and failing to recover 500 in bride price, felt deep hatred for Gao Lifeng. Of course, she also resented Gu Wuan, mainly because she lacked the courage to seek revenge on her. Zheng Shirtsan's parents came, Hu Jiqing became the new fiancé, and this second marriage is off. Gu Wuan, she caused me great loss. I can't face anyone now. Ding Qidong comforted his mother. Mom, don't be angry. When Gu Jiqing moves in, I'll make her apologize to you. I'll have her give all the money to you for safekeeping, okay? Yutsuehua frowned tightly and quickly dismissed her son's hopeful thoughts. She's a martyr's family member. Do you still want to force her into marriage? That's prison-worthy.
Don't think too much about it.
Ding Qidong was confident. I have a plan. Ding Yanli's eyes lit up. What plan? Tell me. Chunhua said she saw Brother Jingchen in the city yesterday. He might arrive in Xiangyang village tomorrow. I'm going to visit the Fu family later to prepare for the wedding. Fortunately, everything needed for the wedding had been prepared in advance. As soon as the groom arrived in Xiangyang village, they could get married and move into the bridal chamber. Ding Yanli eagerly looked forward to the wedding day. She imagined a grand celebration, Fu Jingchen gently holding her hand, declaring their vows in front of both sets of parents, becoming the envy of everyone. She also wanted to give Gu Wuan a lesson, making her realize the consequences of coveting her fiancé. Mom, while the Fu family is still asleep, let's notify them quickly. Once I marry Brother Jingchen, I can use the status of the wife of the regiment commander's wife to get benefits for our family and help you and Dad suppress Gu Wuan. Let her dare disrespect us again. Yutsuehua pulled her impatient daughter. Why rush? We still have time to prepare tomorrow. The dowry is ready, and your dad can go to town early to buy meat. Your marriage is settled. Fu Jingchen can't back out now. We also need to settle your brother's big life event. Ding Qidong shared his plan with his mother and daughter. We won't force the marriage. Instead, we can create a fake relationship between me and Gu Jiqing so everyone in Xiangyang village will know. Rumors are powerful. Even if she doesn't want to marry, she will have to. Besides, I'm not forcing her. Mother, no matter how unhappy you are with Gu Jiqing, you must endure it. Her noble status can bring honor to our family and benefit the Ding family's future. Plus, her family is well off. My eldest brother and others are soldiers who send money and packages every month. As long as Gu Jiqing marries into our family, she will become one of us eventually. Yutsuehua became more and more excited as she listened, unable to hide her hope for a bright future. No matter how arrogant Gu Wanwan is, she will eventually fall into the Ding family, paving the way for their future. Son, I fully support you. Marry Gu Wanwan as soon as possible. Such good conditions are hard to find, even with a lantern. With her brother personally stepping in, Ding Yanli felt much more at ease. Zheng's couple spent their first night in Zheng Shirtsan's new house. The bed was large enough for 4 or 5 people. However, Zheng Shirkan insisted on sleeping over at Gu Wanwan's place, claiming it was to avoid disturbing his parents' married life. Gu Wanwan left before dawn. When everyone else woke up, they saw a full cart of furniture. The furniture was taken from her space, some from the way station in Fushur, repurposed efficiently. Some cabinets and stools were created by Gu Wanwan's special abilities, easy and quick. The stools could be made into any shape needed. Everyone was used to Gu Wanwan's skills. They knew she could do anything. The furniture was arranged in no time without needing villagers' help. Gu Wanwan also built a swing for her younger brother in the yard and made a few small cabinets for him to store his toys and snacks. Little Cabbage, with his short legs, carried a small cabinet, panting happily as he worked. Recently, she had been giving Anbao spiritual spring water to improve his health. After making him some homemade beginner strength pills, his strength was impressive. He could easily knock down adults. Summer Tinghua was worried that Cabbage might be too weak to carry things, but she was wrong. Oh, my little one is so strong. So capable. Anbao grinned happily, loving to be praised. While they were busy, Hu Jiming went to cook breakfast, porridge with pickled vegetables and meat sauce, simple and tasty. Zheng's parents finished breakfast and went with Gu Wanwan to the warehouse to get tools, ready to start work. Gathering pig feed went smoothly. With Gu Wanwan's incredible help, they found pig feed wherever there were pigs, quickly filling a sack. They took it to the pigpen storage and repeated the process several times. While the villagers were still working in the fields, Gu Wanwan and her group finished their tasks early. They had free time for the rest of the day. During this time, Anbao and Shin Yinyu collected about 8 wild eggs to add to their lunch. Passing by the Ding and Fu families, they saw many relatives gathered at the door. Outside Fu's yard, 10 large round tables were set up, and some village women were busy slaughtering chickens and preparing meat, happily working together. Gu Wanwan went to the warehouse to return tools and looked for Shi Yueling to record her work points. Seeing Gu Wanwan, Shi Yueling was both angry and anxious and couldn't help but complain, "Gu Jiqing, you don't know how terrible Ding Yanli is." She got news from Chunhua that Jingchen Gij was coming back today, so she hurriedly arranged a wedding banquet. As soon as Jingchen Gij arrived, they got married immediately. Isn't that forcing a marriage? Is Ding Yanli in such a rush to marry? Now she's calling Jingchen Gij's parents mom and dad, shamelessly. She even boasted about it in front of me just now. It made me so angry. Usually, the groom's side goes to pick up the bride. Ding Yanli is afraid Jingchen Gij will regret, so she moved all her dowry to Fu's house. She even keeps her clothes in the same wardrobe as Jingchen Gij's. Now she's wearing a red dress and moving straight into Jingchen Gij's bridal room. Bridal room? Fu's family probably already kicked Jingchen Gij out long ago. The new house has no room left for him. It was turned into a storage room. Only Fu's younger sister opposes Ding Yanli. She cried all morning but couldn't change the wedding plans. Gu Wanwan chuckled, "My partner is getting married? Did I agree?" Zheng Shirkan, who disliked the hypocritical and narcissistic Xiao Shan, said, "Wanwan, the third party is too bold. Let's go and steal the bride." Shi Yueling was a bit speechless. It seemed Gu Jiqing was too into her role, genuinely thinking Jingchen Gij was her partner. When Jingchen Gij returns to the village and sees so many people interested in him, he will be so angry. Forget it. Let Gu Jiqing cause some trouble. Maybe the wedding will be cancelled. Gu Jiqing, our future depends on you. If I am lucky enough to marry Jingchen Gij, I will thank you for the rest of my life. Gu Wanwan slightly pulled her mouth. "You're my rival in love. I won't help you. I'll say it again. Fu Jingchen is really my partner, and he won't marry you." After saying this, she didn't care whether Shi Yueling believed her or not. She took Anbao and headed to Fu's house. "Congratulations, congratulations. Our captain's wife looks so beautiful today. Yanli has truly risen like a phoenix. Remember us good sisters when good things happen in the future." "What phoenix?" "Yanli is already a phoenix. She's the princess of Secretary Ding's family, born with a noble destiny. I want to marry a soldier. When Yanli follows the army, can you introduce me to one?" Yanli is beautiful and kind-hearted, more generous and attractive than Gu Jiqing, so of course she would agree. Their compliments pleased Ding Yanli. When she saw Gu Wanwan appear at the door, she immediately strutted forward confidently. "Gu Jiqing, you're just in time. Today is my and Jingchen's big happy day. Please stay and join us for the celebration. I believe you'll wish us a long-lasting marriage and a loving relationship." Ding Yanli, acting like the hostess, greeted Gu Wanwan, trying to spite her even if it meant making herself look bad. She believed that moving into the Fu family meant her marriage was secure, but she underestimated Fu Jingchen, who no longer followed the old rules and was no longer obedient to parents and elders like before. Now she was full of hope and excitement for the wedding, but she was about to be very disappointed. Her followers, trying to flatter the future wife of the team leader, belittled Gu Wanwan, making her seem worthless. "Gu Jiqing, you're not a noble person. Can you act a bit more decent? Yanli has successfully married into the Fu family. You and Fu Jingchen have no chance anymore. Please don't ruin the reputation of the team leader and his wife. I heard Yanli say you're dating her brother Qi Xiongdong. Please focus on your own relationship. It's not proper for a sister-in-law to be jealous of her brother-in-law. If it gets out, people will laugh at you." The village women helping at the Fu family looked at Gu Wanwan with disapproving eyes, as if she were the third party, ruining the marriage. Ding Yanli was pleased with their reactions and made a suitable promise. Aunties and sisters, don't worry. I will make sure Jingchun keeps an eye on his good friends and see if they're suitable for you. Gu Wanwan smiled instead of getting angry. Why is the Ding family trying to force a marriage again? Ding Yanli pretended to be calm. Taking advantage of the gossiping women gathered at the Fu house, she deliberately confirmed Gu Wanwan's relationship with her brother. It's not about forcing a marriage. You and my brother are in love. It was only because the bride price couldn't be agreed on that you accused my family of forcing you. Actually, you and my brother have been secretly seeing each other. Don't deny it. Today is my brother Jingchun's happy day. I don't want to argue with you. Since you're like a sister-in-law before the wedding, I kindly invited you to stay for the feast. If you don't appreciate it, then forget it. The Zeng family couple and Zeng Shirkin found this unbearable to listen to. It seemed the Ding family hadn't given up on Wanwan. After failing to force her into marriage, they came up with another plan, trying to use public opinion to confirm Wanwan's secret relationship with Ding Qidong. This is so sneaky. Some rural, clumsy tricks are really hard to defend against. Gu Wanwan held her younger brother's hand as they crossed Ding Yanli and confidently walked into the Fu family house. The Fu family home was also one of the best brick and tile houses in Yangyang village. Inside the main hall, relatives gathered to celebrate. At the front were old Master Fu and old Madam Fu. One was honest-looking but hypocritical, the other sharp-tongued and mean. Next to them stood a shy couple, likely Fu Jingchun's parents, the wife of old Madam Fu's eldest son and daughter-in-law, with Father Fu Yuzhong, who was kind but overly loyal to his parents. Fu Jingchun once mentioned that his father's attitude toward him was very complicated. His mother, Shen Chun Man, was honest and simple, a typical rural woman without her own opinions. Because old Madam Fu loved her younger son and daughter, she was often bullied by her sisters-in-law and older sisters-in-law. Fu Jingchun had 3 older brothers, named Jean, Silver, and Copper in order. Only Fu Jingchun was different. Elder brother Fu Yijin married Lu Laishi and had 2 daughters, Spring Girl, 8 years old, and Summer Girl, 4 years old, and was currently expecting another child. Second brother Fu Ain married Sun Xiaohua and had 2 daughters, Autumn Girl, 6, and Winter Girl, 3. Third brother Fu Shantong married Wang Xuexiu. They worked in the city and had a daughter, 3-year-old Treasure Girl. Elder sister Fu Yuqin married someone in the city, and younger sister Fu Xiangling was sweet-talking and popular in the family. Although she was favored, she still couldn't compare to the children of the second branch. Old Madam Fu's youngest son, Fu Yuxiao, had a wife and 2 children, handsome Fu Yingjun and beautiful Fu Meili. Old Madam Fu loved her family and often used her belongings from the main house to support her youngest son's family. There were 5 granddaughters but no grandsons, known as the 5 beauties of the old Fu family. Last time, Fu Jingchun returned injured and was diagnosed with a serious injury that affected his fertility. The Fu family kept this secret tightly, but Fu Xiangling leaked it, discouraging many marriage prospects. In fact, villagers often whispered about the Fu family's declining lineage. Ding family knew well that Fu Jingchun couldn't have children. His daughter liked him, and despite his handsome face, considered the most handsome in the area, even more handsome than stars, Fu Xiangling had driven away most suitors. But Fu Jingchun's good qualities remained. Even if he couldn't have children, he was a leader, and marrying him could make her a noble lady. As for children, that could be arranged. Ding Yanli and Yu Tsuehua had already discussed adopting one from her family. When Fu Jingchun's estate was inherited by his nephew, everyone would be happy. Hey, isn't that the famous Gu Jiqing from our village? You're here so early. We haven't even started the feast, said the speaker, Lu Laishi, Fu Jingchun's sister-in-law. Gu Wanwan ignored her, glanced at the people in the main room, and calmly announced, "Hello everyone, I am Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchun's partner. Nice to meet you. Jingchun told me to come to the Fu family whenever I have free time to build a good relationship with you all." This statement was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Ding Yanli didn't expect Gu Wanwan to be so shameless, daring to openly challenge her. Gu Wanwan, you're crazy. Brother Jingchun is my husband. Are you planning to steal him from me? Gu Wanwan quickly shut her down. Husband? Have you two registered your marriage? These days, it's not the olden days. Parents' approval and matchmakers' words are all nonsense. Do you think you can compete with me? It was Brother Jingchun who insisted on dating me. If I don't marry him, he won't give up. He's persistent, but it's all just sweet trouble. Oh, and aren't you involved with Yan Duang? How can you be so shameless to marry into the Fu family? Ding Yanli, dressed in a new red dress, was so angry she almost lost control. She wanted to tear Gu Wanwan apart. Why am I not qualified? Brother Jingchun has given me many gifts. Have you ever met him? Do you have the right to covet him? Are you better than me? In the countryside, as long as your parents agree, it's fine. Basically, you're just jealous that I married well and want to ruin my wedding. The elders here support me, and your schemes won't work. Gu Wanwan tooted. Am I not good enough? I'm prettier than you, have better figure and skin and more money. My twin brothers are soldiers. Is my family background bad? My brother and Brother Jingchun are comrades in arms. Do you think we don't know each other? Strictly speaking, Brother Jingchun is the one who climbed up to me. She is impressive. She is from a noble family. The village women couldn't help but widen their eyes. A daughter of a village official and a military sister. Who wins and who loses was obvious. Some villagers even started to have secret thoughts. If Gu Wanwan could be married into their family, with her mother's support, wouldn't her in-laws rise to fame? Ding Yanli, overwhelmed with anger, didn't notice what was said afterward. She only knew that Gu Wanwan had attacked her weakest spot. She was of average build, with freckles on her face, but none of that mattered. Makeup could cover it. Gu Wanwan, do you think causing a fuss at the Fu family will cancel the wedding? All you're doing is making Brother Jingchun dislike you more. He's already at the commune, and will come back soon to marry me. No matter how much you cause trouble, it won't change the fact that I will move into the Fu family. Ding Yanli took a deep breath, trying to calm her anger. It's a happy day. I won't argue with you, to avoid bad luck. Parents, what if Gu Jiqing is telling the truth? Should we? Shin Chunman hesitated and spoke softly. Old Lady Fu glared at her impatiently. The money and benefits had already been agreed with the Ding family. Now, if they call off the engagement, Party Secretary Ding won't give up easily. Moreover, the fourth son is not suitable for a family with good conditions, so she doesn't agree with the marriage between the fourth son and Gu Jiqing. The wedding will go on as planned. I am the fourth son's grandmother. I can't decide his marriage? Gu Jiqing is crazy and fierce. He's already causing trouble with Qingshan Brigade and Gu Posi's family. Sooner or later, it will bring disaster to the Fu family. Can you control such a daughter-in-law? Not only can she not control her, but once Gu Wanwan marries into the Fu family, she will probably control the family herself. The whole family will have to listen to her. However, the other members of the Fu family had their own schemes. The three brothers didn't want Fu Jingchun to marry a wife of higher status than their own. Plus, Ding Yanli offered too many benefits. If the marriage went ahead, each brother would get 100 yuan. Sun Xiaohua and Wang Xuexiu praised Ding Yanli to earn money. Only Lu Laishi was out of sorts. She wanted her sister-in-law to be her own sister from her family. She had tried to matchmake her several times, but her sister-in-law sabotaged her plans, giving Ding Yanli a chance. 100 yuan wasn't much, so stingy. If her sister married the fourth son, she could control his wages and allowances. Then, the sisters could work together to take over Grandma Fu's authority. Right now, Grandma Fu was in charge. She earned money, but had to hand it over for distribution. Grandma Fu favored her youngest son, giving him all the good food and drinks. The in-laws dared not oppose her, but that didn't mean they were willing to stay silent. The sisters-in-law secretly thought about splitting the family. Lu Laishi even touched her belly, wondering if it would succeed, if only she could give birth to Fu family's only grandson. Grandpa and Grandma, let's wait until fourth brother comes back to discuss the marriage. If you decide on it yourself, fourth brother will be upset. If he doesn't marry Ding Yanli, wouldn't the Ding family become a joke in the village? Fu Xiangling didn't support Gu Wanwan. She was fine with anyone disrupting the wedding, as long as no one touched her brother Jingchen. Gu Wanwan watched Fu Xiangling closely, noticing a subtle emotion in her eyes. How interesting, her sister had feelings for her brother. Ding Yanli looked at the two elders with a plea in her eyes. The biggest obstacle to her marriage into the Fu family was Fu Xiangling. I really don't understand what that stubborn girl is thinking. She treats her like a thief, afraid she might steal Fu Jingchen away, as if Fu Xiangling could marry her own brother. Sooner or later, her sister-in-law will marry out. She can't stay with her brother forever. After she and brother Jingchen finish their wedding, she will find a match for her sister-in-law to marry. Old Madame Fu put down her cigarette holder. Our Fu family values honesty most. Gu Jiqing, thank you for your affection for my grandson. Matters of love can't be forced. My grandson and the fourth sister-in-law have been childhood sweethearts, truly in love. As elders, we see this clearly. I kindly ask you to behave properly and not interfere in my grandson's marriage because of past grudges with the Ding family. Please don't ruin the military marriage. Old Madame Fu examined Gu Wanwan with a sharp look. There are many women who like my grandson. Everyone claims to be a candidate. Can our Fu family marry them all? I'll make this clear. I absolutely won't allow you to enter. Yanli is the rightful future daughter-in-law of our Fu family. No one can change that. When my grandson comes, he must listen to me. I want to see if he would cut ties with his grandparents and parents just for a stranger like you. You even brought a burden. This is unacceptable in our Fu family. The Ding family is generous to accept you. You all can leave now. Our Fu family doesn't welcome you. As long as I am here, you'll never enter the Fu family. Their confident words made Gu Wanwan feel embarrassed in front of everyone. When I meet my future in-laws, and if I marry Fu Jingchen, don't expect me to indulge you. I'm just here to tell you that all your efforts are in vain. With a meaningful glance at Ding Yanli's figure leaving, Gu Wanwan said, forcing marriage is a Ding family tradition, right? Some people, despite their looks, wish they could marry easily, but can't. No matter how many times they try, they can't succeed. Ding Yanli stared angrily at Gu Wanwan's back, feeling both furious and relieved. Finally, the crazy old woman had given up. Now, no one could stop her marriage. Zeng Shirkin frowned. She was already ready to cause trouble at the wedding venue. Wanwan, should we do nothing? Will they force Fu Jinqing into the wedding chamber? No, they won't have a chance. On the way back to the new house, Gu Wanwan wrote a note with her mind and threw it into the adjacent space. Congratulations! Your fiancée has entered the house, claiming to be the wife. No need for you to pick her up, she's already in the bridal chamber. A big feast is prepared early in the morning, just waiting for your support. Fu Jingchen went into the space to exercise early in the morning and naturally received a note from Gu Wanwan. I have no room at Fu's house. Last time I didn't pay my wages, so they kicked me out. Poor me. I have nowhere to go back to in the village. My partner, you need to take me in. Gu Wanwan clicked her tongue twice. Fine, who has extra rooms anyway? Fu Jingchen replied, I've already filed our love report. The Fu family is breaking military marriage rules. When I return to the village, I will give them a big shock. Gu Wanwan said, then you can come back tomorrow. I'll say I moved to a new house tomorrow and host a small celebration. Both old and new young workers at the youth commune were invited to the wedding. Each person brought a few cents, but no more. The rural banquet had a good mix of meat and vegetables, much better than the pig feed at the youth commune. Only fools wouldn't go to the feast, so after work, they all ran over to Fu's house to join the fun. Unfortunately, the male lead hadn't returned home yet, so the banquet couldn't start. They could only go back to the youth commune for now, munching on sorghum cakes with water-boiled greens, eagerly awaiting the evening celebration. Gu Wanwan's fuss about Fu's wedding caused a big commotion in Xiangyang village. The women of Qingshan took the opportunity to spread rumors and smear Gu Wanwan. Some villagers, upon hearing this, didn't support her impulsiveness. Ding Yanli waited eagerly from dawn until nightfall but saw no sign of Fu Jingchen. The aunt preparing vegetables and meat in the yard and the chef ready to show their skills didn't know how to react. Should they still hold the wedding feast? By midnight, Fu's relatives and friends couldn't stay any longer and gradually left Fu's house. Ding Yanli stood in the yard, staring intently at the gate, overwhelmed by disappointment. The next morning, Fu Jingchen hurriedly packed his bags to return to the village. Sheng Qing found someone to borrow a small car, and they took both of them back to Xiangyang village. The Fu and Ding families held a grand wedding, which should have been a happy ending everyone envied, but because the groom was absent, it became the biggest joke in Xiangyang village. When work started, villagers who weren't invited passed by Fu's house and saw Ding Yanli in a red dress standing in the yard, lost in thought, whispering to each other. Ding Yanli really went all out to get married. Does Fu's fourth son want to run away from the wedding on purpose? I heard Fu's old couple humiliated Gu Jiqing to embarrass her. Who is really Fu's fourth son? Honestly, I think Ding Yanli is trying to force herself into the marriage. Military marriages require a formal report. Ding Yanli is trying to marry him first and ask for forgiveness later. She felt embarrassed to marry Fu Jingchen. She claimed to be the wife of the team leader, even though they weren't married yet and there was no groom to pick her up. She moved into the groom's house without shame. Fu Xiangling saw the villagers gossiping about Ding Yanli and felt very pleased. Ding Yanli, I won't admit you're my second sister-in-law. Didn't I say my fourth brother went to the commune? It didn't take long to return to the village, walking or driving. It probably took no more than 20 minutes. Most likely, my fourth brother heard you wanted to marry him and deliberately didn't come back to avoid being caught. I advise you to have some shame. Stop thinking about a man who isn't yours. Ding Yanli turned her head and glared fiercely. I've entered the Fu family. No one can make me leave. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Haven't you heard? You're trying everything to make me leave. Did you accept benefits from Wanwan? Or is it that nasty woman rivalrying? Fu Xiangling smiled maliciously, not naming anyone specifically. She preferred for the three to fight among themselves so she could sit back and profit. These seductive, shameless women didn't deserve her brother Jingchen. He belongs to her. He is only hers. No one should try to take him away from her. Shuri Welling learned that the wedding was postponed and came early to see Ding Yanli's embarrassment. Oh, isn't this our famous Ding branch secretary's daughter? Why is there no groom? Do you want to follow the old ways and marry a rooster? From what I see, brother Jingchen probably dislikes you, your age, your waist, your face. Maybe he was scared off. Haha. Gu Jiqing was more capable. His antics embarrassed the Fu family, and when she and Jingchen got married, she planned to give a big red envelope and invite her to be a witness. She thought Ding Yanli would be ashamed and stop her plans, but instead, she boldly announced that the wedding would go on as scheduled. She insisted it wouldn't happen until Fu Jingchen returned home. Ding's secretary and Yu Tsuehua couldn't persuade her, so they let her be. The Fu family had no objections. After all, the meat, vegetables, and cooks were paid for by Ding's family. They could earn money and marry a wife. What a good deal. The villagers said it well. Ding Yanli was simply throwing herself at him. Gu Wanwan was up early exercising. She took her younger siblings and Zheng Shirkan for a walk around the village. Naturally, she overheard the gossip about Ding Yanli staying awake all night, embarrassed. When they returned home, Zheng's family was already cooking. They steamed large meat buns and boiled wontons. The meat was brought by the couple. Last night, Hu Jiming chopped the filling and kneaded the dough. Gu Wanwan seasoned and mixed the filling. The whole family worked together to make buns and wontons. Summer Tingyue was only responsible for boiling the wontons. It wasn't very difficult. Following Gu Wanwan's instructions from yesterday, she added chopped green onions, seaweed, dried shrimp, soy sauce, vinegar, a little scallion oil, special seasoning, and then mixed it with broth. She then scooped the cooked wontons into a big bowl, full of flavor and aroma. Honey, if it weren't for the fact that business is not allowed right now, you could set up a stall selling wontons, Zheng Ziqian said with tears of joy. If his wife had such cooking skills, he wouldn't have had to eat pig feed for over 20 years. It was all thanks to Wanwan's good teaching. You should learn a few more dishes from Wanwan, then I'll be lucky. Summer Tingwe rolled her eyes at him. Did he think she didn't already remember everything in her little notebook? Wanwan even prepared many secret seasonings for her. When she used them up, she could just get more sent over. She no longer needed to worry about her cooking skills. Gu Wanwan smiled quietly. Adding spiritual spring water to the secret seasonings. How could it taste bad? Delicious, Godmother Pang Bang. And Bao held a small spoon, scooping up little wontons. Shen Zitian and Shen Ninu ate happily, their mouths full of flavor. Annie is amazing. The broth is so tasty. Summer Tingyue was floating on cloud 9 from the compliments. She lovingly looked at the little dumpling and waved her big hand confidently. All you can eat. After dinner, your godmother will take you in a small car to the county town to buy things. We'll buy more meat to help the little ones strengthen their bodies and also pick up some ingredients for tonight's dinner. Zheng Shirtsan's eyes sparkled as she pointed at herself.
Mom, what about me?
I want to go and buy a few more clothes. Summer Tingwe thought for a moment and immediately refused.
Get to work.
You're already so old. Can you learn to be more mature like Wanwan? Zheng Shirkan felt wronged inside, but didn't say anything. She squatted on the ground, drawing circles, little bok choy yellow in the field, 18 years old, no mother. Until Gu Wuan handed her a box of chocolates, she wiped away the imaginary tears and grinned happily. Wuan loves you. You're such a good friend, unlike my mom who's so stingy. A mother knows her daughter best. Summer Tingyue could see her daughter was pretending to cry, but she wouldn't be upset just because her daughter cared more about Wanwan and her brother and sister. The Fu family's wedding banquet was being prepared again. Due to Ding Yanli's ban order, Gu Wanwan and Shi Yueling were barred from entering the Fu family and attending the wedding. Liang Xian couldn't help but mockingly laugh. Gu Wanwan, everyone knows your embarrassing story. Can you stop embarrassing the youth? The Fu family has already made it clear, Fu Jingchen doesn't even know you. Hu Pandai nodded in agreement, saying, Gu Jiqing is very beautiful and has a way of attracting attention. I think she believes that men should be around her all the time. By the way, we've already given our gifts, so today we should be able to enjoy the feast. Yao Ruihue confidently said, That's obvious. The Fu family can't afford to lose face because of her. Once Fu Jingchen returns to the village, Gu Jiqing's lies will be exposed. If she damages a soldier's reputation, the Ding family can sue her. Gan Qi was happy to see Gu Wan become the target of everyone's blame. She quietly moved closer to Zheng Shirkan and whispered, trying to stir trouble, Your parents are full of love for Gu Wuan and her brother. You're not their favorite daughter. Be careful, one day Gu Wuan might replace you because she has no parents. Zheng Shirkan didn't fall for it. I am as close to Wuan as a sister. The brother and sister are my top priority, just like my parents. Brother Jiming is after them. If you want a reason, it's because Wuan and I share a deep sisterly bond from a past life. Gan Qi's face darkened. She couldn't understand why Zheng Shirkan was so sincere with Gu Wuan, even sharing his parents with her. Just then, a car drove into Xiangyang village. That's the Fu family. Your fourth brother has returned. Fu Xiangling looked upset, as if she had been hit hard. How could her brother come back? Had Ding Yanli's scheme succeeded? Ding Yanli was overjoyed. She quickly adjusted her red dress. Do I look good in this? Will brother Jingchen like it? The village girls who were friendly with her nodded quickly, flattering her. You're the most beautiful bride in Xiangyang village, fashionable and pretty, just like city folks. You deserve the captain. Congratulations to the captain's wife. The captain is here to marry you. Congrats, your wish has come true. Brother Jingchen, I knew you wouldn't leave me. The frustration and unhappiness from yesterday vanished from Ding Yanli's heart. Feeling proud, she shot a teasing look at Gu Wuan and Shi Yueling, as if mocking them for losing. Shi Yueling's eyes turned red with anger, almost crying. Are we destined to be apart forever? Gu Wuan said bluntly but truthfully, you two are meant to be apart. Compared to Ding Yanli, who was surrounded by admiration, Gu Wuan's side was much colder. Besides Gu Qingtang and Zheng Shirkan, only Lu Anti and Qian Mei were present. Zheng's parents were about to leave with their child when they heard Fu Jingchen had returned to the village. They immediately rushed to the scene, determined to protect Gu Wanwan's happiness. The Xia family wanted to make sure everything was right for her future. Aunt Lu was overwhelmed by her daughter's pregnancy before marriage and had no time to deal with village gossip. Sister Wan, don't listen to the rumors in the village. In a few days, I will confront those gossiping women. Qian Mei wanted to stop the rumors, but couldn't because the women from Qingshan village were too many and loud. These women are spreading nasty lies, even accusing Gu Jiqing of cheating, being unfaithful, and saying you're secretly involved with Ding Qidong. Old Lady Fu is really confused. She must be getting benefits from the Ding family. Gu Wanwan smiled indifferently. If the rumors are too bad, just ignore them. By the way, I am hosting a housewarming dinner tonight. You must come and join the fun. Aunt Lu and Qian Mei nodded. Of course, we wouldn't bother attending some silly wedding. Fu Jingchen opened the car door and stepped out. He wore casual clothes, tall and handsome, with sharp features and a commanding presence. His face was expressionless as he looked over everyone, finally focusing on Gu Wanwan. His intense gaze met hers, deep and meaningful, with a touch of softness. It was a look that said, "You're the right person." Sheng Qing got out from the other side, glancing back and forth between the two. His eyes were openly admiring, full of affection. So sweet it was almost sickening. For the first time, he understood what a look that lasts forever meant. Xia Tingyue was momentarily stunned, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Old Lady Fu, though not close to Fu Jingchen, enjoyed the honor he brought. "Oh, my fourth grandson is back. Come here quickly. Grandma has found you a good wife." Ding Yanli blushed shyly beside her, hoping Fu Jingchen would come over, hold her hand, and marry her in front of everyone. The Fu brothers said in unison, "Fourth brother, welcome home." Only Fu Yuzhong and Shin Chunman looked helpless. Fourth brother. On the bride's side, only Ding Shuzhu and Yu Tsuehua attended. Ding Qidong and Ding Qinan didn't want to be judged, so they didn't come to their sister's wedding. When the Ding couple saw their handsome future son-in-law and heard the flattering words around them, their vanity was instantly boosted. "It's good to see you back. Truly, you're a great son-in-law for our family." Liang Xian, Gan Qi, and Hu Pandai saw Xing Qing appear and froze in place. Wasn't he the soldier who called Gu Wanwan's sister-in-law on the train? Especially Hu Pandai, who believed she was Xing Qing's real girlfriend, immediately recognized him. Liang Xian was amazed by Fu Jingchen's stunning looks. With Xing Qing and Fu Jingchen together, was Gu Wanwan not lying? Gan Qi was also attracted by Fu Jingchen's good looks. Compared to him, Zeng Jiliang seemed insignificant. "Oh, my fourth young master Fu is so handsome. It's a pity he can't have children."
So, what if he can't?
There are still people chasing after him to marry. The Ding family is really lucky. With a military officer's son-in-law, Ding Yanli is probably the happiest woman in Yangyang village. Ding Yanli? A good son-in-law? Sheng Qing was a bit confused. What's going on? Brother Jingchen. Ding Yanli was so excited she almost fainted, desperately signaling to the village girl. The village girls understood immediately and quickly started criticizing Gu Wanwan. "Captain Fu, if you don't come back soon, Yanli will be bullied to death by Gu Wanwan." That's Gu Jiqing, who takes advantage of her status as a soldier's family to do whatever she wants. She has no self-control. Knowing you're already taken, she still went to Yanli and the elders of the Fu family, claiming you're her boyfriend? "Captain Fu, you need to clarify this face-to-face so Yanli won't be wronged." Ding Yanli pretended to wipe her tears, then imitated Gan Qi, looking pitiful. "Brother Jingchen, don't blame Gu Zhihong. You're so outstanding, loved by many. It's only natural. I won't be jealous. I'll try to be a good wife and not embarrass you." Yu Tsuehua saw her son-in-law arriving and felt confident about the marriage. She immediately took on the role of mother-in-law, saying, "Jingchen, why didn't you come back early yesterday? Don't you know Yanli waited for you all day and night, hoping you'd come back to marry her?" Old Madame Fu cooperated with a few scolding words, her greedy eyes fixed on the large and small packages in the car. Fourth young master. These are for the family, right? Elders. Why are you still standing there? Go and move the stuff. Before they could move, Fu Jingchen's cold voice sounded. They're not for you. Yu Tsuehua instinctively replied. Then they're for the Ding family. My son-in-law is so filial. Yanli, why are you just standing there? Go over. Under everyone's envy and jealousy, Ding Yanli slowly walked toward Fu Jingchen. Step by step, she was close enough. Just as she was about to open her arms and throw herself into his embrace, Fu Jingchen moved suddenly, his figure flashing quickly, causing Ding Yanli to fall flat on her face.
Ah!
Shi Yueling and Fu Xiangling snorted in amusement, secretly cursing. Serves her right. He sidestepped Ding Yanli and headed straight toward Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan watched the man approach step by step. The next moment, she threw a punch at him. Fu Jingchen faced her directly, and the two fought fiercely.
Sheng stared in shock.
Normally, when couples meet, they should be feeling love and longing, not fighting each other suddenly.
Wow.
He knew his sister-in-law was not simple, but he didn't expect her skills to be as good as a top soldier. When they fought, they were evenly matched. Ding Yanli thought that Fu Jingchen was helping her vent, so she attacked Gu Wanwan fiercely. Stop fighting. Stop it now. Let's talk nicely. Brother Jingchen, I understand your feelings. Gu Jiqing is strong and aggressive, so be careful not to get hurt. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow and quickly pulled back her strength. I'm okay, not weak. Fu Jingchen held her fist and pulled her into his arms. Want to hurt your husband on your first meeting? Suddenly, everything was silent, as quiet as a pin dropping. Whether it was Ding Yanli, Fu Xiangling, Shi Yueling, or even the Fu family members, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Fu Jingchen to really be Gu Wanwan's official partner. The people who wanted to see Gu Wanwan embarrassed were all proven wrong. This development was totally different from what they expected. The villagers, who had mocked Gu Wanwan before, now felt awkward. Especially those who had tattled, worried about Fu Jingchen's revenge. Wow, it turns out Ding Yanli was just dreaming. Yesterday, the groom was absent and made a fool of himself, and now she's humiliated in front of the whole commune. With so many eyes watching, they are still hugging. Isn't that embarrassing? People are in love. A little separation makes the heart grow fonder. You're just jealous. When they stand together, they look much better than Ding Yanli. Compared to Gu Jiqing, she's a beautiful swan, and Ding Yanli is just an ugly duckling. During their hug, Ding Yanli's perfect wedding dream shattered instantly. Fu Jingchen, who used to give her small gifts, had now abandoned her for his rival Gu Wanwan. How did it come to this? She felt like Fu Jingchen had betrayed her. She could clearly feel that Fu Jingchen had a special feeling for her. Many village girls envied her at that time. Was it because Gu Wanwan was more beautiful? Or because her family was better? So what if she was? She was still sent to the countryside as a youth. Her father was a party secretary, a village official. Did that help her with Fu Jingchen? Moreover, she was the officially recognized daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Yes, and as long as the elders supported her, the marriage between Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen could not happen. Zheng Shirkan kept staring at Fu Jingchen and couldn't help but praise. Sister One has a good eye for choosing people. I need to learn from her. Fu Jingchen looks absolutely stunning, better than any man I've seen before. I used to be blind. How could I have liked Zeng Jiliang, that loser? Old Madame Fu shouted loudly. You two, separate yourselves. Holding hands in broad daylight. What kind of behavior is that? Your grandson keeps pestering me. What can I do? He's so charming. It's almost a crime, Gu Wanwan said calmly as she hugged him. Fu Jingchen naturally welcomed this and cooperated with his wife. If your charm is a crime, then you are beyond forgiveness. And Bao lifted her cute little face and asked, Sister, who is this? Fu Jingchen looked down and saw An Bao, who was short and chubby, with a face similar to Gu Wanwan's. A faint light flickered in his deep eyes. He bent down and picked him up. Little brother-in-law An Bao, call me brother-in-law. As he spoke, he took out a giant lollipop from his pocket. And Bao happily took the large lollipop, which was bigger than his face, and cheerfully bit it, saying, "Thanks, brother-in-law. I like your big candy." "You're welcome. I like you too." Fu Jingchen looked at Gu Wanwan with a meaningful smile. "Our future children will definitely be as obedient and cute as in Bao." Gu Wanwan squinted her eyes. "Of course. With someone as excellent as me, my children will be just like me." Liang Xian suddenly brought up a topic. "What's the use of being good-looking if he can't have children?" And Bao put his hands on his hips and said, "Nonsense. Sister doesn't dislike brother-in-law. She loves him the most. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law loves you the most, and other women don't catch his eye." Fu Jingchen gently stroked the child's head. As expected of his little brother-in-law, such a good helper. Gu Wanwan slightly curled her lips. "Meeting me is a blessing he earned in a past life." Sheng Qing watched nearby, feeling eager. "Boss, give me a hug. Let me hold the little one. He looks just like his sister-in-law." Fu Jingchen handed and bowed to Sheng Qing, who carried the child toward the car. "Bao, your brother and brother-in-law brought you lots of new clothes and gifts." They openly showed their affection, which made Yu Tsuehua very angry. She believed that since one was a son-in-law and the other should be a daughter-in-law, their secret relationship was embarrassing for the Ding family. "I don't agree with this marriage. You can't be together," she shouted. Fu Jingchen pretended not to hear and asked, "Who is this person?" Gu Wanwan replied to him, "Secretary Ding's wife is Yu Tsuehua, Ding Yanli's biological mother." Fu Jingchen looked indifferent, not familiar. Killing with words, simply that. Usually, Yu Tsuehua boasted about being Fu Jingchen's mother-in-law, but now no one recognized her, losing face completely. Ding Yanli's face was pale, and she walked over with suppressed shame and anger. "What about me? Brother Jingchen, don't you remember how you felt about me back then? I won't allow you to leave me." Gu Wanwan kindly reminded him, "Secretary Ding's daughter, Ding Yanli, claims to be your fiancé." Fu Jingchen's cold eyes flashed with a hint of chill. "I have a fiancé? I didn't know that. Who arranged this for me? This name sounds familiar, but I don't know her well. I heard she was very picky and couldn't get married. She's over 25, a few years older than me. Isn't it embarrassing to call me brother?" Sheng Qing secretly marveled. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, with his own way of criticizing women. The great man said marriage is free. These days, there's no need to force marriage, especially for us soldiers. We need to report and pass political review. Marriage isn't just about a few tables of wine and food. This statement was like stomping Ding Yanli's pride into the ground. "Impossible, you're lying to me. If you didn't like me, why did you keep sending me gifts over the past few days?" "Because at that time, the Fu family drove me out of the house and wouldn't give me food. I was starving, so I picked up a leftover bun you dropped on the ground. I was very aware of social customs then, so I gave you some gifts to repay your kindness," Fu Jingchen explained. Honestly, he was so naive that he almost cried. "You wouldn't think that just because of a bun you didn't want, I would agree to marry you, right? The gifts I gave you were much more valuable than that bun." Ding Yanli was deeply shocked. She never expected the real reason was not that Fu Jingchen liked her, but that he was repaying a favor. "I don't believe it. It must be Gu Wanwan scheming behind the scenes. I won't allow you to leave me. Brother Jingchen, Gu Jiqing is an orphan with no parents. She won't help your future at all. My father is the secretary. I can help you." Xin Chun looked at her son with complicated eyes. "Fourth, how do you know Gu Jiqing?" Fu Jingchen didn't hide and confidently announced, "We knew each other a long time ago. Her brother is my brother's comrade, a deputy regiment commander. We fell in love at first sight, and then wholeheartedly. I won't marry anyone else, and he won't marry anyone else." Old Madame Fu sneered. "Huh, just a deputy regiment commander, huh? Not yet at your level." Sheng Qing was unhappy that others looked down on his brother. He is Wanwan's twin brother. He's only 17 and already a deputy leader. His promotion speed is faster than flying. It's mainly because he's too young. In a few more years, will he still just be a deputy? Fu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. I was the one who reached out to Wanwan. Let me say this again. Everyone in the village is spreading rumors that I am dating Gu Jiqing. I want to clarify, this is not a rumor.
Wow.
Everyone was truly stunned. In an instant, the villagers spat all over Ding's family. 17-year-old deputy leader, Gu Jiqing is amazing. Fu Jingchen is only 20 and already a leader. He's just a little taller than him. What do you know? Being a leader at 20 is very young. Most leaders are older, with experience and military achievements. How dare Ding Yanli say that Gu Jiqing is orphaned? He is a hero and a military family member. With a brother as a leader, isn't it easy to find a good match? Ding Shushu, a village official, can't help Fu Jingchen get promoted. Gu Jiqing isn't lying. I just think Fu Jingchen's taste isn't bad. He would like someone like Ding Yanli, who has a face full of spots. It's obvious she's daydreaming, arrogant, and narcissistic. She can't get married and still wants to rely on others. But they don't even know each other. If I were her, I would hide at home and not dare to see anyone. Stealing someone else's partner. That's Ding Yanli. Even if she married into the Fu family, she wouldn't get Fu Jingchen. They haven't even filed for marriage, so all her efforts are useless. Nothing is more convincing than Fu Jingchen personally exposing the truth. Ding Yanli felt dizzy, as if the sky was spinning. She had a sense of being abandoned by heaven. Faced with the malicious villagers and the proud Gu Wanwan, she wanted to rush over and ruin everything beautiful. Fu Jingchen belongs to me. I haven't lost. Does she regret losing face? No, she doesn't. She only regrets not marrying Fu Jingchen before Gu Wanwan went to the countryside. Fu Xiangling's hateful glare fiercely stared at Gu Wanwan. Ding Yanli lost and she was happy, but it also brought her a bigger threat. She had never seen Fu Jingchen treat a woman so gently before. Sure Yueling heard her own heartbreaking. How could Gu Wanwan steal her man? She had clearly told her she wanted to marry Jingchenji, yet she still kindly invited Gu Wanwan to be her and Jingchenji's matchmaker in the future. Instead of giving in to Gu Wanwan, it's better to let Ding Yanli take the place, as at least I still have some chance. Fu Jingchen's good looks match Liang Xian's taste, but when I think about his inability to have children, I shift my focus back to Xingqing. A leader who can't produce heirs will have no successors in the future. Marrying him would make my old age a problem, and I won't give my sister-in-law any advantage. I'm not a troublemaker for my brother. Since he got married, he's been distant from me, and my nephew often competes for attention, which is so annoying. If I adopt my nephew, will my property end up in my sister-in-law's hands? No way. Honestly, Liang Xian is very clear-headed in this matter. Gan Qi, on the other hand, dreams of becoming a wife of a government official. She has a perfect opportunity now and won't give it up. She knows how to men and make them crazy about her. All men fall for her tricks. The issue of children is easier to solve. She can find someone to father her child later. Zhao Sime, who is hiding in the crowd watching the fun, also has countless plans to latch onto Fu Jingchen. If she doesn't find a father for the baby in her belly, this scandal won't stay hidden for long. It's all Guo Wanwan's fault for being so talkative. Her parents are about to cut ties with her because of this. Secretary Ding feels ashamed and asks, what do you say about the Fu family? Yu Tsuehua desperately signals to old Madame Fu. After taking so much money, if she doesn't help arrange this marriage, it won't be over. Old Madame Fu immediately makes a decision. Fourth son, your marriage is already decided by the elders. Your grandparents agree, and I have chosen Yanli as my granddaughter-in-law. You must marry her, or it will be considered unfilial. Old Head Fu, acting like a senior, says, fourth son, we are a family of integrity. If we promise something, we must keep it. If you refuse to marry her, and Ding's family causes trouble with the army, it could affect your future. Fu Yijin, who always deals with money, says, fourth son, the girl is already in the house. You can't back out now. For 100 yuan, Yin, who is willing to ignore her conscience, agrees. In the eyes of villagers, Ding Yanli is already yours. If you refuse her, how will she survive? To be strict, she might even accuse you of misconduct. Fu Shantong, pretending to be serious, says, "Marriage is a matter of parental order and matchmakers. The elders have accepted fourth sister-in-law. Do you want to hurt their feelings just because of Gu Jiqing? Just accept it. Marry her, move into your new home, and put the dowry in. You can't just kick the bride out now." This call of fourth sister-in-law made Ding Yanli feel happy and relaxed. She gave a threatening look at Gu Wanwan, implying that as long as the idea of filial piety was used to pressure him, Fu Jingchun would have to give in, unless he wanted to give up his future. Old Madame Fu thought she had control over Fu Jingchun and said proudly, "Gu Jiqing, stay away from the fourth brother. You're a third party, and I won't let you into our family, even if you want to be a concubine. Mom, now you have two choices. Do you want us or Gu Wanwan? If you leave this house, I won't recognize you as my grandson." But they underestimated Fu Jingchun. He was no longer the naive grandson who obeyed blindly. He had grown smarter and stronger. Fu Jingchun sneered and said, "Do I need to choose? Of course, I want a wife. Does the Fu family have my room? I didn't know that. Many years ago, I was kicked out. They used my salary to build a brick house, but I had no part in it. Back then, the team leader felt sorry for me and let me stay in a thatched hut." Gu Wanwan asked shyly, "Where does Ding Yanli live? She brags that her clothes and yours are in the same wardrobe." Fu Jingchun continued teasing her. "The Fu family is so stingy, they wouldn't even give me a simple bun. Probably, they turned the storage room into a bedroom. I didn't keep a single piece of clothing in the Fu family. Ding Yanli can stay as long as she wants. That's none of my business. I have no home now. Wife, you must take me in. I'd be happy to become part of your family." Gu Wanwan patted his shoulder and said, "All right, poor kid. You've had a tough life. It's because you're beautiful and kind-hearted. As for becoming a family member through marriage, she didn't ask for that. Her family had too many siblings anyway." Everyone was surprised that Fu Jingchun was so direct, exposing the Fu family's secrets. Old Madame Fu sat down heavily on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried out that unfilial grandson cares only about his old shoes. He doesn't want his grandparents or parents anymore. I have a hard life. I'm going to call the leaders now and tell them to stop his troop leader from doing anything. Yu Tsuehua thought she could threaten Fu Jingchun with her future, and he would agree to marry her daughter. "Yes, we'll report to the army. I don't believe the leaders won't give us an answer. You can choose. Either leave the army and pick Gu Wanwan or stay with my daughter Yanli and Ping Bu Chiyun." The villagers rolled their eyes at her words. Was the army run by the Ding family? Could they decide Fu Jingchun's career? Smart people knew to choose Gu Wanwan because she was a real military family member. Ding Yanli was just a village girl, a simple village girl. No matter which wife Fu Jingchun marries, Fu Xiangling is never happy. Fourth brother, if it weren't for your and Gu Jiqing's matters being kept quiet, and if our elders didn't disapprove, you can't go against your elders. What if being disloyal gets you sent to the army and damages your reputation? Old Mr. Fu tried to use moral pressure on Gu Wanwan. "Gu Jiqing, you can't ruin my grandson's future. I hope you will be kind and help my grandson and Yanli. You're a good person. You wouldn't force Yanli to do something terrible, right?" Ding Yanli understood immediately and pretended to be sad and helpless, as if saying, "Brother Jingchun doesn't want me. If that happens, I won't have the face to see anyone. I might as well just die." Yu Tsuehua pretended to hold her daughter back. "My poor Yanli, don't do something foolish. Fu Jingchun, can you bear to see my daughter do something stupid?" Some villagers saw this and felt sad. They wanted to speak up and advise Gu Wanwan to let go. Suddenly, Gu Wanwan's sarcastic voice was heard. "So, these days, as long as you cause trouble, you can break up a couple and force someone to marry you to achieve your goal. I used to hear about such evil schemes in the city, but I didn't believe it. Our Xiangyang village is so honest and kind. It turns out I was narrow-minded. People have many sides, good and bad. Is this a sign of moral decline, or human nature twisting? If crying and acting desperate could get you a partner, then in the future, village troublemakers without wives would all follow suit. They'd cry and pick a girl from any family, whether she has a boyfriend or not. Wouldn't she have to marry him? Over time, the reputation of Xiangyang village would be ruined by these troublemakers, affecting the selection of the best team, and the tractor would be out of reach. Sheng Qing's eyes twinkled as he teased his sister-in-law. No wonder city folks think poorly of rural people. My neighbor auntie always reminds me that poor mountain and water produce troublemakers. She told me to be careful with my older brother. I didn't expect us to meet such people today. Sometimes it's not that city folks dislike rural people, but that rural folks are too unruly. When villagers heard about Xiangyang village's reputation, they immediately got upset. Gu Jiqing was right. Things shouldn't be set a bad example by Ding Yanli. If the Ding and Fu family schemes succeed, the unmarried men and women in the village could be in danger. Ding Yanli believes she knows Fu Jingchen well. He is a very filial grandson. Although he knows that Grandma Fu treats him badly, he has never considered cutting ties. In the past, and even more so now, as long as his parents and siblings are alive, Fu Jingchen cannot give up family bonds. Jingchen, I don't mind that you can't have children. I will do my best to be a good wife, take care of the grandparents and parents. Please give me a chance. I know you have feelings for me. Gu Wanwan has a bad temper and disrespects the grandparents, but I wouldn't do that. That person is out of her mind, Fu Jingchen said without even looking at her. Do I look that bad? She has delusions of being in love. It's a kind of illness. You're already deeply sick, beyond cure. If stupidity and vanity are crimes, then you're definitely a peanut-eating criminal. I suggest you carry a mirror with you so you can see what kind of person you are at any time. Gu Wanwan immediately laughed. People with no self-awareness, even if they look in the mirror, it's useless. She's young but already learned to scare people with her face. Fu Jingchen's words were full of disdain. She's not young anymore. At 22, she's not married yet. I heard she's picky, like an old village aunt. She thinks that just because she puts on some white powder on her face, she's charming. The naturally sharp-tongued pair, Ding Yanli was insulted by both, feeling useless. Especially Fu Jingchen, who had once been honest and gentle, now completely changed, which was truly eye-opening. He was both mischievous and cheeky, matching Gu Wanwan perfectly. No wonder they made a good pair. Old Fu couldn't bear it anymore and once again took on the role of the head of the family. Fu Jingchen, are you trying to rebel? Fu Jingchen even refused to call his grandparents anymore. Old Fu, are you into superstitions? Are you even recognizing your grandparents and parents? Old Fu felt the situation was getting worse. Since Fu Jingchen was injured, he had completely lost control of him. Not only did he stop sending his salary home, but he also stopped listening to elders. He felt his authority was being challenged, which made villagers question him. Grandma Fu saw the situation spiraling out of control and gave up pretending. Fourth Fu, you unfilial grandson, you don't deserve to be a regiment commander in the army. If you run off with that fox spirit, don't think you can ever come back to our Fu family. Don't ever see your grandparents or parents again. Gu Wanwan sneered, shut up. Not only are you spreading superstitions, but you're also insulting the children of martyrs. I will report you to the police. Xia Tingyue immediately stepped forward. My husband is the director of the Dovetail Society. I will properly explain this to the local Dovetail Society in the county. Grandma Fu, a rural woman, had never seen such a scene before. Can I just say this casually? My grandson is the leader.
How could you do this to me?
Zheng Ziqian looked serious as he stared at everyone from the Fu family. You don't treat him like a grandson. You see him as a tool to make money. A great person said marriage shouldn't be forced. Your family's thinking is wrong. You need to accept the organization's guidance. Old Madame Fu looked pale and sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Grandson, I won't have him. If I have to die, I will. Gu Wanwan kindly threw a rope over. Then hang him. Everyone is watching. Now old Madame Fu was stuck. She couldn't hang herself, but she also could not. She felt embarrassed. Old Fourth Fu, can't you bear to see Grandma die with her eyes open?
Fu Jingchen looked expressionless.
Old Madame Fu, you've died as you deserved. When you're gone, your second son, the lazy one, will have no reason to cling to the Fu family. The house will be less chaotic. Everyone will be happy. If you want to report to the army, go ahead. I'll just quit. My wife will support me. He was so shameless and confident. The leader's position was just a title. If lost, it was no big deal. Many people wanted to take his place. The three brothers of the Fu family knew Fu Jingchen was determined to cut ties with them. Actually, since he stopped sending money each month, they realized he was drifting away from the family. Fu Jingchen was right about one thing. The lazy ones in Uncle's family only relied on Grandma and Grandpa's love, leeching off them. It was a family matter. Grandma and Grandpa kept the peace by not dividing the family, so the main house and the second house still shared the same roof. Over the years, the money they handed in and Fu Jingchen's salary were mostly controlled by Grandma and Grandpa, mostly going to the second house. Why you? Old Madame Fu was at a loss. Not only she, but even the others in the Fu family and Ding Yanli had never seen such shamelessness from Fu Jingchen. No matter what they did, they couldn't control him. He was willing to risk his future for Gu Wanwan. Ding Yanli couldn't accept being rejected. From today on, her scandal would spread throughout Hongqi commune. Gu Wanwan, can't you just be my sister-in-law? I even allowed you to marry into the Ding family. Why do you want to take away my happiness? Is it because my family offended you? Why can't you be tolerant and let me go? Fu Jingchen, do you know she's flirting around? She's my brother's girlfriend. She was crying uncontrollably, hysterical, complaining about life's unfairness. She couldn't understand why Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan were so hostile toward her. Was it wrong for her to pursue her true love? The villager frowned, thinking that Ding's daughter had probably hurt her head. Everyone else had official, proper partners, yet she kept pestering others. Rumors said Gu Jiqing and Ding Qidong were dating. If they were, wouldn't Ding's family have pressured him to marry last time? When they can't get what they want, they try to ruin it. Ding Yanli is truly frightening. Gu Wanwan sneered, my taste isn't that bad. Your brother isn't as rich, powerful, or handsome as Fu Jingchen, but I have no reason to give up a good match for someone plain-looking and self-righteous. My wife is so outstanding. Of course I like her. Fu Jingchen naturally took Gu Wanwan's hand and turned to leave the Fu family home. I brought you many gifts. We'll see them when we get home. No matter how much trouble the Fu family causes, it's not my problem. Old Madame Fu was anxious and tried to rush over to grab the bag. No, you can't go. That's Fu family's property. You can't take it. Gu Wanwan deliberately raised her voice. Are you even related? Why does the Fu family treat you so badly? They make you work hard for them, use your money to build houses, enjoy good food and drinks, but they won't let you live well or eat enough. Fu Jingchen pretended to be surprised. Maybe I'm not really part of the Fu family after all. We don't look alike. Gu Wanwan glanced at the Fu family members, hinting, maybe we're both unlucky. We both encountered human traffickers. Could it be that you're a young master from a wealthy family, but someone maliciously swapped you? Fu Jingchen nodded. Don't worry. I will investigate carefully. Zheng Shirkin caught the gossip vibe and confidently said, do we even need to investigate? It's obviously a swap. Otherwise, how do you explain the Fu family's poor treatment of you? They don't care about your feelings or safety. You're not even their biological child. Xia Tingyue watched Fu Jingchen intently, feeling a growing sense of familiarity, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Old Madame Fu's eyes flickered. She paused her attempt to grab the luggage.
Huh.
Of course, Fourth Fu is part of our family. I admit I favor the second branch, but ask yourself, are the eldest son's family good to Fourth Fu? Have they ever mistreated him? Old Master Fu squinted and had to call out to his wife. Come back, wife. Fourth Fu is upset inside. He'll come back once he sorts things out. Don't cause trouble. Old Fourth, don't blame your mother. She is just worried about your marriage. Since your three brothers are married, only you are left. She wants to find a kind and caring wife for you. I hope you can forgive her good intentions. Fu Jingchen didn't speak. He just gave a meaningful look to Old Fu, then turned and took his wife away. Old Fu looked at him, thinking he seemed honest and kind, but inside he was quite cunning. Some ideas come from him, and he uses Old Madame Fu to act behind the scenes. He stays in the background, pretending to be a good person and mediator. Shengqing, Zheng Shirkan, and others instinctively kept their distance, giving the couple a chance to be alone. His face looked like a sneaky person. Gu Wanwan let go of his hand and carefully studied his face. I can't believe I didn't see this about you. Fu Jingchen looked at her deeply, a hint of pain in his eyes. Not long ago, you were so delicate, but now you're so strong. To become stronger. I hope you don't suffer. Faced with a close rival, Gu Wanwan was honest with him. When Gu Yara buried me alive, I traveled to many worlds. I learned some skills there. Although I was weakened, I could still manage in this era. I'm not a delicate girl anymore. I'm a strong woman now. Don't make me angry in the future. Fu Jingchen didn't hide his pride. I have special abilities that helped me earn many military achievements. You're my wife, so I dare not upset you. I don't want to be alone in an empty house. Gu Wanwan elbowed him and pushed on his chest. Who said you're my husband? The little white dog guarding the new house saw a stranger intruding. It leapt from the roof and pounced at Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen smiled and raised his hand. A strong wind blew, pushing the little white back onto the roof. The little white was stunned. It felt the pressure and power of a strong person, making it submit. Could it be? Could this be the master? Then it was time to act cute. The normally fierce little white immediately stuck out its tongue, pretending to be a cute dog, occasionally giving the master charming looks. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. TSK, wind element.
Not just that.
Fu Jingchen pulled her inside, and they quickly entered his space. The thick fog between the two spaces cleared. They could see each other's worlds, but people still couldn't pass through. Unlike Gu Wanwan's villa and commercial street space, Fu Jingchen had an ancient-style house and a temperature-controlled warehouse. There were small bridges and flowing water, endless fields, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, vast and boundless. But for now, not all places are accessible. Fu Jingchen introduced her. Your spiritual plants should be in those mountains. You can't enter yet. The space needs to be upgraded. By the way, I trained 2 white wolves as gifts for you. Fruits and trees aren't as common now as in modern times. I moved a few into the forest. Gu Wanwan immediately summoned a large number of living creatures from her space, transferring modern livestock, seeds for fruits, vegetables, and grains, all into Fu Jingchen's space. Don't forget the beehives, which are very important. Besides pollination, they can also harvest honey inside the space. The flowers, grasses, and trees there are nourished by spiritual springs and spiritual energy, making the honey even more beneficial for health. Fu Jingchen used his mind to plan the breeding and planting areas. Soon, the barren land was filled with fruits, vegetables, and grains. Gu Wanwan was very happy with their successful work. Since Fu Jingchen's side had no electricity, she specially brought water and electricity from her space. She couldn't keep wasting spiritual spring water just to wash her hands. She also added some modern furniture and appliances, so they wouldn't have to spend time building fires or cooking. Upgrading is just unlocking and expanding. How long will it take for 2 spaces to be the same? Fu Jingchen looked mysterious. I have an idea that needs your cooperation.
But
if I say it, you'll hit me. Gu Wanwan felt like he was playing tricks on her.
just say it.
Meanwhile, Sherry Willing was eager to get an explanation from Gu Wanwan. She had already gone to the new house at the youth station to confront the 2 of them. Fu Jingchen lowered his eyes. Shall we sleep for a while? Gu Wanwan widened her eyes. All right, you. I want to upgrade the space. I consider you a buddy, but you only want to sleep. With me? But Fu Jingchen's words didn't seem unreasonable. It seems some novels really have such scenes, main characters unlocking spaces through contact. And Fu Jingchen was especially logical about it. I'll take a small loss. I let you sleep, but I've never thought of you as just a brother. I've been planning this for a long time. Who keeps bothering you to argue every few days? Gu Wanwan rolled her eyes at him, her ears slightly red. Who cares who sleeps with whom? She and Fu Jingchen had known each other for 20 years, from childhood to now. She used to be naive about feelings, thinking they were just childhood friends. not considering anything more. After Fu Jingchen risked his life to save her, she gradually understood. They weren't just simple childhood sweethearts. Later, after experiencing countless worlds, every midnight she dreamed of Fu Jingchen standing in front of her, dying tragically. Remembering him, she had more memories of him than her own parents or siblings. In the world of cultivation, Fu Jingchen was probably her emotional obstacle. He must repay the kindness and love he owes her so he can fully understand love and ascend. Perhaps because he owes her, Fu Jingchen shares half of her space. Does that mean I'm like the white lady repaying kindness? Fu Jingchen corrects her. You're not the white lady, and I'm not Su Xian. Gu Wanwan laughs and asks why. Because they will part ways, but we won't. I don't want you to suffer just to repay kindness, Fu Jingchen says. He is never a shy man. He has missed many lifetimes, and now that their love is not over and they meet again, he doesn't want to let go. My name is Fu Jingchen, 20 years old, with no bad habits. I look the way you like. I am the team leader, and I have created a mysterious organization called the Superpower Bureau with your brother Gu Peichuan. It's similar to a military unit, and I have the support and approval from higher-ups. Gu Wanwan, can I pursue you? Since he has confessed, Gu Wanwan decides not to be shy. I'm Gu Wanwan, almost 18 during the new year. I am a cultivator with special abilities. I don't like weak guys. I prefer to build a career and earn a little money. I am currently a rural youth sent to the countryside. My grandparents and parents are missing, and I have a deep grudge to settle. Being with me might affect your future. Are you sure you want to pursue me? Fu Jingchen excitedly holds her hand. Other men might affect your ability to earn money and act quickly, but I won't hold you back. I've been a boss in some black markets, so earning money isn't hard. From today, let's pretend to be a couple for real. Okay. Gu Wanwan feels this isn't so bad. She's no longer fighting alone. She's very pleased with his honesty. Most men have a few hidden identities. An officer in the army involved in black markets? That's rare. No wonder you've saved so much money. Your parents abandoned you for a rich young master, which isn't worth it. The Fu family will fall sooner or later. I became a soldier as soon as I transmigrated. The original owner was just a poor platoon leader who wanted to slack off. But when I met Gu Peichuan and learned your whole family was here, I realized that being in the army and earning money aren't incompatible. I need to work hard to buy a house, marry you, and take care of you. It's a big responsibility. I've bought 3 courtyard houses in Beijing, and soon we'll buy a few more. Later, we can relax and rent them out. Fu Jingchen used his mind to bring out the property deeds from inside the house. They were just documents showing ownership, all with Gu Wanwan's name. Finally, he was officially confirmed. It wasn't easy. Gu Wanwan was touched. She had never known a man could silently do so much for her. That's very thoughtful. As my partner, I accept. Fu Jingchen seemed to remember something and pulled out an ID card. This is a special personnel certificate from the Ability Bureau. There aren't many members, mostly from our family. My second brother and I are in charge. Now there's you too. This department is dedicated to the 5th-generation family, as well as ninjas from Sakura country and foreign talented individuals. Above has instructed that this organization is secretive, and ordinary people dare not provoke it easily. Gu Wanwan accepted the ID. After finishing their tasks in the space, they left and took Fu Jingchen to an empty room. Luckily, she had added an extra room for her family to stay in. You and Xing Qing will stay in this one. Then she took out 2 sets of blankets from the space. After making the beds, they went to the yard. Not sure how much time passed, Fu Jingchen suddenly said, Wanwan, let's get engaged. Gu Wanwan was surprised for a second but had no objection. Since there's a housewarming banquet tonight, let's do it together. Fu Jingchen's tall figure stiffened like a sculpture, unmoving.
You
agree? Otherwise? Do you want to back out? Gu Wanwan smiled at him, not revealing that the man was surprisingly innocent. In that moment, Fu Jingchen felt so happy he almost went crazy. Their relationship advanced rapidly, beyond his expectations. He always thought the road to winning her over would be long and difficult, but she brought him many surprises. Could it mean she also had feelings for him? My actions are my answer. Fu Jingchen's heart pounded faster. He stared steadily at her face, then gradually looked down to her lips. Gu Wanwan knew what was about to happen but didn't run away. Instead, she even felt a little Tsidar. Shi Yueling's eyes widened with anger. Brother Jingchen, what are you guys doing? The scene in front of her broke her heart. She had thought countless times about what might happen. Perhaps Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen were just pretending, deliberately angering Ding Yanli. But it turned out she was overthinking. If she had been a little later, they would have already kissed. Fu Jingchen was annoyed. He came early or late, but when he and his wife were building their relationship, someone interfered.
Who are you?
Shi Yueling was struck like lightning. Don't you recognize me? Fu Jingchen genuinely didn't recognize her. Should I know you? There are many who like me. Do I have to remember each one? Shi Yueling's face turned pale, feeling as if a sword had pierced her heart. But you remember Ding Yanli. Fu Jingchen's words were sharp and cruel. Because she was too ugly. Shi Yueling took a few steps back, unable to accept the fact that she was less than Ding Yanli. Brother Jingchen, we played together when we were kids. I even said I wanted to marry you. Have you forgotten all that? To be worthy of you, I worked hard at school and became the village's scorekeeper. Unlike Ding Yanli, who does nothing and relies on her family's rice, I work and earn a salary. Why won't you even look at me? The original owner's fault. Fu Jingchen doesn't take responsibility. Everyone grows up. Childhood jokes are just jokes. No one is foolish enough to take them seriously. And, whether in the past or now, I've never made any promises to you. Besides, you don't like the old me, but only the me who became a squad leader. Honestly, you and Ding Yanli are the same kind of people. Shi Yueling's memories drifted far away. Looking back at those days, she realized that her memories of Fu Jingchen, whether as a boy or as a squad leader, had become blurry. She only remembered him as a caring but lonely boy, quiet and unremarkable, with no charm. Her parents disliked him, saying Fu Jingchen lacked responsibility and that anyone who married him would be unlucky. What changed their minds was his rapid promotion from squad leader to regiment commander in a short time, shining brightly and gaining great respect. His bright future dazzled everyone, and with just one glance, he captured her heart. From that moment, she paid close attention to his every move. Even when she heard he couldn't have children, she never thought of giving up on him. Others looked down on him, but she didn't. She thought she could move him with her sincerity, but instead, Ding Yanli and Guo Wanwan blocked her. Gu Jiqing, do you think you're worthy of me? I considered you a friend and told you everything. I told you many times that I liked Brother Jingchen and wanted to marry him. I thought you would help me deal with Ding Yanli, but I didn't expect you to steal him away. Why are you fighting me? I knew Brother Jingchen first. If you see me as a sister, then step back and give him back to me. Guo Wanwan, give me an explanation. Are we going to be sisters, rivals, or enemies? Guo Wanwan wouldn't just give her face because she was a scorekeeper. Are you saying I killed your parents and dug up your family's ancestors' graves? And you call me an enemy? That's a joke. Fu Jingchen is not an object. He is a real person with flesh and blood. Knowing him earlier means he's yours? That's nonsense. Feelings don't follow who knew whom first. Did he agree? No, he doesn't even know you. You're just pestering him and imagining things. Even if I weren't here, would he even look at you? Good friends or sisters? My sister is only Zheng Shirkan. I emphasized from the start that I am Fu Jingchen's partner. You are my rival in love, and we can never be friends. It's your own fault for not believing or listening. Who's to blame? She can almost imagine that the days ahead will become more and more turbulent. Shi Yueling's resentment towards her is no less than Ding Yanli's. She probably plans to use her role as a scorekeeper to give her a hard time and record fewer centimeters. Shi Yueling, driven by love turned to hatred, is overwhelmed with anger. Gu Wanwan, I won't let you go. Seeing Shi Yueling's aggressive face, Fu Jingchen remains as cold and disdainful as ever. Wife, why bother talking so much with her? Just beat her up. Without needing Gu Wanwan to make a move, Zheng Shirkan, who just returned, picks up a broom by the door. Shuyueling, you shameless woman, who are you threatening? Don't think because you're a scorekeeper and your dad is an accountant that you can bully my sister. Get out of here. Sheng Qing is stunned. If Zheng Shirtsan's wife wasn't already taken, he would definitely pursue her. Brother Jiming, your wife is really fierce, truly a good match for my sister. Hu Ziming, hearing his nickname, smiles even more sincerely. I hope you find such an excellent wife someday. But before that, you should be careful. Your conditions are good, and not only the youth team is eyeing you, especially Hu Pandai and the daughter of the squad leader, Zhao Sime. She's pregnant before marriage and plans to find someone to take over. Don't go to the riverbank or try to rescue people, or you'll be in trouble. The countryside has many ways to trap people. Sister Wan taught me all this. Isn't she amazing? Suddenly, Sheng Qing catches a glimpse of Hu Pandai quietly hiding behind a tree with the corner of his eye. He feels a chill. This woman has been with him all along. At the station before, he thought she had given up, but she came back like a persistent tick. I want to ask my sister-in-law for protection and to keep my innocence. Zhang Jiming points to the roof. Just find Xiaobai. Sheng Qing looks in the direction of his finger and sees Xiaobai, who is reaching out to greet with its claws. Wow, my sister-in-law is so awesome, even more fierce than the eldest brother. The eldest has several wolves, but my sister-in-law took down a tiger directly. He quickly takes out a bag of dried meat from his bag and grabs a handful. Xiaobai, I rely on you to keep my innocence. Xiaobai, a tiger spirit, eats the dried meat and extends its paw to shake his hand, as if saying, Brother, I got your back. Sheng Qing is amazed and opens his mouth wide. Could this tiger have become a spirit? It actually understands human speech. He really wants to get one to keep as a pet. Imagine how noisy that would be. Xiyue Ling dodged Zheng Shirtsan's attack. Zheng Shirkan, you're going too far. Are you trying to interfere with our family matters? Gu Wan decisively ordered, Xiaobai, everyone else get out. Xiaobai let out a sharp cry and quickly lunged at Xiyue Ling. Xiyue Ling was startled and hurriedly ran away in embarrassment. Zheng's parents took Gu Qingtang and the little ones into town to buy supplies. When they returned, the car was packed full. Xia Tinghua bought 2 sets of clean clothes and shoes for Gu Qingtang, as well as toys and snacks for the children. She also bought 5 jin of meat, 2 jin of ribs, 2 pig's feet, and a set of pig offal. They didn't need eggs, rice, or flour at home. There was leftover fish and vegetables from villagers, so she didn't buy any vegetables. Gu Qingtang handed the clothes to Gu Wuan to put away, knowing they would be taken over by the Gu family if left at home. Since meeting Gu Qiuyan at the commune, Gu's wife rarely scolded Gu Qingtang anymore. Actually, Gu Wuan had invited Gu Qingtang and her children to move in several times, but she refused. Gu Qingtang didn't want to burden Gu Wuan because she believed Gu Wuan was helping them out of kindness. She thought Gu Wuan only pretended to be her aunt to help her family. Many people look alike, so it wasn't just a coincidence. She was a grateful woman, and Gu Wuan treated her very well. She didn't want to cause trouble for Wuan anymore. Zheng Shirkan was always straightforward and blunt. Pinching her nose, she said, That intestine smells terrible. It probably has inside, right? Xia Tinghua rolled her eyes at her daughter. Then don't eat it. Wanwan specifically asked me to buy it for you. Zheng Shirkan felt relieved. She pinched the intestine and planned to give it a deep clean. If I want to eat it, it's unclean, but if I eat it, I won't get sick. The smell of can even be a delicacy. Gu Wuan instructed, Wash it clean with ash. Gu Qingtang carried the other offal into a basin and said, Shirkan, I'll go to the river with you to wash it. Sheng Qing also wanted to help but was stopped by Gu Wuan. You've been unlucky today, so don't get involved with water. Xiao Bai will keep you company. Xiao Bai happily followed behind them, and Hu Jiming felt reassured.
He stayed nearby to help Wuan.
Surprisingly, Fu Jingchen was also a master chef, just like Wuan. The Fu family waited a long time, but never received news that Fu Jingchen had arrived. Meanwhile, Ding's family, feeling slighted by Fu Jingchen, stayed in the new house Fu Jingchen had prepared and refused to leave. They demanded an explanation from the Fu family. If she stepped out of the Fu house, she would become the laughingstock of the village. She clutched a medicine bag in her pocket and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, call Brother Jingchen back for dinner." As long as the rice is cooked and turned into a meal, Fu Jingchen can't shake her off. Lu Laishi volunteered, I'll go. I'll bring back the fourth brother right away. Ding Yanli offered a reward. After everything is done, I'll give the eldest sister-in-law 10 yuan. Second daughter-in-law Sun Xiaohua and third daughter-in-law Wang Xuexiu rolled their eyes. In terms of shamelessness, Ding Yanli was the worst. Fu Jingchen had refused marriage, yet she stubbornly stayed at the Fu family, waiting for Fu Jingchen to change his mind. She did nothing and just sat around waiting to eat and drink, often making big promises that never materialized, like 100 yuan per room. So, these sisters-in-law still had to do laundry and cook for her? Usually taking care of the second house already made them unhappy, but because the second house was protected by Grandma Fu, they couldn't disobey. But who does Ding Yanli think she is? The Fu family put a lot of effort into the wedding, but Ding's family was stingy and uncooperative. They even took all the rice, meat, and vegetables from the banquet, not leaving a single piece. Young sister Fu Xiangling was right. Ding Yanli was just there to eat for free at the Fu family. Sun Xiaohua felt resentful, but had no choice. Her pregnancy was not smooth, and she mostly did the heaviest chores and ate the least. Wang Xuexiu secretly felt lucky because she had a job in town and didn't have to face the family's troubles every day. But she was extremely unhappy about one thing. Why did their husbands' and wife's earnings have to be handed over 2/3? She had thought about splitting the family, but her grandparents didn't agree. Ever since Fu Jingchen stopped sending money home, life at home worsened sharply. It wasn't that the Fu family was short of money. It was that Grandma Fu kept everything tightly controlled, and every penny was carefully calculated. Lu Laishi happily left, pregnant with the Fu family's future big boy. She believed that Fu Jingchen, who couldn't have children, would give her nephew face. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the new house at the Jiqing educated youth site. Seeing the door was closed, they circled to the backyard. Her sneaky eyes glanced at the busy men and women, finally settling on the chickens, ducks, and fish in the basin, thinking how nice it would be to bring some meat back to her family. The new house was nicely decorated, but unfortunately, it was public property. She really wanted to it back and turn it into her brother's wedding house. Fourth brother, Grandpa and Grandma are calling you home for dinner. Fu Jingchen didn't look at her. I'm not going. That's not my home. Lu Laishi couldn't just watch 10 yuan slip away. She quickly tried to persuade him with emotion and reason. Fourth brother, don't you want to see Grandpa and Grandma? They haven't seen you in so long. They're worried sick. Fu Jingchen sneered. What's there to miss? I wonder how they torment me.
I'm not a.
They aren't sick. They're just worried about the money in my hands and want to control me as a money bag. Lu Laishi had to bring up her in-laws. What about your parents? They treat you so well. No matter what excuse the other person gave, Fu Jingchen remained unmoved. Give them 2 pieces of filial piety. That's enough. Lu Laishi's face fell. Since her younger brother-in-law was injured and regained consciousness, he no longer blindly obeyed or showed filial piety. He listened to outsiders and was very stingy. In the past, he handed over his monthly salary of dozens of yuan without complaint. Now he was tight dash. Only out of conscience did he reluctantly give 2 yuan.
What can 2 yuan buy?
2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of rice? That's not enough for the Fu family to fill their teeth. When her parents received the 2 yuan, it was quickly taken away by Grandma Fu and used to support her younger brother's family. Fourth brother, you don't look at my face, but at least consider my future son. You can't have children, and in the future, won't you rely on my son for support? You're alone and lonely. When you die, won't my son have to clean up after you? Or how about this? We keep it a secret from the grandparents and parents. You leave the inheritance to my son, and I'll reluctantly let my son call you uncle? This plan was so absurd it made Fu Jingchen's face collapse. The others in the yard looked speechless. What kind of strange person had appeared? Fu Jingchen wouldn't respect her just because she's the eldest sister-in-law. Thank you, but when you and your son and grandson die, I won't. My property will only go to my wife and children. Sister-in-law, stop bothering me. You married a useless, stingy husband into a family that's stingy and biased. Lu Laishi's face turned pale with anger. She tried to push open the wooden door to enter the yard. Gu Wanwan used her supernatural power to hold the door shut, preventing Lu Laishi from kicking or punching it. I've calculated that you're pregnant with a girl. Lu Laishi froze, furious and dizzy. You little brat, don't curse my son. My baby is a boy, not some worthless thing. Fourth brother, look at her face. I won't agree to you marrying her. Unexpectedly, Fu Jingchen was even more disrespectful. You're destined to have a daughter and be childless. Why can't people tell the truth? My wife kindly predicted your future, and she didn't ask for money, so you should be grateful. Lu Laishi angrily cursed, you superstitious fools, stop it. I'll report you. If you want to silence me, give me all the meat in the basin. 10 yuan wouldn't be enough, so they focused on rice and meat. Gu Wanwan acted indifferent. Suit yourself. If you don't want to stay, don't. But watch out for my little bai. As soon as she finished speaking, a tiger's roar echoed through the yard. Lu Laishi was so scared she shivered and didn't dare to think about food anymore. She hugged her belly and hurriedly ran away. Zheng Shirkin frowned and spat. Just now by the river, those women were saying Ding Yanli was staying at the Fu family and wouldn't leave. I wonder what tricks they're up to. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen nodded in unison. They want to turn their plans into reality. Everyone present. Sheng Qing slightly curled his lips. The countryside is too scary. He wants to go back to the city. The round table and 4 long benches were made by Gu Wanwan using her special powers. Her family had 1 table, Hu Ziming and Zheng Shirkan had another. Qian Mei, Lu Andy, and Zhao Guoming's couple arrived as planned, each carrying baskets filled with eggs and pickles. Xia Tingwei refused to accept the gifts, but was forced to take them. Come for a meal, and now you're giving us things? Lu Anti and Qian Mei exchanged smiles. Without Gao Lifeng, the troublemaker, they became close sisters who often gathered to complain about their meddlesome daughters-in-law. Usually Sister Wanwan brings us gifts and we return the favor. Gu's grandparents and Pei's grandparents originally didn't want to come, worried it might cause trouble for their granddaughter. But when Xia Tingyue said her granddaughter's partner was coming, they decided to check things out. Thanks to their shared experience of donating, Qian Mei warmly welcomed the 4 old men from the cattle shed. Old Master Gu is here. Your elders sit here. The dishes were served. Marinated pig offal sliced thinly, sprinkled with sauce. Other dishes included stir-fried large intestines, braised pork, steamed fish, hot and sour soup, sweet and sour ribs, potato braised chicken, boiled shrimp, fried noodles, and a plate of crushed peanut sweet buns. The final dish was peanut sweet soup. Little buns with braised pork are delicious, Gu Wanwan demonstrated, opening a small bun and stuffing it with braised pork. Everyone followed her example, trying a bite. The taste was wonderful. This way of eating is really good. The young workers smelled the aroma from the new house and drooled. They even invited the old folks from the cattle shed. Why not invite us young workers? Do you think the old folks from the cattle shed have a connection with Gu Jiqing? Let's go visit them. If you can't attend Fu's banquet, you can probably join the housewarming feast, right? Gu Jiqing and the others are really bad at socializing. Gan Qi Liang Xian wanted to go, but knew Gu Wanwan didn't like her temper and didn't favor the new and old young workers, so she could only persuade Yaorui Hui to speak up. Hu Pandai stood in the backyard, staring at the direction of the new house. She was upset that Sheng Qingjin was not thoughtful. Her future partner was hungry and cold at the educated youth point, and he didn't take her to enjoy a big meal at Gu Wanwan's place. Or at least he could give her his salary. As Sheng Qing's wife, why didn't Gu Wanwan invite her? If Gu Wanwan knew her thoughts, she would only mock her for imagining things. Thinking she was in love and fantasizing was a serious illness. Hu Pandai was beyond help because she was always lost in her dreams, a foolish girl who couldn't be awakened. He Yanwei and Chinjili refused firmly. They were not short of money and could just go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. If you want to go, go ahead. We won't go to avoid trouble. The team leader is inside, and they are probably discussing the school and teacher selection. Why was the old man from the pigsty invited? Don't you have any sense? He donated all his property. The villagers treat them better than us educated youth. They often send vegetables and things, and their food is better than at the youth point. Yen Duong spat and said, "Bah. Old scholars are not that great. If the school can't be built, donating more is just a waste." Xiong Ziyuan's eyes were dark and unclear, lost in thought. Zheng Shirkin bravely ate a piece of large intestine and couldn't stop. Wow, the large intestine is so delicious. I declare it my favorite. Mom, let's buy some pig offal tomorrow. Zhao Guoming ate a sip of wine and some marinated food. Good dishes to go with wine, so nice. Lu Auntie and Qian Mei were amazed by the taste of the large intestine. Many people didn't know how to handle pig offal. Even after cooking, it still had a smell, so few people bought it. No matter how smelly the ingredient, Wan's dishes can turn it into something delicious. Pig offal is meat, and it's very cheap. Learning to cook it adds another dish. Gu Wanwan roughly taught them. Wash it several times with wood ash until clean. Actually, as long as you add enough oil and seasonings, pig offal can be cooked deliciously. Later, I will prepare some marinated dishes for you to take home. You can also add some vegetables to the marinade. Lu Auntie and Qian Mei agreed deeply. They initially wanted to learn how to make marinated dishes, but when they saw the many spices and seasonings needed, they gave up. They could only add more oil to stir-fry. Qian Mei leaned close to Lu Auntie. What happened to the team leader? Is it because the commune won't let us build a school? Aunt Lu also looked worried and sad, mainly because Zhao Ximei was pregnant and wanted to find a man to take responsibility. After learning that Hu Ziming was struggling, she shifted her focus and shamelessly targeted Fu Jingchen and Xing Qing, hoping to go along with the army for a better life. She never considered whether she was suitable for that, which made her and old Zhao very angry. When they refused, Zhao Ximei threatened to die. Could she tell their family secrets? Asking them to help slander innocent people was impossible. They wanted their daughter to succeed, but not to be so cruel as to hurt others to achieve their goals. People should not lose their conscience. Otherwise, they would be no different from the families of Party Secretary Deng or the Qingshan Brigade. With Sister Wan's caution, she should have told Fu Jingchen and Xing Qing about Zhao Ximei's bad deeds. That would be better. She really felt too ashamed to remind them herself. Gu Chongcheng and Xin Qing watched Fu Jingchen carefully and were quite pleased with his behavior. He was sensible, clear-headed, and full of love for his granddaughter. They had heard about Fu Jingchen's impressive background, an outstanding soldier in the army and a good friend of their grandson Gu Peichuan. They didn't expect him to have such a connection with their granddaughter, and they agreed to this marriage. Today is not only our housewarming celebration but also the engagement party for me and Wanwan. Thank you all for taking care of her. I toast to you, Fu Jingchen said to everyone, but his eyes focused on the Gu grandparents. Good. Gu Chongcheng raised his glass. We're entrusting Wanwan to you. You must treat her well, not let others bully her or make her sad.
If you.
Fu Jingchen swore seriously. There are no ifs. She is my life. Others might think he was just flattering, but she believed him completely because he had died for her in a past life. She never doubted him. Then I'll give you a chance to take care of me. If you're unfaithful, I'll leave you. Fu Jingchen promised earnestly. I won't give you that chance. I'll wash your clothes, cook your meals, do all the housework, and raise our future children. You just focus on being my wife. Don't worry about what others say. To me, parents and elders are not as important as Wanwan. Gu Wanwan didn't get teary from being touched. Instead, she raised her eyebrows and chin. I'm glad you have this awareness.
Igusai just lucky.
Sheng Qing was stunned. Not only was the eldest brother love-struck, but He was also a very filial husband. He thought his older brother was shameless enough, but he never expected his sister-in-law to be so naturally perfect, completely confident and proud. Xia Tingyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she threw out a bombshell. Today is Wanwan and Kankan's housewarming party. I want Kankan and Jiming to get engaged on the same day, officially and properly. Before Zheng Shirkan could react, Hu Jiming quickly changed his tone.
Thank you, Mom.
Zheng Shirkan was stunned and weakly protested. No, you can't just decide my lifelong partner like that. You should at least ask for my opinion. Xia Tingyue's words came rapidly, like a barrage. Do you want others to gossip about you? Do you want Zeng Jiliang and the unruly villagers to bother you? Look, Wanwan already has someone. Do you want to stay single? If you use Jiming and then discard him, that's unkind. I tell you, Zeng Jiliang's parents will definitely come to Yangyang village to seek reconciliation if they are desperate. Zheng Shirkan loudly agreed. Mom and Dad, I agree. That's right. Xia Tingyue raised her glass. My goddaughter and my daughter will have a betrothal banquet. Since it's in the village, we'll keep it simple. When I get married in the future, I'll hold a big celebration then. Uncle Liu and his wife, along with Qian Mei, sincerely congratulated. We're all witnesses. Congratulations. Shen Qinghao wiped her tears, happy that her granddaughter finally had a good future. Her grandson-in-law was talented and kind, deeply caring for her granddaughter, treating her as a treasure. Unlike He Wenyan, who kept her at a distance and even made her feel familiar, she asked, Sister, what's wrong? Next to her, Yi Sijuan and Pei Xingtao looked even more emotional. The moment they saw Fu Jingchen, their eyes reddened, and soon Fu Jingchen was crying openly. Yi Sijuan covered her mouth, wondering why his face looked so. Xia Tingyuan noticed Pei's family's awkwardness and looked at Fu Jingchen's face. Suddenly, she had a shocking thought. Jingchen, do you think the Fu family has treated you badly? Could it be that you were switched at birth? Zhang Ziquan frowned and pondered. Wife, don't you think that Grandma Fu's features resemble someone? Xia Tingyue suddenly realized. I know who they look like now. Everyone was stunned. Who? Xia Tingyue didn't keep them waiting. Cui Hailu, the ex-wife of Qingning's ex-husband Pei Zixing. There must be a family connection between them. I've always said that Pei Guangzong doesn't look like Qingning. Could Jingchen be Qingning's real son? Could they have deliberately switched him so Grandma Fu's grandson can enjoy life in the city? The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was true. Otherwise, how could she explain the huge difference in treatment between Qingning's children? Qingning's daughter, Fu Weiniang, was the least favored in the Pei family, like a Cinderella being bullied. Her father didn't love her, and her grandparents didn't care. Even the hard-earned job she got was taken away from her and given to someone else. Pei Shengtao and Yi Sijuan held back their urge to admit they were grandparents. They were sure it was correct. The child looked a lot like Qingning. No wonder Pei Guangzong had never been close to them. They always thought Weiniang was well-behaved because Cui Hailu had taught her badly. They never suspected that Pei Guangzong was secretly switched by Cui Hailu's family. Zhao Guoming opened his mouth in surprise. The crazy story of swapping a baby in the palace actually happened in Xiangyang village. Aunt Lu and Qian Mei looked at each other in shock. They started complaining and automatically changed how they called Fu Jingchen Sister Wan and Brother Chen, which was more appropriate. I always said Brother Chen didn't look like someone from the Fu family who would mistreat their own grandson. Old Lady Fu was the most biased towards boys. The 5 beautiful girls, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, got the worst treatment. Who would have thought that Brother Chen was doing worse than those 5 girls? Because he wasn't a real family member, they refused to feed him or let him build a new house. No wonder the Fu family used Brother Chen like an old ox, draining his energy. I remember Old Lady Fu kept a close eye on him and didn't let him leave the village. Later, it seemed Brother Chen saved a big shot and was recommended to join the army, which helped him escape the Fu family. I also heard that Old Lady Fu was desperate not to let him go and forced him to give up his spot to his older brothers. That big shot scolded her, but Old Lady Fu was clever. She made Brother Chun hand over his wages to her until she was satisfied. The Fu family was so rich, mainly because of Brother Chun. When he became a squad leader, they thought they had great power, looking down on even the captain. But if Brother Chun wasn't their real son, why did Shin Chun Man and Fu Yuzhong treat him well? Especially Shin Chun Man. Brother Chun was starving and secretly saved his own food to share with her. But several times, old lady Fu and her daughter-in-law caught him. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law became more and more ruthless, withholding Shin Chun Man's food. I think the Fu family only kept Shin Chun Man because she was smart, but she was too timid to protect her child. She was always bullied by the second wife and old lady Fu's daughter. Zheng Shirkan raised his hand in confusion. Why was the army spot given to the oldest and third brothers, but skipped the second? I can understand the eldest son and the main grandson. Gu Wanwan smiled mysteriously. Because the second son was not favored, or maybe he just didn't look like his brothers. Fu Jingchun continued speaking for his wife. The second son of the Fu family is only slightly better than me. Compared to the eldest and third brothers, he's much worse. He looks honest and kind, but inside he's selfish, scheming, and always blaming others, blaming the heavens, parents, siblings, and even fate. He's especially good at shifting blame. I used to be the unlucky scapegoat, taking the blame for everything, so he could live comfortably. Now that I've stepped back, the second son's family naturally became Fu Laotai's punching bag. In short, none of the Fu family members are normal. Mom and Dad, the youth relocation banquet is coming up. Why didn't you invite us? Zhao Sime and Deng Xiuxiu came uninvited, standing outside the yard. Guests are always welcome. Surely Gu Jiqing wouldn't mind us coming? Her goal was simple, to get close to Fu Jingchen and Xing Qing and choose one of them as a backup partner. Considering how difficult Gu Wanwan was, she specifically brought Deng Xiuxiu to help, and also called Sun Chunlian, but Sun Chunlian was shy and too proud to come knocking for food. Deng Xiuxiu held a porcelain basin, greedily eyeing the table full of delicacies and a big pot of braised pig offal, salivating. It's okay if there aren't enough bowls and chopsticks. I brought my own basin. Last time, you caused a family split, so now I want a basin of meat as compensation. My request is reasonable, right? After all, you owe me. Never mind, I'll do it myself so you don't have to scrimp and give me less. Mom and Dad, honestly, Dog Egg has become so thin from hunger, and you're here enjoying good food at Gu Jiqing's place. How can you be such good grandparents? You should have brought Dog Egg along to the feast. He's just a kid and won't ruin Gu Jiqing's place. Gu Jiqing, hosting 2 tables for the relocation is a bit stingy. You're so wealthy, you should host 20 or 30 tables and invite the whole village. While speaking, she opened the wooden door and headed straight to the stove outside Zheng Shirtsan's house. Her shameless face made Aunt Lu and Zhao Guoming look grim.
Go back.
Did they invite you? Take her down, Gu Wanwan said simply. Zheng Shirkan was faster than her, knocking over her big basin. Are you a bandit reincarnated? Who gave you the courage to steal my food? You remember the beating, but forget the pain. Your dog egg is thin because you're useless. I have money, and I'd rather feed dogs than give you anything. What nonsense. If it weren't for Sister Lu, I'd beat you until you lost all your teeth. Following Zhao Simei's advice, Deng Xiuxiu arrogantly shouted, You think it's fair that we caused the family split? We're the daughter-in-law of the brigade leader's family. Even the old folks in the cattle shed were invited. Why wasn't I? If you don't give me meat, I will report you to the commune for colluding with bad elements. Zhao Guoming was furious and glared fiercely at Zhao Simei, knowing who had taught Deng Ziyunu. Go ahead. If you do, I won't be the team leader anymore. I'll have my son divorce you. Deng Ziyunu turned pale with fear. Stop scaring me. I just want to report. Unless my in-laws join us or Gu Jiqing pays me hush money, I will stand for justice. And cut ties? She always remembered what Zhao Simei told her. Attending the housewarming banquet was secondary. Catching Gu Wanwan was the main goal. My sister-in-law said that as long as she finds a handle, she will willingly give anything Gu Wanwan wants. Our Zhao family can't afford a troublemaker daughter-in-law like you, Aunt Lu said angrily to Deng Xiaoyu, disappointed in her own daughter. Zhao Sime, stop your schemes. Do you really think I won't cut ties with you? Zhao Sime didn't take her parents' words seriously. Her parents had longed for a daughter like her, and she wouldn't abandon her for outsiders. I'm the only daughter of the Zhao family. What's wrong with pursuing my happiness? My parents should support me. Does Dad want to be a team leader forever and not go to the commune to be a leader? As long as her parents were around, she wasn't afraid Gu Wanwan would reveal her secret about being pregnant before marriage, unless Gu Wanwan didn't need the support of the team leader. Seeing the look Zhao Sime gave her, Deng Xiaoyu shouted loudly, help. Gu Jiqing and the bad elements are. Before she finished, Gu Wanwan shouted, Zhao Sime is unfaithful and secretly involved with others, pregnant before marriage. Zhao Sime's eyes widened in shock. She immediately tried to stop her. Gu Wanwan, shut up. She hadn't expected Gu Wanwan to be so bold, disregarding her parents' feelings.
How dare she? How dare she?
Gu Wanwan looked at her coldly. You made a fuss at my housewarming and engagement parties. I'm very unhappy. I might do something about it, so I hope you have the ability to bear the consequences. Zhao Sime's eyes turned red with anger. Brother Jingchen, look at her. Fu Jingchen's disdain was obvious. Ugly, dreaming of high status. Don't call me brother. I'm not someone you can easily reach. Sheng Qing pretended to be confused. How old is this big sister? She looks a few years older than me. Why do women like to call older brothers? Gu Wanwan pierced her with a cold stare. Talking about your age. You're about the same age as Ding Yanli. Aunt Lu rubbed her forehead, feeling ashamed.
22.
Very picky.
Can't get married.
Zhao Sime's face turned red with embarrassment, and she was so angry that her nostrils seemed to smoke. Mother, am I still your daughter? Is it necessary to be so harsh on your own flesh and blood? What's this brother's name? I am Zhao Sime. Sheng Qing shivered slightly, his face serious as he refused her. Big sister, you're 2 years older than me. I already have a partner, so there's no need for you to help me find someone. Hu Pandai, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't hold back her excitement and ran over. His partner is me. Zhao Sime, forget about it. Sheng Qing forced himself to suppress his disgust and pretended to be confused. Who is this person? Maybe she's got issues. My partner is chosen by my parents, childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure. Hu Pandai looked at him with a resentful gaze, thinking as long as they weren't married, she still had hope. While Sheng Qing was around, she decided to cling to him. Zhao Sime, you big woman with no one to love, stay away from my man. Zhao Sime was instantly furious. You're the one chasing after him. I'm not a big woman with a wide waist. I'm pregnant. Believe it or not, I'll have Dad punish you for messing around. Gu Wanwan crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and sneered coldly. Old Zhao, Lu Mei, your daughter seems determined to ruin the Zhao family. Why keep her around? Don't let temporary pity and responsibility ruin everything. The Zhao family doesn't owe her anything. Treat her like a daughter, and what do you get in the end? Enough. Zhao Guoming shouted angrily. Zhao Sime, go back now. I want to cut ties with you. Lu Shun didn't say anything, silently agreeing with her husband's decision. Wan Jie, who seemed to see everything clearly, knew what was happening. Qian Mei, sensing some gossip, looked back and forth between Zhao Sime and Lu Mei's family, finally focusing on Zhao Sime's wide waist. It was as if she had discovered something shocking. Wan Jie kept silent. She was tough and wouldn't let anyone pry her open. Sister, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We've done our best to raise them. Their future is up to them. Worrying so much just makes you age faster. Lu Shun decided to give up and stop caring. Sighing, she thought she was just unlucky not to have a daughter. Better to let the ungrateful ones go. Cut off. Sure, who's afraid? Zhao Sime, angry, turned and stormed off. She didn't believe her parents could be so heartless. Your sister-in-law has left, and Deng Xiaoyu can't stay any longer, but she is reluctant to leave the nearby meet. Gu Wanwan suddenly moved closer to Deng Ziyunuo and lowered her voice, saying, "You were used by Zhao Simei as a tool. To get compensation, you need to tell Zhao Simei. She is pregnant. If you don't reveal the secret, Zhao Simei will stay obedient. Once the secret is out, the money will disappear. You're smart. You can earn a lot of money with your skills. Maybe if you work hard, you could get a job at the state-run restaurant from Zhao Simei. I heard Zhao Simei is about to get permanent status. She earns a few dozen yuan a month. With a job, your brother won't worry about finding a wife from the city." Deng Ziyunuo's eyes lit up, thinking Gu Wanwan's idea was excellent. She then smiled and looked at her, saying, "Oh, Gu Jiqing, I'm sorry and thank you for thinking of my family. I didn't want to bother you. It's all because of my unthinking sister-in-law who tricked me into coming.
Please don't mind.
You all continue eating. I'll go back and teach my sister-in-law a lesson." As for how Deng Ziyunuo and Zhao Simei ended up fighting, that wasn't her concern anymore. After the banquet ended, Pei's husband and wife looked at Fu Jingchen with tears in their eyes, full of words but unsure how to speak. Jingchen, Uncle Pei, and Aunt Pei treat Qingning like their daughter. "Can you call them Grandpa and Grandma? Although we don't have proof yet." "Grandma, Grandpa," Fu Jingchen replied gently. Yi Sijuan's tears fell like broken pearls, and she burst into tears, saying, Okay, your sister. Fu Wanning is still suffering at the Pei family. You need to save her, and not let those bad people at the Pei family hurt her." Meanwhile, at the Fu family, since Lu Laishi returned unsuccessful, Ding Yanli looked sour, as if the Fu family owed her 8 million yuan. Old Madame Fu sat on the Kong and scolded, "Disobedient grandson, going against heaven. If he doesn't come back, he should at least give the pension money. Is his heart made of stone? He doesn't want his relatives or elders. He must have been fooled by Gu Wanwan." Old Master Fu took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Tomorrow call fourth brother over and tell him his parents are sick. Gu Jiqing lives with us. A single man and woman living together. What's that about?" Lu Laishi was only thinking about Fu Jingchen's salary. Fourth brother must hand over his savings account. It shouldn't fall into Gu Wanwan's hands. If it's given, it should go to my son in my belly. The fortune teller said this baby is a boy. Our future grandson wants to eat meat. Son Xiaohua sneered and said, "Big sister-in-law, you talk so lightly. Giving birth to a son or daughter isn't up to you. Even if you give pension money, it's for the in-laws. When did it become your turn?" Li Laishi has a clear plan now. He has already calculated everything. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother to us. Our Fu family raised him, so he should support us in old age. I not only want his salary but also want him to arrange jobs for our whole family. He is a popular squad leader, and we supported him back then. If the Fu family hadn't sent him to join the army, would he have had a chance to make achievements? Does he want to forget his gratitude and refuse to help the Fu family? It's best if he can get a high-paying, easy job in the army. After all, we're going to enjoy life, not suffer. Fu Xiongling looked at Ding Yanli with sharp eyes. If someone hadn't stubbornly stayed at the Fu family, Jingchen wouldn't have left home. It was that person who pushed Jingchen toward Gu Wanyan. Ding Yanli hated Gu Wanyan so much, she wished she could harm her. She refused to leave the Fu family and was willing to wait until Fu Jingchen accepted her. But she didn't expect to hear about Fu Jingchen's engagement to Gu Wanyan. Qian Mei, after finishing her meal yesterday, used her big mouth to tell everyone that Gu Wanyan was engaged. Ding Qidong had been staying at the Ding family's house and hadn't gone out. He didn't notice the weather changing outside. He only knew that his parents had come home yesterday with serious faces and didn't say why. He didn't ask further. To fake a relationship, he deliberately carried the meat buns he bought yesterday and swaggered past the villagers. A villager asked him, "Ding family, where are you going?" Ding Qidong, pretending to be shy like a young girl, replied, "I'm taking breakfast to my sister Wanyan. She has to go to work later, and I'm worried she's hungry." The villagers looked at him speechlessly. Some villagers, who had attended the wedding banquet and heard Qian Mei's gossip, now all knew about Gu Wanyan and Fu Jingchen's relationship. Ding family's eldest son must be seriously ill. Last time he tried to force a marriage and failed, and now he wants to try again? Just a few meat buns, not as many as Fu Jingchen's. He even sent a whole truckload of valuable goods to his wife. It's enough to make Fu Leoi angry to death. Didn't Ding Yanli say that Ding Qidong and Gu Jiqing are secretly seeing each other? Who is telling the truth? Your information is outdated. Ding Yanli claimed to be Fu Jingchen's fiancée, but Fu Jingchen exposed her. Yesterday, Gu Jiqing and Fu Jingchen got engaged. They are truly a perfect match, and their relationship is very good. Ding Yanli has a thick skin. She still refuses to leave the Fu family's house, just waiting for Fu Jingchen to come back. Her brother is the same, proud and shameless, from a family of local officials, thinking everyone in the village should revolve around her. I can't stand her. Most likely, Ding's family saw that Gu Jiqing is wealthy and from a military family and wanted to marry into that for their own benefit. Recently, I often see Ding's village official going to the commune, probably dealing with some matter. Ding Qidong happily imagined Gu Wanwan throwing herself into his arms. He kept telling everyone about his relationship with Gu Wanwan, as if the villagers didn't already know. Besides the bride from Qingshan, most villagers looked at Ding Qidong with a foolish expression. They probably thought he was foolish. At this time, Gu Wanwan was probably in the warehouse collecting tools, so she headed there. Gu Wanwan noticed that since she argued with Shi Yuelin, Shi's attitude had become terrible. Shi was using her position to give her inferior tools, while others received good ones. She was given old, broken sickles with dull blades, making it hard to cut pig grass. Not only that, the baskets she received had big holes at the bottom, affecting Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming too. Shi Yuelin still thought she was right. She said, "You came late. All the good tools have been taken by villagers. Come earlier next time." Gu Wanwan didn't like her. Did she think giving her broken tools could threaten her? It's just because you're engaged to the man you're obsessed with. If you have a problem with me, just say it openly. Come at me directly. Do you need to play tricks? In the end, you even lost your job as a scorekeeper. Do your parents know you're obsessed with a married man? Do they know you're seeking love but failed, and now you're taking revenge? Shi Yuelin's eyes turned red as she glared at Gu Wanwan, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Gu Wanwan, Brother Jingchen is bewitched by you. I knew him before you. If it weren't for you, I would be with him. You ruined my happiness." Gu Wanwan looked at her coldly. "It's just your wishful thinking. Without me, there's Ding Yanli, the female soldier from the cultural troupe, and many other women who like Fu Jingchen. Looking around, your conditions aren't the best. I advise you not to humiliate yourself. Obsessing over my partner usually ends badly." Zheng Shirkan was furious. "You're treating us differently. I want to report you. I don't want the pig grass, so why are 3 adults and a child fighting over it?" "It's embarrassing," Shi Yuling said disdainfully, determined to see Gu Wanwan fail. "If you have the guts, don't earn work points. The educated youth are lazy and good for nothing. I can report you to the youth office and have you all sent back." The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was possible. As long as Gu Wanwan was driven out of Xiangyang village, and the fox spirit was no longer around to tempt him, Brother Jingchen might change his mind. Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming snorted coldly. Idiots probably didn't know that the director of the youth office was Wanwan's person. Gu Wanwan chuckled. "Then go ahead. If it comes to it, I'll marry Fu Jingchen and follow the army." After saying that, the 3 of them took their tools and left.
You.
Shi Yuling watched their backs, her anger burning hotter. She was eager to see how long Gu Wanwan could hold on with those broken tools. She waited for Gu Wanwan to cry and beg for forgiveness. Gu Wanwan strode confidently through the fields, carrying her tools. Her 3 torn baskets were very noticeable. She stopped near village accountant Shi Dazhuang and then shot Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming a glance. "Sorry to trouble you." The villagers quickly perked up their ears, eager for gossip, and listened to the 3's complaints. Zheng Shirkan understood immediately and acted dramatically. "It's okay, Wanwan. We're sisters, sharing joys and sorrows. We didn't know Shi Yuling and Ding Yanli secretly liked your fiancé and hated you because of love. Our friendship is breaking apart. I thought she was kind, and good. Hu Jiming said angrily, just because she's the daughter of the accountant, she can do whatever she wants? Her recklessness might affect her father. She doesn't care about Xiangyang village at all. What if the commune leaders come and see us with broken tools? Will the good team still give us jobs? Even the neighboring teams wouldn't give people broken sickles and baskets. Shi Yuling just wants us to pull weeds by hand and force us to submit. Worse than Ding Yanli. Gu Wanwan pretended not to see Shi Dazhuang's dark face. Forget it, don't say anything. She has an accountant father controlling the village finances. Zheng Shirkan, eager to stir trouble, said, she even wants to report us to the youth office. Who's afraid? I'll report her family to the commune if I have to. The three of them teamed up, and Shi Yuling's name became famous in the village. Weeding the pig grass was as easy as always, mainly because they used special powers to harvest it easily. They hid in a secret spot, and Gu Wanwan led the others to gather the pig grass. The bottom of the broken baskets was padded with a board. After collecting the grass, they immediately went down the mountain. Zheng Shirkan and Hu Ziming never doubted the origin of the pig feed, assuming it was prepared in advance by Fu Jingchen and Xingqing. After a few rounds, the pig feed was ready, and even faster than before. You are cheating, Shi Welling, unaware of her growing bad reputation, was determined to cause trouble. Old pig feed causes pigs to get sick. Can you take responsibility for that? These work points don't count, so I won't record them. You can either redo it or go to the fields. Since she was the scorekeeper, she could declare something unqualified. Even if she deducted a few points, no one would notice. At this moment, Ding Qidong, holding a large meat bun, ran over to Gu Wanwan like a treasure, saying, "What's going on? Wanwan, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Eat some bun. You look so thin." Shi Welling secretly hoped Gu Wanwan and Ding Qidong would become a couple, sneering coldly, "Gu Wanwan, you're really shameless. You're dating Ding Qidong, but also trying to get involved with Fu Jingchen, playing both men around. Do you deserve Brother Jingchen? I want to tell him your true colors and report you for messing around." Ding Qidong, also wanting to confirm their relationship, stepped up as Gu Wanwan's supporter, saying, "Shi Welling, how can you talk like that? I demand you apologize to Wanwan immediately. I won't allow you to bully my partner." Though he said this, he secretly imagined Gu Wanwan being moved to tears, captivated by his charm and sense of security. But reality was often harsh. Their commotion attracted nearby villagers to come see what was happening. Gu Wanwan rolled her eyes and remained cold as ice, saying, "Do I look like someone who needs a few meat buns? Comrade, do I know you well? What's your name?" Zheng Shirkan cooperated with her sister Makim, saying, "I forgot his name too, but I think he's the eldest son of Secretary Ding. This person is rude. First time he tried to flirt with you and was rejected. Now, the second time, he calls you his partner. Isn't he trying to be a pervert?" Hu Jiming chimed in, "We spend all day with Sister Wan, but we didn't know Ding Qidong, and Wanwan were a couple. Last time, Ding's family secretly decided Wanwan's marriage with the Du family, but Wanwan exposed it. She only let it go because of compensation. Now, Ding's family is still up to no good, trying to ruin Wanwan's reputation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ding Qidong had no way out. He had to muster his courage and continue confessing, 'I haven't tarnished my reputation. I just hope Wanwan will give me a chance. It was my mother's fault last time. I apologize to you. I swear I will treat you well. Please don't ignore me, okay?" Shi Welling kept stirring trouble nearby. "Gu Wanwan, you're playing with two men. You don't know how to choose." Before she finished scolding, Fu Jingchen interrupted, "Wife, who made you angry again? You caused this love trouble. You planted the pigweed. Shi Welling thinks the pigweed is too old and rotten, so she won't give me any credit. We all have to redo the work." Gu Wanwan pointed with her chin toward Ding Qidong, "and there's also Brother Ding Yanli. We've only met twice. The villagers can testify. He claims to be my boyfriend. Last time, his mother and Ding Yanli, together with the Du family, forced me into marriage. I thought it was over, but he keeps pestering me. Shi Welling falsely accused me of abandoning my family. I am fed up. If we're not close, Why can't I tell the truth? Is it because of the rumors created by your gossiping mouths that you think I have an affair with Ding Qidong? Ding Qidong looked at Fu Jingchen, taller than himself. Aren't you my sister's fiancé? Fu Jingchen's narrowed eyes showed a dangerous aura. I am Gu Wanwan's fiancé. We've filed the paperwork, and the organization recognizes us. Are you trying to ruin our marriage? The wedding between the Ding and Fu families was all arranged, without my wife's approval. I never agreed to it. I want to make it clear again. Besides Gu Wanwan, I won't look at any other woman. I advise some people to stop wasting their time. After the new year, we'll get married officially. Finally, a kind villager told Ding Qidong about the embarrassing incident at the wedding. Ding Qidong's face turned pale, deeply shocked. He suddenly realized he had made a big joke. It all started with his sister Ding Yanli's wishful thinking. Why didn't their parents tell him earlier? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so humiliated in front of others. His plan was about to succeed, but was forced to fail. Similarly, Shi Welling was devastated. Her beloved man was going to marry Gu Wanwan during the new year. It was worse than being killed. Jing Qinji, why are you treating me like this? It was all Gu Wanwan's fault. She vowed to make the fox spirit look bad. She worked hard but couldn't earn a single credit. She admitted she used her power for personal gain, but so what? She didn't care. After all, she was the scorekeeper. Zhao Guoming heard the news and came over. What exactly happened? Shi Dazhuang was worried that his daughter's misbehavior would cause trouble, so he hurried back. Shi Welling, look at what you've done. Apologize to Gu Jiqing right now. Fu Jingchen didn't bother to give Shi Welling even a glance. He spoke coldly, Captain. I think Shi Welling isn't suitable to be a scorekeeper. Look at the pig feed my wife collected. Does it look old and rotten enough? Shi Welling, without knowing the facts, deducted work points from my wife. I think I have a right to ask for an explanation. The villagers looked at the father and daughter with disapproval. Accountant Shi, your daughter is quite capable. She deliberately gave Gu Jiqing and the others old tools, targeting them. Everyone saw it clearly, and it can't be denied. Are we fools? That pig feed looks fresh, clearly just picked. How can pigs be so picky? If you follow your rules, then the pig feed the children gave is all unqualified. I didn't expect Shi Welling to be like this. Are the people she doesn't get along with also getting fewer work points? I demand a full investigation into Shi Welling and the village's finances. Where there's a daughter, there's a father. I suspect the Shi family is involved in shady dealings. At this moment, Shi Dazhuang wished he could slap his daughter. She lost her job over a man and caused villagers to doubt his integrity. He had considered letting his daughter marry Fu Jingchen, who wouldn't want such a good son-in-law. But Fu Jingchen was already engaged. He wasn't someone his daughter could dream of. Moreover, Gu Wanwan was a military family member, a hero's daughter. If his daughter upset her, she would become the second Ding Yanli, suffering ridicule from everyone in the area. The villagers didn't dare speak openly in front of Secretary Ding, but rumors had already spread widely in other teams. This incident put her scorekeeper position at risk. He had worked hard for this role.
Geujiking, I'm sorry.
I didn't teach my daughter properly. I will control her better from now on.
Please give her a chance to change.
Just moments ago, Shi Welling had hoped to use her position to torment Gu Wanwan, but now she was thrown into a deep abyss. Without her scorekeeper job, how could she continue to manipulate Gu Wanwan? She only wanted to bother Gu Wanwan, never intending to involve her father. Why was everything getting worse? Brother Jingchen, I don't know if those pig feed was from you. Gu Wanwan isn't helpless. Why can't she do it herself? Seeing the other person still refusing to admit fault, Zhao Guoming announced publicly, Shi Welling, starting tomorrow, you're no longer the scorekeeper. You'll have to do 2 days of manure work as punishment. When Shi Welling heard this news, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. She thought the captain would remember their past and protect her for her father's sake. Dad? Captain, I only made a small mistake. I don't accept this. Gu Wanwan walked past her, sneering. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame others. You could have kept your job as a scorekeeper, but you chose to go out and find trouble. Shi Dazhuang decided to find a good match for his daughter and let her marry early. Fourth brother, I know you don't like Ding Yanli, but our parents are sick. Can you go home to see them? Our family wants to have a reunion dinner. They miss you, and I miss you too. Can you come home with me? Fu Xiangling pleaded from the crowd. She chose to speak in a crowded place just to avoid giving Fu Jingchen a chance to refuse. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Family? That's a hint she's an outsider and not allowed to go to Fu's house? The villagers didn't see anything wrong. At Fu's, family members don't hold grudges overnight. Now that you're engaged to Gu Jiqing, you should tell the elders. Fu Jingchen only glanced at her and then looked away. All right, I understand. I'll go back tonight. After Fu Xiangling received his definite answer, she felt a little happy inside. In Jingchen's heart, she was more important than those flirtatious women. Who do you think matters more, her or Gu Wanwan? I'll wait for you at home. I'll cook a few good dishes for you. See you later. Shi Yueling looked lost and heartbroken, her resentment towards Gu Wanwan reaching its peak. She couldn't accept that her once good friend would steal her happiness. Jingchen, I want to talk to you about something important for your future happiness. If you give me a chance and break up with Gu Wanwan, I'll tell you about Ding Yanli's scheme. Earlier that morning, her mother had casually mentioned that Ding Yanli had arranged for someone to get pig breeding medicine.
I refuse. Fu Jingchen answered immediately. Don't love me.
It won't work. Shi Yueling's eyes filled with tears, her heart aching. She cried out hysterically, You'll regret this. Without the blessing of elders, you and Gu Wanwan won't succeed. She wanted to see if, after today, Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan could still openly show their love. No, if Ding Yanli could do it, why couldn't she? Everything is for love. Gu Wanwan still felt it wasn't enough to hurt and continued to criticize her rival. Love is mutual affection. Love is about giving in. You love Fu Jingchen, but he only loves me. What doesn't belong to you will never be yours. Love gained through force isn't truly happy. People are foolish, willing to die for love. I really can't understand it. There are so many good men in the world. Maybe your true match hasn't come yet. Why cling to one person? Without love, can people not live? Isn't earning money and building a career better? I can have love, but I refuse to be a love-obsessed fool. Fu Jingchen agreed with his wife's view. I'm not a love-obsessed fool either. Sheng Qing secretly muttered to himself, No, boss, you are definitely a love-obsessed fool, willing to neglect food and drink, even risking your life for your sister-in-law. Shi Yueling was full of resentment and refused to listen to any advice. You got brother Jingchen, so you think it's easy.
You.
Shi Dazhuang couldn't bear it anymore and slapped his daughter. Shameful. Go back home and prepare for tomorrow's blind date. Shi Yueling stared in disbelief, tears in her eyes, and ran away, covering her face in sadness. Zheng Shirkan touched his chin, thinking hard, what kind of conspiracy is Ding Yanli up to? Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan exchanged smiles. The former slowly said, It's like sowing seeds. Many educated youths have fallen for this before, especially in Qingshan village, which is hit hardest. Gu Wanwan nodded and continued, The village uses tricks. When you go to banquets or visit educated youth stations, be careful with anything given by strangers. They passed by the fields and saw Deng Ziyunu working in the rice paddies. She looked up, smiled brightly, and greeted Gu Wanwan, eager to share her achievements. Zheng Shirkan was stunned. Is it raining red rain? We haven't done anything. Isn't Deng Ziyunu the one who hates us the most? Gu Wanwan knew instinctively. Deng Ziyunu had successfully extorted Zhao Simi. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a vengeful look behind a tree. She smiled indifferently. Maybe she found some money. At noon, they ate braised beef noodles. The beef and noodles were taken from the space earlier that morning. Gu Wanwan specifically told her godmother how to cook it. As noon approached, Xia Tingyue reheated a pot of beef, boiled the noodles in water, then poured the rich braised beef soup over the noodles, added greens and eggs, and finally topped it with a generous spoonful of beef. The scene was filled with the sounds of slurping noodles, and everyone enjoyed the delicious, satisfying meal. While enjoying his noodles, Summer Garden Moon took the opportunity to teach his daughter. Kanchan, in a few days, Mom and Dad will leave. You need to learn how to be a good wife. Don't always rely on Wanwan. Just because Wanwan is good at cooking doesn't mean you should expect her to always do the housework. You're such a big eater. Don't wear Wanwan out. Hu Jiming chuckled happily. It's okay, Mom. I can support myself. Being able to eat well is a blessing. Zheng Shirkin rolled her eyes. Mom, I'm not like that ungrateful person, Ji Liang. Now I'm good at working and my cooking has improved a lot. I have a talent for it. Wanwan still needs to visit her brothers and sisters, and Brother Chen also needs to pick up his sister. When they are busy, I take care of my uncles and cousins. Zheng Ziqian understood well. His daughter's trip to the countryside changed her from a delicate girl into a mature, capable, and responsible person. Most importantly, she's no longer naive and easily fooled. He felt very pleased. After dinner, Gu Wanwan saw Fu Jingchen carrying a basin full of clothes, walking toward the river with Xingqing. She looked into the basin and saw most of the clothes were hers and on bows. It was too late to call out to Fu Jingchen. In the space, there was an easy-to-use washing machine, but he chose to carry a basin and go to the river to wash clothes loudly, as if afraid others might not notice he was washing his wife's intimate clothes. Forget it, he liked to show off. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, the villagers would be the ones feeling awkward. Near the river, several village women were washing clothes. When they saw Fu Jingchen and Xingqing washing clothes skillfully, they all froze in surprise. The villagers still held some old-fashioned ideas. Men work outside, women do inside chores. They wondered why a man would wash clothes outside. Fu family, you're in the army. Why don't you ask Gu Jiqing to wash for you? Xingqing answered for the older brother. Auntie, everyone should do their own chores. Even in the army, you wash clothes and fold quilts. As soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked to see his older brother pick up a woman's clothes and wash them naturally and skillfully. His face instantly turned bright red. Big brother, you're really something. He had a feeling that the older brother was scheming. When Ding Qidong brought meat buns, the older brother announced to everyone that he was washing clothes for his wife. The village women were stunned. Fu family, don't you feel ashamed? Those are Gu Jiqing's clothes. How can you wash a woman's clothes? That's so unlucky. Be careful, she might ride over you one day. Fu Jingchen didn't care about traditional macho ideas. Instead, he looked natural and confident. Helping my wife wash clothes is only right. Haven't your husbands ever washed clothes for you? Aunties are truly unfortunate. Your husbands have poor awareness and don't value you. A great person once said, men and women are equal. Women can hold up half the sky. Giving my wife a bath is a very honorable and proud thing. My wife praises me for being capable and kind. Aunties' husbands should learn from me. Why should women serve men, work hard for their in-laws, just like in feudal times? Hearing this, some village women suddenly understood, while others doubted life. After seeing how kind and considerate Fu Jingchen was, they looked at their own husbands who only waited to eat and drink and didn't do housework. They became more and more angry. So, more men started carrying basins to wash clothes by the river. Thanks to the promotion by aunties, everyone in the village knew that the respected squad leader personally washed his wife's underwear all afternoon. As evening approached, Gu Wanwan took out an empty basket. By the way, since it's our first time meeting the parents, we can't go empty-handed. What should we prepare? Although Xia Tingyue was unhappy with Grandma Fu's antics, Fu's family was still Fu Jingchen's family for now. The mystery about Fu Jingchen's background hadn't been solved, so some manners couldn't be skipped. She handed Gu Wanwan a cloth bag. Inside was a can of malted milk, a pound of peach cookies, and a pound of rice sticks. This is for Jingchen's parents. They treat him well, so we should bring a gift. Zheng Shirkin curled her lips. I think we shouldn't give anything. No matter how good the gift is, Grandma Fu will still take it. It's a waste of a precious item. Gu Wanwan picked the smallest cabbage. We're going to visit the parents. Cough, cough. It's not appropriate to be too stingy. This small, fresh cabbage is enough. The Fu family members are all strong and healthy. The malted milk is too rich for them. The peach cookies and rice sticks are a waste of teeth. Grandma Fu and her husband would just break their teeth trying to eat them. Everyone. Such a tiny cabbage, practically malnourished, not enough even for a stir-fry. Fu Jingchen took out the small cabbage and added some wilted wild vegetables. Visiting the parents doesn't require such. Cough, just a meal. No need to bring expensive gifts. A little thought is enough. Everyone. They were so stingy it was beyond, not about being poor, but about wasting good vegetables. Surely those were rotten leaves meant to be thrown away? Gu Wanwan nodded happily. All right, it looks fresh and lively. Light gifts, heavy feelings. We'll bring Bao along. Since Fu's family is spending so much, we should get our money's worth, Fu Jingchen said. Then he looked at Zheng Shirkan and others. Godparents, everyone come along. The more the merrier. Summer Tingyue quietly put away her bag, realizing she was overthinking. Zheng Shirkan didn't find anything strange and said, "There's nothing to be shy about. I have a thick skin like steel." Sheng Qing, who is shy, said, "Boss, as long as you're happy eating, that's enough. Auntie has already prepared dinner." They went out to enjoy the fresh air, which was confirmed. In the end, Zheng Shirkan was forcefully pulled back home by Summer Tingyue. Fu Jingchen carried a basket, holding Gu Wanwan's hand as they took Bao to the Fu family. The sunset shone on the three of them, making them look like a happy family of three. Thanks to Gu Wanwan's careful care over the past period and the nourishing spiritual spring water, Bao visibly gained weight. He used to be a skinny monkey, but now he's a chubby little ball, even showing a bit of baby fat, soft and adorable. For this dinner, Fu Xiangling showed her cooking skills, and Ding Yanli didn't want to be outdone. She spent her own money to buy 2 pounds of meat and also got a fish, personally preparing the dinner. She wanted Fu Jingchen to see that she was a good wife and mother, willing to cook for him. Most importantly, she wanted to seize this rare opportunity to complete their wedding night soon. When all the dishes were ready and the family sat down, Fu Jingchen was still missing. Ding Yanli, as the new wife, sat next to Shin Chun Man, and the empty seat next to her was naturally reserved for Fu Jingchen. Lu Laishi waited eagerly, drooling over the dishes and said, "Isn't he coming back to eat? Making us elders wait for him. He really doesn't understand manners." Suddenly, Fu Jingchen's voice came from outside the main hall. "I was busy washing clothes for my wife, so I'm late." Fu Xiangling's eyes brightened. She knew Brother Jingchen wouldn't break his promise. But hearing his words, her face darkened with displeasure. Ding Yanli held back her annoyance and hurried out like a newlywed wife to greet her husband, saying, "Jingchen, everyone outside is talking about your engagement.
Is it true or not?"
"Oh, the dishes look pretty good today," Gu Wanwan said, handing the basket to Ding Yanli. "This is a small gift for me and Jingchen, just a token of our sincerity. We picked these ourselves. Hope it shows how much we care." Under everyone's surprised gazes, Gu Wanwan casually chose a seat and sat down. Fu Jingchen turned and went into the kitchen, bringing back 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, then sat next to his wife holding Bao. Usually, the Fu family only started eating when old Fu said so, and the younger members would wait. But now, Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan ignored the elders, helping themselves to food and showing affection openly.
No.
Old Madame Fu was speechless. Usually, she was the one who took the lead, but now others were doing things for her, and she forgot how to react. "I didn't expect the Fu family to value me so much, even holding a second engagement banquet for me and Fu Jingchen. That's quite generous. I won't hold back." Gu Wanwan took a bite of stir-fried meat, which was a bit bland because there was little oil, making the meat somewhat dry. "How do you think it tastes?" "It's not as good as what you make." "Just eat it," Fu Jingchen said frankly, serving his wife some food, and also taking care of his little brother-in-law, giving him a large chicken leg. And Bao happily followed with the big chicken leg. "Thank you, brother-in-law. Good girl." Fu Jingchen patted Bao's head. Fu Xiangling and Ding Yanli felt as if an arrow had pierced their hearts, painful and heartbreaking. Lu Laishi was displeased. "Fourth brother, How can you not care for your own niece with blood ties and instead care for an outsider's child? What kind of behavior is that? She's not your son. My little brother-in-law isn't an outsider, Fu Jingchen teased in Bao. Out of love and a bit of favoritism, mainly because Bao looked too much like his wife. Whenever he saw her adorable face, he couldn't help but think of Wanwan from when she was a child, and his heart softened. Taking care of his little brother-in-law? He's already raising him like a son, gaining experience for raising children in advance. What about Uncle Second's family? Why aren't they here? Fu Yijin instinctively answered. They went back to their mother's house with Aunt Second. Unexpectedly, Fu Jingchen's next words almost drove the Fu family crazy. Wanwan, Uncle Second's family isn't here. You can eat more. If you can't finish, we'll pack it up. It's rare for the Fu family to prepare so many dishes for us. Our family of 3 is eating openly. We shouldn't waste the kindness of the Fu family. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal enthusiastically, devouring everything like a whirlwind. By the time the Fu family members realized, less than half of the large table of food remained. Guanwan, what do you mean? Why are you eating my cooked dishes? Those were specially prepared for Brother Jingchen. Ding Yanli angrily slammed her basket on the ground. You came here with your family just to eat? Do you have any shame? Guanwan looked innocent. Why would I feel ashamed? I brought gifts, didn't I? Ding Yanli pointed at the rotten vegetables on the ground and stepped in front of Guanwan. Is this the good gift you mentioned? The wild vegetables are all spoiled. Guanwan stood up, crossing her arms as she looked at her. Those were personally chosen by Brother Jingchen. I am honored to eat at the Fu family. No one from the Fu family said anything, so they clearly welcome me. As an outsider, why do you interfere? Why did Fu Jingchen choose me, and not you? It's because you look too ugly. You should reflect on yourself. The Fu family members looked at each other with expressions like they had just eaten something foul. They had never seen such a poor display of greeting before. Guanwan completely shattered their expectations. What an outstanding young woman. The Ding and Du families lost fairly. Why you? Fu Xiangling felt she couldn't just sit and wait, so she decided to take the initiative. It was a good chance to see who was more important to Brother Jingchen, her or Guanwan. Stop fighting, please. While Ding Yanli was entangling with Guanwan, she pretended to be pushed down. Gu Jiqing, I was just trying to stop the fight. Why did you push me? Guanwan sighed softly, watching her perform quietly. Oh, wow. Family struggles and palace fights in this era, it's not easy. Fu Xiangling looked like she was about to cry, as if she had been deeply hurt. She struck a graceful pose like a fallen beauty. She had observed Gan Qi at the youth point and learned to use her femininity and tears to win men over. She secretly practiced a few tricks, and she tested them on several male villagers, all successfully. She was confident she could win Jingchen's sympathy and affection. First, she was the sister raised by Jingchen himself, with over 10 years of feelings and social status backing her. Second, although she wasn't as beautiful as Gu Wanwan, she was younger and prettier than Ding Yanli. Ugh, my foot hurts so much. Brother Jingchen, please don't blame Gu Zhijing. She didn't mean to push me. I didn't realize she was so resentful toward me. I'm fine. Really, it doesn't hurt. Don't let this ruin our harmony. She pretended to be strong, trying to stand up, but she fell again. In truth, Ding Yanli hadn't paid attention to how Fu Xiangling fell, but she saw an opportunity to deal with Gu Wanwan and was happy to stir the pot. Gu Zhijing, you're so rough and strong. Don't you realize it? Are you jealous that I entered the Fu family and upset because of me? You've already taken my husband, and now you want to harm the Fu family? Today it's my sister-in-law. Tomorrow it could be our parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, or grandparents. You're going too far. Fu Xiangling looked at Fu Jingchen with tears in her eyes, appearing pitiful. Seeing his face darken deeply, she secretly rejoiced at her plan's success. Brother Jingchen, Gu Zhijing might care about you too much and doesn't like women getting close to you. Maybe. I'll stay away from Brother Jingchen in the future, so it won't bother her. The 3 Fu brothers were displeased. She's jealous even before entering the house. If this continues, she's unworthy of being a Fu family daughter-in-law. The wives remained silent, but each had their own thoughts. Lu Laishi was worried about the money in Gu Wuan's hands, while Sun Xiaohua stared intently at the chubby Bao, who was her dream partner. She secretly thought that if she exchanged the 2 golden flowers, she wondered if Gu Wuan would agree. Wang Xuexiu hoped Ding Yanli would win, mainly because she was the only city wife in the Fu family. If the 4th son married an educated girl from the city, she would lose her sense of superiority in the family. It was all about vanity and feeling superior. Fu Yuzhong looked at Gu Wuan with a slightly reproachful gaze. He was loyal and filial, but not so foolish as to let outsiders bully his daughter. Gu Jiqing, if you don't like my daughter, you don't need to come to the Fu family anymore. We don't welcome you. He added complicatedly, 4th son, take the troublemaker away. Your grandparents don't approve of this marriage. I think they're right. We can't afford to have an unfilial daughter-in-law like her. Shin Chunman felt sad for her daughter, but saw clearly that her daughter had deliberately fallen. Gu Jiqing hadn't even touched her. Maybe stop causing trouble. Actually, Gu Jiqing didn't. Old Madame Fu glared at her. Shut up. You have no right to speak. Xiangling, her granddaughter, had been well cared for. She knew how to handle Gu Wuan. Today, if Gu Wuan didn't suffer some loss to compensate the Fu family, she wouldn't be Cui Cuiyu. Lu Laishi boldly demanded, I think my sister-in-law's leg is broken. Today, Gu Jiqing must pay 500 yuan before she can leave the Fu family. Fu Xiangling continued pretending to be innocent and pitiful. I don't want money. I just want Gu Jiqing to apologize. Then I'll forgive her. Ding Yanli finally saw an opportunity and refused to hold back. No, that's not enough. She must kowtow and apologize, give up brother Jingchen voluntarily, swear not to bother him anymore, accept her status as the true wife, explain her innocence to the villagers, and keep kowtowing until the Fu family forgives her. If you don't apologize, we'll go to the police and accuse you of intentionally hurting someone. The entire Fu family will testify. You won't escape. Don't expect brother Jingchen to help you. You hurt his sister. Do you think he'll just let it go? Gu Wuan looked at Ding Yanli and Fu Xiangling's low-level tactics with amusement, feeling insulted at her intelligence. She didn't mind playing along. Fu Jingchen, listen to me. I didn't push Fu Xiangling. I am innocent. Fu Jingchen looked at his dramatic wife and had to go along with the act. Fu Xiangling has already fallen. Do you still want to deny it? I truly regret. Gu Wanwan wiped away non-existent tears. Please give me one more chance. I can't lose you. We are engaged. Without you, how can I live? As long as you're willing to come back to me, I will give you all my wealth. Old Madame Fu immediately reached out. Just leave it to me. Hurry, take it out. Seeing Gu Wanwan crying and begging for forgiveness, Ding Yanli felt incredibly satisfied. The situation unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Fu Xiangling cast a provoking look at Gu Wanwan, and she guessed correctly. Fu Jingchen valued family more than romantic relationships. Villagers often praised Gu Wanwan as the hero of Xiangyang village. She had thought she was impressive, but it turned out she was just an ordinary, deeply emotional woman who was fragile after being abandoned by Fu Jingchen. She was easily defeated with a little scheming. Besides her beauty and wealth, she was useless in other ways. And Bao's eyes widened in surprise. While everyone was watching the drama, he quietly took out a few lunchboxes from his space and started packing the food on the table. Don't underestimate him, because he's small. When it comes to eating, his little hands are quick and nimble. He quickly packed the dishes, then climbed down from the table, took out rotten vegetable leaves from the basket, and put the lunchboxes into the basket. Sister, brother-in-law, are you done? I've packed everything up. Fu Jingchen gave his little brother-in-law a thumbs up and pointed at the door to Gu Wanwan. Let's go. Don't come back to Fu's anymore. Gu Wanwan stomped her foot. Fine, I'll leave. Don't regret it. Ding Yanli was trembling with excitement as she finally managed to kick Gu Wanwan out. Fu Xiangling's triumphant smile couldn't be hidden anymore. She had removed Gu Wanwan, and now it was Ding Yanli's turn, followed by brother Jingchen. The once distant dream was now just a step away from realization. Jingchen, forget it.
I admit I'm unlucky.
Although I got hurt, I think it was worth it to let you see the true nature of Gu Jiqing. Without Gu Jiqing, there are many women in the world who love you deeply. I hope you look around more. You still have the Fu family in me. Shin Chunman frowned slightly, wanting to say something to her daughter but hesitating. In the next second, Fu Jingchen decisively took Gu Wanwan's hand. Gu Wanwan, you forgot to take me with you. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen exchanged a glance, confirming their understanding. They continued acting as if their identities had switched. Wanwan, don't leave me. I was just joking with the Fu family earlier. I misunderstood them, but I will never misunderstand you. I'll give you my savings and salary. Please don't abandon me. I'm not a magic brother or sister, and you are more important to me than any family member. I would even give you my life. Gu Wanwan lay down slowly on the ground. Oh no. My foot is useless now. Fu Xiangling, Ding Yanli, why did you push me? Is there a plot twist in this scene? It caught Fu Xiangling off guard. Why didn't they follow the usual script? Their acting was really fake. You're just pretending to be hurt. Brother Jingchen won't fall for that. Ding Yanli was so angry her face turned red. Brother Jingchen isn't blind. Don't think you can blame me. Fu Jingchen played along, pretending to be confused. You all need to apologize to Wanwan. I saw with my own eyes. You bullied my Wanwan. If you don't pay 500 yuan today, I'll cut ties with you and report to the police. Hearing this, everyone in the Fu family was stunned. Gu Wanwan reached out to old Madame Fu. Hurry up and give the money. If not, this isn't over. Don't tell me you don't have money. Brother Jingchen has been in the army for so many years and sends his salary home. It's not a fortune, but he should have a few thousand at least. And Bao crossed her arms, looking unimpressed. If you don't give it, we'll come every day, just to ask for it. The siblings were both acting badly, and now with Fu Jingchen involved, they were both crazy and unreasonable. Old Mr. Fu slammed the table, furious. Fourth, are you just letting Gu Jiqing extort us? Look at how these siblings behave, dragging their families around, taking what they want. Are you blind? Why are you helping outsiders shame our family? Do you want to make Grandpa angry? Old Madame Fu's blood pressure rose as she pointed at Gu Wanwan's nose, scolding her harshly. I didn't ask you for compensation. Instead, you're trying to scam me. I'm not Galifeng. Don't think you can take even half a cent from me. Even if I had a few thousand, it's none of your business. It's all my retirement money. The three brothers in the Fu family felt very uncomfortable hearing this. Their grandparents held thousands of yuan, but they were so stingy with them. They gave generously to Uncle's family, even though those funds mostly came from the main household. Uncle did nothing, yet he got all the benefits. Why should he get the grandparents' support for free?
Fu Jingchen smiled bitterly, sarcastically.
Retirement money? Isn't that public funds? What do you think of the main household? Isn't it secretly supporting Uncle's family? Old Madame Fu. Honest people don't lie. If you lie, you'll be struck by lightning. Gu Wanwan calmly added, the main branch of the Fu family, if you don't split the family soon, you deserve to work as a servant for the second branch. Old Madame Fu had never encountered such a tricky and peculiar person. When she couldn't extort money, she tried to sow discord. I'm still alive, daring to talk about splitting the family? I might as well hang myself right now. I've always been fair. No subsidies for the second branch, Before she finished, a strong gust of wind blew outside, accompanied by a loud, thunderous roar. Fu Jingchen secretly activated his special ability. It's thunder. You're lying. Old Madame Fu was embarrassed and frightened, quickly changing the subject. Stop talking nonsense. I absolutely won't let Gu Wanwan enter the house. You better divorce her and give me the salary passbook. Otherwise, you'll make the grandparents angry and you might not get promoted in the future. Fu Jingchen looked deeply at Gu Wanwan. I've handed over all my assets to my future wife. The old lady kicked me out of the Fu family long ago. Now she wants to control my money? Do you think that's right? Ding Yanli and Fu Xiangling's eyes flashed with anger. Gu Wanwan took out the passbook from her pocket and waved it. Just as old Madame Fu rushed over to grab it, she quickly put it back into her pocket and received it into her space. Meeting the Fu family today is truly extraordinary. Elders are unkind, so it's no wonder the younger generation is unfilial. The person I'm dating is Fu Jingchen, not your Fu family. What does it matter if you don't agree? And entering the Fu family? Does Fu Jingchen even have his own room? Old head Fu frowned. There's no formal family split document, so it doesn't count. Fourth son will always be my grandson. It doesn't matter whether there's a formal document or not. Whether he's a real grandson or not, who knows? These days, human traffickers are everywhere. Our siblings are just an example, Gu Wanwan said with a meaningful smile, glancing at the grandparents of the Fu family. Maybe Fu Jingchen and our siblings share the same misfortune. Old head Fu and old Madame Fu's eyes flickered, pretending to stay calm and avoiding eye contact. Fu Yuzhong and Shin Chunman looked at each other with complex expressions. Fu Xiongling felt the situation was getting worse and hurriedly shouted, Gu Jiqing, enough. Have you made our family chaotic enough? Brother Jingchen, our feelings for over 10 years, are they really less important than the few days you've known Gu Wanwan? She framed me and pushed me away and you didn't do anything? I'm your closest person. However, Fu Jingchen's cold and indifferent words shattered her heart. It's mutual. You weren't just scheming against Wanwan earlier? She was just reciprocating. It's not my fault. Your acting is terrible. Do you think I can't see through it? Acting with you is exhausting. If Wanwan hadn't insisted I cooperate, I would have vomited. How does it feel to be played with? Gu Wanwan still felt her heart ache and mercilessly exposed her true self. Little sister Fu, wisdom is high, but tricks are even higher. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Unfortunately, the beautiful dreams you imagine will never come true. A play is just a play. It can't become real. In Jingchen's heart, I am more important than anyone else. If you want me to act in a scene again, you'll need to pay more. My appearance fee is high. Fu Xiangling's face turned pale instantly. Her confident plan as a gentle, delicate beauty failed. It turned out that Jingchen had seen through her tricks from the start and even helped Gu Wanwan humiliate her. Her excitement was wasted. She almost celebrated with firecrackers. Who would have thought Jingchen would suddenly break her dream? She pretended to be weak and leaned toward Jingchen. Just as she was about to fall into his arms, she said, Gu Jiqing, sorry, I lost my balance. Jingchen just hugged me. He's my brother, don't misunderstand. Jingchen, the master of exposing lies, quickly dodged her hug. How much green tea have you drunk? Your words are full of nonsense, just like some naive kid. You're so clumsy. Do you think I would hurt my beloved Wanwan just for someone insignificant like you? You're no better than Ding Yanli, 10,000 times worse than Wanwan. Gu Xiongling didn't expect Jingchen to dodge her and instead rushed straight at Ding Yanli. With a loud thud, they both fell down in a tangled mess. Wanwan, enough fun for today. Let's go home. I'll owe you 500 yuan first, and I'll come to get it another day. Jingchen took the basket from An Bao and led the brother and sister away from the Gu family proudly. Today's a big harvest. We'll come back tomorrow for more. The taste isn't good, but it doesn't cost money. We're not eating for nothing. I've supported the Gu family for over 10 years. It's time for them to give back. And Bao happily said, brother-in-law, I love to pick up leftovers. Before leaving, Gu Wanwan left a comment. Sister's love for her brother is so twisted. Calling him Jingchen Ji every time, but never calling him fourth brother. It's just so embarrassing. The three sisters-in-law looked surprised, realizing that their little sister-in-law had feelings for her own brother. Ding Yanli just recovered and realized why Fu Xiongling tried so hard to drive Jingchen's women away. Old Madame Fu, finally noticing the empty dishes, let out a loud cry. I didn't eat a single bite. All the food was taken by that brat. On the way back, suddenly someone appeared and blocked their path. Gu Wanwan, go to. Gu Wanwan smiled calmly and stood her ground. Isn't that Zhao's daughter? Do you want to compete with me for a partner too? I am usually brave and strong. If you want to die, come on. Hit my head. Right here. I will immediately fall to the ground and sue you for 58,000 yuan. Zhao Sime stubbornly stopped in her tracks, completely confused by Gu Wanwan's wild and shameless behavior. Feeling helpless, she had no choice but to lift her tearful face, hoping to gain Fu Jingchen's sympathy and pity. Jingchen, don't be fooled by Gu Wanwan. You don't know how mean she is. She's ruining my reputation and trying to turn me against my parents.
She wants to force me to die.
Before you get married, I advise you to stay away from this terrible woman. She's secretly meeting Ding Qidong and deceiving your feelings. She will definitely ruin your future. Fu Jingchen's disgusted and critical look lingered on Zhao Sime for a second. Don't face me with that disgusting face of yours. Is my wife wrong? Don't you see that you're the one at fault? Knowing I have a boyfriend, Shengqing, you still want to be our scapegoat. Are we so stupid that we can be easily fooled? Zhao Sime's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Fu Jingchen pierced straight to her heart. Whoever got you pregnant, go find that person. Don't treat others like fools. Don't listen to her nonsense. How could I be pregnant? Zhao Sime's face turned pale. She had been with many men, often cheating on her partners. She didn't know whose child it was. Every man she was with would leave her after they got what they wanted. When she mentioned pregnancy, they would avoid her. The state-run restaurant makes good money. I just gained weight. It's all Gu Wanwan's fault for gossiping and causing my sister-in-law to blackmail me. I don't care. She must compensate me for my losses. Since Gu Wanwan drove her away last night, Deng Ziyunu had threatened her with pregnancy to get money to shut her up. She had no choice but to give her 5 yuan of her secret savings. She thought her sister-in-law would calm down, but this morning she became even more aggressive, stealing her food meant for her family and asking her for money to support her family. If she refused, her sister-in-law would spread the scandal of her pregnancy everywhere. She was furious but had to endure it. It didn't end there. When her sister-in-law returned from her family, she directly demanded she give up her job at the state-run restaurant. If she refused, she would report her. At that moment, she wanted to strangle Deng Ziyunu and, of course, hated Gu Wanwan even more. Deng Ziyunu was as foolish as a pig and didn't understand how to hurt someone deeply. It was definitely Gu Wanwan behind it all. She told her parents everything, hoping they would teach Gu Wanwan a lesson, but they only ignored and scolded her. She couldn't understand it. Wasn't she the most loved youngest daughter of her parents? Why are my parents so indifferent and distant? They prefer to support Gu Wanwan rather than help their own daughter. Usually, my parents secretly give her money, but now, no matter how much she pleads, they are determined not to care about her. Even Deng Ziyunu and Sun Chunlian come to see her and laugh at her. Wanwan quietly opens her voice recorder. Dare you go to the village doctor and check. Sister Zhao Si, acting like a crazy woman, screams loudly, so what if I'm pregnant? I still want your fiancé. If I loudly announce I'm carrying Fu Jingchen's child, he will marry me, even if he doesn't want to. And you, Gu Wanwan, will only be abandoned. That's what you owe me. Gu Wanwan laughs mockingly, calling her foolish and brainless. Everyone in the village knows Fu Jingchen is infertile. Are you trying to blame him for your pregnancy? I can't believe you. Fu Jingchen and Xingqing just came back 2 days ago, and your belly is already showing. There are many young men at the youth camp who are your age, but you only want my man. You're asking for trouble. Suddenly, Zhao Si's rational mind returns. She remembers that if she blames Fu Jingchen, she'll be caught. I don't care. Unless you pay me 1,000 yuan, I will stick to them. Gu Wanwan doesn't like her. She picks up her voice recorder and plays it. What if I give this to the police? When Zhao Si hears her own voice recording her threats and schemes, it's clear evidence. You're ruthless. At this point, she has no choice but to give up on Fu Jingchen and Xingqing. She has thought about having an abortion, but she has no money and is afraid of pain. Her colleagues said that late-term abortions can cause infertility or even death. She doesn't want to risk her life. She values her life. Fu Jingchen remains cold and emotionless. I will apologize to us. Zhao Si almost chokes on her anger, grinding her teeth as she says, Sorry, I overestimated myself. I disturbed you. I won't bother you again. After speaking, she runs away, crying and looking helpless. Gu Wanwan stares steadily at Fu Jingchen's perfect, delicate face. Flirting with others. How long have you been back before attracting so many suitors? Do these women only want to marry or date, with no other goals? I am sure that Fu Xiangling knows you are not her biological sister. Fu Jingchen paused, recalling the original owner's memories. In the past, I was called fourth brother. Since I joined the army, they started calling me Jingchen Ge. Based on the family's behavior, I'm not sure if the brothers know, but Fu Yuzhong and Shin Chunman probably do. Fu Yuzhong always feels distant from me, and Shin Chunman feels guilty. Gu Wuan frowned. My own son is living a good life in the city. They haven't mistreated you, so they have some conscience. The issues in Qingshan village are not yet resolved. We still need to find time to go to Hangzhou to see you, and go to Beijing to clear out the property occupied by the second house and Gu Qulin. Fu Jingchen seemed to remember something and warned his wife repeatedly. I received news that your former fiancé, He Wenyuan, is on his way to the countryside, heading straight for you. This guy is really persistent. Even though you broke off the engagement, he still clings to you. Wife, good horses don't eat the back of the hill. Don't be fooled by this handsome face. Looks aren't everything. Gu Wan was amused. You look much better than him. I used to be love-struck and naive, still unable to forget him, even after being hurt deeply. Following Gu Yaro's bad idea, I wanted to secretly get close to him, but I was caught before I could do it. It was because Gu Yaro betrayed me, making He Wenyuan dislike me even more. As for He Wenyuan, whether in modern times or the past, I've always been cold to him. He's not exactly a bad person, but in the old days, he repeatedly rejected me. He said he could marry anyone but didn't want to marry me. It's not that he disliked the original owner, she was too scheming. Because his mother liked Gu Yaruo, he got close to her. Plus, Gu Yaruo and He Wenyuan's sister stirred trouble, making him think I was the kind of woman who would do anything to marry him. I don't think that after breaking off the engagement and staying away from He Wenyuan, he would regret it. Pursuing a wife only to be rejected is a cliché from soap operas, and it won't happen to me. Wanwan, actually, He Wenyuan came to see you because
You don't understand men.
some men are naturally petty. When they get something easily, they don't cherish it. The ones they can't have are the most beautiful. He Wenyuan isn't just doing this for his grandmother's health. He has his own selfish reasons. I just got the news that Gu Yaruo is causing trouble for Grandma He, claiming she's sick with some strange disease. She says only your blood matches her, and she's using you as a blood bag, wanting to drink your blood to save her life. She might even want to take your liver and kidneys later, morally blackmailing you and draining your worth. He Wenyuan is filial and doesn't want his grandmother to suffer. As he spoke, Fu Jingchen's face suddenly darkened like a cloud covering the sky. Regarding the news about the romantic rival, there is no one he doesn't know. It's not an exaggeration to say he even knows what color underwear the rival wears. Gu Wanwan squinted and immediately saw through Gu Yaruo's schemes. They've broken off the engagement, yet the He family still dares to cling to me and drain my energy. Hasn't the He family always looked down on me? Want my blood? Ridiculous. This is not ancient times where blood is used as medicine. Is Grandma He a vampire? That pure-hearted girl just doesn't want me to be happy. She's trying to harm me through He Wenyuan. Maybe she still thinks I have feelings for He Wenyuan. Fu Jingchen explained to his wife, the White Lotus thinks you lost control because she's the reborn heroine with a strong sixth sense. Although she kicked you out of the male lead He Wenyuan side, you and the Gu family didn't follow her tragic plan. Not only did you break free from her control, but you also reunited with your grandparents. Meanwhile, the White Lotus tried to manipulate things but failed to get the jade pendant space and the family heirloom treasures. So she used the male lead's luck to target you. This White Lotus has learned some dark tricks, making her much more skilled than female soldiers. She's not on the same level as Ding Yanli and the others. After all, your grandmother's family's ancestral treasures are too tempting. Legend says that obtaining the 7 treasures of the Dragon Ball can make someone dominate the world and fulfill their dreams. Who wouldn't be tempted? Gu Wanwan smiled softly and looked at him. You're not tempted? If I easily agreed to marry you, wouldn't you take me for granted? Fu Jingchen, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, turned to look at her with a deeply affectionate gaze. Only you can move my heart. With our strength, do we really need legendary treasures to dominate the world? Fu Jingchen, fear nothing in this world, except that you might not want me. Sunshine Village. Sher family. After Sher Yueling lost her job as a scorekeeper, her parents sent her to do farm work. Used to the easy job of scorekeeper, she couldn't handle the hard work in the fields. Thanks to some intentional publicity, everyone in Sunshine Village now knew her shameful secrets. Wherever she went, people pointed and whispered about her, and even Ding Yanli's followers targeted her. When she was a scorekeeper, her followers were afraid she'd report their unfair practices and reduce their work points. Now that she's no longer a scorekeeper, they no longer hold back. They played all kinds of nasty tricks on her, often splashing dung on her during her walk. What really broke her was her parents' attitude. They ignored her wishes and hired matchmakers to find her a husband. She saw about 10 men during the day, comparing them to Fu Jingchen. When she saw how different they were, she got so angry she drove them all away. Su Matchmaker looked at Sher Yueling with a forced smile and said, Accountant Sher, your daughter is pickier than Ding Yanli. These people are not as well off as Fu Jingchen. At least they come from one of the better families in Xiangyang Village. Your family is a good match for theirs. Are you satisfied? Do you want our daughter to see everything clearly? However, Sher Yueling was too stubborn, like a fierce mother tiger. I won't marry. If Fu Jingchen doesn't marry me, I will never marry anyone. Su Matchmaker, your mouth is so useless. Help me propose to Brother Jingchen, and I will give you 100 yuan as a matchmaker fee. Su Matchmaker thought Sher Yueling was overestimating herself. Fu Jingchen is engaged to Gu Jiqing. He truly loves Gu Jiqing. He washes clothes and cooks for her every day, such a caring husband. Don't think that just because you give me 100 yuan, I will risk my life. What if Gu Jiqing orders a tiger to attack me? She still remembered the slap from the tiger clearly. She didn't want to go through that kind of danger again. Accountant Sher, I refuse this marriage proposal. Find someone else. Sher Yueling was acting strange, almost crazy. She argued loudly with her parents and stormed out. On the way, she unexpectedly met Ding Qidong, who was also entangled in rumors. Ding Qidong, as long as Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanju break up, you can get Gu Wanju. Let's work together. Ding Qidong hesitated for a moment. Why should I help you? He's my sister's man. Sher Yueling always disliked Ding Yanli's attitude. Fu Jingchen has disowned his parents. Do you think he will marry your sister? Stop dreaming. If you don't want to cooperate, I can find someone else. The next day, Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming accompanied Zheng's parents to the city to buy supplies. Gu Wanju went alone to the forest for a walk, claiming she was gathering pig grass. Half an hour later, she was carrying a basket and preparing to go down the mountain. Ding Qidong hid behind a big tree, pretending to be out of breath as he ran over. Gu Jiqing, something bad has happened. Fu Jingchen was bitten by a wild boar. He's in an old hut at the foot of the mountain. Come with me quickly. Lead the way, Gu Wanju said without hesitation. She had already seen through his sneaky behavior when he was secretly following her. Ding Qidong couldn't believe things were going so smoothly. Did Gu Jiqing not suspect anything? Was it so easy to deceive? He decided not to think too much, and just went along. He led Gu Wanju toward the broken house in the village, opened the door, and let her inside. Gu Wanju pretended to be confused. Where is he? No one. I was just joking. Ding Qidong knew he was no match for Gu Wanwan. He took a medicine packet from his pocket and threw it toward her. Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchen is probably being followed by Lai Yueling now. Soon, the villagers will see what we've done.
You are mine now.
Normally, as soon as Gu Wanwan smelled the powder, she should have lost consciousness. But instead, Gu Wanwan clicked her tongue. Such poor quality sleeping powder. She gently blew, and the powder flew back toward Ding Qidong. His eyes rolled, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Gu Wanwan stored him in her space and instantly teleported out of the broken house. The friends hiding nearby saw the house being entered, secretly locked the door, and left one person to guard while the others ran off to spread the news. Meanwhile, Shuriweling was already waiting by the river. She saw Fu Jingchen squatting by the water, skillfully washing a woman's clothes. Her mind suddenly exploded with shock. She staggered over to him. Jingchen, you're the team leader. Your hands are for fighting enemies. How can you help a disrespectful woman wash clothes? Sheng Qing was startled. He stopped washing the clothes. Boss, it's dangerous. Sister-in-law warned us. We might be set up. We should leave quickly. Just then, Shuriweling fell into the water with a splash. Jingchen, save me.
I'm drowning.
Fu Jingchen is a man with a strong sense of justice. He would never just stand by and watch someone drown. Shurshuang, his cousin hiding behind a tree, followed the plan and hurried to shout for help. Help! My sister-in-law fell into the water. Sheng Qing was stunned. The obsessed woman was so eager to marry the boss that she risked her life. The most disgusting part was that Shuriweling knew they were soldiers. She had to jump into the water to rescue him, which made it impossible to explain her actions later. This was her plan to trick them. If they didn't act to save her, she would drown and die. Boss, should we save her? Fu Jingchen was not as hesitant as Sheng Qing. He picked up a basin of water and kept his distance. Let go of your attachment to helping others. Respect others' fate. If she drowns, saving her would only harm ourselves. I'm not a saint. Don't expect me to be kind and gentle. From the moment Gu Wanwan led her people into her space, he sensed what was happening. Wanwan sent him a message, and he quickly understood the situation. She was betrayed by Shuriweling and Ding Qidong working together. Fortunately, as the fog in the space dissipated, Fu Zai was able to freely cross between two worlds. He was running from Wanwan's space and instantly transformed into Ding Qidong, preparing to play the hero and save the beauty. Sheng Qing realized that since they weren't wearing military uniforms and knew the other person had bad intentions, rushing to rescue her was not justice but foolishness. Shuriweling felt completely cold inside. She was almost drowning, yet Fu Jingchen ignored her. Did he dislike her that much? He was a soldier, meant to serve the people, right? He saw her in danger and did nothing. Was he fit to be a team leader? Forget it. Let everything be destroyed. Even if Fu Jingchen refused, this time he had to marry her. Only a few people were by the river. Who could prove Fu Jingchen's innocence? By now, Ding Qidong should have succeeded. Fu Jingchen, save me. I'm sinking. Fu Jingchen looked around but only glanced past Shuriweling. The scenery here is nice, but unfortunately spoiled by a pig. Do you think a pig in water would drown? Sheng Qing replied seriously, pigs can swim, and they swim very well. Fu Jingchen snorted, then we don't need to save that beast. Hearing Fu Jingchen compare her to a pig, Shuriweling choked on her saliva in anger. As her strength waned, she started to sink. At that moment, she seemed to see someone swimming over. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. You must be reluctant to see me die. I love you so much.
I want to marry you.
In the blink of an eye, Sheng Qing saw someone appear in the river. Boss, when did he pop out? Who knows? Fu Jingchen reached out and called over a child playing in the grass, giving each a big white rabbit candy, then pointed to Shuriweling struggling in the water. Want some candy to struggle for? All the children were little clever devils. Some stayed to testify, while others ran off to find people. Fu Zai pushed her away in disgust. Shuriweling clung to him like an octopus. Okay, I'll marry you. Ding's family will come to propose soon. You've already ruined my Ding Qidong's reputation. You can't back out now. Before losing consciousness, Shuriweling smiled contentedly. Her plan had finally succeeded. Fu Jingchen couldn't escape her anymore. Gu Wanwan instantly teleported to the big tree where the village gossip, Chang Bagua, was chatting. She quietly blended into the group, took out a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, and casually gave some to Qian Mei. The women saw Gu Wanwan next to Qian Mei and didn't find anything strange. When did Gu Zhiqing arrive? We didn't notice at all. Qian Mei cracked sunflower seeds and said, "She's been here for a long time. Didn't you notice?" Gu Wanwan handed out some sunflower seeds to everyone, then placed her hand on the tree and secretly activated her wood element ability. She recounted, from your chat about Aunt Lu's rooster to secretly going to find Aunt Pang's hen. Aunt Lu called Aunt Pang's hen a flirtatious hen, accusing her of flirting with her rooster and not returning home. The women were momentarily stunned. This was gossip from a few days ago, and it seemed Gu Jiqing had listened carefully the whole time. That was quite a while ago. Oh, it's all because you women talked too eagerly and didn't notice me. Gu Wanwan naturally blended into their circle. Annie's gossip is really interesting and fun to listen to. The women, used to the proud, educated youth, had never seen someone as down-to-earth as Gu Wanwan and her friends. Gu Jiqing, has Shi Yueling been bothering you lately? Even Sister Sue is about to be annoyed by her. Shi Yueling thinks she's so special, insists on chasing married men, and has driven away all her matchmaking prospects. She deserves to stay single. And your fiancé? Don't let Shi Yueling get to him. That girl is shameless. Shi Ji's bad habits are getting worse. Gu Jiqing, you should be careful. She might break down and smear your reputation. Gu Wanwan helplessly told the truth. My fiancé went to wash clothes by the river. We're all from the same village, so we see each other all the time. He's the son of a clerk, and I'm just a small educated youth. Hearing this, the women started chatting excitedly about their husband's recent behavior. Gu Jiqing, you're really capable. Your fiancé truly cares for you. After hearing what he said last time, my status at home has improved. My husband is now very diligent with chores. One of these days, I'll ask him to wash my clothes too. Suddenly, some friends shouted loudly, something's wrong. Gu Jiqing and Ding Qidong went into that broken house. They might be hurt. Let's go see if something's happened. I'm pretty sure it's Gu Jiqing. About 10 minutes ago, they went into the house one after the other. I don't know what they're doing inside. Ding Qidong told us before that they're dating. Maybe we're overreacting, and they're secretly meeting inside. Yu Tsuehua and Ding Yanli were overjoyed rather than shocked. It was Ding Qidong, and he had succeeded quietly. I knew Gu Wanwan was cheating, playing both sides. She's deceiving my brother, using him as a backup, and trying to persuade Fu Jingchen to marry her. She's shameless. She's definitely flirting with my brother and doing bad things inside that broken house, Ding Yanli said, trying to smear Gu Wanwan. If my brother wasn't so obsessed with her, I'd report her myself. Yu Tsuehua sighed and pretended to be sad. Since things have happened, I can only reluctantly let her in. Let's go see quickly. I think she's already pregnant. The troublemaker pointed toward the broken house. The abandoned house at the foot of the mountain is far from the village center. We just ran over here. They probably haven't finished yet. We can catch them in the act. Let's go now. If Gu Jiqing doesn't admit it, even we brothers don't want Ding Qidong to be fooled. Liang Xian put down her work and went to join the crowd. When her eyes casually fell on the tree, she suddenly screamed in shock. Why are you here? The gossip women under the tree looked at each other, feeling their intelligence was trampled by Ding Yanli and her daughter, along with the village troublemakers. The villagers working in the fields also found it hard to explain. Gu Jiqing was sitting peacefully under the tree, chatting with the women for a long time. Gu Wan pointed innocently at me. Are you talking about me? The troublemakers were stunned like they'd been struck by lightning, frozen in place. How could Gu Wan be here? They clearly saw Ding Qidong trick her into the house. Just to be safe, they left someone to watch and even locked the door. If this is really Gu Wan, then who is inside the broken house? They had heard the house was haunted. Whoever lived there would die. Could they have encountered a ghost? Why are you here? Are you a person or a ghost? Gu Wan looked at the village troublemakers with a half-smile. Why can't I be here? Do you really want me to have an affair in the broken house? Ding Yanli looked incredulous. It must be you afraid of getting caught, sneaking out, right? What did you do to my brother? How could you leave him behind? Yu Tsuehua took the opportunity and, with a stern face, acted like the mother-in-law. So many eyes saw you and my son together. You can't deny it. Because you're not proper. It damages our Ding family's reputation. I won't give you bride price. Pack your things and come into my family. Remember, I am willing to accept you as my daughter-in-law. I am generous and forgiving. If it weren't for my son's insistence, I wouldn't agree. The troublemakers saw Gu Wuan smiling and felt chills down their spines. Without thinking, they blurted out, "No, Auntie. The door of that broken house was locked from the outside. We probably can't escape. Maybe we encountered something evil." Soon, there was no need for Gu Wuan to explain further. Qian Mei and the women all started defending her. "Yutsuehua, you and your daughter must be sick. Sister Wan just talked to us an hour ago, and we can all testify. Sister Wan and Brother Chen have a deep relationship. Sister Wan isn't blind. How could she fall for your weak son from the Ding family who can't even carry a shoulder bag?"
Exactly.
Gu Jiqing was having a nice chat with us. Not just an hour ago, 10 minutes ago, Gu Jiqing was even sharing sunflower seeds with us. He was sitting here peacefully, yet you're spreading rumors that he's secretly meeting with Ding Qidong to date. Is it so hard for your Ding family to catch Gu Jiqing? Is that why you're so desperate? And that broken house, so many people have died there. You don't mind the bad luck? It's probably because those troublemakers have done so many bad things that they deserve to run into bad luck. Can you please think with your brain? How far is that broken house from here? Could Gu Jiqing have run ahead to the village troublemakers? Do you really think he's a fairy who can change his location at will? Now, her friends and followers are completely doubtful and scared. Yutsuehua and her daughter made fools of themselves, losing face. Especially Yutsuehua. She missed her chance to talk to her daughter-in-law and couldn't get the large sum of money from Gu Wanwan. Instead, she's tarnished the Ding family's reputation. She's both angry and upset. What about my brother? Where is he? Ding Yamli gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Shi Shuangshuang pretended to be anxious and ran from the field. "Help! My cousin is drowning. Someone please help." The villagers asked confusedly, "What's going on? Did your cousin try to take her own life?" Shi Shuangshuang deliberately emphasized that Gu Jingchen was present. Fu Jingchen was washing clothes by the river. "I don't know what happened, but I saw my cousin fall into the water. He should be rescuing her. I need to find more people to help. Get some clothes for her, so she doesn't catch a cold." After saying that, she ran away. Ding Yamli immediately sensed trouble and hurried toward the river with a fierce look. Yutsuehua was hesitating whether to go find her son or to help her daughter at the river. Suddenly, she heard a group of children running over and calling out, "Shi Yuelin is thinking of jumping into the river to commit suicide." Ding Qidong went into the water to save her. As soon as this was said, her friends and followers couldn't hold back their fear and wet themselves in shock.
Ah,
"We've seen a ghost." Yutsuehua panicked. "My son can't swim, he's a landlubber." The villagers were confused. Who was rescuing whom? Never mind, saving people is the most important thing. Qian Mei is clearly an experienced village woman. She knows all the tricks in the village. She said, "Sister, one must be tricked by Shi Yueling, who used her life and reputation to force Brother Chen to marry her. Trust me, my troublesome daughter-in-law Ma La Tai is the one who clings to our eldest son when he returned to the village. My eldest son was about to get married, but Ma La Tai interfered and ruined it." When everyone arrived, they saw Fu Jingchen, Xing Qing, and a few children standing under a tree, about 15 meters away from Shi Yueling. Shi Yueling's mother and accountant rushed to the riverbank after hearing the news. They saw their daughter lying on the ground, clothes messy, not moving. Shi Yueling's mother cried loudly, holding her daughter. "My poor girl, don't scare Mom. Mom won't force you anymore. If you don't want to marry, we won't. Your father and I will support you forever. Wake up." Fu Jingchen, expressionless, reminded, "She won't die. Stop crying." Sheng Qing kindly added, "She just fainted. A kind villager helped her." Gu Wanwan walked over to Fu Jingchen and mentally told Ding Qidong to throw himself onto the riverbank. "Did you get scammed? If a hypocritical woman clings to you, I won't want you anymore." Fu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. "My fiancé is pure and honest." She's a professional at spotting liars. No obsessed woman can get close to me. Gon Chi's eyes flashed with scheming. She pursed her lips and said, "But your fiancé saved Shuri Welling." "That's a fact. Saving someone involves physical contact." He held her, and her clothes got messed up. Male villagers saw everything. How will Shuri Welling behave in the future? Gu Wanwan remained calm and confident. "Relax. I trust my partner." Liang Xian Su didn't like Gu Wanwan and enjoyed causing trouble. "Why do you trust your partner?" "I've heard men's words are all lies." Fu Jingchen answered for his wife, "Because Wanwan and I are both honest. I didn't save her. I didn't even touch her. Anyone who slanders me, I will report." Sure enough, he's her fiancé, crazy and difficult. People were speechless. The gossiping women pointed and whispered, "Who saved her? Let them take responsibility." Shuri Welling's reputation is ruined. If she doesn't marry her savior, who will marry her in the future? Ancient saying goes, a life-saving grace should be repaid with a lifetime of loyalty. They should just get married and be happy. In the Fu family, only you and your comrade are here. If you didn't save her, are you a ghost? Stop denying it. Are you afraid Shuri Welling will cling to you? Ting Yanli was about to go crazy. She rushed in front of Shur's parents and slapped Shuri Welling twice. "Fu Jingchen belongs to me." That shameless Shuri Welling schemed against Fu Jingchen. Shur's mother suddenly pushed her away. "What are you doing?" Shuri Welling was awakened by the slap and quickly remembered what had just happened. "Brother Jingchen saved me. I know he cares about me and won't let me die." Seeing her daughter awake, Shur's mother finally burst into tears of happiness. To protect her daughter's reputation and the family's honor, Shur's accountant had no choice but to beg Fu Jingchen earnestly. "Fu's family, can you marry my daughter?" Fu Jingchen refused firmly. "No, I can't, it's not possible." Gu Wan's lips curled in a sneer. "My boyfriend clearly said he never touched Shuri Welling." Shur's accountant trying to force a marriage with an excuse is just too childish. Sheng Qing immediately stepped forward to explain. "We have witnesses. It wasn't us who saved her, it was Ding Qidong." Shur's parents refused to believe it. Even their niece, Shur Shuangshuang, confirmed that Fu Jingchen was the one who saved her. Although Fu Jingchen and Gu Wuan were engaged, as long as they weren't married, there was still hope he could become their son-in-law. After all, he had skin contact with their daughter. Not marrying her would be unreasonable. Yu Tsuehua spat at them. "My son can't swim. He wouldn't go into the water to save that worthless girl." Ting Yanli was confused. She didn't want Fu Jingchen to marry Shuri Welling, but she also didn't want Shuri Welling to marry her brother. "It's not Brother Jingchen, and it's definitely not my brother. It must have been an old villager who saved her." Shuri Welling, with red eyes, looked at Fu Jingchen with bitterness and unwillingness. Even now, Fu Jingchen still wanted to deny everything. Before losing consciousness, she remembered clearly someone had saved her. She could feel the warmth of the man's embrace, which made her deeply infatuated. "Parents, don't make things difficult for Brother Jingchen. If worse comes to worst, I might as well die. I can't get married anyway." Shur's mother seemed to make a decision. She ran in front of Fu Jingchen and Gu Wuan and knelt down heavily. "Gu Jiqing, I kowtow to you. I only have one daughter. I spoil her too much at home, which caused trouble for you. I am willing to kneel and apologize on behalf of my daughter. Gu Jiqing, please have mercy. Let Jingchen marry my daughter. I know this request is rude, but please, for the sake of this poor mother, give my daughter a chance to live. Gu Jiqing is so kind. Surely she won't refuse me, right?" Some villagers felt uneasy and stepped forward to advise. "Gu Jiqing, why not just agree? You can't just watch Shuri Welling die. Women's purity is the most important. Fu Jingchen only has to suffer a little. After all, he went into the water to save her. If we don't save her, are we going to let Shuri Welling drown? She didn't fall into the water on purpose. No one would risk their life for no reason. She could have died accidentally." The Shur family used public opinion and moral pressure. Usually, others would give up under such pressure, but unfortunately, Gu Wuan was as stubborn as iron. Kneeling is old-fashioned nonsense. As an accountant's wife, your awareness is lacking. Keep pretending, I'll just watch the show. Fu Jingchen, as always, was sharp-tongued. Marrying someone by force and slandering an officer, one accusation after another. If you're uneducated, learn. If you're ugly, hide it. Having a bad heart is incurable. Low IQ insults people. Their unconventional behavior truly confused Shi's parents. Normally, wouldn't Fu Jingchen have to compromise? Despite many villagers persuading her, Gu Wuan refused to back down. How cruel must her heart be, to push her daughter to the brink just because she offended her. They had never considered Ding Qidong. Ding's family was well off, but the problem was Yu Tsuehua, who looked down on everyone. Plus, Ding Yanli and her daughter were at odds. If her daughter married into Ding's family, she'd surely be worn down by Yu Tsuehua. After weighing options, Fu Jingchen seemed the best choice. As a regiment commander, he might help the Shi family rise in the future. The Ding family was eager to matchmake because they saw Fu Jingchen's ability. For her daughter's happiness, Shi's mother stopped caring about old customs. She kept kowtowing to Gu Wuan, trying to persuade her with actions. If Gu Jiqing doesn't agree, I'll keep kowtowing until you do. Gu Wuan's face was calm and indifferent. No one could see her thoughts. Sincerity can open stone and metal? Sorry, I don't have the broad mind to give up my fiancé. Even if you kowtow forever, through storms and droughts, I still say, stay out of this if you're just trying to cause trouble. You should be thankful to Ding Qidong. He risked his life to save your daughter. Now, you're not worried but still forcing marriage? People might think your daughter used jumping into the water to frame herself. Fu Jingchen, with a cold face, continued, saving someone is a sacred act. If helping others can be used against you, who would dare to help in the future? The world isn't the old feudal era anymore. If a single touch ruins your reputation and you have to kowtow and apologize, then this isn't the Qing dynasty. It's long gone. The Shi family gave us all a lesson. From now on, when encountering someone in trouble, do not help them. Qian Mei couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to criticize the Shi family. Everyone knows what happened to my eldest daughter-in-law, right? I just want to say helping others is risky. It could ruin your future. Who knows if it's a trap? Just now, the children ran over and said it was Ding Qidong who saved Shi Yueling. Are you all behind on the news? The villagers who had just been supporting the Shi family suddenly realized, yes, Malai saw it too. Ding Qidong, a soldier, saved Shi Yueling and lost his own chance at happiness. Meanwhile, he's stuck with a wife who relies on her husband's allowance to live comfortably. I'll never help anyone again. What if I get blamed? Shi's mother paused, her head bowing, wondering if her daughter really jumped into the water to fake an injury. Based on her daughter's obsession with Fu Jingchen, it's not impossible. Shi Yueling's face was pale, feeling guilty for her failed plan. Now, the Shi family's reputation was completely ruined. But so what? She didn't care. At worst, after marriage, she would follow her husband into the army, leave this small broken village, and start a new life in the family compound. The Shi family, I've heard everything. Zhao Guoming and his wife hurried over, followed by a group of children. This has nothing to do with Fu Jingchen or Xingqing. You've got the wrong target. Shi Huiji repeatedly faced rejection and ridicule from Fu Jingchen and Wanwan, and he no longer listened to anything. Captain, I know you favor Gu Jiqing, but Fu Jingchen touched my daughter. He must be responsible. If he doesn't marry my daughter, I'll report him to the commune for misconduct. I'll even go to the military to get him expelled. His reckless words not only offended Zhao Guoming, but also angered Secretary Ding. Ding Yanli looked at the Shi family as if she wanted to strangle them. Meanwhile, Gu Wanwan appeared completely unbothered, showing no concern for her fiancé's situation. Fu Jingchen, unafraid of threats, spoke coldly like ice. Shi Yueling, I ask you, did I really save you? Shi Yueling clenched her teeth, feeling a bad premonition. But recalling there was no one around by the river, she suddenly gained confidence. Yes, my cousin-in-law is a witness. Shi Shuang remembered her cousin's promise to arrange her a job after everything was settled. She hesitated for a moment and nodded firmly. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Fu Jingchen saved my cousin. Fu Jingchen's single sentence silenced everyone. Why aren't my clothes wet? Not a drop of water? His words hit like a bomb, leaving everyone at the scene stunned. His clothes are dry, so he definitely didn't save her. He never touched Shi Yueling. Then it must be Shi Yueling and Shi Shuangshuang who are lying and framing others. The sisters are really unkind. Seeing the situation turn around, Liang Xian muttered boredly, "It wasn't your fiancé who saved her. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Are you just trying to laugh at us?" Guwon glanced over and sneered, "I've said it several times, but some people are deaf, blind, and mean-hearted. They just refuse to listen. Shi Shuangshuang, poor eyesight is a disease that needs treatment." Shi Shuangshuang's face turned pale like pig liver. She had never seen much of the world and hadn't faced harsh reality. She was overwhelmed by villagers' teasing and insults. Regretting it so much her guts felt blue, she wished she hadn't risked helping her cousin. She didn't get the job and her reputation was ruined, causing her trouble. How could she find a good match in the future? Shi Yueling felt like the sky was falling. The evidence was right in front of her, constantly reminding her that someone else had saved her. Impossible. She couldn't bear the shock of the truth. Had her plan failed? Shi Hui's confidence earlier was now gone. If Fu Jingchen had saved her, her daughter might still have a chance. But it wasn't Fu Jingchen who saved her. No matter how thick-skinned they were, they couldn't blame him. Shi's mother was panicked and regretful. She wished she hadn't gone so far. Now she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Would her husband's job as an accountant be taken away? Would Fu Jingchen and Guwon retaliate? It was predictable that after today, the Shi family would become the village's joke. Ding Yanli couldn't hide her sarcasm anymore. Haha, you should know how much Fu Jingchen dislikes you. He wouldn't even save you when you fell into the water. It was probably an old bachelor who saved you. You might as well marry that old bachelor. A life-saving grace can't be repaid. Anyway, your family has some old-fashioned ideas. Marriage is the best way to show gratitude. Besides, you're not clean anymore. Shi Yueling clenched her fists, her intense infatuation turning into fierce hatred. I'm not clean, but Guwon still lost her innocence. She was just fooling around with Ding Qidong. Fu Jingchen, do you want to marry a broken shoe? Guwon smiled instead of getting angry. How do you know the rumors about Ding Qidong? Do you have a crystal ball that can see into the future when you fell into the water? The villagers looked at each other, their eyes on Shi Yueling showing they thought she was as foolish as a fool. Shi Yueling has gone crazy. She can't blame Fu Jingchen, so she maliciously tarnishes Gu Jiqing's reputation, trying to break them apart. Could she be working with Ding Qidong? Otherwise, how would Shi Yueling know the rumors? We only found out about this a few minutes ago, and even the village folks admitted it was just rumors. It was said that someone saw a ghost, and they were so scared they lost control of their. Shi Yueling stood there in shock. Could it be that Gu Wanwan saw through Ding Qidong's tricks? Holding on to the idea that if she can't get something, she will destroy it, she shouted, "It was Fu Jingchen who pushed me into the water." Fu Jingchen looked at her coldly and said, "I didn't push you, I only kicked you into the water." Sheng Qing was convinced. Seeing how terrifying the woman was, he suddenly felt that being single was better. Accountant Shi is really good at teaching her daughter, lying, framing others, forcing marriages, threatening to ruin someone if she doesn't marry. Today, I've truly seen it all. Seeing her daughter speak confidently, Accountant Shi thought she might finally turn the situation around. Fu Jingchen does have a motive, to take revenge on my daughter for Gu Jiqing. How are you planning to handle this? Shi Dazhuang, you're so confused. Aunt Lu frowned and scolded. Do you think Brother Chen and Sister Wan have no witnesses? Fu Jingchen shot a glance at the children, who eagerly started talking. I know, we all saw it. Shi Yueling tried to throw herself into his arms, but Fu Gij rejected her harshly. She then jumped into the river herself. No one pushed her. She jumped in herself, and Fu Gij even saved her. Adults are so dramatic. Later, it was Ding Qidong, the son of Secretary Ding, who went into the water to rescue her. Shi Yueling thought it was Fu Gij. Then she started hitting Ding Qidong and clinging to him, shouting, "Brother Jingchen, I love you so much. I know you won't abandon me. I'll show you. Brother Jingchen, you touched me, so I won't marry anyone else." The kids acted out the scene to get a big white rabbit candy, dramatically reenacting the drowning scene. As they played, they got carried away, especially focusing on Shi Yueling and Ding Qidong acting affectionately.
Fu Jinken snorted.
The big white rabbit was not wasted. Gu Wanwan clapped her hands, praising their acting skills, so realistic and well done. In the end, their parents had to pull them away, or they might have kept acting. "You little brat, so shameless." One child might have misremembered, but the whole group saw it. That's the truth. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how could they act out such a scene? Ding Yanli's face looked a bit strained. Was her brother really involved with Shi Yueling? Yu Tsuehua looked around and couldn't see her son. Heart pounding, she asked, "Could you be mistaken? Where is my son? Where did my eldest go?" The children all said in unison, "He pulled Shi Yueling ashore but accidentally got kicked into the water by her. And then he sank. You wicked person. You caused my son's death. I will fight you." Yu Tsuehua's eyes reddened as she rushed at Shi Yueling. "Give my son back to me, you shameless woman. You seduced my future son-in-law, and you took my son's life. I will report to the police and have your Shi family imprisoned. Pay for my son's life." She kicked Shi Yueling hard and grabbed her mother's hair, slapping her face multiple times. Ding Yanli joined in, beating the Shi family women fiercely. Liang Xian couldn't help but insult. "Gu Wanwan, are you trying to amuse us? There are witnesses, yet you waited until now to come out." Gu Wanwan watched the chaos, nonchalantly eating sunflower seeds. "How else can I show you the true face of a Shi family? This is quite a good show." Gan Chi couldn't stand seeing Gu Wanwan stay uninvolved. Why does Gu Wanwan always escape danger, attract attention, and have her fiancé, a military officer, supporting her? Meanwhile, she schemes and picks up useless men like Zheng Shirkan, with no power, no money, and no status. No matter how she tries, she can't shake him off. "Gu Jiqing, your boyfriend is quite capable. If he had saved Shi Yueling from the start, maybe Ding Qidong wouldn't have died." Sigh. Even rivals' lives matter. How can risking lives be justified for a uniform? Hu Pandai also disliked Gu Wanwan, pointing her finger. "Ding Qidong is so pitiful." Fu Jingchen saw him drowning, but chose to ignore him. He should have put aside his prejudice and rescued him immediately. Instead, he was cold and indifferent like Gu Jiqing. Yu Tsuehua lost her mind. She ran at Gu Wanwan, claws out, shouting, "You all watched him die without helping. Return my son's life." "Gu Wanwan, it's your fault for trampling on my son's feelings. If you had married my son earlier, would he still have had the heart to save that shameless woman Shi Yueling? It's your fault my son died tragically. And you, Fu Jingchen, reckless and vengeful, I will report you to the army. You rely on my daughter's affection and treat my brother-in-law's life like a game. My son, as a ghost, will never forgive you two wicked people. Gu Wanwan, even if my son is dead, you must marry into the Ding family and serve as a widow for my son, atone for a lifetime." Gu Wanwan raised her foot and kicked Yu Tsuehua in the stomach. "Idiot," blaming everyone else, shifting blame endlessly, never reflecting on your mistakes. People like you are just wasting air. Ding Yanli, hurry up and take your vicious dog back." Yu Tsuehua let out a loud cry, fell to the ground, and rolled fiercely. Her face was twisted and fierce, full of intense hatred and shame. Listening to the wind is just like believing rumors. Can you trust what those green tea youths say? Your son isn't dead. He's cursed to die by your words. Fu Jingchen pointed towards the riverbank with his chin. Anyone who slanders me or my fiancé must be educated. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a white figure stranded on the shore. Gu Wanwan quietly threw an icy needle. Ding Qidong was startled by a bone-chilling cold and looked around in confusion, scared enough that his jaw nearly dropped. Wasn't he with Gu Wanwan in the broken house at the foot of the mountain? How did he end up in the river? Could Gu Wanwan have knocked him out and brought him here?
Impossible.
From the moment they entered the broken house, the door was locked from the outside, and the windows were sealed beforehand, leaving no escape. The villagers' accusatory gazes fell on Ganqi and Hu Pandai. Big brother, are you alive? Yutsuehua was both surprised and happy, but mostly embarrassed. She painfully supported herself up and staggered over to hug her son. Mom's precious. I was so scared for you. Listen to Mom. Don't go into the water to rescue people next time, sob sob. Ding Yanli almost went crazy. Brother, knowing you can't swim, why did you risk your life to save Shi Yueling, that scoundrel? Now the Ding family is entangled with Shi's trouble. What should we do? I saved Shi Yueling? Ding Qidong pointed at himself, looking at Shi Yueling in disbelief.
How come I didn't know?
The villagers chattered about what had happened. Ding Qidong listened more and more strangely, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. I didn't do this. You two are so close, everyone saw it. Do you want to deny it? Gu Wanwan walked slowly up to him, her expression half smiling and half serious, lowering her voice. No matter what sleeping potion you used, it doesn't work on me. I advise you not to waste your effort. I am merciful and give you a chance to live. Marry Shi Yueling, or I won't mind turning you into a water ghost. A wave of fear spread through Ding Qidong's entire body. He suddenly realized that not killing him was Gu Wanwan's last mercy. You know about me and Shi Yueling. We're not fools. Do you understand to play along? Gu Wanwan finished and changed her tone. Everyone in the village knows about your affair. Are you still hiding it with Shi Yueling? Ding Qidong closed his eyes as if making a decision. He trembled and said, I am dating Shi Yueling. I am willing to marry her. Fu Jingchen walked over to his wife and glanced coldly at Ding Shi's family. This is a happy ending. Congratulations, Accountant Shi. Your daughter has finally gotten married. Ding Yanli looked very upset. Brother, are you out of your mind? I don't want Shi Yueling to be my sister-in-law. Yutsuehua worried that her son might do something foolish and quickly advised him, maybe we should just forget it. She's just a village girl and not a match for our family. Later, my mother will find you a wife from the city. Fu Jingchen's face darkened. Not marrying her is like acting like a bully. Yutsuehua's expression stiffened, and her guilty eyes drifted aside. It's not that serious. Accountant Shi looked stunned. Let's forget about this. Ding family doesn't need to take responsibility. Shi's mother hugged her daughter and shrank back, trying to make herself and her daughter less noticeable. Fu Jingchen wasn't going to let it go. You just threatened to report me to the military and get me expelled, forcing me to marry Shi Yueling. People shouldn't be so double-faced. Or is it that you think Ding family's son isn't good enough for your noble village girl? Gu Wanwan sneered coldly. Maybe you really look down on Secretary Ding. You keep bothering my fiancé, forcing marriage with all kinds of moral pressure, making us kowtow, and trying to pin your daughter on Fu Jingchen. Now there's a mistake, and you realize Ding Qidong is the real savior, but you look down on him. I suspect this is all your plan. Unexpectedly, a scheme was set up, and Ding Qidong suddenly appeared. As soon as she said this, the gossiping women immediately became interested. Didn't expect the Ding family to be like this. Giving the family funds to Accountant Shi, are they really safe? Could he be embezzling public money? Just now, they forced Fu Jingchen to thank him for saving his life, but now that they've met the real hero, they refuse to acknowledge him. The Ding family is so ungrateful. Ding Qidong is more noble. At least he's willing to take responsibility. The Ding family's reputation is terrible, yet they still act high and mighty. Shi Yueling, you should marry Ding Qidong quickly. His family is well off, and you'll be living a good life. If it weren't for Ding Qidong saving you, where would such a good opportunity come from for the Ding family? She's been touched, her body isn't clean anymore. Does she still think she can marry Fu Jingchen? Marriage needs political approval. Shi Yueling, a fallen flower. Dare to think about marrying an officer? If she doesn't marry into the Ding family, she's just playing dirty tricks and acting like a hooligan. That would mean shaving her head and parading her around. Accountant Shi, tell your daughter to pack her things and go to the Ding family. Just get the marriage license. I won't pay the bride price. After all, my son nearly lost his life saving your daughter. Yu Tsuehua finally gave up resisting and agreed to let Shi Yueling move in. If she dares to look down on the Ding family, she shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. The series of events where the Shi family forced a marriage has now backfired on them. Shi the accountant regrets being too impulsive and going all out, leading to an irreversible ending. Shi's mother has lost all her confidence and no longer dares to kneel and beg. Shi Yueling's mental defenses are completely broken. What should have been a foolproof opportunity has turned into her own downfall. Marrying into the Ding family would ruin her life. She and Fu Jingchen would have no chance together anymore. I won't marry. You can't force me. The great person said marriage is free and no one can control me. If you keep pressuring me, I might as well just run away. Zhao Guoming shows no sympathy for Shi Yueling's reckless actions. When you were pressuring me to marry, why didn't you mention marriage freedom? If you want to threaten me with death, I won't stop you. Only your parents will be sad. Fu Jingchen won't change his mind, so what's the point? Fu Jingchen is always cold and sharp with rivals. You like me, so you want me to marry you? Even if you drown yourself 1,000 times, I won't save you. Shi Yueling makes me feel sick. Yu Tsuehua and her daughter, Ganqi, Hu Pandai, you all slander our reputation. I hope the team leader will judge fairly. Zhao Guoming cuts off their excuses and declares they must do farm work for a week, write 1,000-word self-criticism, and publicly admit their mistakes in the grain sunning yard. If they protest, they'll be punished with another week. Hu Pandai and Ganqi look defeated. Yu Tsuehua glares fiercely and goes over to slap them, saying, "Next time you curse my son, I won't let you go." After that, she shifts her focus and starts hitting and kicking Shi Yueling and her daughter. Shi Yueling rarely works in the fields, so she is no match for the fierce Yu Tsuehua. The mother and daughter are pulled apart, hair pulled, and slapped. Villagers all choose to watch silently, unwilling to get involved in this mess. Brother Jingchen, save me. Shi Yueling cries as tears fall, with scratches on her face. Your own actions have consequences. Fu Jingchen ignores her completely, as if she isn't there, and turns away holding Gu Wanwan's hand. The next day, news spreads that Shi Yueling has been packed up and sent to the Ding family by her parents. It's like an old-fashioned arranged marriage. No matching of the zodiac, no bride price, no elaborate ceremonies, not even a proper for the bride. It's considered shameful, so only 2 tables are set for friends and relatives, and the marriage is considered complete. The Shi family parents knew very well Shi Yueling's situation. Marrying into the Ding family was like jumping into a fire pit. The Shi family tried to resist until the Ding family threatened with an accounting job. The parents had to compromise and accept their daughter's hardship, giving her only 200 yuan in dowry, a quilt, bedding, a ceramic basin, a hot water kettle, and other simple items. Everything was modest. Yu Tsuehua was a strict mother-in-law. On her wedding day, she started to discipline her daughter-in-law and set strict rules. Shi Yueling's difficult days were just beginning. Shi Yueling endured her hardships silently. How her future would turn out was not something Fu Jingchen and Guo Wanwan needed to worry about. Qian Mei, free and bored, came to chat with Guo Wanwan and shared some news. Why would a good girl want to give up? Yu Tsuehua and Ding Yanli keep bothering her for days, even forcing her to work. She only gets 10 work points a day to eat. I just saw Shi Yueling. She was beaten and full of bruises. She looks several years older. Actually, the Shi family loved their daughter. If they strongly disagreed, they could refuse the marriage. Could the Ding family force her to marry? In the end, it was more important for the daughter to have a future. Sigh. Men fear choosing the wrong career, and women fear marrying the wrong person. My eldest son is coming back. Thinking about my troublesome daughter-in-law Ma Lai Tai coming back with him gives me a headache. Today, my husband argued with our younger son again. Fu Jingchen asked her, "What's your son's name?" Qian Mei honestly replied, "My eldest son is Jiang Qingshi and my younger son is Jiang Jingyi. Is there a problem?" "Oh, it's him. He was seriously injured during a mission and has already been discharged." Sheng Qing widened his eyes and suddenly understood. So, Ma Lai Tai's husband is Jiang Qingshi? He earned military honors and was promoted to company commander. Honestly, Jiang Jingyi is much better than Jiang Qingshi. Jiang Qingshi is average, not very capable, always hiding behind others during missions. But he made a military achievement. That's quite surprising. He had suspected multiple times whether someone had claimed his military honors illegally. Fu Jingchen exchanged a glance with Guo Wanwan, understanding her message. Sheng Qing, I have something for you to handle. Sheng Qing received a secret task and immediately left. Qian Mei felt a bit uneasy.
What's going on?
It's nothing. I can help your younger son treat his leg, Guo Wanwan casually mentioned. Your husband is quite biased. Is your eldest son really your biological son? Can it really be treated? Thank you so much, Sister Wan. Qian Mei excitedly held Gu Wanwan's hand and talked about her family matters. My eldest son is actually my eldest sister-in-law's biological son. He's very filial to me. I couldn't have children before, and my mother-in-law always looked down on me. My sister-in-law kindly adopted her own son to me. Later, my second son was born, maybe because the eldest son is so hardworking. My husband favors him a lot. Zheng Shirkin couldn't help but comment, that's a bit too biased. The injury to the second son's leg wasn't his fault. It wasn't completely untreatable. Forcing him to retire seems like they're trying to clear obstacles for the eldest son. People who don't understand might think the eldest son is the biological one, and the second son was adopted. Qian Mei frowned helplessly. The second son is my biological child. Zheng Shirkan, always straightforward, said, the eldest son is your husband's biological child. Qian Mei, your eldest son is very honest, Gu Wanwan said with a click of her tongue, silently clapping her hands, catching Zheng Shirkan off guard. Qian Mei thought Zheng Shirkan was joking and teased him. Sometimes I also think the eldest son might be his biological child, but my sister-in-law is so kind and good-hearted. She wouldn't joke about her reputation. By the way, will Sister Xia stay a few more days? Xia Tinghua waved her hand. No, my second son has found someone. I need to go see her. I've been out too long. Old Zheng still has to work. Wanwan, help me check if my second son's match is true love because of Gu Wanwan's special abilities. Xia Tinghua and her husband deeply believed in her. It was always good to have their daughter-in-law check. Gu Wanwan took out a turtle shell coin and did a simple fortune-telling. Godmother, it's not true love. Your son is too love-struck. The girl is just a gold-eating beast. If not handled well, it could threaten the family. Zheng Shirkan was furious when he heard this. My second brother will ruin the family fortune and make us poor? I always thought he was unreliable and had terrible judgment. Zheng's parents rolled their eyes at their daughter. Your judgment is just as stubborn. If it weren't for Wanwan, he would have been tricked by Zeng Jiliang and lost everything. The couple was genuinely worried about their son, so the next day they packed their bags and left. Meanwhile, Qian Mei wanted to take her second son to see his leg, but her husband, Li Laotai, strongly opposed. He suspected that the young healer's skills were not good enough and worried it would worsen his son's injury. He also didn't want villagers to gossip. Even Sister Jiang advised her, saying that instead of treating the leg, it was better to find a wife for her son early. This led to a new round of family conflicts between the Jiang family. Old Li would not allow anyone to challenge his authority. He simply locked his youngest son in a room, only letting Qian Mei bring him food, and forbade him from stepping outside. He warned Qian Mei that if she secretly let the boy go, he would divorce her and refuse to support his eldest son financially. Qian Mei was caught between her father and son, feeling helpless as she watched their relationship fall apart, unsure of what to do. Gu Wuan finished feeding the pigs and happened to meet Shin Chun Man and her daughter-in-law at the door. Shin Chun Man carried a basket and approached, saying, Gu Jiqing, I came to see my son. Gu Wuan opened the door and invited them inside. Come in. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Laishi, followed, mainly to supervise her mother-in-law, worried she might take things from the house to support her younger brother. Sun Xiaohua followed Gu Wuan to prepare tea and suddenly leaned close, asking, Gu Jiqing, how about a deal? If you agree to one condition, I will help you marry into the Fu family. Seeing her suspiciously glance around the room as if searching for something, Gu Wuan asked, "Is there something?" Sun Xiaohua, disappointed not to see the chubby Anbao, said, "Gu Jiqing, aren't my 2 daughters pretty? I want to trade my younger brother for them. 2 for 1. Isn't that a good deal?" Gu Wuan's face instantly darkened. "You want to trade my hard-earned big brother?" Sun Xiaohua still thought she was getting the better deal. "I'll raise your brother, and I'll give you 2 daughters. You profit from this. When your brother grows up, I'll help him find a wife, and I'll sell your 2 daughters when they marry, earning a bride price. I'm doing this with difficulty, just to swap with you. Anyway, your brother has been through so much with his foster parents, he's not lacking for anything. I'm not as unkind as the Li family or Gao Lifeng. I'll treat your brother well, won't let you and your brother be separated. If you marry the 4th son, we'll be a family. I can even let your brother call you 4th aunt," and, seeing her get more and more excited, Gu Wuan coldly interrupted her. "It's a tragedy for your daughters to have a mother who favors boys over girls."
Me?
"I don't want it." Anbao suddenly ran into the room, hugging her sister's leg. "I am my sister's treasure. No one can separate me from her." Sun Xiaohua's eyes lit up greedily as she reached out to her dream son. "Good boy, I'm your new mother."
Call me that.
Gu Wuan quickly picked up Anbao and gently patted his back. "No one is taking my brother away. He has his real parents." Bao happily snuggled in his sister's arms, always worried that some bad person might try to steal him away. Sun Xiaohua refused to let go of the chubby and cute Bao. She liked boys and wanted a son to support her in old age, so she wouldn't be left without descendants. Also, Bao was from a noble family, which brought her and her husband honor and benefits. Besides the monthly government subsidy, they could also get advantages from Gu Wanwan through Bao.
Your parents are gone, right?
"I am kind-hearted and can't bear to see your brother without parents.
Besides, my in-laws agree.
With me and my 2 daughters, you won't have to go through the pain of childbirth. Oh, and 4th brother can't have children anyway. My daughter is from the Fu family bloodline. It's better to raise my own daughter than to raise other people's wild children." Gu Wanwan sneered coldly. "Wanting a son to break a bowl is one thing, but really wanting to use my brother to gain benefits is another." Sun Xiaohua was frightened by the sharp look in the girl's eyes. She thought the educated youth were simple and easy to manipulate, but Gu Wanwan saw through her intentions. "I am thinking of 4th brother. You can't have no children in the future, right? Good intentions go unrewarded." Gu Wanwan grabbed Sun Xiaohua's collar, lifting her off the ground, and walked to stand in front of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair. "I heard you agreed to Miss Sun adopting my brother?" Shin Chun Man was momentarily at a loss. Gu Jiqing, my second daughter-in-law, was joking. "Don't take it seriously." Gu Wanwan wouldn't hold back just because she was an elder. "Even if Fu Jingchen and I have no children in our lifetime, we would never adopt a child from the Fu family."
Stop dreaming about us.
Seeing the chaos, Sun Xiaohua gave up pretending. "How do you know 4th brother disagrees? We're his family. We wouldn't harm him. If you don't believe it, ask my father-in-law.
He was the first to agree."
Gu Wanwan was not someone to be bullied. Without hesitation, she slapped her twice. "He only listens to me. What is the Fu family? You can't afford to raise a daughter because your husband is incapable. I used to think Fu Jingchen's parents were honest and kind, but it's just superficial. Tell Grandma Fu and her husband that if they have the guts, they should face us directly. Don't try to use Bao to manipulate us. My words are final. Anyone planning to harm my brother will be treated as a human trafficker. I won't be soft on stubborn troublemakers, even if they are Fu Jingchen's parents." Sun Xiaohua was stunned, tears in her eyes, covering her face. She wished she could kill Gu Wanwan. "You disrespect my sister-in-law. I'll tell 4th brother to divorce you." Shin Chunman's face turned pale, showing embarrassment and discomfort. She had indeed considered letting Fu Jingchen raise her granddaughter.
"How dare you speak like that?"
"My mother-in-law is your elder. No wonder Grandma and Grandpa are so interested in Ding Yanli and refuse to let you enter the house. What Lu Laishi didn't say was that she also looked down on Ding Yanli, who was trying to cling on. If she were to speak openly, she would say her sister from her maiden family should move in. Then, the allowance for the fourth son would belong to their sisters, and they could share half of the money back to their family, earning praise and love from their parents. However, Ding Yanli staying at the Fu family has its benefits. To please the Fu family, Ding Yanli spends her own money so that the Fu family can enjoy meat every few days. Who knows how long this can last? Hurry up and apologize to your mother, then hand over the fourth son's bankbook and wages. You haven't entered the family, so you have no right to manage the money. Gu Wanwan did not get angry but smiled mockingly, since Fu Jingchen was driven out of the house by you. What right do you have to manage anything? Lu Laishi was justified. We haven't separated the family. His money belongs to everyone. He didn't discuss with the family before giving his wages to you. That's very unfilial and will be looked down upon by the villagers. Be sensible and return the money. That money is for my son to go to school and get married in the future. She showed a stance of grabbing the money if not given, her eyes slyly scanning the cartons of malt milk and small cakes, intending to take them all. She couldn't help but act. Gu Wanwan sharply stopped her hand, and her clever little son Anbao quickly locked the cabinet door, hanging the small key in her pocket. Fu Jingchen has no obligation to support your children. Oh, I forgot. It's your daughter in your belly. All the money Fu Jingchen spent on you and your family over the years. Give it back to me. You can't repay kindness with revenge. Fu Jingchen has been supporting himself since he was young, and he carefully counts every grain of rice he eats from your Fu family. All his work points have been eaten up by your family. Don't talk about any nonsense about raising kindness. It was Fu Jingchen who supported your Fu family. I'm puzzled. Why does Grandma Fu insist on tormenting him? Unless he's not her biological son. What do you think, Aunt Fu? Or does Aunt Fu think Fu Jingchen deserves to work like a beast for you? Is he your real son? Trying to take money from her? Dream on, don't even think about a single cent. When it comes to being tough, she has never lost to anyone. Shin Chun was alarmed. Gu Jiqing stopped talking. Lu Laishi was overjoyed, and the siblings guarded her like she was a thief. These malt milk and cakes must have been bought with fourth brother's wages. What's wrong with using our own things? Not only do I want to take them, but I also want to move everything out. I don't believe fourth brother will argue with me, his big sister-in-law. Fu Jingchen's voice arrived before he did, calm and steady. What's going on? Sun Xiaohua saw Fu Jingchen arrive and immediately went over to splash water on her eyes. Fourth brother, Gu Wanwan isn't right for you. You should go back and be with Ding Yanli. She even dared to hit her second sister-in-law. In her mind, Fu Jingchen was a caring and filial son who valued family. He would never let others bully his own parents, not even his partner. Lu Laishi was nearby, stirring trouble. She disrespects her mother-in-law and even scolded her own mother. I just want to get your paycheck and buy some milk powder for your niece. She's unwilling to share or give. I've never seen such a stingy person. All those things belong to the Fu family. And Bao saw Fu Jingchen and suddenly burst into loud crying, a small ball of tears that shook the house. Fu Jingchen gently picked up his little brother-in-law, wiping away his tears with care. Who bullied our Bao? Tell uncle, and uncle will teach her a lesson. And Bao pointed with her chubby finger at her two sisters-in-law. This bad girl, she wants to steal Bao. She wants to exchange 2 little ducks for a nest with my sister. She wants uncle to raise her ducks. The nest has mom and dad, but she insists on making the nest her son, trying to take advantage of my sister and uncle. She also wants me to call her uncle's fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law. And that Lu Laishi, she wants to empty out her home. Lu Laishi glared fiercely at Bao. You little brat, telling on us won't help. Fourth brother is part of the Fu family. He stands with us. As soon as she finished speaking, Bao cried even harder, tears flowing like a flood, almost flooding the house. Fu Jingchen kept a calm face. Shut up. Who allowed you to scold my child? Lu Laishi felt her dignity was hurt. Why do you treat that brat so well? Our niece at home. You don't show her any love. Fu Jingchen replied naturally. He looks like Wanwan. You don't even love your own daughter. So how do you expect a stranger to love him? Unfortunately, your plans are wrong. I, Fu Jingchen, am not a fool. Uncle is the best. And Bao kissed Fu Jingchen on the face, then pinched her chubby waist discreetly. Go away. Our home doesn't welcome you. Sun Xiaohua clenched her teeth, surprised at Fu Jingchen's harsh attitude. Fourth brother, having a blood-related niece is better than having a non-blood-related little brother-in-law. Who knows if you and Gu Wanwan will work out? If you break up, how will you get your wages back? Lu Laishi stomped her feet in anger. Fourth brother, Gu Jihong spends money extravagantly. She'll waste your wages sooner or later. What about your grandparents' retirement money? What about your future nephew and niece's school and living expenses? You are the uncle, yet you ignore your own nephew? My son in my belly is the eldest grandson, the future hope of the Fu family, bringing glory to our ancestors. Can't you share some of that light with us? Gu Wanwan raised her hand. And then? Lu Laishi thought there was hope, speaking in a tone that left no room for refusal. The fourth son needs to find a job for my husband and me. This is what you owe the Fu family. Fu Jingchen was disgusted by his sister-in-law's ugly attitude and spoke harshly. Are your big and second sisters beggars? Coming to my wife's house to beg? Are you so desperate? Does old Madame Fu not mind spending thousands of yuan on meat for you? No wonder. She favors her youngest son and spends all the money on him. My money only supports my wife and my younger brother-in-law. In the future, my parents' retirement money will also be given by my wife, depending on her mood. If you upset her, the money will be gone. You always say I am unfilial, but I will show you what unfilial really means. Your nieces and you worry about the Fu family, but I won't spend a single cent.
No talk of jobs.
If you want money, go to old Madame Fu. I am not her old ox to be worked like a mule, nor are my children. Why should I help you raise your kids? Old Fu and old Madame Fu have their son and daughter-in-law. It's not up to me, an outsider, to support them. Lu Laishi couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. You don't deserve to be part of the Fu family, to be Uncle Fourth? If you don't care, I'll go to the military. You should know, we're giving you a second chance. Break up with that troublemaker Gu Wanwan immediately and marry my sister. She's a good wife and mother. Fu Jingchen was furious. I am not part of the Fu family. Your sister is ugly and unfit for her husband. It's better that way. Don't try to take what's not yours. You've even brought up the eldest grandson, showing your feudal thinking. Why not just marry your sister as a concubine? You sisters can serve one man together. Gu Wanwan glanced coldly at Shin Chun Man. Your father agreed to exchange Anbao so you can raise your niece. Fu Jingchen sneered. From now on, only my mother will get the retirement money. No more. Hearing this, his sister-in-law strongly opposed. No. That's not right. Fu Jingchen calmly said, This is my money, and I decide. Have you ever contributed to the retirement fund? If not, don't talk nonsense. Mother, stop causing trouble for Wanwan. I've done my best for the Fu family. The sister-in-law and her sister were stubborn and argued back. We're not leaving. You're a grown man and you still hit your sister-in-law? If you fall on hard times, don't expect to come to the Fu family for a single grain of rice. Gu Wanwan confidently waved her hand and said, Don't worry. Even if you're down and out, Fu Jingchen won't be. I'm willing to support him. Thank you, wife, for supporting me. Fu Jingchen put down Anbao, walked quickly out of the house, and headed straight to the place where Fu's brothers were working, giving them a stern lecture.
Oh, dear.
Fourth brother, are you crazy? What did we do to upset you? It's your wife who upset me.
Keep your wife in check.
If you can't, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying this, Fu Jingchen left without looking back. Shin Chunman returned to the Fu family feeling lost and sighed as she looked at Fu Yuzhong. Did we do something wrong? What if we push the fourth brother too hard and he refuses to recognize us? I've already lost my son. I can't lose another. Over the years, the fourth brother has been filial to us. If we listen to the elders and pressure him, it might hurt his feelings. Gu Jiqing is different from other daughters-in-law. The elders think she's shy like other young women from the educated youth. easy to manipulate, but they forget she has trained tigers and helped overthrow Qingshan village. Gu Jiqing has money. She can support her brother. Her brother can eat well and live comfortably at the Fu family. Jingchen has had a tough few years. We have no right to make him support his niece. Fu Yuzhong was quite dissatisfied with Fu Jingchen's actions. The elders are right. The fourth brother is blinded by Gu Jiqing. He's a squad leader now, with money and power. Supporting the family is his duty. Adopting his niece is because he can't have children. Besides, we haven't let Gu Jiqing suffer. We helped her support her brother. What more do they want? Tomorrow, we'll send the two beautiful girls over. Even if we don't raise them ourselves, we have to support them, unless he disowns me as his father. Meanwhile, Ma La Ti and Jiang Qingshi were heading towards Xiangyang village. Gu Wanwan and Gu Jiqing, your nightmare is about to begin. Gu Wanwan didn't know that Ma La Ti was coming to cause trouble, but even if she did, she wouldn't care. Zheng Shirkin sat in a rocking chair in the yard, enjoying the gentle sunshine. She felt very comfortable. Recently, Sister Ma hasn't come to chat with us. Did something happen? She wanted Wanwan to treat her younger son's leg, right? Lately, Ma La Ti's sister, Ma Guafu, and her mother have been trying to get close to me. Do you think they want to take revenge on us? But it doesn't seem like it. They're quite friendly to me, always bringing honey water and egg cakes, and inviting me to their house for a meal. Hu Jiming was startled. He had been careless and now realized someone was interested in Cannon again. Did they put something in the water? You didn't drink it, right? Ma Guafu's family is poor. Can she afford honey? Zheng Shirkin thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, it doesn't look like it. Ma Widow drank her wine herself and even shared some with others.
Who am I?
Do I need those petty things? I haven't even tasted the honey that Wanwan gave me. Gu Wanwan looked calm and casually said, to reduce your suspicion and gain your trust, she contacted Ma beforehand and treated Shirkan as the wife of the young Master Ma. Hearing this, Zheng Shirkan was annoyed. He casually picked up a stick and said, I will ruin the young Master Ma. Why do all these monsters come to trouble me? My parents gave me the wrong name. I really have a tough life. Young Master Ma, do you want to rely on the princess to live a comfortable life? I'm not a princess. In the Ma family, aren't you just a princess hen? Gu Wanwan raised a meaningful smile and said, but in Xiangyang village, there is indeed a village princess, Ding Yanli from Secretary Ding's family. Zheng Shirkin suddenly understood and grinned mischievously. In fairy tales, there are so many countries, but they are just like villages. Any village can be a princess's country. Princesses marry commoners, classic fairy tale stuff.
Haha.
Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow slightly. Dawn was breaking. Ding Yanli should leave the Fu family now. Compared to the comfort of the New Youth Station, the Fu family was in chaos. Fu Yijin was beaten so badly by Fu Jingchen that he lost face. Filled with anger, he vented his frustration on his wife, Lu Laishi.
Fu Yijin, you useless man.
If you have the guts, go revenge on the fourth. How dare you get angry at me, a pregnant woman? My life is so hard. I'm carrying a grandson, yet my in-laws humiliate me. I want a divorce. Angry, Lu Laishi packed her bags and went back to her parents' house. Her in-laws tried to stop her, but to no avail. Unless Gu Wanwan and the fourth apologize to me, I will abort your grandson.
Who dares to stop me?
I'll run my head into a wall and die. Fu Yuzhong and Shen Chunman were so frightened they let go. In their traditional views, they believed that future old age depended on the eldest son. Even knowing that the eldest daughter-in-law was unreliable and mischievous, they could only favor her, mainly because of the eldest grandson in her belly. Oldest daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Let's talk nicely. Mom will help you teach the eldest. Not only Fu Yuzhong and Shen Chunman, but Old Fu and Old Madam Fu also paid special attention to Lu Laishi's pregnancy. Even though they didn't like Lu Laishi, she was the most promising. The fortune teller had predicted that this baby would be a boy. The Fu family had 5 beautiful daughters, and rumors outside said they were destined to be childless. They desperately needed Lu Laishi's son to restore their reputation and continue the family line. Grandmother Fu glared at her eldest grandson. Be careful with your stomach. Big brother, you should go and apologize to Shidao quickly. Fu Yijin was so angry he couldn't listen. Let her go back to her parents' home. I won't go to pick her up. She always threatens divorce, but I don't believe she will really leave. It must be said, Lu Laishi knew how to use her children to control the Fu family. Fine, then let her leave. I'll find a new father for your descendants in the Fu family. After saying this, she kept her proud attitude, lifted her chin, and walked out of the Fu house. In less than 3 days, the Fu family would definitely bow and compromise. Then she could ask for more conditions. Granddaughter's son Xiaohua looked at her with envy and jealousy, her eyes turning red. She instinctively touched her belly. Why can't I have a big grandson like that? Lu Laishi's family was typical of valuing boys over girls. They were very kind to Lu Laishi, but it was all for profit, trying to get benefits from her daughter through her in-laws. Xiaoxi, why are you back? Is your in-laws' family giving you trouble? Do you want her parents to go and ask for justice? Lu Laishi was confidently holding her belly. No need. They will kneel and beg me to come back. Whatever I want, I will get. Not only that, I also want to find a marriage for my sister and a good job for my brother. Being at my parents' home is better. My family is my support. Unlike Gu Wanwan, that ungrateful girl who was bullied after her parents died and had no family backing. Her sister Lu Laizi was immediately very happy. Sister, how about matchmaking me with Fu Jingchen? We sisters can work together to run the household. Later, we can take whatever belongs to the Fu family to support our family. If Fu Jingchen doesn't marry me, you won't go back to your in-laws' home. Grandma Lu was very pleased with her daughter's understanding. She had brainwashed them for years. Mom will kill a chicken to nourish you, so you can have a chubby, golden grandson in the future. To Old Man Lu, this wasn't a grandson but a golden egg, something to use as leverage. That new house of Gu Jiqing's is pretty good. It can be my wedding house, said Lu Chuanzong, the only son of the Lu family. Yes, it's much better than our broken house. 3 rooms with a yard, a firewood room, and a storage room. Spacious and grand. Unfortunately, it's public property. If we could move in, it would be perfect. My son and daughter-in-law in 1 room, me and your dad in another, close to your sister's in-law's home. If your sister is wronged, we can go to Fu's house quickly. Although he said this, it was clear that Grandma Lu was already thinking about occupying the new house. The more Lu Chuanzong thought about it, the more he felt this idea was very good. Fu Jingchen can live there too. Why can't we? My partner is also a youth from the countryside. Moving in makes sense. Besides, this house belongs to Gu Jiqing's debt. She bullied my partner, so she must pay compensation. Thinking about his poor educated youth partner being excluded and squeezed into a large shared bed with a group of rough women, he felt so heartbroken he couldn't breathe. His partner was so fragile and unable to take care of herself. She privately confided in him that she longed to live in Gu Jiqing's new house. If he could fulfill her wish, she would agree to marry him. Lu Laishi frowned. The female educated youth at the youth station were not kind people. When did you start dating? Which educated youth?
She's shy.
I'll bring her home in a few days. Lu Chuanzong couldn't help but imagine his partner marrying him, feeling lost in the thought. If sister doesn't help me get her, and you get bullied by your in-laws later, I won't stand up for you. Lu Laishi could only agree, because she only had one beloved younger brother. Alright, what about the official family? My little brother-in-law is still a squad leader. I want him to find you a job, and when you get married, I want him to give you a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, so he has to listen to me. Lu's parents were very happy and treated their eldest daughter with great admiration, almost worshipping her like a goddess. Lu Laishi enjoyed her parents' love and was moved to tears. She picked up a bowl of coarse rice that her mother had filled for her and ate the chicken tail her father specially served her. For the first time in her life, she experienced the satisfaction of being well-fed at her family home. Her parents were so kind to her. Although she occasionally tasted some meat at her in-laws' house, it wasn't as warm as her family. Looking at her younger brother holding a bowl of plain rice and a shiny, big chicken leg, the sisters didn't find anything wrong. Instead, they nodded in agreement. Raising boys tenderly and daughters simply was their parents' lifelong lesson. Lu Laishi was now teaching her two daughters the same. Thanks to the joint efforts of villagers, the new school was finally built. The school was made of several simple houses, with desks and chairs built by local carpenters. It wasn't big, but had everything needed. After a few days of airing out, it could be used. As Gu Wanning's partner, Fu Jingchen generously paid for the students' stationery and books. The exam for the Xiangyang village teachers was scheduled as planned. The four old men from the cattle shed were the first to enter the exam room. All the educated youth from the youth station participated, and villagers with diplomas also took part, including Shi Yueling and Fu Xiangling. The exam questions were created by Gu Wanning, her two friends, and Fu Jingchen. The questions were kept safe in the brigade, and the exam lasted 1 hour. They served as invigilators, ensuring no cheating occurred. Villagers who wanted to cheat and get higher scores gave up their plans. Gu Wanwan walked between the two tables of Yan Duong and Xiong Ziyuan, stopping briefly. She subtly narrowed her eyes. Yan Duong was okay, but Xiong Ziyuan seemed to have some talent. To ensure fairness, Zhao Guoming invited teachers from the county school to grade the exams. The teacher selection will be announced the day after tomorrow. In the evening, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen finished dinner and, under the pretense of a walk to aid digestion, toured the entire Xiangyang village. Sheng Qing still hasn't returned? Fu Jingchen didn't hide it from her. We're almost done investigating. It's time to clear Jiang Jingyi's name. Gu Wanwan nodded. Hopefully, Qian Mei can accept the truth. Her husband is not a good person. He keeps Jiang Jingyi at home, doesn't let him see anyone or get treatment. The timing isn't right. Qian Mei and Jiang Jingyi still have some family feelings for old man Jiang. There are some things we can't interfere with. We just have to wait for them to experience it and understand. Suddenly, from the distant grass, voices of a man and woman could be heard. Chi-Chi, I specially brought you braised pork and steamed buns. Eat them while they're hot. Thank you, Chuanzong Gij. Only you treat me the best in the world. Without you, I don't know how to get by. The youth workers bullied me again. Boo-hoo. You are my Lu Chuanzong's precious. Anyone who bullies you is going against me. If you want Gu Jiqing's new house, I've got it for you. When my sister Lu Laishi returns to her in-laws, you can move in. Would Gu Jiqing agree? She's so fierce, and with the squad leader's support, I'm afraid you might get hurt. I am your sky, your ground. Everything depends on me. As long as the piece of meat in my sister's belly is still there, the Fu family will listen to her. My eldest sister plans to break up Fu Jingchen and Gu Jiqing and marry my second sister, Lu Laizi, to Fu Jingchen. Without the squad leader's backing, can Gu Jiqing still be so arrogant? You are my woman, the one I protect. Understand? Lu Chuanzong wiped oil on Gan Qi and promised her a bright future. He couldn't resist leaning in and kissing her. Chi-Chi, my sweetheart, you've stolen my soul.
Can we?
First, Gan Qi forced herself to suppress the urge to and forced out a sweet smile. I want to stay until the wedding day. Brother Chuanzong is so handsome and caring. Don't you be reluctant to marry me? If Zeng Jiliang hadn't been useless, would she have sold herself for benefits? These country folks are so easy to deceive. She just hinted a little, and they foolishly helped her steal Gu Wanwan's new house. She looked forward to the day of birds occupying the nest. However, Gan Qi underestimated Lu Chuanzong's self-control. Once again, he was overwhelmed with saliva and spittle, and he started to rant. Gu Wanwan twitched her lips and said, I'm not a domineering CEO. So greasy. If you dare to think about my house, you're just looking for trouble. Fu Jingchen found it hard to explain. People say I'm greasy, but I'm not. The scoundrel and the unfaithful woman kept acting overly affectionate. Fu Jingchen's sharp gaze naturally fell on the girl's face. Wanwan, shall we kiss? At this age, she had never experienced the feeling of love. She couldn't just tell Wanwan that he had been craving her for many lifetimes. Gu Wanwan's face turned slightly red. She had never kissed a man before and was quite curious. All right, we need to upgrade our relationship. Having never tasted pork but seeing pigs run, she decided to go all out. She mimicked a scene from a bossy CEO story and took the initiative to lean in. Seeing her throw herself into his arms, Fu Jingchen opened his hands to catch her. Suddenly, they fell onto a large bed in the room. They rolled around and finally, with a thud, they fell onto the floor. They looked at each other and smiled. Gu Wanwan looked at the blood on his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. No wonder the protagonists in stories like to be sweet. If there's no misunderstanding, a couple of kisses can fix everything. It doesn't seem too bad. Fu Jingchen held Gu Wanwan on his lap. That's not all I want. I want more of you. Gu Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Are all men and women just after that? Some men, after using you up, throw you away. They don't cherish what they have. That's truly unkind. I really want you. Fu Jingchen's voice was deep, calm, gentle, and tender. But I don't want just once. I want forever, for countless lifetimes. Gu Wanwan was surprised and wrapped her arms around his neck. Ahem. Shall we continue? With pleasure. This time, Fu Jingchen took the initiative. From strangers to familiar, they quickly became comfortable with each other. They leaned in and almost set the room on fire with their closeness. Tomorrow, I'll write the marriage report. We'll get married during the new year. Gu Wanwan suddenly cheered up. I heard your boss's daughter likes you. What if he doesn't approve? Fu Jingchen held her smooth little hand and placed it on his chest. His rejection is useless. My position is higher than his. I'll approve it myself. Just a few more months to wait. For now, I'll let you earn some interest. Gu Wanwan's eyes sparkled. Her partner was handsome, had a good figure and long legs, perfect for her taste. She could foresee a delicious future ahead. On the day the teacher candidates were announced, Ma Late and Jiang Qingshi's couple proudly returned to the village. Early in the morning, villagers gathered at the grain drying yard, waiting for the team leader to announce the final choice. There are 6 teachers in total. I wonder who the lucky one will be. Having a higher education as a youth might give you an advantage. Zhao Guoming held a report card, cleared his throat loudly, and said, Everyone be quiet. This exam is fair and just. I now officially announce the teacher candidate. Secretary Ding stood to the side, secretly muttering, Choose, choose. Anyway, the school can't be saved, and taking the exam is pointless, unless these teachers want to work for free. Yu Tsuehua kept a close eye on Shi yelling from the villagers. Because villagers were present, she could only suppress the urge to take her wife home to scold her. She's a Ding family wife, working hard to support the family, and still wants to become a teacher? Bah. Old Ding had already made arrangements with the commune. Plus, Qingshan Brigade was putting heavy pressure on to stop Xiangyang Village from developing. In the future, good things wouldn't belong to Xiangyang Village. The main reason Xiangyang was disliked was because Gu Wuan was targeted. Basically, Qingshan Village wanted to use Xiangyang villagers to retaliate against Gu Wuan. Shi Yueling and Ding Qidong hated each other. She insisted on remaining pure for Fu Jingchen, but Ding Qidong didn't like that. On their wedding night, he entered the bridal chamber, and from then on, Shi Yueling officially became a married woman. She had been mistreated by her mother-in-law for days. She had once run back to her parents' home for help, but they only told her to go back and live well with Ding Qidong. She was unwilling to give up and wanted to try taking the exam herself. Maybe she could escape from the Ding family or make Fu Jingchen see her in a new light and regret abandoning her smart and capable self. The only comfort was that Ding Qidong didn't hit his wife. Except for being rough on their wedding night, he was usually gentle and didn't oppose her becoming a teacher. Fu Xiangling eagerly awaited the exam results. Since her sister-in-law took her pregnancy back home, her chores had increased. If she didn't find a job soon, she might have to start working in the fields. She was the beloved daughter of the Fu family. How could she let her hands become rough? Her brother Jingchen would feel sorry for her. She wasn't like Gu Wuan, who worked tirelessly every day, day after day, year after year. No matter how beautiful a flower is, it can't escape the wind and sun, and eventually withers and falls. Gu Wuan, who thought she was above everyone else, would someday fall from her pedestal. The new and old youth villagers held their heads high, full of confidence, not wasting their days of review. Xiong Ziyuan's dark, uncertain gaze swept over the four elders of the Ox Pen, a fleeting hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Zhao Guoming posted the exam rankings on the wall. We treat everyone equally in Xiangyang village. First place, Yi Sijuan, second, Pei Xingtao, third, Shen Qinghao, fourth, Gu Changcheng, fifth, Xiong Ziyuan, sixth, Gan Qi. Congratulations to the 6 individuals mentioned above. Tomorrow, they'll get familiar with the school, and the day after tomorrow, classes will begin. I suggest that all the children in the village come to school because, thanks to the donations from caring volunteers like Gu Jiqing, education is free for villagers. Gu Jiqing's partner, Fu Jingchen, also donated a batch of books and stationery for the children. Let's give them a round of applause. Thanks to the kind villagers who contributed to building Xiangyang Village. The donation list has been posted on the school notice board. These outstanding villagers are the shining stars of our village. As soon as the speech ended, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Gu Wuan squinted slightly, and Xiong Ziyuan kept a low profile. It was no surprise that he passed the exam. But what kind of person is Gan Qi? Zheng Shirkan opened his mouth in shock at the result. No way. Gan Qi's grades are so poor. Did she cheat? Maybe she bribed the teachers, or the exam questions were leaked. Fu Xiangling and Shi Yueling both failed, looking extremely upset. Yan Diwang's eyes twitched as he tried to stir trouble among the villagers. The team leader is so biased. Isn't he worried about being blamed by the community? If the bad elements hadn't taken 4 positions, how could the volunteers and villagers have failed? Apart from families unhappy with the family of Qing Shan's wife, other villagers spoke up against him. Yan Jiqing can't accept losing. You donated less money, scored worse on the exam, and still have the nerve to pressure others to give up their teaching positions. She's a university professor. Her talents are being wasted. Liang Xian argued passionately and shot a sharp look at the cheating expert Gan Qi. Old Man Neo is a professor, and I have no complaints about that. But why can Gan Qi pass the exam, and I can't? Gu Wuan, Zheng Shirkan, are you deliberately targeting me? Gan Qi's grades are pretty much the same as mine. Why can't I be a teacher? Zeng Jiliang couldn't stand seeing his beloved Qi being questioned. My Qi is just holding back her strength. She didn't want to embarrass you before, so she deliberately performed poorly. Don't you consider her a good sister? Qi got in. You should be happy. Becoming a teacher earns about 8 yuan a month, with some holiday bonuses and benefits, much easier than working in the fields. In the city, an ordinary worker earns only about 20 yuan a month. Since teaching is a stable job, many people compete for the position. With this salary, he and Qi could finally improve their lives. They wouldn't eat meat every day, but occasionally they could taste some. Qi isn't like Qinjili and Yanwei, the traitors who would abandon him without mercy. Ganjisetretli fails blessed. Her sacrifices of beauty and charm were worth it to find Uncle Ko, who is connected to Liang Xian. She also got the exam questions early. Her salary is only for herself, and she will not support a lazy man like Zeng Jiliang, a powerless and unimportant person whom she immediately dismisses. I and Gan Qi are no longer good friends. Anyone who teams up with her will be unlucky. I was already ruined by her and left with nothing. You, lazy man, should break up with Gan Qi soon. Who knows if she became a teacher just by sleeping around. She's filthy, changing men every day, and is involved with many men. Liang Xian dares to say this, not without reason. She has caught Gan Qi meeting men several times, each time with a different man. Gan Qi looks pitiful, almost crying, unable to get any benefits from Liang Xian. Liang Xian's uncle Ko has also been attracted by her, so there's no need to keep up their fake sisterhood. Liang Xian, Gu Jiqing and the others didn't say anything. Aren't you just jealous that I became a teacher while you failed? Instead of questioning me, you should focus on studying more. Secretary Ding sees the opportunity and suddenly interrupts, breaking the happy scene. Captain, I have some regret. Seeing how happy you all are, I feel a bit reluctant, but this is the decision from above. I have to inform you that the commune does not approve our proposal to build a school in Yangyang Village. If you insist on building the school, the government will not pay the teachers' salaries. Zhao Guoming's expression changes drastically.
What?
Why didn't you say this earlier? I applied to the commune last time, and the leaders agreed, didn't they? It's too unpredictable. The leaders told us to prepare well. The village's school has already been built, and now they won't allow us to open a school. What will happen to the children in the village? Secretary Ding looks troubled. The decision was made yesterday by the commune. I have no choice but to cancel it. Maybe you should go ask the commune again? Yen Duong, full of schadenfreude, says it must be because Gu Jiqing offended Qingshan village. Yangyang village is now being punished. Blame Gu Jiqing. Just because of Yen Diwang's provocative words, Gu Wanwan decides to sneak into Qingshan village again at night. The village women immediately stir up trouble, colluding with Yen Duong to frame Gu Wanwan, saying, "Forget about being a teacher." The tractor and the advance team are gone, all because of Gu Jiqing. Apart from a few troublemakers, most villagers are rational, saying, "You are just the village's spies. It's you who are leaking information. You don't want Gu Jiqing to lead us to develop Yangyang village. You are the real culprits. If it weren't for Gu Jiqing standing up to Qingshan Brigade, our Xiangyang village would have suffered heavy losses. Now look at how safe Xiangyang village is. Those troublemakers from Qingshan no longer dare to come here and cause trouble. You, Qingshan Brigade, have your village treasures, and so does Xiangyang village. Gu Jiqing is also a treasure of Xiangyang village." Yen Diwang's face turned purple with anger because Gu Wanwan, this unique person, blocked his uncle's plan, preventing him from completing the task assigned by his superiors. This time, Liang Xian finally felt better.
Haha, serves you right.
So, what if she became a teacher? Without a salary, it's just volunteering. Gan Qi, you underestimated the situation. You should have just worked honestly to earn points. This news was like a thunderbolt to Gan Qi. Had she been taken advantage of all along? Now, with things at this point, Zhao Guoming felt helpless. Sister Wan, what should we do? Our hope for Xiangyang village is gone. Secretary Ding secretly chuckled and said something very realistic. Captain, even if Gu Jiqing and others donated money, how long can it last? They can't spend all of it on the school. Other parts of Xiangyang village also need building. Do you want to pay out of your own pocket? 6 teachers. How much do they earn in a month? How many points do they get? I don't think anyone would be so foolish to work for free. Gu Wanwan exchanged a glance with her grandparents, then saw Gu Chongqing step forward and say, "We don't want salaries. We are willing to help build Xiangyang village." Shin Qinghao stood beside his wife. "We are sent-down officials. Xiangyang village is willing to give us a chance to be reformed. How can we ask for wages?" Pei Shengtao and Yi Sijuan nodded. "The villagers have been so kind to us. Of course, we want to return the kindness because we are all part of Xiangyang village." The selfless spirit of the 4 elders in the cattle shed shocked the villagers present. The villagers were moved to tears. As Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen loudly clapped, the scene erupted in enthusiastic applause. Building schools so children can learn. If the commune won't pay teachers, we'll do it ourselves. Gu Chongqing waved his hand. "Thank you all. We don't want wages. We only hope the children study well and contribute to our country in the future." The villagers asked in confusion, "Why don't you ask for anything in return?" Even though they were sent down, Gu Chongqing still held firm beliefs. For the future and hope of our motherland. This spirit and heart of theirs earned the villagers' admiration. They silently remembered the kindness of the elders in the cattle shed. Since the elders didn't take money, they would find other ways to care for them. Gu Wanwan fully supported her grandparents' decision. She glanced at Xiong Ziyuan and Gan Qi and said, "Xiong Ziyuan, Gan Qi, no salary, no work points. Whether you stay or leave, we respect your choice." Xiong Ziyuan didn't think much and said, I want to be a teacher. Gu Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay. Gan Chi, who believed she lacked their broad mind, thought that working for nothing was foolish. She never did things that would cause her to lose out. Unfortunately, her scheming couldn't keep her from going back to the fields. She felt very frustrated. I'm going back to work. Zeng Jiliang felt like the world was collapsing. The happiness he just had was gone, and now he was full of despair. The secure job he had was gone, and he and Chi-Chi had no more living expenses. He had called home for help but only received news that his parents had come to Yangyang village to find him. Secretary Deng had tried everything but couldn't stop the school from closing. He didn't expect the 4 elders of the cattle shed to go so far just to let the children go to school. Were those elders foolish? Hu Jiming stroked his chin. There's something wrong with this Xiong Ziyuan. Our grandparents have our support, but what is Xiong Ziyuan after? Even Zheng Shirkan, who is usually carefree, sensed something was off. Usually our grandparents protect us, and the young people like Yan Duong don't dare get close to the cattle shed. Is he targeting our grandparents? Is he a spy from a lower family? Not just that, Gu Wanwan said with a sigh. Our youth group is full of hidden talents. Zheng Shirkan covered his mouth.
Could it be?
Brother Jiming, you need to keep your mouth shut. I'm half from a noble family, and you can't betray Wanwan. Hu Jiming chuckled and decided not to hide anymore. It's impossible. Actually, I am from a noble family, the Wu, Fu, Shun, Chung, and Sheng families. My mother is from the Chung family. Years ago, she ran away with my biological father and married him, so I rarely contact the Chung family. Many relatives don't know me, but my grandparents do. When my mother divorced my biological father, I planned to change back to the Chung surname and return to the Chung family. Gu Wanwan remained calm, clearly knowing all along. Zheng Shirkan blinked in surprise. He didn't expect Hu Jiming to have such a background. Ziliang, that fool, often mocked Hu Jiming as coming from a single worker family. Little did he know, Hu Jiming's true identity was a trump card. His biological father, who abandoned his family and had a mistress, finally divorced and revealed the truth. Everyone knew how regretful he must have felt. Most children in the village had signed up for school. Their parents not only brought vegetables, eggs, and old clothes and quilts to the 4 elders of the cattle shed, but also voluntarily suggested rebuilding the shed so the teachers could live more comfortably. Many people have great strength. In just one morning, the cow shed was repaired. Fu Jingchen rode his bike, taking Gu Wanwan and Anbao to the county town to buy stationery and books. In a quiet place, Gu Wanwan took out a small stove from her space, applied a newly unlocked invisibility charm, and sped all the way into the county town. I just predicted a fortune. My trip with Anbao is very unlucky, but there is a hint of good luck within the bad, which means Qingshan village will lose all its wealth. Fu Jingchen smiled. It looks like Qingshan village is going to have bad luck. Not long after they left, Fu Yugong's eldest and second sons and their families came to visit. Seeing the house's front door was closed, they went around to the backyard. This was the first time Fu Yugong's father and sons visited the new youth station. Fu Yijin was a weak man without his own opinions, always talking about divorcing his wife. The next day, he eagerly went to his wife's family to pick her up. When he didn't succeed, her family made some unreasonable demands. It's understandable that Lu Laishi's family cares about the youth house. Gu Jiqing is good at managing life, and even the yard was turned into a beautiful, small garden. Parents, you can't ignore the future grandchildren. Fu Wine looked around but saw no one. Dad, 4th brother took Gu Jiqing and her siblings to the city to buy stationery and books. They probably won't be back soon. What should we do now? 4th brother is really something. He donates money to the village, but can't support his parents. The younger brother-in-law is better than the niece. Will he take care of his parents in the future? Fu Yugong clasped his hands behind his back. Leave Chiuya and Dongya here. Let 4th brother support them. If he dares not support them, I won't acknowledge him as my son. Shun Chunman thought it was not right and sighed. Yugong, 4th brother has changed. Actually, he's very filial to us. You can't trouble him anymore. The more you push him, the further he will go away. If it weren't for us, fourth brother would be living a wealthy life. He's done enough for the Fu family. He doesn't owe us anything. It's us who are at fault for this child. Chirya is 6 years old, and Dongya is only 3. Leaving the children at someone else's door, aren't you worried about the granddaughter's safety? Everyone in the village knows Gu Jiqing is good at taking care of the elderly and guarding the house. Fu Yugong still had some traditional views. He wasn't unkind to his granddaughters, but grandsons were more valued. Since ancient times, only grandsons could carry on the family line. Granddaughters would only be laughed at for ending the family line. No matter what, he wanted to protect the precious grandson in Lu Laishi's belly. His parents were right, fourth brother needed discipline. If he, as a father, didn't teach him, fourth brother might become lawless and unfilial in the future. Fu's family has treated him well and raised him for many years. Even a dog knows to be grateful. Look at how many years he served in the disciplined army, yet he doesn't understand respecting elders or caring for the young. He used to send his entire salary home, but now he's become stingy, only giving 2 yuan for his parents' retirement fund. Last time, he cut it to 1 yuan. I feel embarrassed for him. How can his parents be happy? I am so filial, so how could I raise an unfilial son? It's my fault. Sun Xiaohua takes the opportunity to report to her father-in-law, trying to ruin Gu Wanwan's image in his mind. She wants Gu Wanwan to clearly see that offending her means she can't marry into the Fu family. That 1 yuan is for mother-in-law's retirement fund. You don't have a share, Grandpa. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Jiqing for whispering in his ear. Fourth brother was very filial at first, but he was definitely influenced by Gu Jiqing. His future wife, you need to watch him carefully. Fu Yuzhong, upon hearing this, changes his impression of Gu Wanwan from dissatisfaction to dislike. Chun man, stop persuading me. We're father and son. I don't believe fourth brother would abandon me just because of Jiqing. Shin Chun man sees the worsening relationship between father and son and feels helpless. Fourth brother has even abandoned his mother, so how could he still have a father? They don't know when fourth brother will come back. She can't let her granddaughter wait in vain. What if something happens? Sun Xiaohua, as a mother herself, doesn't care. Are you willing to wait for Uncle Fourth to come home? Remember what your parents told you? Mom, I'm willing. Chirya immediately nods and pats her chest to promise. Grandpa and Grandma, you can go back. We will have a good time with Uncle Fourth. Dongya is just a little girl who eats, drinks, and sleeps. She's only 3 and has no worries. Since her granddaughter is willing, Shun Chunman can't persuade her anymore. She leaves with Fu Yuzhong. Before leaving, Sun Xiaohua specifically warns her daughter again and again, enjoy the good food and drinks with Uncle Fourth. Don't forget your parents. Bring back any good things you find. Your dad and I need to nourish our bodies so we can have a brother for you someday. Got it, Mom. You guys go now. I will try to win Uncle Fourth's love. Chirya, only 6 years old, is clever. She's grown up in the countryside and is not naive. Her parents dislike her as a money-making tool. They don't treat her and her sisters well. Only by being adopted by the wealthy Uncle Fourth can they have a good life. Otherwise, they will be sold by their parents when they grow up. She can share good things with her parents, but going home is impossible. She wants to be Uncle Fourth's favorite niece. No, his most loved daughter. Drive away that wild little brother-in-law. Play, sister. Dongya squats on the ground digging dirt. Autumn girl pulls up winter girl, brushing dust off her sister's clothes. Why play so roughly? You'll get so dirty. Uncle will be upset. Don't hold me back. I want to wear new clothes and eat good food every day. I don't want to work hard or feed pigs. If you want to be treated badly like Spring Girl and Summer Girl by Annie, then I won't care about you anymore. Parents are unreliable. Following Uncle is the only way out. Fu Jingchen rides his small donkey quickly, carrying the brother and sister, and they soon arrive at the county town. They first visit the state-run bookstore to buy some school textbooks. There are some in the vintage shop, but not enough. They need to wait a few more days to get more supplies. The state bookstore has sold out its stock and is getting more from other branches. Finally, they gather all the textbooks. What are you going to do with so many books? The store manager, a man in his 40s called Uncle Jiang, asked. This young man looks like a soldier. Gu Wanwan nodded honestly. His name is Fu Jingchen. He's in the army. I am Gu Wanwan, a young person from the village. Our village is building a school, and we want to donate some books so children can read. Uncle Jiang looked surprised at first, then nodded with admiration. We have some textbooks in storage that we can't sell. They're from different grades. Some are a bit damaged, but still readable. If you don't mind, you can take them. Gu Wanwan was very happy. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang took Gu Wanwan to the warehouse. It's no use piling up here. Instead of sending them to the recycling station, it's better to give them to those who need. At this moment, a staff member hurriedly said, Manager Jiang, some books just arrived from headquarters and they need urgent translation. Can you find someone skilled in this? Uncle Jiang looked at the books. Last time, Shaolin translated them poorly. Only capable people were sent away. Where can I find someone now? I know English, but with so many books and tight time, I can't do it all. There are also some in other languages, but I'm not proficient. Gu Wanwan suddenly remembered a common task in historical novels. Female protagonists often make money by translating. She exchanged a look with Fu Jingchen. Since they both know multiple languages, they shouldn't miss this chance to earn money. Uncle Jiang, can you let us see the books? My partner and I are fluent in several languages. But these are... Uncle Jiang hesitated, not because he was unwilling, but because the books were very important. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen took out their IDs at the same time. These are our IDs. My partner is the creator of these documents. Uncle Jiang took a quick look and was very surprised. It is said that this mysterious department uses special ID cards that can show the symbol of the Supernatural Bureau under normal light. In sunlight, the cards can also display the holder's identity, position, and photo for double verification to prove authenticity. When he saw such a legendary ID card for the first time, he tested it and said, "This card is real. You are actually from the Special Supernatural Operations Bureau. Sorry for the earlier rudeness. Now, everything is fine." He then handed the book to the couple. Only talented and extraordinary people can join this secret organization. They are the nemesis of the Cherry Blossom enemy agents. In other words, one of the powers of this organization is to catch and fight enemies. Gu Wanwan glanced at the book and casually opened one. She immediately spoke fluent English. Next to her, Fu Jingchen flipped through a Russian book and showed off a few simple phrases. I also can do it. My parents taught me, and Bao said with a cute face, shaking his little chubby cheeks. I say, Baka, Wani-san, Appa, I love my sister and brother-in-law. Uncle Jiang. This is definitely taught by modern parents. Confirmed. Good job, baby. Gu Wanwan patted his head. Aran Bao is only 2.5 years old and already understands multiple languages. He has a bright future. When we go back, your brother-in-law will reward you with 2 more notebooks. Fu Jingchen rewarded his little brother with a lollipop. Big sister and brother-in-law, I want to join the secret bureau. I want to catch bad guys. And Bao was proud after hearing the praise from his sister and brother-in-law, puffing out his round belly. Fu Jingchen loved in Bao's cute and soft appearance. Okay, I'll get a certificate for you when we go back. Uncle Jiang's eyes sparkled like he saw a treasure. Talented. No wonder you came from the Supernatural Bureau. Wanwan, how fast can you translate? There's a reward, so it won't be for nothing. 3 hours. Gu Wanwan split the book in half and handed one part to Fu Jingchen. She could do it faster, but it would seem too extraordinary. Fu Jingchen thought this time was appropriate. The two sat facing each other and started translating. Uncle Jiang sat within Bao nearby. As he watched their work, he was more and more amazed. 3 hours was just right, and both finished their translations at the same time. He checked their work and was once again surprised. He felt like he had found a treasure. Their speed and professionalism were even more precise than university professors.
It was hard to find such talent.
Impressive. Your translation is excellent. I will pay you now. Are you interested in earning more? Okay, Gu Wanwan quickly agreed. You need to provide a certificate and stamp for the money. Fu Jingchen added. Also, apply for a special talent ID. Our mysterious bureau's credentials are top secret and shouldn't be shown casually. Uncle Jiang issued a proof of payment and settled 2,000 yuan on the spot. That's what should be done. If it's inconvenient for you to come to the county town, you can send the documents by mail. I'll also send the royalty payments. If you want to write books or draw comic stories, you can send them over. Our main office is in Beijing. I can introduce you to editors, and there are newspapers, magazines, and publishers. And Bao looked at the stack of money, her big, shiny eyes wide with excitement. Wowo. Wanna earn money? Wowo can draw and write stories. Afraid that the adults wouldn't believe her, the little girl took a piece of paper and some brushes from Uncle Jiang. She tilted her head, thinking hard, and with her chubby little hands, she drew pictures. Surprisingly, her drawing talent was quite good. She drew a scene of a bad aunt hitting a baby, with the 3 siblings hugging each other in the corner. Then she drew another picture of the bad aunt handing the siblings over to human traffickers. Next, the 3 siblings were separated. The sister was badly hurt, watching helplessly as her younger brother and sister were taken away. The twin boys cried and reached out to their sister, but the traffickers still carried them off. Wanwan felt a sour feeling in her heart. This lifetime, she would protect Bao and Yu so they could grow up safely. Fu Jingchen's heart clenched painfully. He silently picked up Bao. Uncle Jiang was stunned, his eyes reddening as he watched intently. That's human traffickers, so terrible. What happened next? Did the sister escape? Did the siblings reunite? Yes, the sister found her way home, and Bao obediently snuggled into her uncle's arms. I want to find my little sister and bring her back. Uncle Jiang suddenly understood. This was Wanwan's real story. He made a decision immediately. Let Bao draw. We'll publish the story in newspapers and magazines first, then turn it into a comic book series. This will help fight human traffickers and raise awareness among parents. Maybe we'll find clues about her sister through the newspapers. And Bao is so great. You focus on drawing, and I'll pay you for your work. We can share the earnings from the comics. Your drawings are very good. With a few tweaks, they'll be perfect. Wanwan took on the task of editing the drawings, adding dialogue and narration to enrich the story. She made sure to clearly label the real names of the bad aunt and traffickers. Even Gao Kelly and the 3 brothers were drawn with their real names. Once published, Gu Qiulin and his group would be publicly shamed.
Bao gật in happily.
She was now a little girl who could earn money to support her family. Since it hasn't been published yet, Uncle Jiang paid Bao 20 yuan first. If it sells well, he will add more money later. Bao, holding the 20 yuan and proof of payment, gave it to Wanwan, saying, "Give this to sister to spend. Bao wants to take sister and brother-in-law out to eat." Wanwan pushed the money back, feeling assured that Bao had space to keep money. This is Bao's first earnings. Bao will keep it herself, or else how will Bao pay for the meal later? Bao, clever and cheerful, happily stored the money in her space. If sister needs money, just ask Wowo. Uncle Jiang was so touched, he secretly slipped a few tickets to Bao before taking Wanwan to choose books. Each book costs different. Ordinary books are about 200 yuan each. By the way, those old books, how do you plan to move them? Wanwan casually picked a few books. Translating books earn extra money, mostly from the black market. So, delivery guy Tong Zifuzi came back online, driving a truck to move the books. When they reached a quiet place, the books went into her space. With money in her pocket, Bao took her sister and brother-in-law to the biggest state-run restaurant in the county for a meal. After eating, they went shopping at the nearby department store, buying gifts for her sister, brother-in-law, grandparents, uncle, aunt, cousins, and family friends. Back at the commune, they visited Sister Lin from the youth office to ask about recent news. They learned that Qingshan village was secretly collaborating with the Pigeon Tail Society and planning trouble again. Wanwan, you really found your brother and even drove out Qingshan village. You're so capable. My husband has been reinstated, but his power is slowly being taken away. He can't say much in the Pigeon Tail Society. But you should be careful lately. A few days ago, I saw Genki, a young woman from your group, secretly visiting Kogongda. She probably went to offer herself. Later, I want to introduce someone to you, Chiu Jia, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative. She's my classmate and good friend. Her husband is the director of a machinery factory. Maybe you'll work together someday. Look at you, acting so distant. Come over anytime, bringing so many nice things. My cousin asked me to look after you, but now you're looking after me. They carried a sack with 10 jin of pork, 2 fish, a wild chicken, and a rabbit, along with 2 bags of milk powder, 2 jin of brown sugar, and 10 jin each of rice and flour, all essentials for her family. Her family has urban household registration, so their monthly supply of rice and meat is fixed. If they can't get enough, they have to risk buying from the black market. It's expensive and unsafe. Her husband is the deputy director of the Pigeon Tail Society. If the main director finds out, the consequences could be severe. Even her good friend, the supply and marketing manager, couldn't provide so many scarce goods. At most, she could give some defective items from inside the organization. My sister-in-law just had a baby yesterday. I was worried about how to buy things, and you really helped Sister Lin out of a tough spot. From now on, could I trouble you again? Gu Wanwan waved her hand and said, "No trouble at all. We're friends, so just tell me if Sister Lin needs anything." Seeing Gu Wanwan being generous and straightforward, Sister Lin relaxed and said, "All right. I won't be polite then. I have half an hour left before work ends. You two go to the supply store first. Buy whatever Anbao likes, and Sister Lin will pay." Fu Jingchen went to the post office to send a report and notify the local officials at the commune. Gu Wanwan held Anbao and wandered around, also trying to find the black market. There was an unpleasant person, Gu Qiuyan, at the supply store, so she didn't want to go shopping there. At that moment, a sneaky mother and son, holding a crying and restless child, passed by the siblings. In the next moment, the mother and son stopped suddenly, turned back sharply, looked at the siblings with bright eyes, and reached out greedily. Gu Wanwan glared at the dirty hand reaching out, and then looked at the struggling child in the woman's arms, instantly understanding what was happening. The dramatic scene from the novel was happening to her again. The ominous but lucky omen had come true. The man kept rubbing his hands nervously. The girl was beautiful, the boy was chubby and cute. Such a rare gem in the commune, and they couldn't let it go. The mother and son secretly planned to use their usual tricks to kidnap Gu Wanwan. The child in her arms was about 3 or 4 years old, flailing and reaching out to the siblings, saying, "Sister, help." Anbao leaned close to her sister's ear and said softly, "Sister, that brother was stolen. His parents must be very worried. Sister, here's some pocket money." After saying that, the little one cheerfully greeted the boy, took out a small lollipop from her pocket, and said, "Brother, I'll treat you to a fat candy. Don't be afraid with me and my sister here. I'll stay with you. My name is Anbao. I'm 2.5 years old. What's your name?" The boy stopped crying, seemingly comforted by Anbao's words.
"My name is Yuanbao.
I'm 4. You're so small and chubby." The two kids chatted loudly and casually, as if discussing the weather, gradually easing Yuanbao's fear of being kidnapped. Gu Wanwan gently shook her little one in her arms. Her child was truly a social butterfly. The trafficker's mother and son were confused and ready to act. Gu Wanwan smiled and interrupted them. "Are you trying to say I'm your runaway wife who abandoned her family? Are you saying that the child in my arms and the child in your arms are my sons? If I resist, you will start public opinion campaigns, and then the people will persuade me to go home? Are you thinking that if I don't go back, you'll force me to do so?" Mother and son. And Bao raises her small, chubby hand. "Are you from Qingshan village?" The mother and son widen their eyes and guess right again. Gu Wanwan and Bao exchange a glance, giggling mischievously. They are coming to life. "Stop pretending. Don't talk nonsense. Just take us away. Where is your hideout? Show us around." The mother and son are ready to act, but surprisingly, the brother and sister cooperate perfectly. Honestly, they've kidnapped many children and women, and they've seen these two oddballs before, those eager to be kidnapped. Forget it, probably because they see that the mother and son are strong and no resisting is useless, so they obediently follow. What can a weak brother and sister do? They're not like Gu Wanwan, the fierce woman who dominates Xiangyang village. Although the mother and son haven't met her personally, they've heard of her fame. She single-handedly defeated the strong men of Qingshan village, and even the village captain's 3 sons are no match for her. The leaders of Qingshan village have warned the villagers to be careful and not to provoke Gu Wanwan, or they might get into trouble. Because of this fearsome woman in Xiangyang village, Qingshan village's progress has slowed. They dare not target the children and women of Xiangyang village anymore and can only focus on developing in the county town. Some young women from Qingshan village, tricked into thinking there were job opportunities in the city, eagerly wanted to leave Qingshan village. But tempted by high wages, they fell into traps. These young women ended up in bad situations, either sold, working in disreputable places, or colluding with others, losing all their value. Of course, if their families paid to redeem them, that was possible. Not making money when you can is foolish. Why, even kidnap young women from Qingshan village. Because Qingshan itself is a haven for criminals. The main reason is that the young women's dorm there is haunted. Villagers are scared of ghosts and avoid it. Villagers can't vent their frustrations, and just watching them suffer is annoying. It's better to sell the young women for money and share the proceeds among the villagers. At the moment the brother and sister leave, Fu Jingchen quietly follows behind them without being noticed. Gu Wanwan uses her mind to communicate with the space, briefly explaining what happened. To prevent Kogongda from interfering, Fu Jingchen quickly withdraws and calls back his subordinates who were following. The hideout was tucked away in a courtyard at the end of an alley. Nearby houses were empty. When the mother and son opened the door and confirmed that Gu Wanwan and the others had entered the hideout, they relaxed and let go of their guard, releasing the Yuan Bao. The 2 little kids held hands and followed closely behind Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan had her hands in her pockets, looking very relaxed and comfortable. She used her spiritual awareness to scan the entire courtyard, muttering to herself, "Wow, so bright and shiny, glittering gold. Human traffickers really make good money. No wonder it's a big business in Qingshan village, rich beyond measure." The basement alone stored 5 large boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry, plus a small box of supplies, estimated to be worth over 20,000 yuan. The furniture and decorations were quite complete, mostly antiques. There were 5 bicycles parked in the yard, and surprisingly, a TV and radio in the main hall. The kitchen was well stocked with ingredients, and there was a storage room filled with rice, flour, and coarse grains. Compared to the enemy's human traffickers, it was better to be on her side, considering this a reward for infiltrating the enemy's den. Even 1 grain of rice left behind would mean she lost. Additionally, the main house's basement even hid several boxes of weapons, including bombs and rifles. With these, she wouldn't need to turn the radio into a broadcast station. The women and children were kept in a separate room, which had a secret passage under a cabinet. If police raided, they could use the passage to smuggle out the women and children. Usually, the passage was used once a week, and today was the 7th day. When night fell, this group would be moved to another place to be sold. Using her spiritual awareness, she probed inside. There were 5 main people in the main hall, one of whom sat in the middle as the leader. Gu Wanwan couldn't help but rub her hands together. "Wow, your hideout makes good money." All the antiques and jewelry she passed by had quietly been stored in her space. The short, sturdy Bao, who looked like her, also rubbed his hands, thinking about the rice, flour, and meat in the kitchen. He was almost too full to move. "Sister, we've made a lot." The mice said there's lots of meat and rice. It's delicious, and they love to move it around. They were familiar with this action. Definitely money was involved. "Is this where we're going to stay?" "It's quite bright," Gu Wanwan said confidently as she led the children inside, glancing at the women and children huddled in the corner. Some of the young women recognized Gu Wanwan and looked at her as if she were a beacon of hope. "Gu Zhigang, why are you here?" The mother and son were stunned. "You know them?" Gu Wanwan's face was calm, with no extra expression. "I'm also a young worker." The mother and son looked at each other, thinking Gu Wanwan was just a lucky escapee from the Qingshan young workers. Was there really a Gu family member among the young workers in Qingshan village? Unaware, it was their negligence as mother and son that brought disaster to the entire hideout, indirectly damaging the human trafficking industry in Qingshan village. Xiao Niu's eye appeared, pulling out an egg cake from his pocket and handing it to each child. My name is Bao. Hello, everyone. Yuan Bao cheerfully introduced herself. My name is Yuan Bao. I'm new here. The boy took the egg cake and gobbled it up. My name is Tang Yuan. I'm 8 years old. I was kidnapped 3 days ago. I got lost. My grandma and mom are so sad. If I'm gone, what will they do? Gu Wanwan subtly raised her eyebrows.
Tang Juan?
That character appears in the White Lotus novels. Future wealthy boss, once a capitalist family, persecuted during struggles, often bullied by neighbors and the Red Team. Now only his grandma, mom, and 4-year-old sister remain. His grandpa and dad are still missing. In fact, Tang Yuan's grandpa and father are not far away. They are both in the county town, but they just can't meet. One of the chances for reborn female protagonists is that, by saving Tang Yuan's family, Tang Yuan feels grateful and vows to repay her, willing to become her supporter and dedicate his life to her and the male protagonist. She has hijacked this incredible fortune. It's late. The hideout should be cooled down now. The more Tang Yuan thought about it, the sadder he became, covering his face and sobbing. And Bao reached out her small hand, patting his shoulder and whispering in his ear, "It's okay. Sister Wa is a hero and Brother Wa is a soldier. They will rescue all of you." Tang Yuan looked up with teary eyes, clearly doubting Gu Wanwan's ability. Your sister is so pretty, but her ending is worse than ours. If you could fight off the thief mother and son, you wouldn't have ended up in this hideout. Compared to others distressed, the young female worker was calmer. Gu Jiqing, please save us. Help us teach that thief woman in Qingshan. Her boss is Li Wutia's son. You little brat, what did you say? Feeling itchy? If I don't hit you all day, you think you can rebel? The thief woman rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach Gu Wanwan a lesson and scare her. Unexpectedly, before she could get close, Gu Wanwan grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up.
Cook, son. Save me.
The woman nearly ran out of breath. She weighed nearly 180 pounds, yet the girl easily lifted her. Seeing this, the man rushed toward Gu Wanwan. You brat, let go of my mom. Gu Wanwan freed one hand and punched the man in the stomach. A loud yelp and a thud followed as the man forcefully hit the wall and then fell heavily to the ground.
You.
And Bao, short and stout, ran over quickly, leaping onto the man's back, forcing him to spit blood. Tang Yuan opened his mouth in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. Other women and children stared blankly, stunned. They looked delicate but were surprisingly fierce fighters. People don't always show their true strength. Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Big sister in Bao is so awesome. She beat up the bad guy. Outside, a guard saw the situation and rushed in, holding a wooden gun, pointing it at Gu Wanwan. Don't move or I'll shoot you. Not opening the door makes you a coward. Gu Wanwan threw the old woman aside like a rag, then calmly took out 2 small bricks from her bag, like pieces of board. And Bao also pulled out 2 tiny bricks. Open up, make a trap. The little guards were confused and didn't dare to shoot. The siblings threw their bricks at the same time, knocking out 2 guards. Such useless trash. Even a 2.5-year-old could beat you. Gu Wanwan looked down at the guards' faces, stepping on one. Lead us to your boss, now. The old woman swallowed hard. What do you want to do? What do you think? Gu Wanwan smiled slyly. Of course, we're going to raid your hideout and take down your boss. The old woman's voice cracked.
Who are you?
You're so bold. Gu Wanwan said clearly. Gu Wanwan, a kind-hearted local from Qingshan village, tried to help, explaining, that's Gu Wanwan from Xiangyang village, the one who's known all over Qingshan. You've really messed with the wrong person. The old woman and her son froze, as if struck by lightning. Could it be that they had just run into a troublemaker? No wonder the siblings worked so well together. They probably wanted to cut off the village's income. Gu Wanwan and the village had a long-standing grudge. If their hideout was raided, it would cause huge losses to the village. The team leader wouldn't let the mother and son go easily. "We'll let you go. I won't bother you anymore." "No, I won't leave," Gu Wanwan stubbornly refused. "I'll give you money." The mother and son hurriedly fished out some bills from their pockets, stuffing a bunch of small notes into Gu Wanwan's hand, hoping to send the troublemaker away. Gu Wanwan took the money and put it in her bag. "Are you trying to bribe a beggar?" And Bao stepped forward, waving her small brick. "Robbery." Yuan Bao imitated her, confidently placing her hands on her hips. "If you don't give us 1 million, we won't leave." The scene was so bizarre, kidnappers being robbed by their captives. 1 million more, and they would have to sell many people? This scene deeply shocked Tang Yuan. The brother and sister seemed like gods descending from heaven, saving him from danger, leaving him with a lifelong memory. Meanwhile, Fu Jingchen's reinforcements arrived. They hid on the roof, waiting quietly for their leader to give orders. Sheng Qing carefully watched the situation in the courtyard. "Boss, should we act now?" The fight inside is very intense. "There's danger of a wooden warehouse fire in the basement," Fu Jingchen said silently. "There are also many valuable antiques and jewelry inside, which are his wife's favorites. These criminals are no match for Wanwan. Don't interfere with her performance or her chance to make a contribution." Sheng Qing knew his sister-in-law's skills well. He was confident in handling any trouble. "So, what are we here for?" Fu Jingchen looked mysterious. "To rescue the hostages, support the team, and you'll see what's next soon." The head of the thieves' hideout in the main house heard the noise and rushed to the scene with weapons.
Who sent you?
"I am the hero of Qingshan village, here to clear the place." Gu Wanwan strode out confidently with her 2 children, then exchanged a quick glance with Fu Jingchen on the roof. In the next second, she grabbed a brick and, with lightning speed, attacked the leader. And Bao, a short and sturdy kid, was nearby and added to the chaos. Small but strong, he lifted a large water jar and smashed it down, showing impressive combat skills that startled everyone. What a terrifying little strong kid. The scene was chaotic, and Bao took the opportunity to sneak into the kitchen, grabbing all the food in the storage room, along with the freshly cooked dishes and all the pots and bowls. Fu Jingchen and his team quietly infiltrated the house through the roof and windows. The women and children saw the soldiers in uniform and knew they were saved. One girl, Lin Miki, a young educated girl, was seeing Fu Jingchen for the first time and blushed shyly. Tang Yuan sniffed and asked, "Are you and Bao's brother-in-law? Are you here to save us?"
Fu Jingchen nodded. "Yes."
He sneaked to the door, observing the battlefield outside, while using his special powers to attack the thief leader. Sheng Qing was stunned. Seeing his sister-in-law face these criminals, he thought they were really unlucky. Kegong received a tip and led a team to the courtyard. Seeing the mess of men on the ground, he frowned. "What's going on?" The crooked woman stubbornly lied. "This woman is a spy. She robbed us with a wooden warehouse and hurt us. The wooden warehouse on the ground is evidence. Captain Ko, quickly arrest her and interrogate her severely." Gu Wanwan greeted casually, "Hey, Captain Ko, long time no see. Hope you're well." Ko Gongda slightly twitched his mouth. "Gu Jiqing, it's you again. I suspect you've broken into a civilian house and injured innocent people. Please come with us for an investigation." The old woman saw the backup arrived and felt relieved. "Quick, catch her. And her brother's strange baby. They must be enemy spies from Sakura." The boss on the ground gave a look to the little. They sneaked in quietly, planning to secretly move the young children without anyone noticing. But as soon as he entered the house, he was immediately knocked out by Fu Jingchen and fell to the ground, unable to even call for help. While the wife was fighting, he took the opportunity to gather items she hadn't confiscated, like the TV and radio in the main house. And Bao held her chubby waist with both hands, saying, "I am a little hero, the child of a martyr. I fought the bad guys. You are the enemies, the whole family is enemies." Yuan Bao made funny faces at the old woman and her group. "I know about martyrs, but you are human traffickers. You kidnapped us and brought us to a thief's hideout. You're doomed. Gu Wanwan remained calm throughout, ignoring Kogongda's threats. Captain Ko, I thought you learned your lesson from the last time. Why are you still so reckless? You arrest people without proper investigation. Everything must be based on solid evidence. Do they have witnesses? Don't think I don't know the law. I am the child of a martyr. I never do illegal things. They kidnapped children of martyrs. That's enough to get them in trouble. I have witnesses, dozens of children and women who were victims in that house. The old woman thought her had completed the task and pressed on. There's no one in that house. Stop slandering our innocence. Even if you are a martyr's child, you shouldn't hit people. As long as they could successfully deal with Gu Wanwan, their mother and son would become a shining example in Qingshan. If Captain Qingshan was pleased, he might approve their entry into the organization, earning more money. Kogongda knew there was a secret passage in the house, so he was confident about arresting Gu Wanwan this time. You go check inside. His two trusted subordinates immediately moved in, but then there was no sound. If there are victims, they should come out now. Gu Jiqing, come with me. If you are innocent, I will give you justice. Entering the facility was like walking a tightrope, one step away from death. Still, they let him be, finally framing him with a charge and dealing with him. It was a way to eliminate the threat to Qingshan village. Take him away, Gu Jiqing. I advise you not to resist. Resisting arrest carries serious charges. Do you think I'm stupid? What benefits did Qingshan village and Ganqi give you that you want to kill me? Gu Wanwan pointed at the door of the house with her chin. Please look behind you. I am cooperating with my partner to fight crime. Fu Jingchen's cold voice came through. Are you Kogongda? Do you want to arrest my partner? Kogongda turned around and was struck by lightning. More than a dozen soldiers appeared before him. Suddenly, another team of soldiers, hidden on the wall ceiling, descended quickly. Report to the chief. The escaped enemy agent has been successfully captured. Inside the house, soldiers moving the cabinet also reported, Chief, there is a tunnel in the house, likely used for smuggling and transfer. Chief, we found weapons from Sakura country in the basement. It's definitely enemy agents. Next, Gu Wanwan's words hit the kidnappers hard. From the moment the kidnapper's wife appeared, I knew you were human traffickers. I voluntarily entered the den. As a daughter of a martyr, I am committed to eradicating evil and villains. It's everyone's duty. Comrades, there are soldiers here. They will protect you. Just tell us what you've experienced and your grievances. Qingshan Village's educated youths need not fear. The organization will arrange your future, and you will never return to that wolf's den. At this moment, the kidnapped women and children stepped out of the house. It was that mother and son who took us. The ones lying on the ground are the leaders. They had already moved a group of people into the tunnel. They are human traffickers and enemies. Those rifles belong to them. When we disobeyed, they threatened to kill us. We are all educated youths from Qingshan Village. We've seen Li Dalong and Li Sanling come to the den to collect money. The leaders respect those two brothers. They are the masterminds. Kogongda cursed silently. Li Dalong and Li Sanling were too reckless. They were overconfident that they could sell the educated youths, but they never expected their own fools to betray them by bringing Gu Wanwan into the den. It was like placing a ticking bomb at home. Now, they gained nothing and only got themselves caught. Should he arrest Li Wuda's son? Not arresting him would be favoritism and corruption. On one side, there was Gu Wanwan watching closely. On the other, her partner was a soldier. This involved the military, so it couldn't be taken lightly. Everyone arrest and interrogate them. Fu Jingchun waved his hand. No need. Take them away. Gongda Ko worked hard to get the case, but it fell into Fu Jingchun's hands. Li Daliang was beyond help. They would rather kill him wrongly than let a spy escape. This is my duty. He began. Fu Jingchun, expressionless, interrupted him. This concerns spies. I suspect they stole military secrets. To prevent leaks, I will take full control. If Captain Ko has any doubts, I will hand the case over to the Special Abilities Bureau. Gu Wanwan slightly smirked, knowing immediately that this hideout involved Captain Ko. Captain Ko, Are you trying to protect the criminals? Or is it because this hideout affects your interests? At this point, Captain Ku couldn't afford to have any crooked thoughts. The girl was prettier than Ganchi, but her words were sharp and rude. The higher-ups had already ordered that, recently, a mysterious Special Abilities Bureau had appeared, backed by the top leader, wielding great power and influence. It was best not to provoke them. That's not true. I fully cooperate with your efforts to fight crime. These young people settled in Qingshan village. I will ensure they are properly taken care of, he said.
There's no need to trouble you.
I'll take them to the youth affairs office. Do you think they want to go back to that den of thieves in Qingshan village? Gu Wanwan shot him a sidelong glance. I love to cut off troublemakers' hands. Whoever reaches out too far, I cut theirs. Fu Jingchen continued along with his wife. Captain Ko, we need you to come with us to Qingshan village to arrest the spies. The woman, Pan Gizi, panicked and shouted, We are not spies. Those guns were brought by Li Daliang. We were just following orders to sell people for money. I am willing to cooperate and ask for leniency. Captain Ku really wanted to shut her up, but since she was in Fu Jingchen's hands, he had her arrested in front of Li Watet. Was he sure Li Watet wouldn't kill him? And Bao hurried in, pulling out a bundle of ropes from her space. Brother-in-law, tie them up. Soon, binged the traffickers, while Sheng Qing led a team to raid the tunnel. Later, the group led the traffickers out of the alley. And Bao and Yuan Bao walked in front, proud, occasionally pulling the ropes to make the traffickers walk faster. Yuan Bao, whose child are you? Voices of Yuan Bao's parents and Sister Lin came from the crowd. Yuan Bao, the couple hurried over, hugging their son tightly. They checked his body and, finding no injuries, finally relaxed. Where have you been? Your dad and mom were so scared they almost fainted. Mei Wanwan, what are you doing here? Sister Lin looked at the siblings and then at Fu Jingchen and the brothers. Why are they? Gu Wanwan summarized simply, human traffickers. Yuan Bao was kidnapped. Yuan Bao stepped down from his parents' arms and ran to Gu Wanwan and An Bao. Proudly, he announced, Mom and Dad, Wanwan Jejia and An Bao are my lifesavers. When she saw I was taken by the bad woman, she pretended to be kidnapped too. Those two are so brave, they punched the traffickers away. They knocked down all those bad guys. Don't underestimate An Bao. Even though he's small, he can lift a big water jar and knock out the bad guys. With Jia and An Bao here, I'm not scared at all. I even helped fight the bad guys. I am a little hero. An Bao lifted his adorable face. Brother-in-law, am I chubby? Fu Jingchen patted his little head. Yes, you are the chubbiest. Sister Lin and the couple listened to the children's story, feeling shocked but also full of gratitude and admiration. If the times allowed, Sister Chiu would have bowed in thanks. Wanwan, from now on, you are like my own sister. Thank you for saving Yuan Bao and our family. Sister Chiu's husband, Director Hua, was amazed and grateful beyond words. If you need anything, just come to us. Sister Lin wiped her tears. Chiu Jia, she's Gu Jiqing, the girl I introduced you before. I didn't expect you two to have this connection. The women and children who were victims were reunited with their families. Only Tang Yuan was left alone, standing there. His mother and grandmother must be frantic. Before he was kidnapped, both his mother and grandmother were sick, and his sister was probably starving. Gu Wanwan walked up to him. Where is your home? Tang Yuan hesitated, then pointed to a dilapidated courtyard nearby. It was originally his house, but after being confiscated, the house was taken away. It was now occupied by about 10 tenants. Their family was forced to live in a small, old storage room, for people cramped into one tiny space, often suffering from neighbors' angry scolding and the plundering of the Red soldiers. Gu Wanwan took out a few meat buns and a pound of millet for him. Considering that Tang Yuan's place was unsafe, she didn't give him too much. If you have any problems, you can come to the Xiangyang Brigade to find me. I am Gu Wanwan, a knowledgeable youth who knows medical skills. If you can't find me and it's urgent, you can go to Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming, who are also knowledgeable youths. And Bao rummaged through her small bag and handed him a bag of compressed biscuits. Crush them and soak in water to eat. It will fill your stomach. Tang Yuan pushed them back, even though he really needed these things. You saved me. I can't take these. Gu Wanwan firmly pressed them into his arms. Just take them.
Don't be so indecisive.
Next time, I'll bring in Bao to see you all. Go home quickly. Tang Yuan looked back 3 times, bowed deeply to them, then turned around and ran away. Gu Wanwan looked away and mentioned to Sister Lin, these knowledgeable youths are victims. They can't go back to Qingshan village. If it's difficult to handle, my partner can help you. Sister Lin thought for a moment and said, leave it to our youth office. Let them call and notify their families first. If there are jobs at home, they can be transferred back. If not, we will arrange for them to go to other places for rural work. The girls from Qingshan village were taken away and settled by Sister Lin. They finally escaped danger and could start a new life. Gu Jiqing, please help save the male knowledgeable youths of Qingshan village. Only Lin Miki looked longingly at Fu Jingchen, determined to repay her benefactor well. Once everything was settled, Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan, along with Kagongda, went to Qingshan village to arrest people. The group marched into the village. When the villagers saw Gu Wanwan leading, they thought, oh no, this is bad. Captain, the bossy girl from Xiangyang village and the ruffian from the village are here. When did I become a village ruffian? Am I so famous in Qingshan village? After speaking, Gu Wanwan waved to them. Hello, villagers. Long time no see. I came to visit Qingshan village. Why are you all so welcoming?
Kagongda smiled twitched wildly.
He had never seen such a shameless blonde girl. Was that a welcome? No, it was fear. Ever since Gu Wanwan became famous from one fight, the villagers who had suffered from her had been scared of her. Li Wuda led his 3 sons over. Captain Ko, what's the matter? Fu Jingchen didn't give them a chance to respond and directly ordered to arrest them.
Catch those 2.
The soldiers received the order and immediately started the arrest, controlling Li Da and Li San. The brothers were shocked. What do you mean? What did we do wrong? Gu Wanwan kindly recounts the story. The kidnapper from Qingshan village kidnapped our siblings. I traced the clues and found the hideout of your 2 sons. Not only are your sons involved in human trafficking, but they also hide cherry blossom weapons. They are definitely enemies of the state. Fu Jingchen looks at Li Wuda with a serious gaze. Captain Li, are you trying to defend your sons or deny their actions? Do you know about what they did, or are you kept in the dark? The 2 brothers seem stunned, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. How could this happen? Kogongda shakes his head and exchanges a look with Li Wuda. Li Wuda angrily slaps his 2 sons hard. You fools! You did such things behind my back that harm our country. I am so disappointed in you. From now on, you are no longer my sons. Soldiers and police comrades, you can take them away. I, Li Wuda, will stand by justice and accept any investigation. Fu Jingchen raises an eyebrow slightly. Li Wuda, on the other hand, is a spy who is willing to sacrifice his own children for the greater good. He is truly a villain doing great things. Take them away. From now on, watch your own dogs carefully. Don't let them harm society again. I will come to supervise from time to time. As a former educated youth, I want you to know, if I hear that Qingshan's educated youths are hurt, you will be responsible. After saying this, Gu Wanwan leaves with her brother. Li Wuda, furious, throws several flying darts into the wall. After handling the matter, Gu Wanwan calls out a truck, and Fu Bao is made to drive it into Xiangyang village. Qiuya sees Fu Jingchen's figure and happily runs over. 4th uncle, Grandpa wants us to be your children. From now on, you are my dad. Fu Jingchen hears this, but ignores it directly. He has Fu Bao drive the truck to the new school. The school is built near the old educated youth site, which makes it easy for grandparents to visit from the cattle shed. Villagers see a large truck coming into the village and gather around out of curiosity. Soon after, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen, with Anbao, get off the truck. They walk to the back, open the door, and carry out textbooks, books, and stationery. Zhao Guoming leads villagers over to help. Sister Wanwan, Why did you buy a whole truck of books? That's too expensive. Gu Wanwan briefly explains to the team leader. All the new ones are bought by us. The old ones are free, given by the state-run bookstore manager. Oh, and on Bao and I also found jobs at the state bookstore. Most of the stationery was taken from a vintage shop, all cleared out and waiting for restocking. And Bao held her head high, looking cute and eager for praise. Fu Jingchen nodded kindly and patted the little one's head, saying, "And Bao, your work will be published in newspapers and magazines soon, and there will also be a picture book." Aunt Lu was surprised but happy for the siblings. Really? Our Bao is amazing, just 2.5 years old, and already so talented. If she has a job, she won't need to work anymore, Zhao Guoming quietly reminded Gu Wanwan. Originally, our village chose a scorer, but Gan Qi took the spot halfway through. The commune leaders specifically appointed Gan Qi as the scorer. Her official work starts tomorrow. Be careful. I hope she won't hold a grudge like Shi Yueling did, Gu Wanwan said. Zheng Shirkin couldn't understand why good things always seemed to go to Gan Qi, while good people didn't get fair rewards. Why does Gan Qi always get the best? Let's find a reason to fire her. I bet she'll record our work points under Zeng Jiliang. Hu Jiming pointed out the key issue. She's protected by the commune. Don't underestimate Gan Qi's ability. A cannon. Let's become teachers instead. Without hesitation, Zheng Shirkin agreed. That's right. I hadn't thought of that. I'll stop farming pigs and go teach for free. Zhao Guoming knew they weren't short of money, of course. No need for work points or wages. The villagers won't complain. Gu Wanwan was happy Zhao Guoming had this idea. In a few days, I'll bring some benefits to the village to celebrate. Fu Jingchen didn't keep them in suspense. Wanwan and Bao and I teamed up to catch the human traffickers in Qingshan village. We captured Li Wuda's eldest and third sons. Zhao Guoming was both surprised and delighted, repeatedly praising, "Wow, that's great news. We should celebrate. Li Wuda and Qingshan village have a reason to be happy now. This is wonderful." And Bao, plump and carrying a sack, was sharing gifts with them. Marbles and chess from her cousin, a hairpin from her sister, snow cream from her aunt, chocolates from her older sister. Kai Kai noticed their grandparents' shoes were old, so he bought new shoes for all 4 elders. Shen Yinyu and Shen Jitian held their gifts close, cherishing this rare happiness. The hardships and mistreatment of the past seemed like distant clouds. Now, they not only had enough to eat but could also go to school, something they had never dared to dream before. Even Aunt Lu and Zhao Guoming received some yarn and a pack of cigarettes. The couple couldn't help but feel emotional. Good children are usually from other families, but if only our troublesome grandson was half as good as Bao, we wouldn't have to worry so much. I must say, the little one is very good at understanding people and social cues. This gift touched the hearts of both husband and wife deeply. Dongya covered her stomach and said, "Sister, I'm hungry. Let's go home." Chuya angrily replied, "Go home? This is our house. Do you want that brat on Bao to take over a new dad?" She was full of envy and jealousy, glaring angrily at On Bao handing out gifts, thinking that all these things were bought with uncle's money. That money should belong to her and Dongya in the future. Why should that brat spend it so easily? "Hey, you and your sister are not allowed to cling to uncle. Get out now," she said, pulling Dongya over and pushing On Bao. Unexpectedly, the chubby little one stayed put. "This is my home. I won't leave." Chuya pushed hard, but couldn't move On Bao. A 6-year-old girl couldn't push over a 2.5-year-old chubby kid. "You little brat who can't even speak clearly. If it weren't for uncle, would you be so fat? Could you even wear new clothes? Give uncle back to me." Round and chubby, with arms like lotus roots, no wonder her mother cherished her so much. Meanwhile, her own legitimate uncle's niece, patched up and thin, unable to attend school. Why does she live a worse life than On Bao, who has no parents? "Don't bully On Bao," Shen Yinyu and Shen Zitian immediately protected their little cousin. Cousin-in-law, the troublemaker from the Fu family, is about to hit On Bao. Chuya, proud to be Fu Jingchen's niece, thought her uncle would side with her. "Dad, kick out those brat siblings. I don't want to see them. From now on, Dongya and I are your daughters. Mother said uncle can't have children, so we will be your daughters when she's gone. Mother also said that everything Dad has belongs to me. I don't want Anbao to get any advantage. Dad loves me the most. Just agree with me, or when you're old, our sisters won't care about you. Fu Jingchun was disgusted by Chirya calling him dad. I'm not your dad, and I'm not your real uncle. My family doesn't welcome Fu family members. I'll say it again. I won't support anyone from the Fu family. If I hear you call Anbao a brat again, I will throw you out to feed the wolves. Chuya's face turned pale, trembling all over. More than that, her anger was the main reason. Uncle, you're biased. For Anbao, you don't even want your own niece. Gu Wanwan coldly said, apologize to Anbao. Autumn Girl raised her resentful little face and deliberately challenged her, saying, I won't. You're a fox spirit. You caused Uncle Fourth to have no home to go back to. Ding Yanli is Uncle Fourth's wife. She's very kind to me and even gives me candy, unlike you, who are so stingy and have spent all Uncle Fourth's money. Grandpa asked me to tell Uncle Fourth that if he doesn't support us, Grandpa won't acknowledge him as a son. Uncle Fourth will become a lonely orphan no one wants. Children are simple-minded and think that mentioning Fu Yuzhong can make Fu Jingchun feel filial. Maybe Fu Jingchun was soft-hearted before, but now he's as hard as iron. Tell the Fu family that I am cutting all ties with them. I don't want to be Fu Yuzhong's son. He didn't abuse me, but he also wasn't kind to me. If you like Ding Yanli so much, just have your real father marry her. Kick out your sexist mother. Autumn Girl, being naive and inexperienced, failed to persuade Uncle Fourth. Instead, she pushed him further away, causing a rift that might lead to severed relations. If Grandma Tai finds out, she won't forgive her. Uncle Fourth, I was wrong. Please take me in. My parents don't love me. They won't let me go to school. When I grow up, I'll sell myself. Uncle Fourth, you're my real father. Please, I beg you. I will treat Anbao as my younger brother. I will do chores and take care of pigs. Please don't abandon me, or Grandma Tai will beat us to death. Autumn Girl's thoughts were beautiful. She first apologized and clung to Uncle Fourth. Once her status was secure, she planned to drive away Gu Wanwan and her siblings. Gu Wanwan saw through Autumn Girl's scheming and gave Fu Jingchun a look that said, you decide. Fu Jingchun quickly took Autumn Girl and Dong Girl to the Fu family. As soon as they reached the door, regardless of whether anyone was there, he pushed them into the yard. Before Autumn Girl could react, Uncle Fourth was already gone. She wailed loudly, crying out, Parents, Uncle Fourth has money to buy stationery for the village children and to spend on Anbao. He refuses to support us. Anbao spent a lot of money on gifts for the broom star mother and son, and for the village chief and others. He spent all Uncle Fourth's money. Uncle Fourth even said he didn't want to be the grandson of the old man. He wants to cut ties with the Fu family. The Fu family members heard the story from Autumn Girl's words. They didn't expect Fu Jingchun to be so resolute and to actually want to sever ties. Fu Yuzhong looked very unhappy, feeling that the fourth son didn't treat him as a father. Grandma Fu exploded on the spot, saying, I don't allow it. Our elders are still here. If you want to cut ties, ask me first. Big brother and second brother, go to the commune early tomorrow morning and call the army to let them know. I want fourth brother to find out about the consequences of opposing the Fu family. Old Mr. Fu didn't speak, which was taken as silent approval of his wife's decision. Fourth brother is grown up now and has become confident. It's time to give him a lesson.
How can that be?
Will it affect Brother Jingchun's future? Ding Yanli frowned tightly. Why has her official wife's status always been so difficult? Fu Xiangling rolled her eyes. If it weren't for you, Brother Jingchun wouldn't have a home to return to. Ding Yanli knew Fu little sister didn't like her staying at the Fu family and was trying to compete for Brother Jingchun. The meat I bought, you enjoyed it, didn't you? Ungrateful person. Don't think you can drive me away. I often prepare extra meals for the Fu family. Do you have that ability? Do you think you're a rich young lady who doesn't need to work? Sun Xiaohua didn't believe the grandparents would give up exploiting fourth brother, since he was the main breadwinner. Just scaring him. Don't take it seriously. They just want to pressure fourth brother through the leaders. Fu Yijin felt very troubled and didn't know what to do. Grandpa and Grandma, if fourth brother breaks with us, what about the house and the job? My wife is pregnant with the eldest son's child. What if she doesn't come back? Shin Chunman stayed silent nearby. Only she knew that her in-laws truly wanted to ruin fourth brother's future. Maybe after tomorrow, fourth brother would no longer be the squad leader. Although she felt guilty, she was ultimately powerless to change fourth brother's fate. Meanwhile, at the new youth station, after finishing school work, Gu Wanwan and her friends returned home. They cooked simple instant noodles with eggs, vegetables, and sausage for dinner. And Bao loved sausage the most and ate several links in a row. The sausage was made a few days ago and was brought back for her parents-in-law, leaving plenty behind. Gu Wanwan was serious about raising her younger brother. Seeing the chubby, soft, and adorable little one, she felt very accomplished. Tomorrow, I'll make some more meat to roast sausages for Bao. Zeng Shirkin loved spicy snacks like instant noodles and spicy strips so much, she never got tired of eating them. Wanwan, what do you think about opening a noodle and spicy snack factory in the village? Instant noodles are so delicious. Gu Wanwan nodded and asked, by the way, I haven't seen Sister Qian today. Where is she? Zeng Shirkin briefly mentioned. Malai and her husband came back, and there's a lot of fuss at home. I also heard secretly that Grandma Gu didn't return to the village because she went to Beijing. Late at night, Gu Wanwan took Bao to the space. She and Fu Jingchen quietly sneaked into the Fu and Ding families and emptied their wealth. They looted about 5,000 yuan from the Ding family. The Fu family's hidden wealth is well known. Old Madame Fu is skilled at hiding money inside beams, under brick tiles, in secret wall compartments. She has many hiding spots. Most of the money and gold are stored there. The main amount is the salary and allowances that Fu Jingchen reports, while some are sent from Beijing under the name Cui Hailu. Over the years, they've spent a lot, but they still have about 2,000 yuan left. Gu Wanwan holds the remittance slips and says, this Cui Hailu is definitely old Madame Fu's niece. Fu Jingchen looks calm and emotionless. We should go to Beijing sometime. Before leaving the Fu family, they also took all of Ding Yanli's belongings. The next morning, loud cries come from both the Fu and Ding families. When the Fu family finds out Ding Yanli has no money, they immediately kick her out. Embarrassed and ashamed, she hurriedly returns home. At home, her sister-in-law, Shi Yueling, glares at her. Since Ding's family is broke and Shi Yueling has a dowry of 200 yuan, she quickly takes control, and even the mother-in-law, Yu Tsuehua, doesn't dare to show her face to her daughter-in-law for now. Gan Qi, new to her position, secretly plans to make things difficult for Gu Wanwan and the others. She is now the scorekeeper and controls the work points. She points to some tools in the corner, seemingly normal but actually tampered with, her way of intimidating Gu Wanwan and her friends. She has many ideas for ways to bully them. Unexpectedly, Zeng Shirkan says, being the scorekeeper has nothing to do with me. I don't need to do pig grass anymore. Brother Jiming and I are teaching at the school for free. Trying to use your scorekeeper role to control me?
Dream on.
Gan Qi's face tightens with anger. Are you stupid? Even if you have no money, you still work? What about Gu Jiqing? I found a good job in the county town, Gu Wanwan replies, but she doesn't say what kind. My boyfriend doesn't want me to work either, so no need for Gan Jijian to worry. Gan Qi clenches her fists, her jealousy and resentment almost overflowing. She had hoped to transfer the work points of the three to Zeng Jiliang, but now they refuse to work, and her plan fails before it even begins. Why can Gu Wanwan easily find a job while she struggles, risking herself just to get a scorekeeper position? Having a boyfriend who's a squad leader is definitely an advantage that Fu Jingchen used connections to help Gu Wanwan get. On the first day of school, most of the boys in the village came to attend. The villagers from the neighboring district heard about the new school in Xiangyang village and arrived a day early to pay and register their children. Most of the students were boys, with only a few girls. Anbao and Xin Yunyu, the brother and sister, carried small school bags prepared by their older sister and walked hand in hand to school. Gu Wanwan took the children to the school gate and coincidentally met Ma La Ti, who was taking her son to school. Gu Wanwan, how dare you show up in front of me? My husband is right at my house, and you caused him to be criticized by the leaders. You're doomed. Ma La Ti had just returned to the village and didn't know much about recent events. She wasn't interested in finding out either. She was busy with her own family matters. She always believed Gu Wanwan was just an ordinary young girl, and since she had entered Xiangyang village's territory, she could do whatever she wanted. Because Gu Wanwan reported her and got her sent to jail, her husband Jiang Qingshi had to use many connections to get her out. She was safe now, but her husband couldn't get promoted, and the leaders criticized him for not managing the household well. This damaged the reputation of the army and made things worse for him, so she couldn't stay in the family housing anymore. In other words, she couldn't follow the army anymore and had to go back to the village to farm. The leaders granted Jiang Qingshi a month's leave, supposedly for rest, but in reality, it was for him to reflect on himself and settle his family affairs. Many people once envied her for being a government official's wife and thought she was living a good life following the army. Now, she was being driven back to the village in disgrace, and the villagers would probably mock her. Fortunately, she wasn't fighting alone. She had her powerful mother-in-law, Qian Mei, known in Xiangyang village for her sharp tongue. With just a few words, she could easily humiliate Gu Wanwan. Behind her was her maternal family, her strong backing. Gu Wanwan had no relatives and was only the target of bullying. After all, Xiangyang village generally looked down on educated youths, and Gu Wanwan was no exception. At this moment, the village women and aunties who brought children to school warmly greeted Gu Wanwan, saying, "Gu Zhigang, good morning. Are you here to bring your younger brother to school?" "Gu Zhigang, Gan Zhigang said your boyfriend found you a job. What kind of job is it?" Some of these women even told their children to be good friends with Anbao and Shun Yinyu. Gu Wanwan knew Gan Qi's schemes and clarified openly, "Yesterday, my partner and I went to the state-run bookstore to buy books. I helped the shop owner with a small task. The shop owner saw that I am knowledgeable and well-read, so he invited me to write articles to earn money. He said he would send me a monthly salary. Actually, before I went to the countryside, I already had a job. The village head and his wife all know about this. My son Anbao has always studied hard. Yesterday, a drawing he made was used by a magazine and he earned some money. He took us to a state-run restaurant to eat and bought gifts for his elders and sister. The parents present were stunned. Reading can make money? No wonder I saw Anbao sharing gifts yesterday, even with the village head's family. Kids at 2.5 are so talented now. It's clear he's been raised in the city from a young age. So, Gu Jiqing has 2 jobs. She doesn't need to do manual labor. Gan Qi is clearly jealous and trying to tarnish Gu Jiqing's reputation. Gu Jiqing is capable and doesn't need her partner's help to find work. If I had Gu Jiqing's brains, I'd be writing articles too. Anbao was very proud. The money I earn, knowledge is worth a lot. Gu Wanwan patted the boy's head. Reading is very useful. The more you read, the better your chances to leave the village and the mountains and find a better job. Don't our local units in the county need diplomas? Her words were like a wake-up call. The parents, who had previously thought children could just read casually, all changed their minds. The success stories of Gu Jiqing and her siblings were right in front of them. As long as their children studied hard, they could become the next Gu Jiqing siblings. Fu Jingchen walked over, holding a small white wolf, and explained to everyone, "It's not that I found the job. My partner is capable. Her work is not easy for ordinary people." The villagers agreed. It was true, having education alone isn't enough. You also need a rich imagination to write articles and earn money. Anbao's eyes sparkled as he stared at the white wolf, full of desire. "Brother-in-law, is this for me?" Fu Jingchen patted the white wolf and pointed at Anbao. "This is your new owner. From now on, you protect him." The white wolf howled and obediently went to Anbao's side. Gu Wanwan touched the white wolf's head and planted a seed infused with Anbao's blood into it, creating a contract between the boy and the wolf. "From now on, No matter where Anbao is, the wolf will sense his danger and location immediately. Anbao was so fond of the wolf that he hugged it tightly and wouldn't let go. Fu Jingchen specifically kept another one for Yu. This pair of wolves are Longling twins, raised in the dense forest for a while, drinking from the spiritual spring and growing up. Like Little White, they are very intelligent. Their names are Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, but this one is just Tuan Tuan. Nearby villagers praised enthusiastically. This white dog is so fancy, and its eyes are actually blue. It's cleaner and more beautiful than the village dogs. Ma Lati has never seen such flattery and praise for young intellectuals before. Isn't our village always the most dismissive of young intellectuals? Why are you so nice to Gu Wanwan and even let the village's troublemaker go to school? Aren't you afraid their bad luck will spread? What if they teach my son the wrong things? Can the school be responsible? No, I want the school to give me an explanation. Otherwise, my son won't go to school. Gu Wanwan coldly replied, "No one is forcing your son to go to school. If he doesn't want to, then forget it." Ma Lati considered many possibilities, but didn't expect Gu Wanwan to be so popular in the village. "Do you think the school is run by you?" Villagers couldn't help but retort. The school was indeed proposed and funded by Gu Jiqing. The teachers' exam questions were created by Gu Jiqing, and the textbooks were funded by Gu Jiqing and his partner. Even if Gu Jiqing becomes the principal, it's well-deserved. Even Gu Qingtang is more aware than you. She funded the school, so why can't her children study there? Not to mention, they are also related to Gu Jiqing, her aunt's cousin. Ma Lati felt strangely uneasy, as if she was losing control. The villagers favored Gu Wanwan, so how could she regain her footing? Gu Wanwan still had her partner backing her. The partner looked familiar and seemed difficult to mess with.
Where is your partner from?
Fu Jingchen deliberately spoke vaguely from this village.
He's in the army.
Any objections? Do you want me to tell you his rank? I'm not interested in knowing. He's just a little soldier, Ma Lati secretly thought. No wonder Gu Wanwan was so arrogant. She must have found a soldier boyfriend. What does being in the army matter? His rank definitely isn't higher than her husband's. Gu Wanwan's partner, seeing her husband, would still have to salute. Since she couldn't kill Gu Wanwan, she might as well start with her partner and pressure her husband to act. Villagers saw Ma Lati looking down on others and didn't bother to interact with her. Ma Lati's son, Jiang Qingkai, was throwing a tantrum, demanding the little white wolf. "Mom, I want that dog. Bring it back for me." Suddenly, Qian Mei shouted loudly, "Ma Lati, what are you doing? Why haven't you sent the kids to school yet?" Jiang Qingkai saw the backup arrived and immediately puffed up proudly. "Mom, someone who cheats and cheats me, and my mother is bullying us. Please help us get revenge." Qian Mei, though not fond of Ma Lai Tue, loves her only grandson very much. Whatever the grandson wants, she fulfills his demands. "Chengkai, who is bullying you? Just tell Mom, I will teach them a lesson." Jiang Qingkai pointed toward Gu Wanwan. "It's her. She caused my mother to be taken away, made my parents argue, and even hit my mother." Qian Mei looked stunned at Gu Wanwan, suddenly recalling Wanwan's previous complaints about the fake pregnant woman scandal. Someone making noise outside, not wanting to go to class anymore, right? Zheng Shirken came out of the classroom after hearing the commotion and glared at Ma Lai Tue's mother and son. "So it's you two again, trying to trouble Wanwan. Are you looking for a fight?" Ma Lai Tue looked at Zheng Shirken, who rolled up her sleeves and looked fierce. She was taken aback, as Zheng Shirken, inexperienced and naive on the train, was simple-minded and foolish, unlike this fiery-tempered woman before her. "You've gone crazy. Your temper's so different. Why are you here?" She wanted a well-behaved sister-in-law, not a fierce woman who fights at the slightest provocation. Zheng Shirken crossed her arms, full of authority. "I'm a teacher. Do you have a problem? Qian Mei, you better control your daughter-in-law. Always trying to match me with her useless brother."
Disgusting.
Ma Lai Tue, go back and warn your brother. I already have a fiancé. Don't come here bothering me. Next time, I'll just hit you. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingkai was still arguing with Qian Mei. "Mom, you lied to me. Am I still your favorite grandson? Hurry up and beat those two cheaters. If you don't give me a dog, I'll go steal one myself. He lunged to grab Little White Wolf, but was knocked down by the wolf instead. Little White Wolf stepped on Jiang Qingsai's back and howled loudly. Fu Jingchen, with a mischievous smile, reminded, "That's a wolf, not a dog." Little White Wolf rolled its eyes. "It's my fault I look like a dog?" Hearing it was a wolf, Jiang Qingkai was so scared he peed his pants. "Mom, help me. The wolf is going to eat me."
Ah.
The villagers were quite used to this. Gu Jiqing often took the tiger for walks, so raising a wolf was no longer a big deal. Their initial shock had gradually turned into familiarity. Sometimes, they even greeted the tiger. "Uncultured bumpkin, have you seen a tiger? Are wolves more frightening? Ma Lai Tue, you should learn to adapt." Ma Lai really can't understand her mother-in-law's thoughts. Usually, her mother-in-law would directly start a fight. "Mom, Wanwan is a sinner of our Jiang family. She caused us to be taken away by the police, and she ruined your son's future." She thought that by exaggerating, she could make Qian Mei angry. Qian Mei was indeed very angry. She turned around and slapped her daughter-in-law twice. "It's you, Malai, who ruined my son. You're the fake pregnant woman one mentioned. You've brought shame to our Jiang family. Do you still have the nerve to blame innocent people? As a military family member, not only are you ungrateful, but you're also involved in stealing and cheating. Did we abuse you? Did we starve you? How can you pretend to be pregnant to blackmail people? You're no different from Granny Gu." After hearing this, the gossiping women nearby suddenly understood. So, the woman pretending to be pregnant and running away is Malai. To make her act more convincing, she even prepared red ink and a dustpan. According to Gu Jiqing and others, she even encouraged real thieves to do bad things. When caught by the police, she deserved it. Since Malai had no shame, Qian Mei decided to go all out. After all, the Jiang family had caused enough embarrassment lately. "Go back to your mother's house. Don't try to provoke me and Wan's relationship. Wan is my lifesaver. Qian Mei, won't do something ungrateful." After saying this, she suppressed her pain and pulled Jiang Qingkai in front of her siblings. "Apologize to Wan and Anbao." "No apology, no dinner." Jiang Qingkai struggled fiercely. When he couldn't break free, he swung his fists and hit his own grandmother. "You're not my grandma. You don't love me anymore. My real grandma is the big lady. You're a bad person who bullies me and my mom. I want to go home and tell Grandpa to beat you." Hearing this, Qian Mei felt her heart turn cold. All her love was wasted. The grandson she raised herself was no better than her sister-in-law. "Malai, look at what you've done to the child. Disrespecting elders, even hitting grandma. I'm so angry." She grabbed Jiang Qingkai, pressed him on her lap, and raised her hand to hit him. Jiang Qingkai cried loudly, as if he had been tortured unreasonably. Malai never expected that Wanwan would spread her embarrassing story all over the village first. What she couldn't accept was that the person who paid the price was her mother-in-law's lifesaver. For money, her mother-in-law was even willing to hurt her own grandson. "Mom, you're going too far. How can you hit your grandson? My family has only one precious child. If you damage him, be careful that our main family might refuse to support you in old age. You look down on us, mother and son, so don't expect your son to send you money later. It's better to rely on Auntie. After all, she is your real mother. You, a foster mother, are not worthy." She decided to stop supporting her mother-in-law financially. She wanted her to clearly see her mistakes. Without her son's support, her mother-in-law, a rural old woman, would be nothing. Later, she planned to have her father-in-law dismiss her mother-in-law. She acted quickly. Since the relationship between her and her mother-in-law was already broken, she snatched her son back from her mother-in-law's hands, hugged the child, and ran home without looking back, seeking her father-in-law to settle things. Qian Mei watched the mother and son leave, feeling lost. Chengkai has been spoiled. Is being raised by a real mother really so important? When my eldest son came back this time, my husband and sister-in-law were very happy. But I and my younger son don't seem to belong to their family. She wasn't foolish or unaware of her eldest son's distance and his closeness to his sister-in-law. After all, they were mother and son. There's a saying that a biological mother can't compare to a foster mother. Her eldest son was raised by her. She invested so much love and effort into him. Why does she ultimately feel she can't compare to his real mother? Did she do something wrong? In the past, for her eldest son, her husband suggested bringing her widowed sister-in-law to live with them, making them a family. They lived together for over 20 years. She was grateful that her sister-in-law gave up her son, and she never let her do household chores. Her sister-in-law only enjoyed her life at home. Back then, her husband had no money to raise the children, so he used her dowry. Her sister-in-law didn't contribute anything, but still got a fine son who became a company commander. She spent so much effort and money, endured hardships, but it all couldn't compare to the bond between mother and son. What hurt her most was recently discovering that her eldest son gave his sister-in-law more money than he gave her, dozens of yuan more. Before, her son told her that the army needed expenses, that he had to treat his superiors, and he only sent 5 yuan a month for household expenses. Their family had 4 members, and her husband and sister-in-law ate well every day. 5 yuan was not enough. She used her dowry savings to help, and her younger son's retirement money was all taken by her husband to put in the bank, supposedly to save for his marriage. Qian Mei felt more and more wronged and couldn't help but confide in Jia Wan. What should I do? Wanwan decisively said, I suggest you go back now and take back your younger son's retirement money. You'll find something. By the way, your eldest son and your husband really look alike. Qian Mei was a bit confused.
Why?
Zheng Shirkan and all others were anxious for Qian Mei. Usually, Qian Mei was very clever, but how could she be so foolish in front of her own husband and sister-in-law? Wanwan means that your husband has secrets. If he's unreliable and the veteran's allowance falls into his hands, will there be anything left? Could he have spent the money on a mistress outside? It's often true that outsiders see things more clearly than those involved. From Wanwan's point of view, Qian Mei trusted her husband and sister-in-law too blindly. Does your husband treat you better than your sister-in-law? Don't say it's because of your eldest son. That's just an excuse. Fu Jingchen told her honestly, men often lie. Except for Jiming, I advise you to quickly recover the veteran's allowance to reduce your loss. That's your second son's hard-earned money. 2,000 yuan is not a small amount. Seeing she didn't move, Zheng Shirkan looked disappointed and said, Qian Mei, why are you just standing there? Go and get the money back. Maybe your sister-in-law is your husband's mistress, and your eldest son is their biological child, feeding off you and your second son. Wanwan silently gave a thumbs up.
Canon was right.
Qian Mei, you might as well divorce. This kind of unfaithful man is better off gone. They're supporting a lying scoundrel with their eldest son. Anyway, there's no future for them. Qian Mei couldn't help but feel deeply suspicious. Memories of her husband and sister-in-law's interactions over the years floated through her mind. They looked like a loving couple, while she seemed like a hard-working housekeeper, taking care of chores and supporting the family. Over the years, her sister-in-law had been living comfortably, dressing like city folks. She had caught glimpses of her husband and sister-in-law being close, which made her suspicious. She asked her husband for an explanation but was scolded for having a muddled mind. Her husband said they were just simple relatives, uncle and niece, and that there was nothing wrong with him helping his brother's widow. She didn't ask again, thinking it was normal family affection. Now she realized everything had a reason. Even Wanwan and the others had noticed something. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, Qian Mei couldn't stay calm. She rushed home in a fury. Wanwan smiled slightly. Qian Mei is about to escape her suffering. Her face has changed. The father of her youngest son might have some connection to my uncle, and perhaps knows where my uncle is. Zheng Shirkan, unable to go help Qian Mei in her fight because of class, felt disappointed. Wanwan, I'll cheer for you. Come back victorious. Qian Mei stormed home and saw her scheming brother-in-law and sister-in-law in the kitchen, cooking soup for her precious eldest son. Their every move looked like an old married couple. Malai and Tue, watching gleefully, looked at her with satisfaction, clearly having reported her. Jiang Qingshi saw her enter the house and didn't even call out, treating her like air. Old Jiang, what are you doing? Old Jiang heard from his wife what she had done and started scolding her loudly. Qianmei, are you crazy? Helping outsiders shame our family. Gu Jiqing isn't a good person. Your future in-laws might even hit her. You've been corrupted by her. If you still care about this family, about your son and grandson, stay away from her in the future so you don't catch her bad habits. My poor grandson has been bullied so badly. If you won't stand up for him, I will go myself. I don't believe I, old Jiang, can't get rid of her. Qianmei spat, with your kind of person, Wenjie could punch you out. Gu Wanwan's lazy voice came from outside. Old Jiang, how do you plan to kill me?
Tell me.
Old Jiang felt embarrassed and angry. What are you doing here? This is my home. Is this a place you can come and go freely? I tell you, my son is a company commander. Qianmei rolled her eyes. The old scoundrel and the eldest sister-in-law lingered at home all day, rarely went out, and no longer farmed the land. They just sat around waiting for her to serve them food and drink. She guessed they probably didn't even know about Wanji and Chinge. Gu Wanwan, used to being spoiled, always spoke directly. Can't the company commander come? You, this company commander, must be stepping on others to rise, or maybe claiming someone else's military achievements. Poor guy, talented but betrayed by his brothers. Her loud voice was so clear that even Jiang Jingyi, locked inside the house, could hear. Jiang Qingshi's eyes flickered, and he stood up angrily. What nonsense are you talking?
Who jokes about such things?
Apologize to me. Mom, if you keep befriending Gu Jiqing, I won't send you money anymore. Jiang Daisha couldn't tolerate Gu Wanwan slandering her son and hated Qianmei even more. Sister-in-law, Chengshi is your son. Are you going to let Jiqing ruin Qingshi's future? What good does that do for our family? I'm really regretful for leaving my son in your care. Qianmei's attention was fully on the claiming military achievements issue. Her eyes involuntarily looked toward her second son's room, and suddenly a bad thought crossed her mind. Wanwan's predictions were accurate. She wouldn't speak without reason. Could it be that her eldest son took credit for her second son's military achievement? The head of old Zhang's family was used to giving orders and couldn't tolerate Qianmei disobeying. Qianmei, I give you one more chance. If you don't discipline your son, I will divorce you. Mother must be strong. Gu Wanwan calmly said. Perhaps in the past, Qianmei would have given in or compromised. Now, she no longer has that worry. When she thinks about her own son possibly being tricked by her eldest son, she can't swallow her anger. She loved her eldest son deeply before, but now she resents him. Stop talking nonsense. I want a divorce. Don't threaten me with my son, or my old age. Old Iron Jiang, let me tell you, I won't stay with you anymore. I don't want a traitorous son. From now on, I only have Jiang Jingyi as my son. If it weren't for my son introducing Jiang Qingshi to join the army, would Jiang Qingshi be where he is today? I raised Jiang Qingshi from a young age, fed him well, clothed him well, and now he turns into a traitor. My sincere heart was bitten by a dog. My poor second son's father doesn't love or care for him. When Jiang Qingshi comes back, old Iron Jiang, you should personally make soup and cook. What is my second son? Jiang Qingshi only earns 5 yuan a month. I'm worried about his reputation, so I told others he earns dozens of yuan. My first son's entire salary was given to the family, not a penny left for himself, yet he gets no praise from his father. Old Iron Jiang, you're so biased. Reject your own son and prefer to spoil the adopted son. Old Iron Jiang was so scolded that he blushed and couldn't hold his face. I don't favor anyone. My eldest son is better, so I naturally favor him. Besides, the second son lives at home, has enough to eat and drink, and doesn't need to work. I feel sorry for the eldest who works hard outside, so I give him some things to help. Do you really need to criticize me so much? As a mother, you should be more generous.
Exactly.
In the future, we will still be the ones supporting you, second aunt. Malai looked directly at her and even refused to call her mother anymore, changing her way of addressing her. If she asked her to call her mother, she would just turn around and eat dirt. Qian Mei reached out to Zhang Laotai. Stop pretending to be generous. You're leeching off me and the second son. Now, immediately give me the second son's discharge money. Sister-in-law Jiang visibly panicked. Brothers and sisters, we're all family. Why hurt each other's feelings over outsiders? Jiang Laotai looked around nervously, deciding to bluff his way through. I kept the discharge money in the bank. That's the second son's savings, to prevent you from spending it recklessly or donating it to all sorts of causes. Even Qian Mei realized something was wrong. I'll say it again. Give the money back, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Gu Wanwan calmly added, if you don't give it, I'll report it to the army. Qian Mei praised, as expected of Sister Wan. Gu Wanwan smiled warmly and replied, it's nothing. I learned it from the Fu and Ding families. They often report to the military, causing their eldest son to be reprimanded. Old Zhang Iron was repeatedly provoked and suddenly became angry. I'm his father. What's wrong with using his retirement money? If you report to the military, I have my reasons. If you want to sue, go ahead. But I have no money to give. Sister-in-law Jiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The money in her hands was hers, and she would never give it up. Mei deserved to work hard for their family. Old Zhang Iron acted shamelessly, but Mei was helpless. The old scoundrel did nothing but hide things. As long as he refused to speak, she would never find the money. That 2,000 yuan was wasted. When Malai heard about the 3,000 yuan, her eyes brightened. All that money belonged to her son. She planned to find a chance to get her future mother-in-law to give it up. Gu Wanwan used her spiritual awareness to investigate. Under sister-in-law Zhang's pillow, she found a passbook and, hidden in a dark compartment of the cabinet, another 1,000 yuan. She then leaned close to Mei's ear. Mei immediately identified her target. While old Zhang Iron and others were caught off guard, she rushed into sister-in-law Zhang's room and indeed found the money and passbook under the pillow and in the cabinet. Sister-in-law Jiang didn't have time to stop her. Sister-in-law, how can you take my money? Old Zhang Iron instinctively blurted out, how do you know it's hidden there? No, you return the money. It's mine. At this point, Mei finally saw the true face of the old scoundrel and the treacherous widow. Your money? The passbook has my second son's name on it. Old Zhang Iron, you shameless man. Why are you giving the money to the widow Zhang? Are you married? Or is there some secret between you? Humph, and you're still uncle and sister-in-law. Her words left the uncle and sister-in-law speechless. They looked at each other with panic and guilt in their eyes. Jiang Qingshi felt he could no longer sit by and do nothing. He stood up and went directly to Mei. Mother, I was wrong. Can we stop fighting? You and Dad should live happily. I will continue to send money to you. I've always considered you my real mother. Mei, who had been naive back then, finally saw through everything today. You send more money to Zhang's widow than to me. I am your adoptive mother, not your real mother. You should go back to your own mother. Our relationship is over. He never expected things to develop this way. It was all Gu Wanwan's fault for meddling. Because of her, he failed to get a promotion. He swore he wouldn't forget this grudge. Gu Jiqing, are you satisfied now? You've caused our Jiang family to fall apart. How can you have a conscience? Are you afraid I will report you to the youth office? Gu Wanwan nonchalantly replied, the youth office has people, it's useless. You, a small company commander, think you can control everything? I advise you to be honest and cooperate, or face serious consequences. Turning back is the right choice. Mrs. Zhang's eyes reddened with anger, and she gave up pretending. It's right for a son to be filial to his mother. Without the blessings my son gave me, could you even have a second child? Just taking the passbook is enough. Why did you take my 1,000 yuan? Old Jiang angrily rushed forward to grab the money. Malai looked at Gu Wanwan, knowing she couldn't handle the troublemakers, and quickly handed the passbook and money to Wanwan for safekeeping. Only with Wanwan holding them could she feel truly at ease. Gu Wanwan took the money and put it into her bag, but secretly stored it in her space. That's our family's money. Ma Lai snapped at Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan kicked out her foot and directly kicked Ma Lai onto the courtyard wall. With Wanwan's quiet help, Ma Mei continued to fight harder, gaining the upper hand. Old scoundrel. You don't work or earn money. It's all my mother's and my second brother's money supporting you. For 20 years, you've eaten and worn everything my mother provided. What's wrong with me taking back 1,000 yuan? If you want to argue, I'll settle it with you piece by piece. 1,000 yuan isn't enough to compensate my mother. Jiang Qingshi came over to break up the fight, but was slapped twice by Ma Mei. Enough. Do you want Zhang's family to become the joke of Xiangyang village? Ma Mei no longer cared. Since she tore apart the family, she couldn't accept Jiang Qingshi anymore, nor did she want to continue living with old Jiang. Divorce, and the second son stays with me. Mrs. Jiang didn't want to lose a servant who could be ordered around for nothing, so she softened her tone to persuade her. Sister-in-law, I apologize. It's my fault. Can we make up? Jiang Qingshi, angry and resentful toward Ma Mei and Gu Wanwan, said, Mom, there's no need to apologize to second aunt. Gu Wanwan, I advise you to apologize immediately. Don't interfere in Jiang family matters anymore. Gu Wanwan calmly extended her hand. If you want me to apologize, then beat me first. Jiang Qingshi, provoked beyond patience, couldn't believe that as a company commander, he couldn't beat a young, inexperienced youth. It was a joke. When Ma Lai saw her husband making a move, she cheered excitedly. Beat her to death. Take back the 3,000 yuan. My husband has made great military contributions. You're so fierce, you're doomed. Want to be beaten into submission? Kneel and beg for mercy. However, in less than a round, Jiang Qingshi was defeated, completely overwhelmed by Gu Wanwan's relentless. Jiang Qingshi fought with all his might, but didn't hurt Gu Wanwan at all. At this moment, he suddenly realized he was facing a tough opponent. Gu Wanwan moved effortlessly, playing with him casually, showing no real effort. His confidence as a superior squad leader was misplaced. He couldn't even defeat a young soldier. If his colleagues saw this, they would surely mock him. Gu Wanwan attacked swiftly with a punch, knocking him to the ground. Being a squad leader, I thought you'd be impressive, but this is all you've got? Truly disappointing. With your skills, can you even make military achievements? Old Jiang and Zhang's widow were stunned. Ma Lai Tai was so shocked her jaw dropped. Her husband had been defeated by Gu Wanwan? Boss, her fiancé is in the military. If you pressure him, you could get him discharged. Gu Wanwan, your partner might lose his job. Since my husband has a high position, if you don't want to drag your partner down, hand over your bank book and money and pay my Jiang family 1,000 yuan in compensation. Maybe my husband will consider whether to dismiss your partner. Fu Jingchen's voice came first, even before he arrived. Jiang squad leader, I hear you're planning to dismiss me? Jiang Qingshi suddenly looked up and saw Fu Jingchen beside Gu Wanwan. Hello, Commander. Fu Jingchen's gaze was sharp. Jiang Qingshi, you're average in ability, but good at bullying women. Jiang Qingshi felt uneasy. It was bad enough that the commander saw his family's scandal, but now he also caught him bullying Gu Wanwan. It was all because Ma Lai Tai didn't investigate properly, and he really thought Gu Wanwan's partner was just a soldier. This news was like a thunderbolt to Ma Lai Tai. The soldier she looked down on was actually her husband's direct superior. Old Jiang and Zhang's widows' faces turned pale instantly. They regretted clashing with Gu Wanwan. If Gu Wanwan refused to let go, their son's future might be ruined. If Fu Jingchen found out that the Jiang family had imprisoned the second son, would he pursue it? Qian Mei was overjoyed when she learned that Brother Chen was her boss. Brother Chen, Jiang Qingshi is not honest at all. He's ungrateful and selfish, ignoring that I raised him for 20 years. Now he's colluding with that scoundrel to bully us. I just want to get back the veterans' benefits for the second son. Is that so hard? I want Sister Wanwan to treat the second son's illness, but that scoundrel keeps blocking it. What is he afraid of? Fu Jingchen straightforwardly said, I'm afraid your second son overshadowed the older brother. The second son performs very well in the army and was already qualified to be a company commander. But he is very loyal and always remembers his parents' instructions. Considering the older brother's situation, he is worried that the older brother might feel insecure, so he holds back on getting promoted. As for Jiang Chengshi, his ability is average, and his performance is plain. He's barely suitable to be a platoon leader, not someone capable of being a company commander. During that mission, both your eldest and second son participated. Your eldest earned a military honor, but the second injured his leg. It's really surprising, implying Jiang Qingshi's military achievement might not be entirely genuine. Qian Mei had never known that the second son had suffered so much hardship because she was grateful to Jiang Widow. She favored the eldest son more, often reminding the second son to respect the older brother, be filial to Jiang Widow, and not compete with her for attention. In the end, this harmed the second son's future. It's my fault. I hurt my own son. Until today, she realized Jiang Widow's true nature. She was never kind-hearted, but deliberately wanted her to raise the children, using her guilt to willingly serve as their nanny. At this moment, Jiang Qingshi was truly afraid Fu Jingchun would investigate the truth. But so much time had passed, and there probably wasn't much to find. Besides, the second son didn't even admit to anything. What was he afraid of? At worst, he would take care of Qian Mei and let her grow old peacefully. Jiang Widow clenched her fist, suppressing her deep-seated hatred. Qian Mei was not someone who would let things go easily. The best way was to quietly eliminate her. Anyone who hindered her son's future deserved to die. Old Jiang Tai hesitated before replying. It wasn't the eldest intentionally hurting his leg. It was his own lack of ability. Don't let debt collectors ruin my eldest son. Gu Wanwan coldly shot him a glance. Jiang Qingshi, your father's thinking is really backward, full of futile ideas. Dad, shut up. Jiang Qingshi snapped angrily. Old Jiang Tai's heart pounded. What about the 2,000 yuan? I'm his father. The second son has a duty to support me. Nonsense. Have you ever supported or held him even for a day? You said before you'd save money for the second son to get married, and now you're talking about supporting him in old age. Qian Mei spat fiercely. Are you qualified? The second son was raised with my dowry. You're just a freeloading man who's not even worth the ground he walks on, and you're also supported by my money. I want a divorce. I want to cut ties with you and keep the river water away from the well. Jiang Qingshi, for his own future, had to temporarily compromise. Mom, stop fussing. I apologize to you. I will give you all my future wages. Dad, uncle, aunt, please say something. Old Jiang was reluctant to let go of Mei. Without a free nanny, how would he manage his good life of having his needs met easily? I don't agree. The widow Jiang frowned and was unhappy. Sister-in-law, couples argue at bedtime, but make peace by morning. Don't do something irreversible just because you're angry. These days, divorce is common and women who divorce face harsh judgments. You're caring for the second son, who has a leg injury. Life will be hard for you, and it might affect his future marriage prospects. Who would want a son-in-law with divorced parents? The second son isn't in the army and can't earn money. You're working hard, but can you support both of you? You've spent all your dowry, and who will pay for the medical bills for his leg? Mei felt confused. She looked at Wan Jiechen, as if seeking support. Gu Wanwan gave her a comforting look and said sharply, if you disagree, it's just losing a servant to serve you. What kind of era is this? Still acting like capitalists and landlords. What's wrong with divorce? Staying together just to endure gossip is cowardly. Jiang Widow has been spoiled all these years. She probably doesn't even know how to do housework. But it's okay, your real wife Ma Late will take care of things. Hearing this, Mei suddenly felt enlightened. Constantly compromising and enduring only encourages arrogance. Based on old Zhang's stinginess, he wouldn't pay for his son's treatment. The old scoundrel probably thought she spent all her dowry, but she had kept some as a backup. Raising her son alone and dealing with ungrateful people, she knew how to choose. She wanted to see if the Jiang family could still enjoy life without her support. Divorce, it's a must. We're not even married officially. No marriage if there's no certificate. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Even if there was a wedding banquet, it doesn't count. Just get the district leader to give a certificate.
Fu Jingke nodded in agreement.
Actually, I already told the district leader before coming here. Ma late, thinking everything about household chores fell on her, felt overwhelmed. I don't want to. I'm the daughter-in-law, not a servant. I still need to take care of my son. Mother-in-law, it's better if you handle the household. I'm young and inexperienced. Don't argue with me, a junior. Gu Wanwan snapped. Words once spoken are like water spilled. No taking back. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Guoming and Aunt Lu arrived on time. The couple didn't argue or try to persuade each other, mainly because old Iron Jiang had acted very badly. You've all made your decisions, and if no one objects, I'll go ahead and get the certificate. Aunt Lu, being a new close friend of Qian Mei, naturally supported her sister. Old Iron Jiang was stunned. No, Captain, aren't you going to talk some sense into us? If I don't leave, Qian Mei is my family, and her death would be like losing a loved one. Aunt Lu spat and felt sorry for her friend. Enough already. I could report your backward ideas. You and your brother-in-law can handle things yourselves. I won't be involved anymore. Staying in Zhang's family isn't good. They spend all their money on the eldest, even though the second needs it more, but they refuse to help. Qian Mei works hard and takes care of you all. Her divorce is a relief and a new start. We're happy about it. Widow Jiang wanted to fight a little longer. There's no grudge between husband and wife. Your brother-in-law raised the eldest for so many years. Don't you worry about your own feelings? Your actions caused the eldest to be expelled from the military and get a reprimand. Don't you feel guilty? No matter how Zhang's family begged, Qian Mei remained unmoved. Whose son? Whose concern? I repeat, I only support my son. Only by leaving Zhang's family can my son survive. If you don't agree, I'll go to the military. The second has already left the army. I don't mind if the eldest does too. I'm not afraid of losing what I have. When a rabbit is cornered, it bites.
How dare you?
Widow Jiang and Old Iron Jiang said in unison. Why not? My boss, Brother Chen, is right here. Brother Chen will support me. Without denying it, Sister Wan's last confidence was in Brother Chen. Jiang Qingshi saw the situation getting out of control and realized he could do nothing but hope the second would help. Mom, have you asked the second what he thinks? I agree. Jiang Jingyi's voice came from inside the tightly locked room. Fu Jingchun approached the sound. The house was quite old and dark inside, with only one window letting in a little natural light. Jiang Jingyi stood there, looking very disheartened. He looked like a prisoner in custody. Hand over the key. Qian Mei stretched out her hand. Old Iron Jiang stubbornly refused. The key is lost. The next moment, Gu Wanwan punched the door, smashing it apart with a loud, "Stop talking nonsense. One punch is enough." Fu Jingchen held his partner's hand gently, wiping away the wood dust. "Next time, let me do it. If you get hurt, I feel bad." Jiang Jingyi, leaning on his crutch, struggled to leave the house. "Hello, Commander. I know everything about your situation. This is my fiancée, Gu Wanwan. She is skilled in medicine and can heal your leg," Fu Jingchen briefly introduced. With a sharp glance from the corner of his eye, he sarcastically looked at Jiang Laodi's family. "But it seems someone doesn't want you to get better." Jiang Jingyi's eyes lit up, hiding his excitement.
Can I?
Gu Wanwan nodded confidently. Yes. Jiang Jingyi took a deep breath, seeming to make a firm decision. I agree to end the relationship. This time, he planned to live for himself and his mother. Don't believe that Jiang Laotai and the widow Jiang don't trust him. Jiang Chengshi also thought Gu Wanwan was just bragging. Could a young educated youth really be better than an experienced military doctor? It was probably just comforting the second son. The second son could only be his stepping stone to power. The leg he ruined himself, and that stepping stone was now useless. It was a dream to stand up again. Mom and Dad, since second aunt has made up her mind, don't force her anymore. In the end, even Qian Mei was begging to come back. Since her son had spoken, Zhang Laotai had no choice but to agree. What about the pension money? The military discharge fee must be split with me. Fu Jingchun looked serious. Jiang Jingyi will be returning to duty soon. The discharge money will be taken back by the army. Hearing this, Zhang Laotai was caught off guard. What about my sister-in-law's 1,000 yuan? Can't I have that? Gu Wanwan took out some pre-written proof and a letter of disownment from her bag. If you want to calculate, let's do it carefully. How much money was spent on Jiang Qingshi over these 20 years?
How much was spent on him?
Are you sure the Jiang family can afford it? If you can't, then don't talk about pension money. Because you are a kept man who has never supported your younger brother, the pension goes to your eldest son. Fu Jingchen agreed with his wife. Jiang Jingyi, you can follow my example. If the old scoundrel tries to sue you for not supporting him, just give him a yuan or 50 cents each month. That's support too. You're justified in standing your ground. The Fu family already called the commune to report me, trying to get me expelled from the army. You see whether the army will listen to them. If the Jiang family really causes trouble, just spread the word in the village. Who's shameless? Who's the one with the backbone? Jiang Laotai was completely confused by Fu Jingchen's bold moves. A yuan to dismiss a beggar? Forget it, I don't want it. My eldest son will support me. Under the witness of Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchen and the couple of the team leader, Qian Mei and her son signed an agreement to divorce and cut ties with Jiang Laotai. The house belongs to my Jiang family. You, a fallen woman anew, have no right to live here. Get out.
Qian Mei fronet. What do you mean by that?
Seeing the situation escalate and unable to get money, Jiang Laotai decided to reveal past events to hurt his ex-wife. What do I mean? The second child is not mine. On our wedding night, the person in bed with you wasn't me. You, Qian Mei, were mistreated by a stranger, and just seeing you makes me want to. I don't want anything to do with you. In the past, you'd have been thrown into a pig pen. And you, an unworthy wild seed, deserve to be a for life. He's not my son, so why should I raise him? Zhang's widow looked smug. She was prepared for Qian Mei to ruin her reputation by divorcing. Jiang Laotai was her childhood sweetheart. He would never have shared a bed with Qian Mei. She didn't know who the man was, perhaps a secret admirer from back then, who might have been lurking outside her wedding house, drinking alone, dressed well, looking like a city person. She secretly encouraged this, and even Jiang Laotai didn't know. On the wedding night, he was in his own bed. Later, the man was blackmailed by them and warned to keep quiet about the incident, or his reputation would be ruined. After that, he never appeared in Xiangyang village. Qian Mei nearly fainted, her vision darkening. You are shameless. Gu Wanwan retorted with his words, you're not his father, so why should you support him? If you have the guts, ruin Qian Mei's reputation. I also want to say you forcibly married her. Aunt Lu rolled up her sleeves. The Jiang house was built with Qian Mei's money. Wanwan, Jingchen, let's demolish it. With Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen present, demolishing the house was quick. Soon, only the walls and beams remained. Jiang Jingyi learned of this and showed no sadness, only a sense of relief. He realized he was not Jiang Laotai's biological son, so he no longer had any worries. Commander, I want to report Jiang Qingshi. Jiang Qingshi gave him a warning look and quickly interrupted. Second brother, I will take care of Dad and Mom. Since you have cut ties, we are now two separate families. Jiang Jingyi understood his underlying meaning. Jiang Qingshi stopped Jiang Laotai and Jiang Widow from ruining the family's reputation. In exchange, they were not allowed to report Jiang Qingshi for claiming military merits. Even if they did, without evidence, nothing would happen. Your parents, not mine. Please don't call my mother anymore. She's no longer married to Jiang Laotai. After speaking, she leaned on her cane and left Jiang's house with her mother. Jiang Laotai pulled his son and spat on the ground. Who cares? I really regret not choking you to death back then. Facing the empty, run-down Jiang family home, Jiang Widow was almost in tears. The bed was broken, and the roof tiles had been blown off. How could they sleep tonight? If heaven is fair, it should strike dead that pair of wicked mother and son it. They've taken all my hard-earned savings.
How will we live now?
Jiang Qingshi's face showed anger. He looked around the house. Dad, get some straw and patch the roof for now. We'll manage. Currently, the family was short on money. Jiang Laotai had to do the work himself, but he was unaccustomed to manual labor after being spoiled by Money Mei. That's all we can do. I want Money Mei to see that without her, the Jiang family can still survive. It's just fixing the roof. Who can't do that? Jiang widow nodded. Our son is a company commander and can earn money. Money Mei can only care for a disabled son. I don't believe Gu Jiqing has the ability to return to the army. They're just stepping stones for our Jiang family. As she finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck down, splitting the roof beam and making the house, which was already just a frame, even worse. The firewood in the shed, along with wooden furniture, all caught fire. No one expected that in just a short while, the Jiang family would be reduced to ruins. Fixing the roof was no longer enough. Soon, dark clouds gathered and rain started to fall steadily. Jiang Laotai, soaked in rain, jumped and cursed loudly. Is even heaven mocking me? The Jiang family had nowhere to stay. Jiang Chengshi went to find the squad leader, but Zhao Guoming refused, citing the lack of a house. With no choice, the family of 5 went to Ma Lai to stay at her natal home temporarily. Zhao Guoming and his wife found a house for the mother and children at the new youth station. It was a bit shabby but livable, 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and a main hall, with a stove near the hall connecting to the neighboring bed. Money Mei was very satisfied and paid 2 yuan. Aunt Lu pushed the money back. It's no big deal. Talking about money ruins feelings. Brothers should settle accounts honestly. This is what Qian Mei learned from Sister Wan. Don't laugh at me. Don't think I used to enjoy taking advantage of others. Honestly, I was once a young lady from a wealthy family. But later, I married into Xiangyang village, adapted to local customs, and was influenced by Gao Lefeng and Qing Shan's wife. I know this isn't right, but I had to become a proud, shameless person so others wouldn't bully me as an outsider. This time, Aunt Lu was truly surprised. She had always thought Qian Mei was from the neighboring village. It's okay to say that in front of us, but don't let old Jiang find out. You have such good conditions. Why did you marry that old scoundrel Li Laotai? He's lazy and ugly. What's the point? To his 3 generations of poor farmers, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen said in unison. Aunt Lu sighed softly. Marrying a poor farmer is safe. Has Qian Mei ever thought about finding her son's real father? Do you hate him? Qian Mei's thoughts drifted away. She recalled her wedding night, the happiest moment of her life. She couldn't remember the man's face, but he gave her a very familiar feeling. He was gentle and tender, and she didn't resist at all. No, I don't hate him. I'm glad that Justice isn't Jiang Laotai's child. Otherwise, Jiang Laotai couldn't threaten him with filial piety anymore. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen, being practical, brought some daily necessities for the mother and son, including dishes and utensils from the enemy's hideout, disinfected and ready for use. On behalf of the army, Fu Jingchen sent some rice, flour, meat, and malted milk powder in the name of his superior. Qian Mei definitely wouldn't accept these if they were just handed over directly. After work, Hu Ziming and Zheng Shirkan also came to deliver brown sugar and canned food. The 4 elders from the cattle shed openly said, if you need help, just come to us. Aunt Lu's family had limited food supplies, so she gave a few baskets of vegetables for Qian Mei to eat and pick from her own garden afterward. Qian Mei was moved to tears. Jiang Jingyi bowed to everyone. Although the mother and son lost parental love and fatherly care, they gained precious human kindness. Thank you all. Gu Wanwan saw that the house was almost tidied up and told Jiang Jingyi to lie on the Kong bed for a simple checkup. Starting today, I'll treat your legs so you can return to the army soon. Qian Mei promised her, Sister Wan, no matter how much it costs, I'm willing. I'll give you the 3,000 yuan I left at your place as treatment expenses. Yu's son was injured on official duty, so no need to pay. But you can temporarily store it here to prevent old Jiang from stealing it. Gu Wanwan smiled and looked at Qian Mei's changed face. Qian Mei, your luck is still ahead. Congratulations. Qian Mei knew Sister Wan's skills and never boasted. Sister Wan, do you mean my son has a bright future? Gu Wanwan mysteriously said, Not only that, congratulations on your second success. Qian Mei's face turned red with embarrassment. I'm already old. I don't have the energy to find someone again. I don't even know who that person is. The world is so big, I wonder if he will take responsibility. I just want to stay close to my son. Do you think I should buy this house or build a new one? Having a home gives a sense of belonging. Fu Jingchen thought for a moment and told her, I suggest you don't buy it. Soon you might need to prepare to follow justice to the army. Jiang Jingyi looked at the leader in disbelief. To follow the army, one must be at the company level. Leader. Fu Jingchen patted his shoulder. Take good care of your injury. From that moment, Jiang Jingyi was filled with hope for the future. He stopped feeling hopeless and actively cooperated with treatment. He no longer stayed inside the house avoiding people. He bravely took the first step, went out for walks, greeted others, and even went to deliver water and food to his mother. Of course, Gu Wanwan used her space to put Jiang Jingyi into a healing chamber, using her wood-based healing ability. She quickly repaired his broken leg bones. The recovery time was set at half a month to avoid being too extraordinary. She mixed spiritual spring water and made some special pills to help Jiang Jingyi heal his internal injuries. Earlier, she raided the kidnappers' hideout in Qingshan. Fu Jingchen unlocked large areas of farmland and lakes, even opening a small hole in the barrier between the two spaces, about the size of a head. As she healed Jiang Jingyi, the space once again changed. Now, the space had expanded further, with a half-body hole that made it easy to enter the other space. Fu Jingchen was very happy with this upgrade. He hugged his beloved and kissed her. Wanwan, the hole isn't big, just enough. No matter where we are in the future, we can meet any time in the space. Since confirming their relationship, they had been affectionate everywhere and always kissing. In the end, Fu Jingchen was rewarded with a cold shower. Fu Jingchen knew how to use his charm well. Gu Wanwan was captivated by his good looks and couldn't stay indifferent. After Ding Yanli was sent back home, the next day she was driven away again by Shi Yueling to work in the fields. This led to a fierce argument between the sisters-in-law and their parents, and elder brother Ding Qidong surprisingly sided with Shi Yueling. As for the Jiang family, their maternal home in Malai didn't welcome the Jiang family members. If it weren't for Jiang Qingshi's financial support, they wouldn't even give them a place to sleep in the barn. On the first day after Qian Mei left, old Jiang and widow Jiang couldn't bear it anymore. Without the nanny's help, everything became difficult. They woke up to no hot food and had to do everything themselves. They didn't want to rely on Ma Lai to work. Forget that. Ma Lai only helps her family diligently and leaves her son to others' care. She insists that her in-laws must work because her family doesn't support idlers. Living under someone else's roof, they had to bow their heads. Old Jiang and widow Jiang, who had never worked before, forced themselves to go to the fields. But after just one day of work, they argued and refused to continue. Jiang Qingshi was overwhelmed by his parents and his wife's family. He spent some money to have villagers do simple repairs on the house. It wasn't about making it beautiful, just about keeping out the wind and rain. They rebuilt the roof with wooden beams and covered it with thatch. After a quick cleaning, they moved in. Since their grains were locked in a wooden cabinet in the kitchen, a lightning strike destroyed the cabinet, grains, and dishes. Jiang Qingshi had to spend more money to buy food. Even if he had money, the expenses drained him. His parents kept demanding good food and drinks, leaving his wallet empty. He had no choice but to borrow money from his comrades. In the past, Mei was worried about money, and Ma Lai's life was somewhat comfortable. Now, the one being worn down was her. Ma Lai's heart leaned toward her family, so she wouldn't tolerate hard work. Father, mother, as long as we have food, that's enough. If you want good food and drinks, you need to earn work points. Jiang Qingshi agreed. His parents were wasteful. Father, mother, I will give you pension money. The rest is up to you. I'll be returning to the army in a few days. Ma Lai, you need to take good care of my parents. You know how your family is. Don't secretly support them anymore, or I'll divorce you. Ma Lai only nodded outwardly, but inside, she was thinking that once her husband left, she would take control of the Jiang family. She couldn't stand living in the broken house anymore. It was time to implement her plan. Arrange her younger brother with Zheng Shirkan. With Zheng Shirtsan's family's help, her own family would eventually rise. The next day, Gu Wanwan arrived on time to check Jiang Jingyi's leg. Do you feel anything? Jiang Jingyi scratched his head and happily showed his big, white teeth. Sister-in-law, you truly are a miracle doctor. After last night's treatment, I can feel something. I even stood for a few minutes just now. Qian Mei wiped her tears, feeling hopeful about the future. As soon as she stepped out to work, she saw Jiang Qingshi approaching. What are you here for? Mother. Jiang Qingshi hesitated, thinking about the argument between his parents last night. The Jiang family was in chaos, so he softened his voice. Are you going back to Jiang family?
Call me auntie.
Who do you think is your mother? Qian Mei was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked past toward the village warehouse. Coincidentally, Zhang Laotai and Zhang Widow were working in the neighboring field. Seeing Qian Mei, Zhang Laotai instinctively ordered her, Qian Mei, I'll give you one more chance. When you finish packing and go home later, I won't hold your mistakes against you. Zhang Widow initially thought that by driving Qian Mei away, she and Zhang Laotai could live happily. However, reality hit hard with everyday struggles. Yesterday, her son confided that they had no money left and would have to wait until next month's paycheck, meaning they couldn't enjoy any meat during that time. When Qian Mei was around, they ate meat every few days. Now that she was gone, they only ate coarse rice and vegetables. The stark difference was hard for them to accept. Little sister-in-law, Zhang Laotai is so generous. Don't be stubborn. You'll need to rely on the eldest brother for your future retirement. Can you really count on your disabled second brother? How much can he earn working in the fields? Come back home. We can't do without you. Nearby villagers, unaware of the full story, advised her, Qian Mei, divorce isn't a good idea. Have you seen anyone in the village divorced? Come back with Jiang Laotai soon, or how will your second son get money for his leg treatment? If you're eager to be a nanny, I won't stop you. I'm not foolish enough to work as a servant for the Jiang family, Qian Mei retorted angrily. Just a few days with that scumbag husband, and he can't handle it? Huh, without my support, you're nothing. Wang Jie personally treated my son's leg. He'll recover soon, and my son will take me to join the army, she proudly declared, following Wang Jie's advice, determined to spite the scoundrels and insult the unworthy men. Zhang Laotai was embarrassed and humiliated. Join the army?
Dream on.
You're only fit to work in the fields. Your son will never get better. Gu Wanzhua called from the field, Qian Mei, Lu Mei, I finished working in the morning. I have good news for you. Previously, Jiang Jingyi used crutches, but now he only needed one, walking more easily and looking much healthier. Mom, I brought you water, he said. Everyone was surprised to see this and exclaimed, Annie Qian, your son recovered quickly after leaving Zhang's family. Gu Jiqing's medical skills are so impressive. If we have a headache or a fever, can we also ask Gu Jiqing to treat us? Gu Wanzhua raised her hand to refuse, not giving the villagers a chance to take advantage of her. If you're sick, go see the village doctor or go to the hospital. I have work to do and can't be bothered. Zhang Laotai and Zhang Widow were panicked earlier. Based on Jiang Jingyi's quick recovery, they feared he would return to the army, threatening their son's position. Aunt Lu and Qian Mei immediately went to find Gu Wanwan after work. Gu Wanwan was direct and clear about her purpose. In a few days, I want to see you and go on a business trip. I plan to ask you to make a few dresses. How is your sewing? I need some embroidered clothes. Qian Mei and Gu Qingtang demonstrated on the spot. Their embroidery skills were good, and they knew double-sided embroidery. Aunt Lu was a little behind them. Gu Wanwan showed them sample clothes and fabric. I'll provide the fabric. You make a few dresses, and I will pay you for your work. Each piece earns 50 cents to $1, depending on how many you make. Qian Mei and the others looked excited. They each chose a sample and fabric. Aunt Lu had a sewing machine at home, so she decided to take it back and sew there. Qian Mei and Gu Qingding stayed at Gu Wanwan's house. Old Madame Fu saw that Fu Jingchen was determined not to associate with the Fu family, so she took her whole family to Gu Wanwan's house. Fourth child, Your wings are strong now. You have money to find work for the fox spirit, but no money to support your elders. Hurry up and give Gu Wanwan's work to others. Zheng Shirkin rolled her eyes at them. She came at mealtime on purpose, clearly trying to get some benefit. If Shabai hadn't taken Tuan Tuan into the mountains to hunt, the Fu family wouldn't have been able to approach the youth camp. Sure enough, from old Master Fu and old Madam Fu to the grandchildren and grandchildren-in-law, everyone was staring at the braised pork on the table, drooling. Since the food is ready, serve us each a bowl, old Madam Fu said as she entered through the open courtyard gate. She reached out to take the braised pork, but saw a few sample clothes and fabrics piled in the pavilion. She quickly ordered her granddaughter and daughter-in-law to take them. Gu Wanwan slapped old Madam Fu's hand away. Old Madam Fu is a thief. Your whole family are thieves. Fu Jingchen immediately distanced himself. I'm not from the Fu family. You can scold me however you like, wife. Old Madam Fu was surprised at Gu Wanwan's boldness, daring to move her future mother-in-law. Old Master Fu, who had never been challenged by juniors before, felt his face was a little embarrassed. Where are your manners and sense of shame? You hit my wife and disrespect the elders. Do you believe me if I say you'll never enter the Fu family door? Gu Wanwan acted indifferent. Who cares? Fu Jingchen added fiercely, Wanwan married me, not the Fu family. I have cut ties with the Fu family. Fu Yuzhong decisively refused, I don't agree. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Jingchen had already become like a wild horse running free, going crazy with his wife, no longer controlled by the Fu family. Your disagreement is useless. Ben Bao and Shin Yinyu, the brother and sister, loudly shouted in a childish voice, help. There are bandits. They broke into our house and are robbing us. Chioya, confident because her elders were present, said proudly, Dad and Mom, beat those little troublemakers, Ben Bao and the others. They fought with my uncle, spent his money, and deserve a lesson. Ben Bao clenched his small fists, ready to fight, and said bravely, come on, try to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Fu Yin seemed to be defending his daughter, but was actually trying to gain benefits. Fourth uncle, how can you let outsiders bully your own niece? We agreed to take some loss and exchanged 2 daughters to help Gu Jiqing raise his younger brother. It was your decision to refuse. Sun Xiaohua arrogantly said, now you want us to raise a child who might die soon? We don't want to. You'll regret it. Fu Yijin also felt that Fu Jingchen was ignoring family ties, choosing to raise children without blood relations while neglecting his own niece. Fourth uncle, are you sure you want to favor outsiders over your own family? Fu Jingchen looked at him coldly. You're the real outsiders, useless fools. You can't control your wife, only know how to make noise. Fu Yijin was furious. I am your older brother, the eldest son and grandson of the Fu family. My wife is pregnant with a son, the future of the Fu family. As your fourth uncle, what's wrong with sacrificing a little for my son? Do you want my son to end up abandoned and raised by others? Throughout, Fu Jingchen remained indifferent. That's none of my business.
He's not my son.
It's your own incompetence that can't build a new house. Now you're just trying to take over my wife's new home. Shameless. Your wife refuses to come back from her mother's house. Why keep that rat-like thief around?
Kick her out and remarry.
Old things must go, new things come in. Maybe there's even a son in it. Fu Yijin was shocked and angry. What do you mean? Just saying your wife is pregnant with a girl, Gu Wanwan said, crossing her arms. I know medicine. I can tell right away whether it's a boy or girl. You're just wasting your pride. Clearly, Fu Yijin couldn't accept this. You're lying. My mother-in-law consulted a fortune teller. The baby is a boy. Gu Wanwan snapped back, that's superstitious nonsense. Ask yourself, can you trust your mother-in-law's words? They're just trying to cheat and drain your family's wealth. You're foolishly loving to be exploited. Don't drag Fu Jingchen into this. Don't insult our intelligence. Her words were harsh and unkind, but they reflected a cruel reality. Who can guarantee that Lu Laishi will have a boy? Fu Yin and Sun Xiaohua both secretly sighed in relief, with a hint of schadenfreude on their faces. Jiang Jingyi was seriously injured, but Gu Wuan could heal him, showing her real skill. She said that the eldest sister-in-law was pregnant with a girl, so it must be a girl. Fu Yijin argued forcefully, I don't believe it. What if my wife really gave birth to a boy? Then it must be a switch, Gu Wuan said with a smirk. Have you heard of the switch of the prince? Gu Wuan had been watching Fu Jingchen's grandparents and parents. Seeing their eyes flicker and their faces turn unnatural, she chuckled. For the sake of achieving their goals, they do anything, swap girls for boys, wealth and status. If you suspect the child isn't truly theirs, I suggest you go to the hospital for a test. Of course, you can also come to me. I know a lot about this. Fu Jingchen understood that the hospital's equipment and technology were limited, but there were still ways to test. So, he cooperated with his wife to trick the Fu family, saying, now hospitals are quite advanced. They can check if the parents and child are related. It's called paternity testing. One test will tell the truth. Their words shocked the Fu grandparents and parents, like a bomb going off. Fu Xiangling suppressed her shock and asked casually, is it the old blood test for paternity? If they can't get blood, then they can't test, right? Gu Wuan smiled mysteriously. Blood tests for paternity aren't always reliable. Even without blood, they can test using hair, nails, or even skin flakes. Anything from your body can be tested. Not only parents, but siblings can also be tested to see if they are truly brothers and sisters, or if they are from the Fu family. The Fu family members were stunned. Especially the guilty-looking old lady Fu, who had been secretly hoping that if Fu Jingchen couldn't get blood, the family's secret would never be uncovered. But now she was told that paternity testing could reveal everything. How did it come to this? No, we can't test, she said quickly. If they tested, the secret would be exposed, and they couldn't hide it anymore. Old Mr. Fu frowned and scolded, old woman, what nonsense are you talking? The old lady Fu realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly tried to act calm. Just stop Fu Jingchen from getting close. That should be enough. Could he really force his way? Unknowingly, a few villagers had gathered outside the yard to watch. Gu Jiqing is really a medical student, knowledgeable and experienced. It's great that he's well-educated.
He knows all this stuff.
When I get home, I'll make sure to teach my children well. Thanks to Gu Jiqing, I've learned so much. I didn't realize our country is so advanced now. Fu Yuzhong accepted the look from his parents, took on a commanding tone, and said, we are here today for work, not to argue with you. Gu Jiqing, you are not yet married into the Fu family. You're holding a job I found for you. Do you think it's suitable? Gu Wanwan cast a mocking glance at them. I found the job myself. What's wrong with it? Not only did the Fu family not believe her, but Fu Xiangling also looked suspicious. Gu Jiqing, why lie? Have you seen any educated youth in Xiangyang village who can find a good job? Do you think jobs are easy to get? Without money or connections, it's impossible. Gu Wanwan shot her a look, showing disdain. That's because you're narrow-minded. Before I came to Xiangyang village, I already had a job. I can do multiple roles, that's my skill. I never rely on any man. You can ask Fu Jingchen and the villagers. Fu Xiangling almost wanted to tear Gu Wanwan's arrogant face apart, her jealousy and resentment almost overwhelming her. Jingchen is crazy about you. He must favor you. Fu Yuzhong ignored everything and ordered, I don't care. You give the job to my son or daughter. The work at the Fu family belongs to the Fu family. Gu Jiqing, you're not married to my son. The money you spent on you should be returned to the Fu family. Don't deny it. My granddaughter saw that Anbao spent my son's money on gifts for many people. The villagers are witnesses. Unbeknownst to him, his self-righteous actions only earned the villagers' ridicule. Fu Yuzhong is so funny. If he's so loyal and filial, why does it matter to Fu Jingchen and Gu Jiqing? The job wasn't even found by Fu Jingchen. It's because the state-run bookstore values Gu Jiqing's knowledge and asked her to write articles for money. Honestly, whether the job is stable or not depends on her ability. I thought Fu Yuzhong was honest, but in the end, he's just as easily corrupted by Grandma Fu. How dare he ask Gu Jiqing for a job? Anbao bought gifts with her own earned money. She's painting for the newspaper and magazine. She's talented. I heard she makes more money than city workers.
Fu Jingken looked prude. It's not just me.
My wife and brother-in-law are so capable. They earn as much as my salary.
Fu Yuzongesse pupil shrank. Impossible.
He's only 2.5 years old. Gu Wanwan kindly took out the money proof and showed it to everyone at the Fu family and villagers. Take a close look. It has Anbao's name and the stamp of the state-run bookstore. And Bao proudly lifted his head and chest, showing. I earned 20 yuan. I can support myself with that. Am I fat or not? You're fat. My little one is the fattest, Fu Jingchen said, picking up the little one and kissing his chubby cheek. I advise some people to stop thinking about my brother-in-law. His earnings are enough for him to eat well and live comfortably. The villagers stared closely at the certificate, surprised beyond words. Wow, and Bao is really impressive. He quietly earned so much money. How dare the Fu family claim they can support Bao? Are they trying to drain his blood? Knowledge is money. Gu Jiqing and Bao are right. I plan to have my son also draw and submit his work. Anyone can submit work to earn money, but only if your work is accepted. Then it goes through editing and review, and only after publication do you get paid. Gu Wanfan said this to the villagers, but her eyes looked sarcastically at the Fu family. Fu Yuzhong, this isn't about whether I allow it or not. Are you sure your son and daughter are capable of this job? If you want them to work, just submit their work. I won't stop you. It all depends on their ability. Fu Yuzhong felt his face burn from embarrassment. His eldest and second children finished elementary school, but didn't like studying. The third barely got a junior high diploma, and Fu Jingchen, who was the most promising, joined the army and became a battalion commander. Education didn't matter to him anymore. What the Fu family didn't know was that the transported Fu Jingchen had already obtained his diploma. Old Fu's face darkened like a pot, and old Fu couldn't do anything. She had carefully planned to take Gu Wanfan's job for her grandson, but she never expected that Gu Wanfan was writing articles, not holding a steady job. Writing articles is unstable. Honestly, anyone can do it, but it doesn't mean they'll make money. If you put in effort, you might lose everything. Doesn't Gu Wanfan have a second job? That must be arranged by the fourth child. Give it to my grandson. He'll start working tomorrow. Gu Wanfan smiled, mocking her ignorance. No, that's not true. My second job is in the south, in Fusher City. I'm a freelancer. No performance, no money. Old Fu's blood pressure shot up, almost spitting out blood. Why are you working so far away? Those are strange jobs. Fusher City is so far, and her grandson definitely can't go that far. What if he gets lost or bullied? After all, distant water can't quench nearby fire. Gu Wanwan, acting wild and cheeky, said, I'm happy to do so. Do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. I love proving people wrong. Fu Xiangling knew she couldn't get any benefit from Gu Wanwan. She glanced at the fabrics and samples in the small pavilion in the yard and suddenly had a malicious idea. It seemed they wanted to make clothes to sell. That was clearly a sneaky scheme. Since she couldn't get the work, old Fu shifted his focus and attacked. Fourth, Gu Jiqing just hit your mother. Aren't you going to do anything? Aren't you afraid the military leaders will find out you're disrespectful and unfilial? Fu Jingchen bravely exposed his thoughts. You all told the military about me already, trying to remove me from the position of squad leader. Now you're threatening me with the military. Do you think I'm stupid? If I don't want to be squad leader, I won't. It's no big deal. If I leave, there are other places for me. You all think whatever you want. I see everything clearly. I haven't exposed you, so I give you the last bit of face. Old Fu, Grandma Fu, foolish loyal. Do I need to spell it out for you? Shun Chun Man, who was silent, felt a mix of emotions. Foolish loyal's heart skipped a beat. Grandma Fu and Old Fu were stunned in place. What do you mean? Gu Wanwan snorted softly. If you want people not to know, then don't do it yourself. It's not what you imagine. Fu Jingchen pointed coldly at the gate. Still not leaving? Do you want me to send you off myself? Go back and warn the big boss and his wife. If you keep causing trouble here, you will bear the consequences.
Grandma fu suo lodard.
You. Do you know something? She dared not ask, nor could she. In the end, old Fu pulled her away. Foolish Loyal frowned, feeling uneasy. Wife. What does fourth mean? Shun Chun Man sighed helplessly. Stop pushing him. The grandparents and parents looked worried, leaving the brothers confused. Fu Xiongling stared fiercely in Gu Wanwan's direction. Brother Jingchen probably wouldn't come home again. Unbeknownst to them, just after the Fu family left, Lu Laishi and her family rushed over. They were holding 2 bags of grain, 1 coarse and 1 fine, clearly just looted from the Fu family. Gu Wanwan glanced sideways, understanding immediately. There were fools eager to contribute to her, so she wouldn't miss the chance to profit. Meanwhile, as the Fu family returned home, Sun Xiaohua and Fu Xiongling were sent to the kitchen to cook. The 2 women took the keys to open the cabinet, but found it had already been pried open, and the grain inside was gone.
Oh.
Our home has been robbed again. We have no food left. What will we eat? Call the police. Grandma Fu is so angry she feels a sharp pain in her chest. Last time, thieves stole everything, our belongings and food. In the end, she went to the commune to ask her 3rd grandson, Fu Shantong, for savings. At first, Fu Shantong didn't want to give it, but she caused a fuss and made a big scene. He was worried about his reputation and job, so he just paid to settle it. Because of this, Fu Shantong's father-in-law was very upset. He felt like he was walking on thin ice at his in-law's house, and he almost divorced his wife, Wang Xuexiu. Fu Shantong hated Grandma Fu for her favoritism and even promised his in-laws that he would split the family next time he returned to the village. Grandma Fu didn't care about her 3rd son's situation. She only favored her younger son's family. As for her eldest son, Fu Yuzhong and his family, they were just there to serve her younger son. Without money, they bought food from the black market and took the 2nd son's family to a state-run restaurant for a luxury meal. At this moment, Fu Shantong's family was returning home. When they heard that their home had been robbed again, they felt very satisfied. Fu Yuzhong looked at his 3rd son with hope. 3rd son. What should we do now? I have no money. Don't ask me. Fu Shantong turned his head away. His father, Yuzhong, was obedient and filial, but that didn't mean he was stupid. You should ask Grandma if she offended some enemies. Last time, she took our savings, which caused me to be scolded by my father-in-law and nearly sent back to the village to farm. Wang Xuexiu directly said, Father-in-law, if you want to be filial to Grandma and Grandpa, that's your business. But don't ruin my marriage and my 3rd son's. We're here today to split the family. Whether you agree or not, that's my final word. I won't support Uncle Air's family. Grandma Fu sharply said, No, I don't agree. Fu Shantong was determined to end the argument. To avoid his grandparents' trouble, he simply threw the problem at Fu Jingchen. If you don't agree, we won't come home anymore. From now on, we'll only give retirement money. Whatever the older brothers and sisters get, that's what we'll give. If you want a good life, go take care of Uncle C. He's more capable than me. Taking the opportunity, Fu Yain suggested, we also want to split the family. This is the new era. It's not fashionable for parents to stay at home. Why should Uncle Air's family of 4 do nothing and rely on us, the main family, to support them? Sun Xiaohua looked around and asked, Where's Uncle Air's family? Wang Xuexiu sneered. When we arrived, we saw Uncle Air and his family eating at the state-run restaurant. Fu Yingjun and Fu Meili, the siblings, were dressed like city folks. They haven't farmed the land. Where did they get the money? It wasn't given by my grandparents. They are exploiting us to support the 2nd wife. This makes us feel very sad. It's better not to say anything, but once we do, everyone gets angry. We must split the family. We can't live like this anymore. Fu Yuzhong disagrees. How can we split? Isn't it better for the family to stay together? Shen Chunman, who usually stays silent and patient, feels that her mother-in-law and the 2nd wife are going too far. As the head of the family, we haven't been united for 20 years. Let's split. We've done enough for the in-laws and the 2nd wife. Now our son is almost driven crazy by the Fu family. Why are you still insisting? Do you really want to watch your son and daughter-in-law divorce? Fu Shantong is pleased with his mother's awakening. Mom, if Dad doesn't want to, then divorce her. In our village, Aunt Qian divorced, and she still lives well. Dad is foolishly filial. He deserves to work hard for the second wife. If we divorce, my third son, and I will take care of you. The father-in-law wants to support the grandparents, and we won't stop him. Anyway, we only support the mother, Wang Xiuxiu declares on the spot. She understands how to make choices, support the entire Fu family, or just one mother-in-law. Son Xiaohua quickly nods, eager to take charge. We are the same, but we won't support the second wife. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law's firm attitude, Fu Yuzhong feels defeated. His eyes show despair. He has always been devoted to filial piety and never thought his children harbored so much resentment. They prefer to support their wives rather than him. Is his devotion to filial piety wrong? Grandmother Fu angrily slaps Shinchun Man, "You wicked woman. Why are you encouraging my son to split the family?" Old man Fu, annoyed, smokes and asks, "Older brother, what do you think?" Fu Yuzhong lowers his head sadly. "Father, let's split. Second brother has grown up and no longer needs my support. I need to try to take on the responsibility of being the head of the family." Grandmother Fu, hearing this, gets angry and starts hitting her eldest son. Fu Yuzhong feels helpless but doesn't dodge, letting his mother vent her anger. The three brothers of the Fu family watch coldly. No one steps in to stop her. Since their father is willing to be beaten, they respect his fate. Fu Xiongling has wanted to split the family for a long time. She looks down at her old clothes and thinks about Fu Meili wearing a braid. Both are granddaughters, but their treatment is very different. She can't help but think that maybe if they split, she will have clothes to wear and Fu Jingchen might come back to the Fu family. Grandparents, I think the eldest sister-in-law stole the grain and took it home. I just saw her going to Gu Jiqing's place. That's it.
Grandmother Fuesse Angere Rapts.
She grabs a big broom and chases after her. That treacherous woman. I must tear her apart. Fu Yijin nervously stopped old lady Fu, saying, "Nai, if you want to hit, just hit me. Please don't let Laishi disturb the baby. He's our Fu family's future eldest grandson and main heir." Fu Ain snorted, according to Big Brother. "Does that mean our whole family should go hungry to support your wife's family? Stealing grain today, stealing money tomorrow. You're a coward. If you can't take care of your wife, living in the Fu family is just a waste of resources. Brothers should settle accounts among themselves. Don't expect us to help." Son Xiaohua looked down on Fu Yijin, thinking he was just a weak man who couldn't handle his wife and only liked to boss around at home. And he's the main heir? That was all exposed by Gu Jiqing. Your wife is clearly just a money loser. The Fu family isn't short of money losers. Stop talking about being the eldest grandson. We're all going to split up soon. Sounds like I and the third sister can't produce a proper heir.
Bah.
Enough. Split up. Old Fu knocked on his pipe. Let fourth brother come over and join us. He's still part of the Fu family. Lu Laishi stood outside the yard, pregnant. Because of the wooden fence, the plants near the wall hadn't grown tall enough to block the view. Through the gaps, you could see the yard setup. 2 storage rooms, a clean toilet, a swing, flower bushes, a small vegetable garden, and a delicate pavilion. Brother, this is our Lu family's new home. When Lu family caused trouble at Gu Wanwan's door, Ganqi quietly came to watch the show. Lu Chuanzong was very happy. No wonder this was the place where the educated youth lived, full of birdsong and flowers with style. Ganqi couldn't forget it. If they managed to move in, proposing marriage to Chi might be possible. Big sister, are you confident? Is this really our house? Lu Laishi patted her belly to reassure. Don't worry. As long as the baby in my belly is here, the family will agree. I also want fourth brother to give a generous bride price. Mom and Dad are waiting to collect the money. Lu Laizi shyly covered her face. Mom and Dad don't need to prepare a dowry. Brother Chun is so rich, he won't mind. Lu father and mother nodded, acting as if the house belonged to them. They tried to open the door but couldn't. They had to shout, "Open the door." Just then, Gu Wanwan used her special powers, and the door automatically opened. "How can I help you?" Lu Laishi entered the yard and immediately shouted, "Fourth brother, make a cup of milk beverage for each of us. Your future nephew is thirsty." Fu Jingchen remained unmoved, ignoring them completely. Lu Laishi felt both embarrassed and angry at being ignored. "Guests are welcome. I am your sister-in-law." Mrs. Liu, seeing how beautiful Gu Wanwan was, couldn't help but think of introducing her to her nephew. "My nephew will marry you. Just bring 1,000 yuan as a gift." Gu Wanwan smiled instead of getting angry. "I have a partner now. Is your nephew trying to be a troublemaker?" Mrs. Liu looked at her displeased and shamelessly tried to persuade her nephew again. "Your good fortune to be liked by my nephew. If you miss this chance, there won't be another one." Fu Jingchen glanced coldly and stood beside his partner. "He is my partner. Didn't Lu Laishi mention it? The marriage report has been sent. Are you Lu family trying to ruin a military marriage?" Lu's father angrily shouted, "You are my son-in-law. If you abandon my daughter, I won't agree to this marriage. Separate us. If you don't marry my daughter, I'll accuse you of misconduct." Lu Laishi's eyes reddened, looking at Fu Jingchen as if he were a heartbreaker. "Brother Chen, as long as you come back to me, I won't blame you for being confused by Gu Jiqing. My sister promised me you would marry me." Fu Jingchen, always sharp-tongued, replied, "Who are you? I don't know you. You're ugly and eyesore." Gu Wanwan sneered, "Another crazy fool with wild ideas. Haven't you heard about Ding Yanli's scandal? Lu Laishi is trying to use her pregnancy to control my fiancé. Why not go to heaven?" Lu Laishi didn't think she was wrong and believed her in-laws would support her. "What's wrong with my sister? The fourth sibling can't have children. My sister's name is Lu Laizi, which sounds like she can give birth. I made this decision. I'm carrying your family's eldest grandson, and even the grandparents have to listen to me." Fu Jingchen looked at her with coldness and mockery. "Whether you're pregnant with the heir's child has nothing to do with me. The Fu family grandparents now want to disown you. I already announced I cut ties with the Fu family. Your Lu family is behind the times. How can you cut ties?" Lu Laishi was shocked, her mouth open in disbelief. Things were not going as she imagined. Cutting ties meant nothing. She couldn't control Fu Jingchen's marriage with filial piety. Fu Jingchen nonchalantly said, "Why not? I'm not even biologically part of the Fu family." Lu Laishi felt everything was falling apart. "Dad, what should we do?" Lu's parents were also stunned. "You're too unfilial. To escape the Fu family, you even lied about not being related to them." Gu Wanwan suddenly threw a bombshell. "Does my partner look like a Fu family member?" Not only did Lu's parents freeze, but Lu Laishi and her siblings were also stunned. Fu Jingchen looked nothing like the Fu family from head to toe. Moreover, he had been mistreated by the Fu family since childhood, which explained the truth. What should we do now? Will Fu Jingchen seek revenge on the Fu family and take out his anger on the Lu family? Lu family parents are causing trouble on the ground, refusing to accept that the house they almost have will be taken away. "I don't care. Anyway, you want to marry my daughter, you must give this house to me, or I won't leave. Immediately move out. Don't take anything. This is my house, and everything inside belongs to my family. The Lu family agreed to give it to us when we moved in. Be careful, or I will report you for occupying private property." Lu Laizi shamelessly demands, "Brother Chen, just marry me." Gu Wanwan slaps her twice and throws her outside the yard. "Come here." The Lu family wants to seize the youth commune and take over the public house. Lu Chuanzong tries to rush over and cover Gu Wanwan's mouth. "Shut up." Before he can touch her, Fu Jingchen kicks him away. Dare to think about it and not let anyone speak? Villagers nearby hear the commotion and rush over, followed by members of the Fu family. Zhao Guoming asks Sister Wanwan what's going on. Gu Wanwan briefly explains, "Lu Laishi doesn't respect public property. She thinks that because I'm dating Fu Jingchen, she can pressure me through the Fu family to give her family the house as a wedding home. Could I do such a immoral thing? Of course not. The house is village property. Although I was asked to help, I only rented it for 3 years." Even more outrageous, Lu Laizi, inspired by Ding Yanli, is pressuring my fiancé to marry her, threatening to accuse him of being a pervert if he refuses, which seriously damages the reputation of Xiangyang village. Zhao Guoming learns the details and angrily scolds the Lu family. Lu family, are you trying to seize village property? That house is for the youth to live in, not your son's wedding house. How dare you target village assets? Villagers also criticize the Lu family, trying to live for free? Did the villagers agree to this? People have already reported their marriage plans. They're openly destroying military marriage rules. They should be reported to the police. Lu Laishi sees the Fu family approaching with a fierce look, thinking they are here to support her. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, you're so late. I've been bullied to death by the 4th and Gu Jiqing. They hit me, and I feel so unwell. If you came a bit later, you wouldn't see your own legitimate grandson. Lu family parents reach out to the Fu family. Dear relatives, please help us teach your 4th a lesson. Lu Chuanzong, backed by the Fu family, retorts, our Lu family is not wrong. My fiancé is also a youth. If Fu Jingchen can live here, why can't I? The villagers didn't believe his words at all, thinking he was just making excuses. Who is your girlfriend? Are you engaged? We haven't heard anything about it. Everyone in the village knows that Fu Jingchen is Gu Jiqing's fiancé. Lu Chuanzong was so excited that he blurted out, Ganqi may not have accepted my proposal, but she is with me now. She said that as long as she moves into Gu Jiqing's new house, she would agree to marry me. Gu Wanwan loudly clarified, so Ganqi is your girlfriend? No, she was dating Zeng Jiliang. Everyone in the village knows that. Ganqi's originally smug face suddenly fell. She wanted to enjoy watching the drama quietly, but she didn't expect Lu Chuanzong to accidentally reveal her secret. Gu Wan, how can you accuse me and Lu Chuanzong? He only feels sorry for me and brought me some food. How does that turn into us being a couple? Lu Chuanzong didn't like seeing the woman tearful and fragile. He felt both pity and guilt. I didn't mean for it to happen. I like Gan Jiqing secretly. She doesn't know. Really? Trust me, it has nothing to do with her. It's Gu Jiqing who's jealous of Gan Jiqing and trying to smear her. Gu Wuan sneered. An excuse is just an attempt to hide the truth. Fu Jingchen added, the more you try to cover it up, the more obvious it becomes. The villagers clearly didn't believe Lu Chuanzong's words, and their contempt was obvious on their faces. Pfft, who would believe what a village fool says? They're obviously the ones causing trouble for Gu Jiqing. The problem is, Lu Chuanzong couldn't keep his mouth shut and let the secret slip. Now he's blaming Gu Jiqing. Gu Jiqing really has it tough. She was just at home peacefully, and some people insist on blaming her. Why would she deserve jealousy from Ganqi? Is it her beauty, her money, or Zeng Jiliang, her soft-hearted boyfriend? Shameless. Gan Jiqing is irresponsible herself. Does Zeng Jiliang not support her? I've seen many male villagers bringing her food. Originally, the village's scoring officer was supposed to be Ganqi, but it ended up being her. There must be something fishy going on. Ganqi looked on the verge of tears, appearing delicate and helpless. Seeing her like that, the men in the village felt a strong urge to protect her. Brother Jiliang, I didn't do anything. Why don't they believe me? I feel so wronged. Zeng Jiliang couldn't bear to see his childhood friend suffer. His doubts quickly disappeared. You're my girl. I believe you. The scoring officer position was awarded based on your ability. They're just questioning the village's decision. Gu Wanwan raised her chin and pointed at Zeng Jiliang. He is the real boyfriend. You are just imagining things. You've wasted so much good stuff, but at most, you're just one of his backups. Lu Chuanzong's heart sank deeply. You lied to me. At this moment, Liang Xian stepped forward to accuse. I want to report Ganqi for messing around with men and women. She's dating Zeng Jiliang, and she's also been flirting with villagers and local leaders. She knew the exam questions in advance when she got into teaching, and she even tried to my uncle Ke. Ganqi is a flirtatious fox spirit. I've caught her in small woods with several villagers, sometimes bringing food, sometimes whispering sweet nothings. Lu Chuanzong is just one of them. There's the son of Aunt Kaiwa, the grandson of Aunt Qingqing, and the grandson of Granny Huang. She named them one by one, her words more convincing, because she was once a good friend of Gong Qi. Originally, she planned to turn a blind eye until she caught Gong Qi and Uncle Ke scheming for benefits. She couldn't stay silent then. But that wasn't all. Gong Qi even incited Uncle Ke to teach her a lesson and said she wanted to trick her into bed with him. Uncle Ke, whom she respected, agreed, just because her family had fallen on hard times. Villagers. Gong Jiqing looked at her as if she were fragile and innocent, but secretly she played wildly behind the scenes. Having multiple affairs, Zeng Jiliang's reputation was completely ruined. Gong Qi's eyes turned red with hatred. She wished she could tear Gong Qi's mouth apart. Liang Xian were sisters. Do we really need to ruin each other? I believe I haven't done anything wrong to you. Liang Xian was determined. When Gong Qi refused to speak, she insisted, "You took my money, and you used Zeng Jiliang to scam Zheng Shirkan. Now that I have no money and no use, you just kick me aside. It's only a matter of time before Zeng Jiliang dumps her. You're scheming with Uncle Ke to control me, planning to send me to him for his bed. Do you dare to do it? I'm telling you, if something happens to me someday, it's definitely Gong Qi's fault." After speaking, Liang Xian looked at Gu Wanwan with complicated eyes. Gu Wanwan almost clapped for Liang Xian. Liang Jiqing, don't worry. Xiangyang village isn't a place of lawlessness. If someone's hand is that long, just cut it off. If there's a problem, come to me. I, Gu Wanwan, am always willing to help. Liang Xian had been waiting for these words. Though she disliked Gu Wanwan, she had to admit that only she and her partner had the ability in Xiangyang village. By exposing Uncle Ke and Gong Qi's scandals, she knew Uncle Ke would retaliate. Rather than being manipulated by Gong Qi, she'd rather fight back. Zheng Shirkan was genuinely impressed by Liang Xian today. Liang Xian was very brave, acting as if she was willing to face any danger. What had happened to make Liang Xian, who used to think highly of herself, completely change her attitude? Has Liang Xian lost her mind? Is she not afraid of offending Kagongda? Gu Wanwan leaned in and whispered, her uncle and parents have been sent away, and her brothers and sisters have cut ties and gone their own ways. Liang Xian, once a spoiled young lady, has become a helpless orphan. Even the proudest person can become sensible when faced with hardship. If she doesn't change, her family will fall apart. Right now, Liang Xian's options are to marry, wait to die, or ask me for help. In this life, Zheng's parents are safe, but Liang Xian's parents have been sent away. She's quite unlucky, Zheng Shirkan sighed. Will you help her? She used to be our enemy. Gu Wanwan's face was calm, showing no emotion. Let's see how she behaves. Actually, Zeng Jiliang had doubts earlier, but he didn't want to believe the truth. Besides, he depended on Gong Qi for his livelihood and didn't want to ruin their relationship. Honestly, he was a selfish man. Gong Qi, I gave up my feelings for Shirkan because of you. How can you treat me like this? Do you really deserve my love? Liang Xian's words hit like a bomb, catching Gong Qi off guard. That's not true. You can't believe Liang Xian. I didn't. The village men who had been deceived by Gong Qi all turned against her, one slapping her face. You unfaithful woman. Aunt Pang and Aunt Kaihua stepped into fight, causing Gong Qi to scream. You shameless woman. How could you deceive my son? If the Liu family knew that Gong Qi was their son's partner, they would definitely refuse her. Our Liu family will never allow Gong Qi to enter. She's been with so many people. Her innocence is gone. My family doesn't want her either. Who will the father of her future children be? Beat that fox spirit to death. We won't let her be a record keeper. We'll report her to the commune. Gong Qi's reputation in Xiangyang village was completely ruined. Lu Chuanzong was deeply hurt, feeling like his sincerity had been thrown away. We don't want the house anymore. Dad and Mom, let's leave. Gu Wanwan kicked Lu Chuanzong over. Come if you want, leave if you want. Did I agree? Lu Laishi saw things were getting worse and pretended to have a stomach ache, falling to the ground. As he cried out, he secretly tore the blood bag in his pocket, and blood suddenly spilled out. Oh no! I am bleeding. Did my child fall out? Gu Jiqing, you are so cruel. You caused my son's death.
Pay the money now.
If we don't, we'll take you to the police. Mother Lu's eyes flickered mischievously as she pretended to cooperate with her daughter. If you don't pay, we will report you. Father Lu ignored the strange looks from the Fu family and reached out to Gu Wanwan. Gu Jiqing, human life is precious. If my daughter and your child both die, can you take responsibility? Fu Yijin saw his wife bleeding and foolishly wanted to rush over to avenge her. Gu Jiqing, give me back my son's life. He is the rightful grandson of the Fu family. Fu Jingchen punched him, making his face crooked. Coward. You believe whatever your wife says. She told you to commit suicide, so do you want to die or not? Sun Xiaohua repeated insistently. She's just a money grubber, not the rightful granddaughter. Mother Lu believed the soothsayer completely. She pointed at her daughter's pregnancy, insisting it must be a boy, even if she was just a money grubber, secretly switching to a boy.
Impossible.
My daughter is carrying a son. I've said my piece. If you want a son in my daughter's belly, the Fu family must show some attitude. Lu Laishi looked proudly at Gu Wanwan as if to say, with the support of her in-laws and her own family, what can you do? The fourth wife who has no proper status? Gu Wanwan used her spiritual awareness to retrieve the blood pack hidden in Lu Laishi's pocket. What a clumsy trick. And Bao picked up a stick and scooped the blood pack from the ground, speaking sweetly, Sister, what is this? Gu Wanwan explained seriously, that's called a blood pack, used for acting. The villagers suddenly realized Lu Laishi is just copying Malay tricks to deceive Gu Jiqing. How boring. Do they think we're fools? Malay tricks are quite harmful. If everyone copies her, what will happen? Even we are being fooled. It's too much. Could she be pretending to be pregnant? Lu Laishi's pride lasted only a few minutes before her plan failed. I don't care. If the Fu family doesn't meet my demands, I won't go back to my in-laws. Sun Xiaohua, feeling wronged for so long, finally vented her anger. You go back to your parents' house. We don't want the money-grubbing girl in your belly. Fu Xiangling said impatiently, because of you, sister-in-law, the Fu family is splitting up. Now everyone manages their own affairs. Everyone knows you're carrying a girl. The Fu family has plenty of beautiful girls. Don't treat your pregnancy as a treasure. Only the fool big brother cares about you. Old Lady Fu was so angry that she hit the people from the Lu family. The Fu family was a good home, but you Lu family have torn it apart. Are you satisfied now? I will beat you to death. Lu Laishi, if you have the guts, don't come back. I will remarry the eldest son to a new wife. Captain, the Lu family stole our food without permission. You must punish them heavily. Usually, Lu Laishi, being pregnant, was reckless, but now she endured a few slaps from old Lady Fu. The Lu family, with 5 members, couldn't match the many people from the Fu family and was soon beaten down. It wasn't until Zhao Guoming announced the punishment that the chaos stopped. Enough. Starting tomorrow, the Lu family will do manure work. After saying this, the Fu family took 2 bags of grain and left. The Lu family members helped each other home. They didn't blame Lu Chuanzong for this. Instead, they blamed Lu Laishi. You're useless and just a money waster. Seeing your parents get beaten. The house is public property, so we'll give it up. But we can still get the job and money back, right? No, I can't swallow this. Later, I'll ask my maternal family to help me vent. I've brought relatives, and with more people, we're stronger. Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchen, and the Fu family wait for me. The Fu brothers, Fu Ayan and Fu Shantong, took the opportunity to quickly divide the family before the second branch returned. Old Head Fu asked Fu Jingchen to come back and join the division. Knowing Old Head Fu's plan, Fu Jingchen took his partner and brother-in-law to join the fun, and also called Zhao Guoming and the clan leader to witness the division. There was no way they would give any money, not even half a penny. Seeing so many people with Fu Jingchen, Old Head Fu realized he couldn't avoid the division anymore. Old Lady Fu glared fiercely at Fu Jingchen. What do you mean? But Fu Jingchen had a reasoned explanation. Everyone knows your couple favors the second branch and leeches off the main house. Only the captain and relatives can supervise to make it fair. Isn't it enough to use Lu Laishi as an example? Since you favor your younger son, you could save your own food rations instead of sacrificing the main houses. Old head Fu pointed to Gu Wanwan and Bao, who sat in Fu Jingchen's arms. What about those siblings? When we divide the family, what does Gu Ziking's siblings have to do with it? They are outsiders.
Fu Jingchen kipta detached attitude.
I am also an outsider. The division has nothing to do with me. I am just a witness. The three Fu brothers were unhappy. They still relied on the youngest brother to help. How can it have nothing to do with you? We are brothers, aren't we? Fu Jingchen's mouth curled into a cold, intriguing smile. We're not brothers. Our relationship isn't that close. Don't try to force a connection. For the details, you can ask old Fu and his wife, or ask Fu Yuzhong. Fu Yuzhong's pupils widened. The fourth son no longer called him father. It seems he already knows about his background. Shen Chun's face flickered with complex emotions, shock, guilt, and confusion. Old Fu and his wife clenched their teeth silently, unsure if Fu Jingchen truly knew or was just pretending to test them. The incident from back then was kept secret. He had no reason to find out. Besides, even if he knew he wasn't their biological son, so what? As long as they didn't say anything, Fu Jingchen wouldn't find his real parents. The three brothers of the Fu family didn't know the truth. They thought Fu Jingchen was just petty and vengeful. Fourth, the things that happened when you were bullied are over 10 years ago. Why hold a grudge now? Your grandparents and parents have disowned you. What's the difference between you and a traitor? Your parents worked hard to raise you. You should be grateful. Now is the time to repay them. Are you angry about Ding Yanli's marriage? Ding Yanli was not kicked out of the Fu family by us. If you want to marry Gu Jiqing, you need to treat your grandparents and parents well and get their approval and blessing. That's always been our family rule. If your parents don't agree, you can't marry Gu Jiqing. In short, our parents had 4 sons. We all share the responsibility of caring for them. Fourth, don't think you can avoid it. If the army finds out you're not supporting your parents, what will the leaders think of you? Old Fu took advantage of the fact that relatives and others were present to pressure Fu Jingchen. Fourth, you're the most capable in the family. After dividing the family, remember to help your brothers and relatives. Everyone present couldn't find fault with this statement. Fu Jingchen responded without hesitation, I refuse. The elders looked puzzled.
Why?
Fu Jingchen spoke frankly, I'm not actually a member of the Fu family. Zhao Guoming understood. It was probably a case of the Fu family swapping a baby. The relatives were speechless. It was quite blunt. Honestly, they had suspected this secretly. Otherwise, old Fu wouldn't have mistreated Fu Jingchen so harshly. But upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Shin Chun had indeed been pregnant and had a son, whom everyone had seen. Old Fu and old Fu's wife suddenly looked surprised. They thought Fu Jingchen had lost control. Pushing him further might backfire. Fu Yuzhong was anxious and no longer dared to claim the title of father, mainly because he felt guilty. Shen Chun's guilt deepened, and she lowered her head without arguing. This result was unexpected for the Fu family's 3 brothers. They watched their grandparents' reactions, trying to find a clue on their faces. Could it really be that the 4th child isn't their biological son? If that's true, then the 4th child must hate the Fu family very much. At this moment, no one dared to ask Fu Jingchen to support the parents anymore. After all, most of the house, food, and clothing came from Fu Jingchen's efforts. Fu Xiongling naively thought that if they split the family, brother Jingchen would come home. But reality was often cruel, and instead, it pushed him further away. Splitting the family was the trend and couldn't be refused by Fu Yijin. Deep down, he didn't want to split because after splitting, he couldn't support his wife and children on his own. Plus, whenever his wife got something good, she would go to her family, and even with money, it wouldn't be enough to build everything. Fu Aiyan secretly suspected that he might not be the biological son of the Fu family either. Besides the 4th child, the grandparents treated him the worst. Since the 4th child went to the army, all the dirty and tiring work in the house fell on him and his wife. Fu Shantong only wanted to get rid of the grandparents' control. Since he and his wife lived in town after splitting, they would only return to the village during festivals. Sun Xiaohua wanted to take charge of the family, but Wang Shueshio looked down on the Fu family's small matters. The family was often robbed by thieves, and it seemed there was no money left to share. And Bao noticed Chuya's unfriendly look. Having lived past 5 years and experienced the coldness of the world, he raised his head and glared back fiercely. "Brother-in-law, I'm hungry." Everyone knew how to compete for attention. Fu Jingchen took a bottle from his partner's bag and fed in Bao, experiencing the joy of raising a child. Looking down at the little one in his arms, it felt just like feeding his own partner, so much like his childhood friend Wanwan. Thinking of this, his gaze softened even more. Gu Wanwan chuckled happily. "Brother Chen is really good at taking care of kids. I admire him." Fu Jingchen leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered, "I used to feed you milk and change your diapers." And Bao, chubby and a bit shy, was already 2.5 years old. His brother-in-law still fed him, but seeing Chuya's furious, grim face made him enjoy it even more. Chuya was so angry she almost floated away, wishing she could rush over and pull and Bao down. He was her 4th uncle. Why was a little brat taking over? All those good things belonged to her. And Bao proudly pulled a few small bills out of his pocket. "I can earn money myself. I'll support my sister and brother-in-law." Gu Wanwan patted his head. "Aran Bao is so obedient and filial." Zhao Guoming cleared his throat and said, "It's true." And Bao earned 20 yuan from a few drawings. He didn't use a single cent from the Fu family. The relatives were shocked and secretly muttered, thinking, fortunately, the Fu family wanted to exchange their adopted brother, Gu Jiqing. He can make money just by drawing, but with the Fu family, they only go hungry. Fu Jingchen clarified again, "My money is not from the Fu family. In fact, the Fu family has nothing to do with me. Don't include me in their retirement plans." Everyone present understood his meaning. He was showing no respect for the Fu family. Old Madame Fu usually didn't keep track of money. When it was in her hands, she spent it as she liked. Everyone knows our house was robbed. Now we only have this much money left. The first and second houses each get 100, and I and the old man get 100. We will use this to support the elderly. Adding it up, only 300 yuan remained. Fu Yijin didn't dare object. Fu Ayan and Fu Shantong immediately protested. "That's not fair. Since the grandparents want us to support the first house, that money should be split with us. They can't just give money to the second house to help them." Sun Xiaohua was unhappy. The second uncle's family doesn't work or do anything. Why should they get 100 yuan for free? Fu Shantong was disgusted by the distribution from the grandparents. "Grandparents, I think you've forgotten. This 300 yuan was taken from me. It's my and my wife's hard-earned money." Fu Jingchen maliciously suggested, "Have the old man Fu choose. Either give the second house 100 yuan and make them move out of the main house, or don't give them any money at all. They can't have both benefits." Old Madame Fu angrily slammed the table. "Why should I let my younger son move out?" Fu Jingchen quickly shut her down with one sentence, "Because the house you're living in was built with my money." Fu Yijin and Fu Ayan thought this was a good idea. The second house family occupied 3 rooms, which were much larger than theirs, and each had their own room. Unlike their wives and children crowded into one room. Fourth brother is right. Whether they want money or a house, the grandparents should decide quickly. Old Head Fu looked serious and glanced at his assertive grandson. "If they want a house and money, the second house gets nothing. My wife and I won't take anything. We'll take 100. The rest, 200, will be split among the main house's families. The house will stay as it is now, with 1 room each. Each person can pick a small piece of land to grow their own crops. The kitchen won't be divided. Either you build your own stove or take turns using the kitchen. You'll need to buy your own bowls and chopsticks. We'll divide 100 jin of coarse grain, 10 jin each of rice and flour, into 3 parts. For us, the main house and the second house." Fu Ayan quickly interrupted. "Now it's our turn to divide." Fu Jingchen raised an eyebrow and expressed his opinion. "Don't consider me an outsider. By the way, mother, Keep the money in your hands. Whatever extra money you give to Fu Yuzhong will eventually end up with Grandma Fu. Fu Yuzhong was annoyed and angry. Fourth brother, I am your father. Fu Jingchun was impatient with him. You're not. So stop flattering yourself. Old Master Fu regretted calling Fu Jingchun over. He didn't get any benefit and only caused chaos. Shin Chunman took a deep breath, seeming to make a firm decision. 5 parts for 200 yuan. Your father, the eldest, the second, and the third each get 1 share. Xiangling isn't married yet, so her share will be her dowry. Sun Xiaohua was dissatisfied and argued. A daughter who gets married leaves like water poured out. My younger sister hasn't gone to work, and we earned all the work points. We can't share with her. When she gets married, her in-laws will give her bride price, so there's no need to share with her. 4 shares are enough. 50 yuan each. Wang Xuexiu was somewhat unhappy, but didn't want more trouble, so she reluctantly agreed. We'll split into 5 shares.
I won't argue about it.
Second sister-in-law, don't make a fuss. Now we should discuss elder care. If they didn't settle the family division soon, the second household might go back home, and the division wouldn't be possible then. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes in the Fu family looked at Fu Jingchun. Fu Jingchun confidently replied, Don't look at Grandpa. Grandpa is stingy and doesn't help the poor. His straightforwardness stunned everyone. Gu Wanwan clearly explained for him. At most, give the adoptive mother 1 yuan. No more. Others are not within our support scope. Adoptive mother? Now, even Fu Jingchun's background was too lazy to hide? Fu Yuzhong immediately became angry. What nonsense, adoptive mother. She's your mother. You unfilial son. Fu Jingchun didn't care about gender when he responded. Whoever annoyed him, he would make them unhappy. Some people with their father's heirs really think they are the biological father and can control me.
Dreaming.
I'll see if I listen to you or not. Your foolishness and filial piety are your business. Don't use my money to show filial respect. Fu Yuzhong felt his face was being trampled on and rubbed in the dirt. You were corrupted by Gu Jiqing, becoming crazy and extreme. You don't care about manners, righteousness, or shame. Not only that, I'm also unkind and stingy. The money you cheated from me before, I consider it as being bitten by a dog. If you can squeeze out half a cent from me now, I consider it a loss. Go to the army and sue me. You probably won't win. If you could get me expelled from the army, I would thank you. It's not only soldiers who can protect the country. Other jobs can also make a difference and contribute. Old Mr. Fu and old Mrs. Fu's faces are extremely unkind. They mistakenly thought threatening the army would scare Fu Jingchun, but he didn't care at all. For showing respect, the eldest and second households give us 5 yuan and 40 jin of grain each month. Sun Xiaohua slammed the table and immediately opposed. Based on what other families in the village give each year, 10 yuan and 200 jin of grain, grandparents get 5 yuan and 2 households get 10 yuan and 80 jin. Can you finish that? Is money so easy to earn? Don't tell me you want more grain from the big house to give to the second house? Fu Jingchun suggested reluctantly, let the second house give first, then you give yours. If they don't give, you don't have to either. It should be fair and just. Old Mrs. Fu wanted to secretly give extra to her younger son but was interrupted by Fu Jingchun, who spoiled her plan. She was so angry she felt like choking and nearly suffocated herself. This time, the Fu family's division of property opened Zhao Guoming and relatives' eyes. Shun Chunman sighed helplessly. When a tree branches out, the children form their own families. My share, like yours, will follow what's typical in the village. The 4th child doesn't need to share. My husband and I can still work, so we won't depend on anyone. When we're old, each family will take turns caring for us. If we get sick, the medical expenses will be shared among you 3 brothers. Sun Xiaohua wrinkled her nose. That won't do. They're all sons. We shouldn't treat them differently. Wang Xuexiu couldn't help but mock. Didn't you hear that they're not even your biological children? Village head, please prepare the division documents. Zhao Guoming first divided the property for the eldest and second households, then drafted the division document for the eldest daughter. Once you're sure, sign and stamp it. The second household's documents will be stamped by the two elders of the Fu family. Fu Ian and Fu Shantong, husband and wife, signed and stamped without hesitation, followed by Shin Chunman, Fu Yuzhong, and Fu Xiangling. The decision was final. Old Mr. Fu and old Mrs. Fu had no choice but to accept. Only Fu Yijin was left, nervously pleading, "Dad, Mom, can we not divide the property? My wife's demands are impossible for me alone. Can you bear to see the eldest grandson left outside, calling someone else father? My wife wants to work, needs money, and her sister married the fourth child. Can I?" Fu Jingchen's gaze was sharp, filled with disdain and contempt. "Just kick Fu Dadi, the one holding us back, out of the house. He can't take advantage of me anymore. He'll definitely go to Fu Air or Fu San. Your two families will be dragged down by Dadi sooner or later. If we don't divide now, the second household will be late." Fu Ian and Fu Shantong listened carefully, exchanged a glance, and personally signed and pressed their fingerprints on the document. "We are already two families now, and we have no obligation to support your household." Gu Wanwan occasionally threw out sharp words. "Big brother Fu, you'd better hide your money well, so it won't be stolen by Lu Laishi to support her family. If that happens, your whole family of four will go hungry. Do you think your parents and brothers will help you?" Big brother Fu didn't dare to argue with his wife or in-laws. Instead, he gestured at Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan. "It's your fault. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have left home, and my fourth brother wouldn't have distanced himself from the Fu family. My fourth brother already married my younger sister-in-law. Do we really need to split the family?" Upon hearing this, Fu Jingchen immediately punched him down. "I'm not a beast of the Fu family, nor your real brother. If you're so interested in my sister-in-law, just marry her." Shantong also disliked the domineering big brother. "Even without the fourth brother, we still need to split the family. No one wants to be drained by you and the second household. Our family only has the eldest brother and his wife as burdens. You deal with your wife's demands yourself. If you can't, go sell blood to earn money." Ian Fu threw out a harsh remark, cutting off the big brother's last hope. "Parents, if you support the eldest brother, we won't give you our money or grain. Helping the eldest is harming the Fu family. In the future, Lu's family will ask for more and more. Why you?" Fu Yijin felt like the sky was falling. The fourth brother was unkind, but now even the second and third brothers were being pushed out. Was he such a failure as a person? "Parents, we're back. I packed some braised pork for you." Fu Yuxiao's voice came from outside the yard. Fu Meili happily ran in, not forgetting to cast a proud look at Fu Xiangling. "Grandpa and Grandma, my dad bought us new clothes. Do you like them?" Fu Yingshun clearly sensed something strange in the atmosphere. "There are so many people here. What's going on?" Shantong's smile deepened, finally feeling proud. "The second and third households split today. We no longer have to be oppressed by the second household. You didn't get any money, only 3 rooms." Xiangling glared back fiercely. "Meili, you won't have money to buy new clothes anymore. You'll have to work in the fields." "What a pity." Yuxiao was trying to understand. They just went to town for shopping, and now everything changed.
What?
Why did the family split? "I don't agree." Zhao Wuming handed them the family separation document. "Disagree if you want, but it's already done. There are 3 copies, one kept by the village and the other 2 for the big and second households. The big family's children have all split. Fu Yuxiao, at your age, you should have been weaned long ago." The play was over. Fu Jingchen hugged Bao and confidently left with his partner, ignoring the screams and cries from the Fu family behind him. Since Ganqi's scandal was exposed, Zeng Jiliang had been visiting Zheng Shirkin every day, clearly trying to rekindle their relationship. Meanwhile, Zeng Jiliang's parents had arrived at Hongqi Commune and were on their way to visit their son. That day, the Lu family brought friends and relatives, armed with tools, and surrounded Gu Wanwan's house, ready to seek justice.
Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchen, come out.
"How dare you hit my sister's niece? Do you think the Song Brigade is out of control?" Most of the friends and relatives came from the Song Brigade. Lu's mother had called her family members to help, as they didn't know much about the situation in Xiang village. She exaggerated the story, saying they needed to teach a wealthy young intellectual a lesson and that any money gained from the incident would be shared equally. The family members were tempted and hurried over to support. They weren't good at much, but fighting and extorting money were their strengths. Zhang's uncle looked fierce and intimidating, giving the impression he was not someone to be messed with. My niece is your Fu family's eldest daughter-in-law, pregnant with your Fu family's main grandson. You, a younger brother and a sister-in-law who isn't even married into the Fu family, are bullying my niece? If you don't give us an explanation today, we're not leaving. Even if you call the brigade leader, it won't help. The brigade leader of Shisong is my relative. One mistake could lead to a fight between two brigades.
Can you handle that?
Without an apology, don't blame us if Shisong Brigade takes action. Last year, during harvest and spring planting, your Yongyang village borrowed our cattle. Now we have a reason not to lend them. Be careful, or your only cow in Yongyang village might die from overwork. Why didn't Lu's parents go straight to the Fu family? Mainly because the Fu family had been robbed, and there was nothing valuable left to take. Zhang's aunt looked around slyly, her eyes falling on the pile of fabric and sample clothes in the pavilion, ignoring Qian Mei and Gu Qingtang's sewing clothes nearby. They exchanged glances and quickly lowered their heads to work, trying to make more clothes to earn extra money. Qian Mei sewed while mocking, "There's always some fool looking for trouble. These people are not enough for Sister Wanwan and Brother Chen to handle." Gu Qingtang could almost imagine the scene of Lu's relatives being beaten badly. They would regret it later. "So, you think I'm easy to bully?" Gu Wanwan smiled and pointed at herself. In her eyes, these scoundrels were just walking virtues. The Zhang family thought, aren't they easy to bully? They saw her as a fragile girl who couldn't take care of herself, easy to manipulate. Fu Jingchen looked at them with a sneaky smile. "Lu Laishi, it seems you still don't know that the Fu family has split up because of you." The division was thorough. The main house and the second house are all separated. The parents, son, and daughter-in-law of the main house are now apart. Now they only care about their small family. You have children, and don't say old Madame Fu doesn't care. Even Fu Ian and others wouldn't bother. From now on, you and Fu Yijin can only rely on yourselves. What? Why split the family? I won't allow it. Lu Laishi was panicked. Such a big thing as dividing the family, how could the Fu family just decide to split? With only a little work credit from Fu Yijin, how could they support themselves and their future son? Without the Fu family's subsidy, what good things could she bring home to honor her parents? Gu Wanwan scanned their belongings with her spiritual awareness, taking all their money and valuables. If they dared to cause trouble, they would have to pay a price. I don't care. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Old Fu Si, you must give my daughter your wages. In the future, you'll also need to support your nephew, Lu's mother said confidently, relying on her many people. Big brother, big sister-in-law, let's rush into the house and take what we want. Anyway, she's going to be Fu family's future daughter-in-law, and we're relatives. We won't be afraid if things get loud. At Lu's mother's command, Uncle Zhang and other relatives rushed toward the house. But before they could get inside, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen kicked them down with a single kick. The road to heaven is there, but you refuse to take it. The gate too is open, but you insist on going. If we don't stop you, wouldn't that be wasting your arrogance? Did the Lu family not tell you? We keep tigers and wolves at home. Uncle Zhang hurriedly helped Uncle Zhang up, furious. Are you scaring us?
Tigers eat people. How could they be tamed?
Lu Laishi and her parents nodded in agreement. They knew Gu Wanwan kept tigers, but every time they visited, they never saw the tiger. It was clear the tiger was gone long ago, or perhaps Gu Jiqing was just using the tiger's name to show off. We won't be fooled. As soon as they finished speaking, a deafening roar of a tiger came from the roof, accompanied by howls of wolves. The Lu family and friends all looked up in shock, and unsurprisingly, they saw the face of a large white tiger.
Ah!
There really are tigers and wolves. Little sister, you've caused us to die of fright. Why didn't you tell us earlier? They trembled all over, sweating coldly, instinctively rushing toward the courtyard gate. Gu Wanwan waved her hand. Come if you want, leave if you want. Did I give you permission? Little white Tuan Tuan blocked them. In the next second, the white tiger and white wolf on the roof leaped down swiftly, agilely jumping to the courtyard gate, baring their teeth and snarling to block their way. Gu Wanwan appears calm and indifferent, speaking coldly, play with them, but don't let anyone get bitten or torn apart. Zhang's aunt is so scared she collapses to the ground, pointing at Lu's mother and scolding, "You wicked woman, you've caused us so much trouble. Gu Jiqing, I dare not take anything from your family. It's this hateful woman who bears a grudge and incites us to cause trouble, wanting to take over you and old Forfu." Lu's mother regrets deeply, turning to slap her daughter. "It's all your fault. Are you deliberately trying to ruin us? If the tiger wants to eat, let it eat the worthless stuff. Big brother, let's run first." Lu Laishi looks miserable, trembling all over. "Mother, don't leave me behind. You're the one seeking revenge for my brother. How can you blame me? If you hadn't pretended to be strong and kept thinking about Jiqing's house, and if old For had a job and salary, would it have come to this?" Zhang's uncle looks terrified, watching his son being stepped on by the tiger's paw. "We apologize. Gu Jiqing, Fu Laosi, you two should stop now. Tigers hurting people can land you in jail. Be careful. We might call the police. If you let us go, we will continue to lend cattle to you in Shisong village." Seeing that escaping from the tiger's side is impossible, Lu's relatives shift their focus to Gu Wanwan. "We will catch Gu Jiqing and capture the owner to control the tiger." The relatives think this makes sense and start attacking Gu Wanwan. Unexpectedly, Gu Wanwan clenches her fist, making a creaking sound, and punches, smashing a small stone beside the pavilion. With a loud bang, the broken stone flies toward Lu's relatives, hitting their faces one by one, as if the stones have eyes. The Lu family members stop abruptly, staring in shock at this fantastical scene. It seems they underestimated Gu Wanwan's abilities. The girl is clearly a fierce character. Such terrifying strength, she can even smash large stones. Could she be iron-handed? If her fist hits them, they might turn into meat patties. Facing the tiger and wolf before, and this powerful female demon now, the Lu family was so arrogant before but now feels hopeless. At this moment, Zhao Guoming arrives quickly. "What happened, Sister Wan?" Secretary Ding, having received the news early, secretly reports to the police, hoping to witness Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen committing a crime, to justify arresting them. The Lu family sees the captain and Secretary Ding, thinking they are saved, but little do they know. Zhang's uncle pretends to be calm and immediately reports, "Captain, your villager Gu Jiqing instructed the tiger to hurt people." Zhao Guoming simply glanced briefly and immediately withdrew his gaze. "You people from Shisong village caused trouble, and you still have the nerve to complain? Our Xiaobai is gentle and cute. She is a hero who defeated Qingshan village and is the treasure of our village. Playing with her is your good fortune. She didn't even bite you. Do you need to tarnish her innocence?" Xiaobai spat at them, her tiger face full of contempt. Everyone. This tiger seems to have become a spirit, disgusted with them. Party Secretary Ding cleared his throat and said, "Captain, for the big picture, if we fall out with Shisong village, it will be hard to borrow cattle from them later. Besides, Gu Jiqing was wrong to hit someone. Gu Wuan always responded directly, so, Party Secretary Ding, if they break into a house and rob, we're not allowed to fight back? We deserve to be robbed?" Fu Jingchen, sharp-tongued, added, "Party Secretary Ding, isn't it just because you're angry I didn't marry your daughter and are deliberately causing trouble for us? As a village leader, you should be fair. Otherwise, I doubt you're fit for your position." Gu Wuan hinted, Party Secretary Ding's family was robbed completely. They're just looking for someone to vent their anger on. We're just unlucky. We should thank Party Secretary Ding for his kindness in helping us report to the police. Are you sure reporting to the police won't get us in trouble? Fu Jingchen sneered. It's not us who stole. How dare they blame us? It's probably because they're bad people who do many wrong things, so they're getting revenge. The two of them kept arguing, making Party Secretary Ding very angry. This crazy couple was definitely his nemesis. Qianmei took advantage of the chaos to slip out quietly and gathered the Fu family members. When old lady Fu saw Lu Laishi, she immediately wanted to tear her apart. Thief rat. I've shown you respect, but you think I care about the brat in your belly? How dare you steal into my house? Are you trying to kill the Fu family by starving us? And your mother's filthy daughter. Daughters-in-law are like water that's spilled. Lu Laishi, if you don't return what you stole from your mother's house, don't even think about going back to your in-laws. Lu's mother was scolded painfully and angrily. My daughter was born from my 10 months of pregnancy. What's wrong with her returning to honor me? Didn't your daughter also show you respect? Forget that grain. I want her share of the family money. Old lady Fu immediately glared angrily. Such a treacherous thief rat. I don't want her in my Fu family. Where she came from, she can go back. Do whatever you want with her, sell her, or find a new adoptive father for her brat in her belly. I don't care. Fu Yijin grabbed her mother's clothes and begged, Mother, please don't. Chunya and Xiaoya can't be without their mother. Grandmother Fu slapped her eldest grandson and said, Useless thing. If you try to persuade me again, I will cut ties with you. Fu Yan looked down on the eldest brother and watched with a teasing expression. Big brother, what use is a mouse wife who bites her own bag? No matter how much grain we have at home, it won't last. Without her, Chunya and Xiaoya can still eat well, and you and your daughters will live happily. Sun Xiaohua knew her eldest sister-in-law's temper well. Your family can't steal anything without getting caught, and then you hit other brothers. We have already divided the family. What if Lu Laishi steals our money and grain? Can you handle that, big brother? Lu's mother was worried because her daughter couldn't control her pregnancy in the Fu family. She looked anxiously at Shin Chunman and Fu Yuzhong. In-laws, do you want grandchildren or not? Your family already has 5 beautiful girls. If the grandson dies, no one will take care of the family. Fu Yuzhong was always indecisive. Although he cared about his grandson, he would follow his mother's words and not oppose her. Shin Chunman, usually timid, finally stood her ground. If you only care about outsiders' grandchildren, then don't want any. Stop threatening me with Lu Laishi's pregnancy. Haven't my eldest son been harmed enough by your Lu family all these years? Lu Laishi, our Fu family has treated you well. It was my family who helped you escape hardship. You forget that your parents wanted to sell you to a widower. You deliberately clung to my eldest son, forcing him to marry you. You promised the Fu family not to acknowledge your parents and cut ties with the Lu family. Just a few years later, your true nature was revealed. Your family praises you, but you steal from your in-laws to support your own family. You're pregnant, and our Fu family is always busy taking care of you. Instead of being grateful, you caused a split in the family. Are you satisfied now? It was also you who suggested kicking out the 4th son, which caused us to drift apart from him. Now that the 4th son no longer recognizes the Fu family, how can you have the face to ask for his wages? Who do you think you are, the eldest sister-in-law? It proved that even honest people can get angry and fight back when pushed too far. Shin Chunman, who had been oppressed by her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law for a long time, suddenly burst out fiercely. Fu Yuzhong was stunned to see his wife start hitting Lu Laishi's mother and daughter. Wife, be careful not to hurt Laishi's belly. Shin Chunman pushed him away.
Get lost.
Do you want to let Lu's family drain the blood from our eldest and 4th sons? Find an honest and decent man for the eldest. He's better than Lu Laishi. If you try to stop me, I will even hit you. Grandmother Fu felt that her eldest daughter-in-law was losing control. Shin Chunman, are you crazy? How dare you hit my son? Shin Chunman suddenly burst out with all her suppressed grievances and dissatisfaction. If it weren't for him, I would have suffered so much at the Fu family. I am a person, not a servant or beast for you and second sister-in-law. From now on, each family handles their own affairs. Don't expect me to do laundry, cook, or work in the fields to serve you. Fu Yuzhong, I won't stop you from being filial, but if I find out you're using the main house's money to support the second house, I will divorce you. Fu Yuzhong was truly shocked and stood there at a loss. Shin Chunman glared at her husband. then turned around and slapped Lu Laishi twice. Some people just deserve a beating. Gu Wanwan clapped her hands, pleased. Finally, Shin Chun Man stood up. Lu Laishi covered her face, glaring with hatred at Gu Wanwan.
Gu Wanwan, you deserve to die. It's your fault you have no family.
You're a poor orphan with no parents. It's because you caused your parents' deaths that the Fu family won't let you marry in. Kogongda hurried over with people, disappointed not to see Gu Wanwan hitting anyone. Fu Jingchun raised an eyebrow. TSK, long time no see, Captain Ko. Your deeds are well known in Xiangyang village. Especially Gon Qi and Gon Ziking offering themselves to you, gaining benefits. But I hear Captain Ko has a wife now, and you're sneaking around with someone. Are you having an affair? Kogongda's face darkened. If he could, he wouldn't want to see the crazy old man and woman. That's not true. She's talking nonsense. Fu Jingchun looked understanding. I get it. A flower in the wild is more fragrant than one in the garden. We have a leader like that in Xiangyang village too. Director Ding felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Wanwan's peripheral vision caught Kogongda's faint glance. She said coldly, my parents sacrificed themselves for the country. They are honorable, and I am proud. But you promote superstitions and smear the children of martyrs. Captain Ko, isn't that a crime? Lu's mother sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying. Captain Ko, please help us. Arrest Gu Wanwan and the Fu family. They not only hit people, but also let tigers out to harm others. Now my daughter is pregnant with the Fu family's legitimate grandson. They're urging my son-in-law to abandon his wife and children. What kind of world is this? I don't want to live anymore. Zhao Guoming shouted angrily, Lu family, you're causing trouble in Shisong village. Smearing martyrs will get you jailed. Lu's relatives were confused.
What?
She's a martyr's family? Gu Wanwan threw the question to Kogongda. I am a martyr's family. Don't believe it? Ask our Captain Ko. Kogongda didn't want to get involved in this mess, but since he was here and couldn't find any evidence against Gu Wanwan, he had to handle it. Gu Wanwan and the Ziking siblings are from martyrs' families. Without giving them a chance to respond, Gu Wanwan continued, Captain Ko, they broke into a civilian home, robbed in public and occupied government property. Please handle this fairly and give me an explanation. Compensate me for the mental distress, or I will cause trouble in the city. Fu Jingchun remained calm on the surface, but his words were full of threats. Captain Ko, it seems we need to have a talk with your wife about life and her ideals. Gong De Ko cursed Deputy Secretary Ding silently, thinking he was good at causing trouble. He waved his hand and ordered everyone arrest them. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow slightly. Thanks to Deputy Secretary Ding for his foresight in helping us report the case. Deputy Secretary Ding's face looked as terrible as if he had eaten something bad. Zhang's aunt and others, just now waking up from a dream, knew they couldn't provoke the children of martyrs. This is none of our business. If they want to arrest someone, arrest the Lu family. It's all their idea. We were tricked by them. We're leaving now. Gong De Ko, with a cold and impartial face, said, Take them away. Gu Wanwan coldly left a remark, It's over. Being imprisoned will leave a record, and there will be no future. Zhang's aunt immediately exploded with anger. Hearing about her son's future, she vented all her fury on the Lu family, punching and kicking them. You shameless mother and daughter, you've ruined the Zhang family's future.
Goody.
Zhang's eldest uncle not only didn't stop her, but also helped his sister and brother-in-law, beating Lu Chuanzong to the point of death. Lu Laishi desperately protected her belly, head of the household. Save my parents. They're only thinking of our future son. My parents are old, and being imprisoned will kill them. What will happen if my brother can't marry in the future? Her family had fallen, and she wondered who would stand up for her in-law's house afterward. Isn't Gon Qi still around? Gu Wanwan cheered up, feeling furious and helpless. Don't ask me. It's useless. My heart is as hard as iron. Fu Yijin saw his wife begging pitifully and couldn't help but soften. Mom, persuade fourth brother. I'll apologize on behalf of Laoshi. Laoshi is weak, and being imprisoned isn't good for the children. It will also affect Chunya and Xiaya's future marriages. Fu Jingchen spoke first, no apology accepted. Self-inflicted trouble. No one to blame but yourself. We are brothers. Why kill each other? Fu Yijin glared at Gu Wanwan, blaming her as the main culprit. Gu Jiqing, do you enjoy seeing my wife and children suffer? Are you even human? Gu Wanwan nonchalantly shrugged. Bad people get punished. If I'm unhappy, should I cry? Sorry, I have no masochistic tendencies. The Lu family's downfall is their greed and your indulgence.
Don't keep blaming me.
Shin Chun's eyes were full of disappointment. She shook her head and sighed. Boss, you can't tell right from wrong. You're still stubborn and blind. Lu Laishi steals grain and cares about C's money, trying to take advantage of him. Why don't you think about brotherly love? If you're going to keep helping Lu's family, you might as well marry into their family. With a son like you, it's better if you weren't around. Lu Laishi, you can't even take care of yourself, and you're still worried about your parents.
They don't care about you.
Sure enough, selfish Lu family's parents blamed their daughter. Captain Ko, everything was caused by Lu Laishi. She encouraged us to steal money and houses. We were all deceived by her. We're willing to cut ties and abandon her if needed. Lu Laishi was shocked and scared, unable to believe her ears. Mother, how can you? At this point, Lu's mother still tried to brainwash her daughter. Just admit your guilt. You caused us to go to jail. You're unfilial. When your father and I go inside, who will support you? If you go in, we might find someone to help you. Hurry and go with Captain Ko. Lu Laishi's eyes filled with tears of emotion. She felt her family treated her well. Her in-laws wouldn't help her. It's all my fault. Don't blame my father, mother, or uncles. Gu Wanwan used her wood element powers to create an illusion of Lu Laishi being arrested. Do your Lu family really think they can save her? Lu's mother, as if possessed, blurted everything out. What a joke. Just arrest her and take her away. Don't expect me to spend money to get her out. She's useless. What's the point if we can't get dowry money? She's like trash. I'm not only raising her, I have other daughters to support. Lu's father grew more anxious and quickly slapped Lu's mother to wake her up. Wife, what are you talking about? Lu's mother looked confused, as if she didn't know where she was or what she had just done. Lu Laishi's eyes were hollow, as if struck by lightning. She suddenly realized her mother saw her that way. Kogongda coldly said, "Take everyone for investigation." The Zhang family from Lu's household felt like the sky was falling. They threw a tantrum and refused to leave. Lu's mother yelled wildly, "Old Lady Fu, Shin Chun, what are you proud of? Locking us up won't change anything. You can't undo Fu Jingchen's fate. My daughter won't benefit from this, and you don't want that either. Fu Jingchen already knows his background. Gu Wanwan wouldn't bother to marry into the Fu family. I will come back. Ha ha ha. The retribution of the Fu family will come sooner or later. You caused family separation. Fu Jingchen wishes you would all die." Gu Wanwan was a fierce person. For now, they didn't dare to provoke the Fu family, but that didn't mean she would let the Fu family go easily. What does the Lu family mean? Is Fu Jingchen really from the Fu family? Grandma Fu is so harsh to her fourth grandson. Do you think he's really her biological grandson? Could it be that Grandma Fu swapped the children and brought home a child from a wealthy family to raise? Maybe the Lu family is deliberately stirring up trouble between the Fu family and Fu Si, and Fu Si hasn't spoken up. We don't know if it's true or not. Perhaps Fu Si is just trying to distance himself from the Fu family and made up this story on purpose. Inspector Ding frowned as he listened. He initially wanted to use the Fu family to control Fu Jingchen, but it seems that plan is now blocked. Looking at Grandma Fu's flickering eyes, it's clear that Lu's mother isn't just talking casually. Without the pressure of the Fu family's elders' filial piety, daughter Ding Yanli would never marry Fu Jingchen. Suddenly, Liang Xian stepped forward. "Captain Ko, you forgot someone. Gan Shi is involved in some messy relationships. Take her in for questioning too."